Chapter 121 Global Countermeasures. Emergency Assembly. Quick! 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 Hurry! 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 Set off immediately. In the military camp, all the soldiers were packing their bags and preparing their weapons as quickly as possible. They were numerous, but in good order. At this moment, we have been training for so long, and finally we can use our skills. The soldiers went directly to the training ground, where military heavy trucks, engineering vehicles, and armored vehicles were ready. At the airport, helicopters, fighters, and transport planes were also in place. All units should count personnel and supplies and set off immediately. Xiao Han ordered. Received. All units began to move. Report. All members of the 134th Division are here, and the supplies are ready. Let's go! Yes. Report. All members of the 457th Division are here, and the supplies are ready. Let's go! On the plane, Xiao Hong and a group of generals were discussing the mission plan. This time, it's a tough battle. Our enemy is not humans, but aliens. So I ask that all departments immediately read and chew General Qin's several key points for fighting against Zerg thoroughly. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Actions are taking place all over the country. When such a major event is announced, it is inevitable that some people will cause chaos, or some lawless elements will start to stir up trouble. At this time, major media and websites began to guide and appease the public to keep calm. What should we do to become Xuanwu executors? 100 suggestions from Xuanwu Executive Officer LV Mei. Coastal cities are on level 1 combat readiness. Please read the instructions and make reasonable arrangements for the following city managers and the public. Xuanwu Executive Officer Cui Weiman said, most areas are relatively safe. Please live and work normally. Emergency zone division rules, from low to high, from 0 to 5. Coastal cities are level 3 emergency zones, and other cities are level 0. Xuanwu Executive Officer Qin Peng said, hundreds of thousands of troops are being dispatched nationwide to coastal cities for construction and garrison. Xuanwu Executive Officer Song Jinghong announced the characteristics of mutants and Zerg creatures. Please report to the local command center immediately if you find similar creatures. Xuanwu Executive Officer LV may announce the establishment of Xuanwu command centers at all levels. The specific control scope must be accurate to every village and every household. Construction companies in various places responded and claimed to go to coastal areas to carry out engineering tasks, while the entire Shenzhou was taking various measures because of the Zerg disaster, the Xuanwu Plan, and the Great Wall of Steel. All parts of the world were undergoing huge changes because of this news. Goryeo, hearing the news from Shenzhou that there were monsters in the ocean, the top leaders were already panicking. If there are Zerg in the ocean, we are more dangerous than them. They are able to resist. But we certainly can't. The capital market is already in chaos. If we don't take action, we will be in chaos too. Ask White Eagle for help immediately. No chaos. We must be prepared for disasters. But at this time, we can't let society get into chaos. We must stabilize the situation first. Can they really land? Are they really alien creatures? Send forces to hunt them down. Hurry up and deploy defenses. Explore all the surrounding waters. Set up an emergency office. And if a disaster occurs, deal with it immediately. Tianju. When they heard about the Zerg and the Great Wall of Steel, they immediately thought of their own waters. Whether the Zerg are mutants or not. We also have territorial waters. In recent years, mutants have indeed been discovered. For safety reasons, we have also formulated a defense plan. Immediately send research ships and ships to search the waters near us to see if there are any mutants. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. They also began to look for Zerg or Zerg nests in the inland areas in the central part of the continent. When they heard that there were monsters in the sea, their reactions were relatively calm. Mutated creatures are mutant creatures. What reason is there to prove that they are alien races? This is indeed a very important matter, but it has no effect on us. We are a landlocked country. Let those who have the ability to deal with the ocean's problem solve it. Let them deal with it. We have enough trouble with our own problems. Russian bears. They are also discussing this issue. The Xuanwu Plan, the Great Wall of Steel, and the national mobilization. I really miss it. We also had such capabilities back then. Intelligence shows that there are fewer mutants in the Arctic Ocean. There are more near the Pacific Ocean. Immediately set up a special team to study mutants in the ocean. especially mutant gathering places. Once found, destroy them immediately. We are in the area near the Pacific Ocean, with a sparse population. It is impossible to build large-scale defense measures like they do. We can only build military bases and shelters. There is also the Cherry Blossom Sea, which needs to be explored and defended. Kangaroo Island. When the news came back, the person in charge was on vacation. Zerg. Doomsday crisis? It's already so exaggerated. Immediately organize experts to study the problem of the rampant mutants. Send out ships and explore the surrounding waters. As for how to deal with it, ask the White Eagle. See what the White Eagle plans to do, and we will learn from it. The Western Alliance is all by the sea. What do they think of the mutants in the ocean? Are the ocean mutants or Zerg? At this time, the decision-makers of the Western Alliance were discussing this issue. The information released by Shenlong is already very serious. Whether they are mutant species or Zerg, they have the ability to threaten ships. If we don't pay attention, we will face a huge threat. Why do we always say that mutants have no impact when we invest a lot of money in the Ocean Research Organization every year in recent years? The Ocean Research Organization is just a bunch of people who eat and work. We can't listen to them anymore. Now we have to detect it ourselves. Research it ourselves. Deploy our own defenses. These people have seen the scenes in He Xingzhou's live broadcast. These contents are already scary. Especially the announcement of the Xuanwu plan later, which made the Alliance members feel huge pressure. Take action. Unite. Formulate a plan urgently. And contact White Eagle to see what they do. The members have already started to act. At this time, Sakura Island is the most nervous. A press conference pushed Sakura Island to the forefront. There are the most mutant creatures in the sea near us. If this is true, we will face a huge crisis. Ordinary people don't know. How can they not know? In the past few years, more and more mutant creatures have appeared, and incidents of harming and injuring people have emerged one after another. For this reason, coastal fishing, tourism, shipping and other activities have long been greatly reduced. But it is still inevitable that there are reports of mutant creatures coming ashore and injuring people from time to time. We have explored the ocean, and there are indeed a lot of mutant creatures, and their intelligence is relatively high. But we have not found the so-called insect nest. One of the responsible persons said. Then is there any? The leader asked. This? We haven't detected it yet. He could only answer like this. Then go explore. We must find out. This is a danger that can destroy us. And no one can be perfunctory anymore. Let the Defense Department prepare a defense plan immediately. And the fleet will immediately start searching in the sea. If mutant creatures are found, they will be shot immediately. Deng country, as a country also on the Pacific coast, was in an uproar as soon as the news from the other side was announced. Some news had already spread before it was blocked. It caused a great shock to the people here. On social networks, netizens kept arguing. Protect the environment. Protect the ocean. We are planning to take to the streets. If you agree, please join us. There are no aliens in the world. Only God. They are all fallen devils. Mutants are real. I must emphasize that the media is deceiving us. I am a crew member. I have seen many. Even if there are mutants, we can send a fleet to blow them all up. We have the most powerful fleet in the world. Don't we? What they said is true. I want to expose the truth. I used to work in the Ocean Research Organization. I have evidence that mutants are dangerous. Barry also spoke on the internet and made an appeal. The news released by Xingzhou greatly inspired him. Many people have already influenced him and are willing to join them in the appeal. In a square, Rodney, the head of the International Ocean Survey Organization, was giving a speech. We have long discovered the dangers of mutants. Rodney's tone has changed. He used to promote the non-existence of mutants. But now that Xingzhou has announced the news, in order to avoid being scolded, he directly jumped back. Our World Ocean Research Organization has the world's top experts. We have traveled all over the world and studied for 3 years. Mutants are very scary, and our ships have been attacked by them before. But don't worry. We have the most advanced technology, and these guys can't affect us. Under the range of the cannon, mutants are just some strange-looking cannon fodder. We humans are still at the top of the Blue Star ecosystem. We will continue to research and protect the marine environment. We have the most complete solution to deal with mutants and protect everyone's safety. Hearing his answer, everyone at the scene applauded and cheered. Rodney was very satisfied. Now because of everyone's attention to the ocean, the public's support for him is getting higher and higher. As for the solution, let the scientists think about it. He just needs to stand on the stage and enjoy the applause and cheers. Just when he was proud, there were shouts from all around. Someone shouted, "Rodney is a liar. Mutated creatures are real. And Zerg are real." But Rodney doesn't understand at all. We have no means to deal with Zerg, which has the ability to destroy humans. We must act immediately. Get rid of the liars and let real scientists lead. I am from the Ocean Research Organization. I have evidence. Look, everyone. This is a mutant creature. There are more voices shouting, "Rodney liar. Get Rodney out. We need to tell the public the truth. The world is about to end. We need to unite." After hearing these words, Rodney's heart had cooled down, and he tried to keep a fake smile on his face. Rodney looked at the source of the sound, and saw an old man who had painted his face blood red, holding a Protect Humanity flag in his hand, and marching with a large group of people in protest. It's him again. Barry. He should be shut up forever. Rodney recognized him immediately. This was the crazy old man who kept saying the world was about to end. Barry shouted to the crowd, "Rodney is a liar. And the Ocean Research Organization is also a liar. They don't understand mutants or Zerg at all. I have evidence. Please look at the specimen behind me." Behind him, there was a small cart with a specimen of a mutant on it, which Barry had spent a lot of effort to make. The appearance of this mutant was extremely terrifying. It had limbs and claws, a slender body, a pointed head, and a mouth full of serrations. It looked a bit like the aliens in science fiction movies. Seeing this mutant specimen, many people were scared and quickly dodged. And some people said in horror, "There is a monster." Seeing their reaction, Barry was very satisfied. He continued to call, "We must immediately enter a national state of emergency to resist the Zerg. Isn't this Dr. Barry?" Rodney said into the microphone. "You don't have to shout. I saw you. And your little toy." Rodney decided to take the initiative. You may not know him. He used to be a member of our Marine Research Organization. But he was perfunctory at work and lied. So we fired him. He said this because he was resentful. As for the little toy, it's just a model he used to cheat money. Don't you want to believe in our formal scientific organization, but believe in a madman? When Rodney was giving a speech, some people mixed into Barry's team and gave money to the members. These people got the money and left immediately. Others followed suit and shouted, "Barry, get out. Old liar. Don't embarrass yourself. He is an evil scientist who wants to exterminate humanity. Stay away from him." Everyone listened to me. Barry wanted to argue, but someone in the crowd suddenly threw a stone at him, hitting his head accurately. A big bump immediately appeared on his forehead, and blood was flowing. "Barry is injured. Send him to the hospital first." Seeing that Barry's parade was resolved by him in less than 3 minutes, Rodney smiled and said, "It has been like this recently. There are too many people who cheat and deceive. But please rest assured. We are here. And we will definitely defend science and truth." Pa 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 pa. Everyone cheered and applauded. And the media quickly published Rodney's words. Ocean Research Organization claims there is a way to solve the mutant crisis. These propagandas have an immediate effect. And the uneasy mood has decreased a lot. Investors have also calmed down a little. And Wall Street bosses have begun to deal with follow-up matters. In the White Eagle office, the commander and his subordinates have just obtained the information shared by Shinjo with the world, in order to make the world pay attention to the Zerg. The previously unannounced deep-sea plants were also shown to the top leaders of all parties. How can there be so many mutant creatures under the trench? This is unreasonable. Under the deep sea, there are plants as high as 1,000 meters. Monsters can actually be cultivated on this plant. Are the so-called Zerg real? At this time, they have realized that something is wrong. Such important information. How come you only found it now? Seeing the image of the detector, the commander was very angry. The subordinate said awkwardly, "The Ocean Research Organization has always emphasized that the impact of mutant creatures is limited. And the Mariana Trench, our detectors have detected it before. And there is almost no life under the deep sea. Who would have thought that they would develop so fast, completely beyond the research scope of Blue Star biology? Who is the person in charge?" The commander asked. "Rodney. Fire him. Immediately. Immediately. And replace him." He was furious. Someone immediately passed on the order. Then they began to discuss countermeasures. How to deal with these monsters? Blow them up with depth charges? From the published data, we can't destroy them. There are almost no weapons that can attack the deep sea below 10,000 meters, the staff said in embarrassment. Chapter 122 Going to the Pacific Ocean to fish? You mean we have to watch those monsters grow and occupy the ocean? The commander scolded. Of course not, the staff quickly said. Although we can't directly destroy the insect nest below 10,000 meters in the deep sea, we can cause a lot of damage to it, such as bombing with fleets and killing a large number of mutant creatures. We can also capture samples and conduct research. They can survive below 10,000 meters in the deep sea, and we will definitely get a lot of new discoveries from them. I support it. We must send a fleet over, a general immediately said. The ocean is our territory. How can it be occupied by a group of mutant creatures? Kill as many as there are. Even if there are 10,000 blue whales, our cannons can cork them. A scientist said, no matter what, we have to get the samples of the deep-sea plants and the so-called Zerg. Only in this way can we prepare for the future. He Xingzhou's team must have obtained the samples. We can't fall behind. Yes, the whole world is watching us now. We need to prove ourselves, the commander was thinking. In this case, obtaining samples is a must. And to obtain samples, a fleet must be sent to cooperate. The general immediately said, we have the most powerful aircraft carrier fleet. We have the most advanced underwater submarines and underwater weapons. As long as we go out, we can guarantee that the mission will be completed. Before they surface, we will destroy them all. The commander nodded and said, okay. Explore the Mariana Trench. In addition, the coastal defense measures immediately set up an emergency office team to prepare. Yes, they immediately began to prepare. These people did not rush directly to the Mariana Trench, but summoned a group of experts and sent a research ship to explore first. At the same time, they announced to the public, we will explore the Mariana Trench and find out the truth about the mutants. People all over the world are paying attention to their actions. Everyone wants to know whether humans can compete with mutants in the ocean. After hearing this news, Xuanwu executive also issued a reminder on the public platform. The Zerg under the Mariana Trench has a very strong combat power. Please do not be blindly confident when conducting exploration. The reminder has been sent. But whether they listen or not is another matter. The world still cannot avoid chaos. First, the prices of strategic materials such as food, oil, metal ores, and medicines have begun to soar, and supply cannot meet demand. Places with money purchase in large quantities, while places without money can only scrape together as much as possible. They all know that if the Zerg are really as terrible as He Xingzhou predicted, these things will not be available for purchase no matter how much money is spent in the future. At the same time, as long as it is close to the ocean, they have announced that they will investigate the marine environment, especially Sakura Island, which announced that it would spend hundreds of billions of dollars to explore all the surrounding seas, including the Sakura Trench adjacent to the Mariana Trench. Various environmental protection organizations began to speak out frequently, calling for environmental protection and the like. Various experts also began to emerge, analyzing various mutant creatures and making various judgments on the Zerg. Dr. Baker, who had disappeared for more than half a year, reappeared. During this period, he led the team to study the previous quantum computing error correction scheme. But there was no progress at all, and a lot of money was wasted. Because Rodney, the head of the World Ocean Research Organization, was dismissed as the signboard of the Beacon Project, he became the new spokesperson and began to be active for various phenomena outside. The people of Xingzhou no longer have the energy to pay attention. Half a month has passed since the announcement of the Xuanwu plan, and all places in Xingzhou have taken action. Coastal areas have begun to closely defend against the Zerg. The Great Wall of Steel project is advancing rapidly. The ships on the sea are also under stricter management. The fruits previously captured from the Mariana Trench were secretly transported to the Sentinel Research Institute. Song Jinghong rushed over with his research team upon hearing the news. In a transparent biological culture tank, an immature Zerg was soaked in green nutrient solution, and everyone observed through the glass. Its appearance seemed to be humanoid, somewhat similar to the embryo of a mammal. And at this time, the prototype of the limbs had been differentiated. And these limbs were claws, not human hands and feet. The head is triangular with a small short horn on it, and the trunk is strong. The most special thing is its heart, through its skin and scales that have not yet been formed. Everyone can clearly see that its heart is beating like a ball of fire. The energy level of its heart is very high, comparable to the energy level of the power unit of our armored vehicle, said Liu Tianhu, who was in charge of transportation. Our experts judge that if this guy explodes, it will be no less than launching a missile. The energy of the heart is so high. How do the body cells withstand it? How does the heart organ transmit this energy to the whole body? Song Jinghong looked puzzled. We have never found such a thing in our previous research on mutant creatures. It was born at the bottom of the deep-sea tree, so it should be a relatively advanced Zerg, He Xingzhou said. They call the deep-sea plant in the Mariana Trench a deep-sea tree. It's incredible, Kong Qing said with emotion. It's still in the embryonic stage. If it continues to grow like this, it will probably become a giant beast in the future. Yes, the life culture material it needs is 20 times that of other similar mutants, Yi Yin said. It is definitely an advanced Zerg. Its heart structure, body structure, and various organs are all very precious research materials for us, He Xingzhou said to Shui Yang and others. Academician Liu. Professor Yi, you have made an indelible contribution to this mission. We are also following orders, the two said. Song Jinghong said, this experimental subject should be the focus of research. Our team should study together. Yes, He Xingzhou naturally agreed, and said, Professor Yi, it is your achievement. You can give it a name. We sacrificed 2 Jialong submersibles to catch it, and it has horns, so let's call it Qianglong. Then call it Qianglong. He Xingzhou saw the jade jar and said, I have a hunch that the body structure of this Qianglong is very important. It may contain the Zerg's bioenergy utilization and biotechnology technology. The study of Qilong became another key project of the Xuanwu project. At this time, He Xingzhou had no time to study these. His focus was on military technology. When the insect nest in the Mariana Trench was discovered, He Xingzhou concluded that there was definitely more than one insect nest in the ocean. The mutant creatures here all migrated. So wouldn't there be more where they came from? Just like the iceberg theory. The iceberg we can see is only a small part, and the larger part is hidden in the depths. And the abilities of these insects, if they evolve for a period of time, will be irresistible to humans at the current level of technology. So he has to continue to accelerate the upgrade of technology, especially weapons and equipment. He Xingzhou called out the quantum optical brain and opened the military technology branch of the technology tree. There are so many branches here. Guns, artillery, missiles, armored vehicles, ships, anti-aircraft weapons, fighters. Any technology line can be upgraded. I have to think clearly. What is most needed now? He Xingzhou analyzed that it is a bit unrealistic to directly manufacture technology, such as ships now. The current need should be to protect coastal cities. Then start with the foundation of armored mechanical technology. Mechanical exoskeleton and mechanical arm technology. He Xingzhou selected the target. The reason for choosing this is that both mechanical arm technology and mechanical exoskeleton can be used to speed up engineering construction. Engineering machinery equipped with flexible mechanical arms can speed up construction efficiency. If AI intelligence is added, it will become unmanned machinery that works by itself. Now a large number of soldiers are helping with engineering construction. Mechanical exoskeletons can not only help them with construction, but also allow them to carry higher loads and have more firepower. In addition, with the current level of industrial manufacturing, these two are the easiest to manufacture in large quantities. Even if He Xingzhou takes out an aircraft carrier design now, he can't manufacture it in a short time. Spend 200,000 energy points to unlock intermediate ergonomics technology. Spend 300,000 energy points to unlock small mechanical arms, light mechanical arms, and heavy mechanical arms manufacturing technology. Spend 300,000 energy points to unlock the mechanical exoskeleton technology. After unlocking these technologies and understanding them, He Xingzhou immediately began to design. He first started with 3 types of robotic arms. There are industrial-grade metal air batteries for energy, so it's not a problem. Power systems, structural systems, and engineering operation systems need to be designed. AI systems, let Xuanwu help. It has absorbed a lot of mechanical knowledge. He Xingzhou used quantum computers to start high-speed design. A few days later, He Xingzhou had completed the design of small and light robotic arms, and he was communicating with academician Liu Jianya to discuss manufacturing matters. At this time, his emergency contactor rang. Liu Jianya said, "You go ahead and do your work. We will solve the manufacturing problems as soon as possible. Okay. He Xingzhou didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He hung up the call, then connected the emergency contactor and put on VR glasses. Many times, people are still used to using VR glasses instead of holographic projection, because the information of holographic projection is not private enough. It will be seen by bystanders. VR glasses can only be seen from your own perspective, and privacy is stronger. What happened? Need an emergency call? He Xingzhou asked. At this time, other Xuanwu executives also joined the call. It's the ocean monitoring side, Lu Tianhu said. Satellite monitoring shows that the White Eagle's exploration fleet is about to reach the Mariana Trench. So fast? Don't they investigate for a while longer? Qin Peng said. They have always known that all countries are investigating the Mariana Trench. But only a few countries have the strength to explore the deep sea. Other countries with insufficient scientific and technological strength cannot produce deep-sea submersibles at all. What's more, they have to face the attack of mutant creatures, which makes it even more difficult. I guess they have made some discoveries, Kong Qin said. White Eagle's deep-sea exploration technology has always been the world's #1 before our technological breakthrough. Turn on the Skynet satellite image to see the situation, Qin Peng said, and their perspective switched to the Skynet satellite image. Through the satellite's perspective, they can see that in the Pacific Ocean, White Eagle's exploration fleet is heading towards the Mariana Trench. This fleet includes 17 ships, cruisers, frigates, supply ships, and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. In addition, there are 20 scientific research ships responsible for fishing and detection. The lineup is very strong, Cui Weiman said with emotion. It seems that they are determined to get something this time. According to the route analysis, the coordinates they are moving towards are consistent with the coordinates we detected last time, the intelligence system Xuanwu said. Sure enough, they found the location, Song Jinghong said. But with our last detection, the Zerg should not let them figure it out so easily this time. If things go wrong, they will suffer a big loss. He Hongwei said, we have warned them that this place is very dangerous. We must also be vigilant, lest they anger the Zerg and cause any accidents. Let's keep watching. The whole world should be paying attention to their exploration now. In fact, although the White Eagle's deep-sea exploration activities were not publicly broadcast, they were not covered up at all. Places with advanced satellite technology or detection technology can see a little bit. Unlike other places, they can only see some low-angle shots through satellites. And He Xingzhou and others can see very clearly because of the space mapping function of Skynet. Below the sea level, there are also their ocean monitors. And the scenes under the ocean can also be seen clearly. Have all the probes been lowered? Baker asked his subordinates on the ship. Today's scientific expedition team was led by him. All have been lowered. 100,000 small deep-sea probes have been launched. Our 30 submersibles are also ready. The submersibles they prepared are more than 10 times the ones He Xingzhou prepared before. General Harvey, we are ready here. We can start, Baker said to the fleet commander. Okay. The ships will help you perform the mission, Harvey shouted. Just dive down. We will blow up as many mutant creatures as you can. Today, more than a dozen ships are here to blow up fish in the Pacific Ocean. Not only him, but other people on the ship were also itching to get their hands on it. These days, there have been rumors about how powerful the Zerg are, and the oceans are occupied by monsters, which makes them, the members of the fleet, feel very embarrassed. After waiting for a long time, they finally got to face the so-called Zerg today. I guess there are a lot of people watching now. Baker was also secretly happy in his heart. With such a powerful lineup, how could he be afraid of not getting anything? It would be best if he could capture a few big monsters and bring them up, so that he could become world famous. All submersibles, get in the water, he shouted. Chapter 123 Fleet. Danger! All 30 submersibles were launched. And there were also a large number of deep-water detectors and small unmanned submersibles as cover. On the mothership, Harvey and others were observing the underwater situation through the monitoring screen. Baker was also looking forward to it. He carefully watched the live video of He Xingzhou and understood their operations. There are many mutant biological groups under the deep sea, so the submersibles must be dispersed. After seeing the deep-sea worm tree, turn off the sonar, then grab a sample and run. 30 submersibles will definitely have a harvest, and this operation will be a complete success. He thought so in his mind. And at the beginning, things did develop in this way. About 3,000 meters underwater, they had already encountered a group of mutant creatures, relying on a large number of detectors to monitor and submersibles to avoid. They only lost 2 submersibles at this depth. Very good. Only 2 were lost. So far, Baker is very satisfied with the current results. No, something is wrong. He had already felt something was wrong. He analyzed, from the information obtained by our detectors, the density of mutant creatures has increased significantly, and the patrol range has also increased. The Zerg are on guard, Song Jinghong said. They are deliberately arranging defenses. Something big is going to happen, He Xingzhou judged. 3 submersibles were destroyed. The situation is completely different from our last time. Last time, the mutants we encountered were not very intelligent and did not know what a submersible was. Later, it was discovered by the Zerg. The Zerg with higher intelligence must have understood that this is a product made by us humans to destroy their nests and capture samples. So this time, a Zerg leader has appeared in the patrol team. After they find the submersible, they will immediately report to the higher Zerg. That is to say, the Zerg below are ready. If they continue to explore, the destruction of the submersible is a small matter. But we are afraid that the Zerg will cause unrest. We must warn them immediately. Kong Qing judged. We can't control how they want to die. But the Mariana Trench is obviously closer to us. If the Zerg are in chaos, it will inevitably affect the sea area near us. Yes. Everyone agreed with this view. Let scientists give scientific advice, so they don't think too much. Everyone decided to let He Xingzhou give a reminder. They quickly contacted the Ocean Research Organization and talked to Baker. Dr. Baker. During the video call, He Xingzhou met Baker. This was the first time they had a direct conversation. Before, Baker had always been the one to hype him up. But He Xingzhou didn't pay much attention. Dr. He? Baker saw He Xingzhou, smiled, and said, "You must be paying attention to our actions. Right? Now we are about to catch the alien creatures you mentioned. I can invite you to enjoy it together." He Xingzhou said seriously, "I strongly suggest you stop immediately. The Zerg has discovered you now. They are watching. If you make further moves, or the Zerg think you threaten their safety, you will be in danger of being wiped out." He Xingzhou has made it very clear. But to Baker, it sounds alarmist. He laughed. "Dr. He, you didn't say that when you were detecting before. Now we have a stronger lineup and more detection equipment. Are we still afraid of them? Do you see the mothership behind me? It's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. There are more than a dozen ships. Even if there is a real deep-sea monster under the sea, we can blow it into pieces." Baker, I don't want to argue with you about who is stronger or weaker, He Xingzhou finally warned. I hope you can consider this matter from a scientific standpoint. Of course, Baker laughed. Our scientific and technological detection methods are more advanced. Just wait and see. He hung up the video call. And He Xingzhou said helplessly, "There is no way. I guess this is the result." Everyone was also helpless and said, in their minds, "We remind them because we are afraid that they will obtain scientific research results. So the more we warn them, the more they want to prove themselves." Harvey also watched the conversation between the two. Hearing He Xingzhou's reminder, he was quite disdainful. What does this He Xingzhou think? What they can do? We can't do? Baker, don't be afraid. Keep exploring. And catch a big guy for me. We are continuing to dive. We are already 5,000 meters. Baker responded. Someone next to him reminded, we should be careful. If all these guys rush up, there will still be risks. Harvey thought for a while and said, keep all ships at high speed. Fill all guns and stand by. Ready to fire and transfer at any time. Maintain high speed, so that in case of emergencies, we can respond in time. Diving depth of 8,000 meters. We have lost 20 submersibles. Small detectors. More than 80,000 lost. The operator on the research ship said to Baker. The loss was so fast. Baker was a little surprised. At this depth, the density of mutant creatures was beyond his expectations. Sometimes, the detector had already discovered the mutant group and asked the submersible to avoid it. But the submersible was still destroyed. In their underwater detection images, they had seen the giant sea monster that He Xingzhou and his team saw last time. They are too big. Seeing these deep-sea giants, some experts have begun to panic. We have to retreat further. These guys can overturn our research ship. when Baker saw the monster twice the size of a blue whale appear in the camera. His heart began to weaken. He said, "Let's move to the ship first, and let the crew operate the research ship." Go to the mothership? The experts were surprised. In their hearts, the mothership represented the safest place here. This is the most powerful ship of mankind, with nuclear power and nuclear missile launchers. Yes, let's go to the mothership. Baker immediately contacted Harvey and said, "We are worried that the research ship is not heavy enough. After catching samples, it will be attacked by Zerg, and there is a risk of sinking. We need to use the mothership to load it." Harvey smiled in his heart. These experts must be scared. He agreed. "You go on board." When Baker and others boarded the mothership, a deep-sea submersible had already dived to 10,000 meters deep in the sea. The glowing, huge deep-sea worm tree appeared in the camera. There are such strange creatures on the blue planet. The experts were shocked. The information released by He Xingzhou is true. Zerg, not blue planet creatures. Someone has said, this plant can actually breed Zerg. This is clearly a biochemical factory. Before, they insisted on calling these monsters by the name of mutant creatures. But now, unknowingly, the experts have changed their name to Zerg. They believe that this creature completely subverts the biological common sense of blue planet. Look, those fruits are breeding Zerg, an expert said excitedly. This is definitely a powerful biological weapon. If we can get a sample, we will get the most powerful biotechnology in the world. Start the fishing plan immediately. Baker was also excited. If he could catch one of those things, he would become a world-renowned technology superstar. All the previous stains will be washed away. Is this the insect nest? Harvey, who witnessed it on the spot, was also shocked. When they watched the video materials before, they were more or less skeptical. But now they are exploring it themselves, seeing it with their own eyes. It can't be fake. Selecting targets. They now have 5 submersibles, and they can see different fruits through the perspective. Capture 5 samples at the same time. Baker is very ambitious. Surface from different directions, so the chance of success is greater. 5 submersibles, each with a target. And just like He Xingzhou's original choice, they also tried to let the submersible choose a target deeper in the depths. The creatures cultivated in these fruits seem to be more advanced than those on the upper level. Target number 1 has been acquired. Target number 2 has been acquired. Failed to acquire target number 3. The submersible has been destroyed. Failed to acquire target number 4. The submersible has been destroyed. Target number 5 has been acquired and is surfacing. Quick! Bring it up! Baker was overjoyed. He got 3 samples at once, which was 3 times what he expected. General Harvey, please prepare for cover. When the 5 fruits were passive, the deep-sea insect tree began to shake, as if it was conveying some kind of emotion. Then, countless mutant creatures and insects emerged from the bottomless trench and attacked the sea surface in a black mass. They are coming. Seeing this scene, the Xuanwu executives also became cautious, and their detectors were also being destroyed quickly. He Xingzhou saw that one of the submersibles was torn apart by the insect swarm almost instantly. Target number 2 has been lost. Baker received a report. Target number 1 has surfaced to 5,000 meters underwater, and target number 5 has surfaced to 5,400 meters underwater. Quick! 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 Keep speeding up, Baker shouted. Launch deep-sea torpedoes. Provide cover, Harvey commanded. Their deep-water torpedoes were also specially modified before departure, compared with other torpedoes that can strike at a depth of more than 1,000 meters. This deep-water torpedo can strike at a depth of about 3,000 meters. Torpedoes were fired one by one, targeting those mutant creatures. At this time, they didn't even need to aim, because there were so many monsters underwater. Any shot would hit the target. Target number 1 has been lost, and the submersible has been destroyed. Baker and others only had the last sample left, and he was very anxious. We must save this sample. Research ships should retreat first, and the surrounding ships should scatter. The monster is about to enter the attack range, so open fire, Harvey commanded. In fact, he didn't need to command. The captains of the research ships were scared to death when they saw the surveillance screen. The deep sea was full of huge eyes and various deformed creatures, some of which could swallow their research ships directly. So before Harvey gave the order, all the research ships started to evacuate. Boom, boom, boom. There were dull sounds coming from underwater, which were the sounds of torpedoes and depth charges exploding. Their firepower was indeed fierce. 1,000 meters below the sea level. It was completely dyed red with blood. And the surging water began to stir up huge waves. Bomb it! Blow up all these damn monsters. There were continuous underwater weapons firing from more than a dozen ships. The dense firepower temporarily blocked the mutants. Target number 5 is being acquired. The only remaining sample has arrived at the mothership and is being hoisted up by a pod. Great, Baker said happily. Captain, we can withdraw. Everyone evacuate. Harvey was also very decisive. He wanted to blow them up at first. But when he saw the seemingly endless monsters under the water, he felt that the risk was too great. Mission completed. Prepare to return. All ships began to evacuate. However, at this time, the observer explained and shouted in the communicator, Captain, emergency. We are surrounded. We are surrounded? Harvey was unable to react when he heard this. They were the most powerful fleet in the world. Who had the courage to surround them? Aren't the Zerg underwater stopped? Not directly below us, but in the surrounding seas. They bypassed our reconnaissance range and surrounded us from all directions. The screen cut to the nearby underwater detectors. Around them, Zerg teams quickly surfaced from the deep water and formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all the ships. From the screen, we can see that their number has reached an uncountable state, all in a black mass. At this time, there is no need for ocean detectors. Even satellites in low Earth orbit can see that the surrounding sea surface has been occupied by mutant creatures. They have discovered us a long time ago. They are surrounding us. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of this possibility. Those scientists said that the Zerg were alien creatures with advanced intelligence. But he didn't agree. He thought that only humans were intelligent life on the blue planet. But unexpectedly, these bugs had already set up traps and waited for them to enter. How did they deceive our detectors and hide? Harvey asked. Our detectors have been destroyed. Since just now, the sonar and underwater radar have been unstable. And these mutant creatures were not within our detection range. They swam over from the surrounding seas. Just now, the bugs have been stalling for time. Are they surrounded by Zerg? All over the world. The high-level officials saw this scene through satellite images. This shocked them. Zerg actually surrounded the aircraft carrier fleet. What are they going to do? Something big has happened. Sheen Pung stood up suddenly and said, I thought the Zerg would only chase them. But who knew they would actually surround them? Do they want to? Before he finished speaking, everyone thought of a terrible guess. This guess made everyone breathe heavily. And they didn't even dare to say it out loud. They want to destroy this aircraft carrier fleet. He Xingzhou directly said the guess in their hearts. Chapter 124 The Fear of Being Dominated. This. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. A few years ago, no one would have thought that such a thing would happen in the world. That was an invincible fleet that could roam the ocean. Attacking them, or even surrounding them, is something that many people would never think of. Now, these bugs actually set up an ambush and surrounded the fleet. Sheen Pung took a deep breath and said, from the beginning, the Zerg set up an ambush. They could have completely stopped the submersible from entering the trench. But they let a few go down. And they let the last submersible hang on Baker and others' appetite. When they were ready to evacuate, the encirclement had already been formed. Which one is stronger? Chui Weiman asked. I don't know either. Sheen Pung shook his head. Although we have conducted countless simulations and analyses of the Zerg, we have never had a large-scale battle with them. And it was in the ocean. Watch it patiently. Everyone was silent again and continued to watch the real-time video. Bomb it. Blow a gap. Harvey shouted. Break out in the direction of the Mariana Islands base. The base in the Mariana Islands also has another name, called Guando Base. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions enveloped the entire sea surface. And there were splashes of missiles everywhere, splashing dozens of meters into the air, mixed with Zerg limbs and bones. The fighter group on the aircraft carrier has also taken off and frantically bombed the gap. Fire coverage. Open the gap. This trick is still quite effective. And a bloody channel appeared in the Black Ocean. Get out, Harvey shouted. At this moment, all the crew members on the ship, as well as Baker and others, were all terrified, because they saw that those mutants and bugs were not afraid of death at all. They rushed towards the ships and research ships without regard for their lives. The research ships were equipped with very few weapons. Baker saw with his own eyes that hundreds of mutants jumped onto the research ship he had just taken. The crew members used guns to resist, but they were killed in less than 3 minutes. Some were torn into several pieces and eaten by monsters, and some were swallowed whole. This is hell. This is simply hell. God Almighty, please save us. Someone was praying in a trembling voice. What are you afraid of? Harvey cursed. We have plenty of ammunition now. And we have a bunch of nuclear warheads. As long as we rush out, we can get support from the Mariana Islands base. Can a bunch of mutants stop our ships? In the ocean, tens of thousands of mutants die every minute. Captain, the monsters under the sea are coming up. The subordinates shouted in panic. Through the images of the underwater detector, they saw that the mutants that were originally suppressed by a large number of deep-water weapons had now broken through the blockade of the bombs. And the ones that swam up were no longer those rotten fish and shrimps, but those huge sea monsters, among which there were real Zergs, commanding or attacking. One of the giant beetle-like creatures with its body wrapped in a shell directly sank a scientific research ship. Progress missile. Fire! A missile hit it accurately, and the power of gunpowder exploded in an instant. But it only made a hole in its shell, and it was still alive. This is just a corner of many similar scenes. And more giant monsters rushed up. Help! Save me! On the research ship, people were trying their best to ask for help, including an assistant that Baker was familiar with. Baker saw with his own eyes that he was swallowed by a sea monster that looked like a plesiosaur and buried in the belly of the worm. If I were still on the research ship, I would probably be dead a long time ago. Right? Baker thought in fear. Mothership. Mothership. We are under attack. Request support. Not only the research ship, but also the supply ship and the frigate with smaller displacement are seeking support at this time. The sea of insects is surrounded and attacked from all sides of the ocean and under the deep sea. And human ship design has not considered such a situation. Generally speaking, if it is a ship-to-ship bombardment, it is either mutual artillery fire or a contest of underwater weapons. The firepower network is tilted at such a close distance, and under normal circumstances, the enemy target would have been destroyed long ago. But now, the enemy is getting more and more, and getting stronger and stronger. Bang! On a frigate, all the crew members felt the ship tilting, and a giant sea monster was hitting them. Warning! The main hull is damaged. Damaged cabins are found, and water is coming in. Bomb it! Too many. We can't bomb them all. At such a close distance. The explosion also affects us. The missiles and torpedoes they launched were too close to the explosion, and inevitably affected their own hulls. Harvey saw that the Blood Sea Channel just opened up with a strong firepower network was almost gone in such a short time, and the Zerg was quickly filling the gap. Ship number 3 requests support. Our hull has tilted and is about to sink. This is ship number 6. We are being attacked by 3 giant monsters, and our missiles can't kill them. Ship number 7. The Zerg have boarded the deck. We are organizing defense. Close all the outer doors. Harvey had never seen such a tragic scene, and for a moment, he was a little dazed. Is this really still the Blue Planet? Not an alien planet? Captain! The subordinates looked at him anxiously, and they didn't know what to do. Who would have thought that just mutant creatures could force them to this point? In the White Eagle's office, seeing this scene, the senior executives were all shocked. They can actually destroy our ships. The fleet is being surrounded and annihilated. Some ships have been destroyed. Are we going to lose a fleet here? Too scary. Zerg can really fight against humans. The high-ranking officials in other places, who saw this scene couldn't sit still. The Zerg actually surrounded them. If it were us, we would have been destroyed long ago. The highest crisis. The Zerg is the highest crisis. We must immediately increase the Zerg crisis level. In this situation, it is impossible to escape without a nuclear bomb. Right? Harvey forced himself to calm down. The more such things happened, the calmer he had to be. He gritted his teeth, urgently contacted the office, and shouted, I am Captain Harvey. We have been surrounded by the Zerg and are facing the danger of destruction. I request to launch a nuclear bomb. When Harvey made this request, everyone in the office knew that things had reached the most critical moment. Nuclear bombs are the most destructive weapons ever created by humans. Most of the time, they are only used for deterrence. Scientists once said that once a nuclear war breaks out, humans will face doomsday. And now the Zerg has forced them to use this destructive weapon. White Eagle only thought for 3 seconds and said, "Allow launch." Facing the Zerg, there is no need to think too much. If these ships and soldiers are lost, it will be a price they can hardly bear. Listen. Launch the nuclear bomb. Kill all these monsters. Harvey shouted. Ready. Launch. A nuclear bomb was launched on the launch pad. This most powerful weapon in human history finally faced the deep-sea Zerg in the Mariana Trench. Finally launched. Baker and others were full of expectations. In the last world, they had done experiments. The nuclear bomb detonated in the ocean directly sank 2 battleships, an aircraft carrier, and a heavy cruiser. At that time, the experiment was an atomic bomb and a nuclear fission bomb. Now, hydrogen bombs of nuclear fusion reactions have been widely used, and their power is even more terrible. The first warhead fell on the sea of Zerg in front of them. At this moment, nuclear energy was released from the atoms, and the temperature instantly reached 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Then it dropped to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 or 3 seconds. All the seawater in Zerg within a kilometer of the explosion diameter were instantly vaporized. The high temperature heated all the seawater within a few kilometers in diameter to boiling, and the shock wave set off a 1,000-meter-high wave. The tsunami was artificially created at this moment. A mushroom cloud rose above the sea, and the nuclear radiation they produced was still spreading rapidly. Everyone hid in the ship and watched this devastating scene. This nuclear bomb cleared a gap in the sea of Zerg where they were surrounded. This time, we can finally escape. Right? Baker and others thought. They thought that the Zerg would quickly avoid the gap that was blown up because the seawater temperature there was very high. But they guessed wrong. The bugs not only did not avoid it, but rushed in frantically. Even some mutants were roasted immediately. They seemed to be given stimulants and became more excited. Explode. Throw a few more. Blow them all to death. There was a first time, and there was a second and third time. Harvey could not care about so much anymore. Safe evacuation was the truth. Several more warheads were launched, and the entire sea was dyed red with blood. The shock wave and tsunami caused all the scientific research ships to overturn or sink. Prepare to break out, Harvey ordered. Use the maximum horsepower and rush out. They actually detonated a nuclear bomb. People who watched this scene through the satellite were amazed. To deal with these mutants, we have to use nuclear weapons. What mutants? They are Zerg. Aliens. Some people have changed their positions. It's terrible. Fortunately, we didn't go to the Mariana Trench. Otherwise we would be the ones in trouble now. The power of nuclear weapons is still strong. They directly open the encirclement. It's not over yet. In a short while, the fleet had lost 5 ships. The remaining 12 ships broke through the gap together. In front of them was a heavy cruiser, the most powerful ship in the entire fleet except the mothership. Harvey and others were still nervous. They couldn't relax until they left the sea of insects. At this time, because of the power of the explosion, the surrounding ocean was full of huge waves and howling winds. Undersea detection was also affected. The underwater images seen by He Xingzhou and others were intermittent. But fortunately, they had enough detectors and could barely see some information. Suddenly, Xuanwu made a sound and reminded. A giant unidentified creature was discovered and is moving at high speed. What? Everyone was shocked. Xuanwu enlarged the image seen by the detector, and all Xuanwu executives widened their eyes. They saw a supergiant beast rising rapidly from the deep sea. It has a long lizard-like tail and a huge belly, comparable in size to a strategic nuclear submarine. The strange thing is that its upper body is not covered with fins, but with 2 huge claws. According to the sonar mapping data of the detector, its body length is close to 300 meters, and one claw alone is 150 meters long. Its head is a big mouth, and its eyes are on both sides. Moreover, the scale is very large. The size of the eyeball alone is comparable to that of a basketball court. Generally, the length of ships is about 100 meters. The length of the aircraft carrier this time is more than 300 meters, which is about the same as its length. He Xingzhou estimated that it could swallow a small ship alive when it opened its mouth. It is it. Song Jinghong recognized it at a glance. The giant creature in the magma on the seabed before. It was startled. It was a nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb startled it. He Hongwei shouted. Too scary. Lu Mei's face turned pale. How could there be such a giant beast in the world? How exactly is its body structure made? With such a body size and living in the deep sea, The pressure on its organs and bones alone cannot be explained by current science. And its power. Its heart is comparable to a nuclear reactor. He Xingzhou was puzzled. They discovered this deep-sea monster. And Harvey, Baker and others naturally discovered it as well. What is that? The ship's observers were almost scared to death when they saw it. Super monster. Its size is comparable to our aircraft carrier. Fuck. Did we provoke the legendary sea monster? Run. A strong nuclear reaction has been detected. The crew members also emphasized. It's not from the nuclear bomb we launched, but from this giant beast. Warning. Warning. The warnings on the ship kept ringing. Harvey felt that his heart was about to explode. What he had seen and heard in the past few hours was too much for the captain to bear. Attack it. He didn't need to say more. The ship had already opened fire on it. Various fish and underwater missiles hit it. But it didn't cause any damage, but made it angry. Its primary target was the fastest heavy cruiser. It's coming. On the ship. The crew was terrified, and they were already panicking. The giant beast rushed to the sea area next to the cruiser under the gunfire. It raised its huge claws and slapped it hard. This blow was like a nuclear bomb hitting the cruiser, splitting it in two from the middle. Boom boom. The ship made a loud noise. It has many ways to destroy the ship, but it chose the most primitive way. There is no doubt that this method is very effective and has amazing deterrence. Satellite images show that the ship broke directly into two pieces, accompanied by explosions and sparks, and sank under the Pacific Ocean. Our cruiser was destroyed by it. Everyone in the fleet, even Harvey, was scared when he saw the scene. How could such a thing happen in the world? Can humans really resist such a giant beast? They don't know the answer. And there is only fear in their hearts. Some crew members have dilated pupils, as if they have lost their souls. The people in the office saw this scene, and their hearts twitched fiercely. One of them, who was in poor health, actually fainted directly. People immediately helped him to rescue, while others had no time to care about his physical condition at this moment. They were thinking about a question in their minds. What should we do now? Use a nuclear bomb. Harvey shouted frantically. This was their last resort. Run. Run by plane. Baker stood up suddenly and shouted to Harvey. Evacuate by plane. If we don't run, we will all die. Even if we use a nuclear bomb, it may not be able to kill it. I don't know if there are still Zerg under the sea. We can't die here. Nuclear bombs can't solve the problem. Baker screamed hysterically. He didn't care about other people or research samples. He just wanted to survive. A nuclear bomb had been launched at the monster. Harvey couldn't wait for a second. He stood up and said to his confidant, arrange fighter planes immediately. I want to command from the air. Chapter 125. The whole army was annihilated. The confidant had been prepared for a long time. When he saw the big guy destroying the cruiser, he realized that the fleet was doomed today. Harvey, Baker and others hurried to the deck outside. It was very difficult to operate the aircraft on the deck at this time, because a tsunami was erupting here. Even the aircraft carrier was shaking, and the fighter planes could not stay stable at all. They were all fixed on the runway. On the other side, a nuclear bomb had been launched, and the target was the deep-sea monster. This nuclear bomb was a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 10 million tons. During the last war, there were two nuclear bombs, with TNT equivalents of 15,000 and 20,000 tons respectively. In the last century, during their ocean nuclear tests, hydrogen bombs with a yield of more than 10 million directly blew up the retired aircraft carrier used for the test. Today, this is a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 10 million. The behemoths seem to have sensed the crisis. When the small atomic bomb used to trigger the nuclear fusion reaction in the hydrogen bomb exploded and produced ultra-high heat energy, it felt the crisis. The whole body of the behemoth shrank into a ball like a hedgehog, letting its hard shell face the hydrogen bomb. The hydrogen bomb exploded, and the temperature of more than 100 million degrees Celsius instantly vaporized everything around it. Even the behemoth, which could withstand the magma temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius and the outer armor, was melted in large pieces, and large pieces of flesh and blood were roasted. The mushroom cloud rose. The shock wave caused a tsunami and a typhoon, and the seawater rushed up to the sky, forming a water wall more than 1,000 meters high. Fortunately, this hydrogen bomb was not a three-phase bomb that could cause a lot of nuclear pollution, but a hydrogen bomb detonated with the core of an atomic bomb, with a normal radiation intensity. Hit? Is it dead? Everyone saw this scene. This hydrogen bomb that can sink an aircraft carrier hit the deep-sea monster. Can it survive? At this time, Harvey, Baker and others had already rushed to the deck and prepared to board the plane. The tsunami shook the aircraft carrier violently, and they could only hold on to the fixed railings and ladders to make themselves move slowly. The water vapor produced by the explosion of the hydrogen bomb blocked the satellite's view, not to mention the ocean, and the surrounding detectors had long been evaporated. At this time, not to mention Hishingzhou, even Harvey and others at the scene were not clear about the status of the behemoth. Captain, the conditions for takeoff are very bad now. We are likely to have an accident. The pilot shouted in the communicator. Take off? Don't worry. Harvey gritted his teeth. In the past, carrier-based aircraft were prohibited from taking off and landing in this situation. But now is a critical moment, and there is no time to care about so much, Harvey thought. Even if the hydrogen bomb just now killed the deep-sea behemoth, there are so many Zergs around. They can't hold on, so they should retreat first. Take off. The pilot gritted his teeth. If he didn't fly, he would die. It's better to fight. He made an emergency operation and rushed out on the shaking deck. Baker sat in another fighter plane, staring at the observation screen on the plane and observing the surroundings. A total of 5 carrier-based aircraft took off. He saw that the carrier-based aircraft in front of him failed to take off. After flying for a distance, it fell into the sea and exploded violently. Perhaps because they were too unlucky just now. This time, the carrier-based aircraft Harvey and Baker were on took off smoothly. Pull up the altitude to 10,000 meters, Harvey shouted. Go to the Mariana Islands base. That guy should be dead? Baker felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. He continued to observe through the electronic screen and saw that several ships were sinking. The communication channel was full of distress signals from ships. Harvey continued to command with a gloomy face. Now no matter what method you use, rush out. Remember, as long as you break out of the encirclement, the ships sent by the base will come to support you. However, the explosion of the hydrogen bomb did not calm the bugs. More bugs rushed over. Without the size of an aircraft carrier, the ships were destroyed, sunk, or exploded one after another. Baker could even see the giant sea monsters climbing onto the deck and wreaking havoc. That guy must be dead. He just thought of this. No creature can withstand a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of tens of millions of tons. The next second, his expression, which had just been a little relaxed, switched directly to extreme fear. He was completely stunned, and even his breathing stopped at this moment. That's it. Harvey was about to command the aircraft carrier to evacuate, but his voice stopped halfway. He saw a scene that he would never forget. Other commanders and experts were also like this. The people on the plane seemed to be cast into a state of being frozen. The speed of light propagation is much faster than that of sound. Time was slowed down 100 times. They first saw a blazing high-energy ray coming from the bottom of the sea. This high-energy ray directly penetrated the sea fortress made by humans, the aircraft carrier. Its ultra-high temperature is comparable to the temperature of an atomic bomb explosion, and it is accompanied by a huge amount of radiation. The special steel used in the aircraft carrier was vaporized in an instant. The high-energy rays cut the aircraft carrier in two. What followed was a huge explosion, and the sound and shock waves began to spread. Some crew members on the aircraft carrier didn't even know what happened, and they turned into steam. For others, it just slowed down the time of death by a few seconds. The nuclear reactor in the aircraft carrier is exploding uncontrollably. This is equivalent to a super-nuclear bomb being detonated inside the hull. The flame shot up into the sky, and the mushroom cloud appeared again. The waves and air waves dispersed everything around, and the nuclear radiation emitted by the nuclear power reactor of the aircraft carrier polluted the entire sea. And all this happened in just a few seconds. After that bright mushroom cloud, there were only huge waves on the entire sea surface, and all the human ships sank. The invincible fleet that once roamed the ocean was annihilated in front of the Zerg. Through satellite images, people all over the world saw this scene. Those who stood at the top of the human pyramid had their hairs on their backs and their hearts trembling, as if they were struck by thunder. That ray, it's not dead yet? When guessing this possibility, even though he was thousands of miles away, He Hongwei's voice was trembling. Cut the aircraft carrier in half. What kind of attack method is this? At this moment, even Kong Qing, a leading scientist, felt despair. If their opponents were such terrifying existences, what power did humans have to resist them? Even hydrogen bombs can't kill them? Qin Peng felt his cognition collapse again. An entire aircraft carrier fleet was wiped out in the Mariana Trench. Chui Weiman felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. If this news spread to society, people all over the world would go crazy. Because one of the strongest military forces of mankind was defeated head-on by the Zerg. Isn't this the end of mankind? Too terrible. Lu Mei didn't know what to say. She kept taking deep breaths. He Xingzhou was also adjusting his mentality. Although he had long known in his heart that the Zerg had the ability to defeat the aircraft carrier fleet. But when everything really happened, he was still shocked. He stared at the monitoring screen of the Skynet satellite and found that the deep-sea monster did not appear again. And the high-energy ray also disappeared in a very short time. Xuanwu. High-energy ray intensity analysis. He Xingzhou shouted. According to the analysis of the ray brightness, it reached the heat energy of a nuclear bomb explosion at the beginning, and rapidly decayed within 1 second. Xuanwu said. It should be like this, He Xingzhou said. The deep-sea monster was injured by the hydrogen bomb. And it was seriously injured. It must have paid a great price for emitting that ray. He Xingzhou's words calmed everyone down a little. At least they knew that the deep-sea monster could not withstand the hydrogen bomb and would be injured. It's a pity that if the underwater detectors hadn't been destroyed by the hydrogen bomb explosion, we would know its current state. It would be great if we could get some of its tissue fragments. Song Jinghong has gradually calmed down and started to regain his normal thinking as a biologist. We can't find out now, but from now on, the whole world will be in chaos. Chui Weiman sighed. This scene caused a huge response all over the world. Until He Xingzhou announced the Zerg disaster, most places were still watching the White Eagle's operation and preparing to learn the White Eagle's treatment method. But now, they found that if they learned it, they would probably be killed by the Zerg. On Kangaroo Island, the senior executives who saw this scene were all scared pale. The White Eagle boss's fleet was sunk by the Zerg, and the whole army was wiped out. And they used nuclear bombs. What He Xingzhou predicted is true. We are surrounded by the sea. If we are attacked by the Zerg, it will be a disaster. Quick! Call an emergency meeting for all staff. Our previous measures are not enough. We must immediately enter the highest state of emergency. That deep-sea monster withstood the hydrogen bomb and destroyed the aircraft carrier. When people in Galilee saw this scene, they were already sweating and trembling in their hearts. If these Zergs are near us, we can't stop them. No wonder. No wonder they want to build a steel wall. Hurry up and act. All problems are not problems in front of the Zerg. Everyone must find a way to deal with the Zerg crisis. The inland areas were also confused at this moment. Can the Zerg destroy the aircraft carrier fleet? This is the end of mankind. If the Zerg land, they can crush us all. We can't even feel their teeth. Destroyed. Sunk. All sunk. Someone in the meeting hall of the Western Alliance shouted frantically. He was already close to the edge of mental breakdown. It's over. A senior official muttered to himself. Humanity is going to be destroyed. Blue Star is going to be finished. The White Eagle fleet is no match for them. If these guys are in the Atlantic, we will all be finished. Call all members, including those who have not joined us. A world-class disaster is coming. We must abandon all prejudices and differences and unite together. If it was in the past, members might quarrel for days, months, or even years over a major event. But today, all members are surprisingly consistent, because they know that their single strength alone is nothing in front of those monsters. The bears, who watched the satellite live broadcast throughout the whole process, could not remain calm. The hydrogen bomb equivalent is too small. If the Tsar bomb is used, it might be killed. No. If the deep-sea monster used high-energy rays at the beginning, the fleet would have been destroyed long ago. It's not dead yet. Do you want to launch a few more hydrogen bombs to make up for it? Don't be careful about the nuclear bombs. Shenlong has long reminded the world that the Zerg has the ability to absorb nuclear radiation and evolve. They are all over the ocean. If we kill one, can we kill them all? The whole country must be on high alert. Recall all our forces around the world. Protecting the country from Zerg invasion is the top priority. The people who were meeting in Sakura Island were almost scared out of their wits. The Zerg can destroy the aircraft carrier fleet. Boss White Eagle is no match for them. There are a lot of mutant creatures around us. If there is a Zerg nest under the Sakura Trench, then he didn't dare to continue. This is a danger of extinction. We can't cover it up anymore. This is a life or death moment. Someone needs to apologize to the whole island for what happened before. The whole island will immediately enter a state of emergency and mobilize all forces to search for the surrounding Zerg and mutant creatures. If there is one, kill one. In the office of White Eagle in the Land of Lights. The moment they saw the aircraft carrier fleet being sunk by alien creatures, all the pride and confidence in their hearts were shattered. Even if they have other fleets, their industry and technology can allow them to produce more ships in a short time. But no one knows. Even if they do that, can they beat the Zerg? The whole army was annihilated. The commander uttered a few words with difficulty. He knew that he had created a new record of shame. For the first time, an aircraft carrier fleet was completely sunk. They are definitely alien creatures, someone asserted. Blue star creatures cannot be so powerful that they can actually emit high-energy rays. Humanity has been invaded by alien creatures. This time, the end of the world is really coming. The world will become chaotic. What will we do? How can such monsters be killed? How many Zergs are there under the ocean? No one in the think tank present could answer these questions. No matter how smart they are, their cognition is limited to human cognition. Just like before the fleet set off, everyone agreed that He Xingzhou and his team could successfully detect. And their lineup was stronger. So they should also be able to successfully detect and gain something. But who could have thought that it would end up like this? Harvey and Baker have escaped. And they are about to return to the Mariana Islands base. The commander lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. Even if a world war broke out, he would not be so confused. This time we are facing alien creatures. What should we do? We must declare that the whole country is in a state of emergency immediately. Be prepared on all fronts. And build more ships and weapons to resist the Zerg. Convene a supreme meeting immediately to discuss this incident. In addition, all bases around the world are on standby. Especially the Zerg in the Mariana Trench. Keep an eye on them. And deal with them immediately if they have any movements. Chapter 126 Chaos begins. High-level officials from all over the world are holding emergency meetings. And even Xingzhou has held a meeting. The impact of the sinking of the aircraft carrier fleet by the Zerg is too great. It proves that the most advanced military weapons of mankind are still difficult to fight against the Zerg. It also declares that the ocean is no longer a place where human ships can pass unimpeded. The whole world needs to re-explore safer routes. Although all places do not want to announce this news, such things cannot be covered up. And some gossip is spread. In response to this incident, the Light Country held a press conference. White Eagle announced, "We explored the Mariana Trench and obtained some results." At the same time, several ships were also lost. The Zerg does have the ability to threaten humans, so we have decided that from now on, the Lantern Nation will enter a state of emergency. We will explore all the surrounding seas and hunt mutant creatures on a large scale. A budget of over $1 trillion is being approved to build a coastal defense system. They did not say that it was the aircraft carrier fleet that was sunk this time. Nor did they say that the deep-sea monsters resisted the hydrogen bomb. Because they know very well that if this matter is announced now, the people will not only feel panic, but despair. By then, let alone organizing defense. Even the internal affairs will be in chaos. Other places also tacitly maintained a consistent understanding on this matter. Even He Xingzhou did not deliberately say it out loud. The current situation has made everyone feel a strong sense of crisis. If this pressure is too strong, some people will be crushed. Even so, the news that the White Eagle fleet was defeated by the Zerg still shocked the world. On international social media, netizens speculated, our ships have actually suffered losses? Can the Zerg destroy warships? It's terrible. I heard rumors that even aircraft carriers were sunk by Zerg. How is it possible? Aircraft carriers will be sunk? Aircraft carriers have nuclear bombs and fighter groups. Anyway, these guys have threatened us and must be eliminated. The world crisis is really coming. The entire international stock market fell across the board. On that day, stock markets in almost all places were all circuit breakers. Stock market trading was stopped. The fleet was sunk. In the residence, biologist Barry, with a bandage on his head, saw the news. Dad, have you seen the news? You are right. The Zerg can really threaten humans. They slandered you. A phone call came from Barry's daughter Maple, who is in her 40s, married and has 2 sons. Barry's wife died very early, and his daughter and 2 grandsons are his few relatives. In order not to involve his daughter in his own affairs, He rarely contacted Maple. Maple was in high spirits and said, "They are unfair to you. You should come back and restore your reputation. Lead us to resist the Zerg." "No. It's useless." Barry was in low spirits and sighed. "It's too late. 3 years ago, I asked them to prepare. But no one listened to me. They all said I was crazy. Now they have discovered that the Zerg can threaten humans. It's too late. Too late. You know what? They only said that the ship was destroyed. I guess they must have used nuclear weapons. But they still didn't defeat the Zerg. With human technology, it is impossible to defeat the Zerg. They evolve faster. Maple, listen to me. You should find a way to take shelter." "Dad, you are too pessimistic," said Maple. "They are still in the ocean. And we have to continue living. But I plan to join the protest march and let them take measures to face the Zerg. Listen to me. Don't go. It's too chaotic now." Barry dissuaded. "Okay, Dad. Take care of yourself. We are going to prepare survival supplies now." Maple hung up the phone. Sakura Island. After White Eagle announced a state of emergency, they immediately announced to the entire island that Sakura Island would also enter the highest level of emergency. A member stood up and admitted that the mutants were real and the Zerg were a threat to humans, and bowed to apologize and resigned. People were extremely angry, and the accusations against him were overwhelming. Some even shouted that those guys who failed to respond should be shot. A large number of people took to the streets, demanding immediate measures to deal with the Zerg and protect the safety of Sakura Island. On the same day, the resigned member was found to have committed suicide at home. At the same time, some other people also chose to leave this world with him on this day. Anger is anger, and the mutants must be cleared immediately. They sent a large number of ships, and even fishing boats out to sea to kill mutants. At the same time, a large number of detectors were released in the surrounding waters to explore whether there were Zerg nests. Other places are doing similar things. For a time, deep-sea detectors became the most in-demand products, and people rushed to buy them everywhere. In addition, in supermarkets in White Eagle, Maple Leaf, Hans, John, Kangaroo and other places, people lined up to buy food, water, medicine and toilet paper. In front of gun stores, a large number of people bought guns and ammunition to prepare for disasters. In Times Square, merchants rented advertising screens to promote personalized doomsday bunkers to ensure your safety. We also have doomsday weapon packages, doomsday survival packages, and biochemical crisis packages. This service was very popular, and the rich rushed to buy it. As capitalists, they were more informed. Even some tycoons have learned about the sinking of the aircraft carrier fleet. They began to build doomsday bunkers, purchase weapons and ammunition, and form security teams. Some people began to take to the streets to promote the end of the world and various gods, and also gained a large number of supporters. Not only in society, but also between countries. They began to compete for resources. Various ships, trains, and planes transporting ore, oil, and food travel back and forth around the world. Some places even directly dispatched military transport planes to assist in transportation. The era of chaos has begun. Fortunately, because Shinjo has been preparing for 3 years, it has not been greatly affected by these fluctuations. Netizens in Shinjo are also discussing this matter. Have you heard? The White Eagles fought with the Zerg, and several ships sank. The Zerg are too scary. Their maritime strength is now the world's top. But they didn't win? No wonder we have to build the Great Wall of Steel. If these guys land, we can't even think about it. Except for the Mariana Trench. Are there any Zerg in our waters? We acted early, so we should have detected them all. Right? Don't panic. Follow the command. I have been following He Xingzhou's account. He hasn't posted any updates recently, which proves that there is no big problem. He Xingzhou did not post any updates, because he had to pay attention to the research, discovery and countermeasures of Zerg in various places. And he also had to study robotic arms and mechanical exoskeletons. And he was very busy. At this time, He Xingzhou was testing a medium-sized robotic arm at the National Institute of Mechanical Science. In front of him was an industrial robotic arm with a total length of 48 meters. 40 meters of it was the main arm, just like the huge mechanical main arm of a crane, which was mainly used for telescoping, extension, horizontal rotation of 30 to 60 degrees, and upward extension. The main arm mainly undertakes functions such as lifting, rotation, and load-bearing. The 8-meter-long auxiliary arm is responsible for the main operation function. Next to Yixingzhou, Lu Jianye and Zheng Yan, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering and the deputy chief engineer of the robotic arm research and design team. We're talking about their achievements. After we received the design drawings of Chief Engineer He, we started work overnight to study and improve the plan. With the cooperation of the manufacturing team, this medium-sized robotic arm was manufactured in the shortest time. Zheng Yan looked up and admired this steel creation. Unlike the heavy two-stage structure of the crane robotic arm, this robotic arm, although also divided into the main arm and the auxiliary arm, is multi-stage. If you look closely at each arm, it is actually composed of sections, similar to the body structure of the mantis shrimp. In the past, due to reasons such as materials, design, power, and manufacturing, it was impossible to design the robotic arm in this way. Now, after 3 years of industrial-level improvement, such a design has become possible. Therefore, the multi-section design allows the main arm and the auxiliary arm to rotate in all directions and operate at all angles. It is more flexible than human arms. Zheng Yan continued. The ultra-high power motor and industrial metal air battery are combined into a power pack to provide it with power, which is more powerful than the hydraulic method we used before. It is also more efficient. The main arm plus the auxiliary arm and multi-axis connection and publicity perfectly form a folded RIA Freedom operating space. There is also an AI intelligent operating system, and the computer can perform precise operations. If it is equipped with the body of an engineering vehicle, it will be the most advanced engineering machine in the world. Start it and see. After Yixingzhou finished speaking, the operator immediately started it. The 40-meter-long robotic arm began to rotate and construct. Different equipment can be installed on the auxiliary arm of the robotic arm, such as installing a drill bit to drill holes, installing cast iron to pile, installing pliers to carry, etc. Seeing that the robotic arm is performing operations such as drilling and carrying, it is flexible and free. One robotic arm can complete an operation that takes a construction team half a day to complete, and they can work 24 hours a day, without sleep. And they are intelligent, Lu Jianye said proudly. Such robotic arms are used in a large number of engineering equipment. Our construction speed has increased by 100 times. I am definitely not bragging. Everyone agreed and praised. At this time, Yixingzhou suddenly said, "What do you think will happen if a heavy robotic arm and an electric saw are installed on the Great Wall of Steel?" Ah, electric saw? Everyone was shocked by his idea. They had been thinking about engineering construction, but Yixingzhou was thinking about military use. Yixingzhou thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be quite useful. The mechanical arm installed on it can first assist in transportation and the like. Secondly, when the Zerg attacks, it is inevitable that there will be guys who approach the Great Wall of Steel to destroy it. It is unrealistic to use missiles at close range, as it will damage the Great Wall of Steel itself. We don't have advanced laser weapons now. Using mechanical arms to install electric weapons, such as electric saws and electric hammers, sweeping across, can effectively block. The most important thing is that it only consumes electricity, not important materials such as gunpowder, shells, and fuel. In the close defense of the city wall, 100 heavy mechanical arms are more effective than 100 armored vehicles. That does make sense. But we don't know much about military affairs. Chief engineer, he can discuss it with military scientists," Zheng Yan said. Yixingzhou then told Xuanwu, "Send my ideas to military scientists and let them study it." "Yes. The message has been sent." Yixingzhou asked Lu Jianye, "Mr. Lu, has the mass production of this robotic arm started?" "It has already started," Lu Jianye said. "We have urgently requisitioned several large machinery manufacturing factories to produce them. In an extraordinary period, we need to treat them in an extraordinary way. The robotic arms shipped out of the factory are directly sent to the Steel Great Wall Project Department. I will not participate in the research and development of the heavy robotic arm, the production of the robotic arm, and the development of the supporting engineering vehicles. I will leave it to you," Yixingzhou said. "No problem. We can do all of this." Lu Jianye and Zheng Yan agreed immediately. With this medium-sized robotic arm as a basis, it will be much easier to develop heavy-duty robotic arms. Yixingzhou also needs to design a mechanical exoskeleton. This thing is much smaller in size and mass than a robotic arm. But the difficulty of designing and manufacturing is not low at all. The most critical reason is that the mechanical exoskeleton is for people to use. All mechanical movements must adapt to the physiological structure and movements of the human body. To make the machine and the human body as one, it requires the simultaneous combination of material technology, bionics technology, microenergy technology, robotics technology, sensor technology, and control technology to complete. Material selection includes aviation hard aluminum alloy, titanium aluminum alloy, composite materials, nanomaterials, flexible textile materials. When He Xingzhou returned to the Sentinel Research Institute, the first thing he did was to think about this thing. Mechanical exoskeletons are also divided into many types, such as medical mechanical exoskeletons for assisting the disabled, civilian mechanical exoskeletons for construction projects, auxiliary combat exoskeletons for military purposes, etc. He Xingzhou plans to design a universal mechanical exoskeleton first, which has the widest range of uses, unified standards, and faster mass production. Since we want to mass produce, we have to use a relatively low-cost solution. He Xingzhou began to design and research, and at the same time, he also obtained solutions from various research teams in China. The most mature technology is naturally an auxiliary military mechanical exoskeleton designed by the military. He Xingzhou intends to upgrade and improve it. A few days later, He Xingzhou had just completed the leg support part of the mechanical exoskeleton when a message interrupted his work rhythm. In the chat group of the executive officers of the Xuanwu project, He Hongwei urgently contacted other members and sent a message, emergency news. A suspected insect nest was found in the Sakura Trench, and a large number of mutant creatures are gathering from the surrounding seas. Our intelligence officers analyzed that these insects may land in nearby areas. He sent a piece of intelligence information, and everyone was shocked when they took a closer look. Chapter 127 Zergs are out. According to intelligence, a Zerg nest was found in the Sakura Trench, which has an average depth of more than 6,000 meters and a maximum depth of 10,000 meters. Data from deep-sea detectors show that the coverage of this Zerg nest is more than double that of the Mariana Trench. Because the submersible failed to reach the bottom, it is not clear what is at the bottom for the time being. The Sakura and White Eagle detection teams have both conducted detections, and they also did not reach the bottom. The submersibles were basically destroyed when they reached about 6,000 meters underwater, He Hongwei said. Just as we guessed, Song Jinghong said. Since the Mariana Trench is where the Zerg migrated, there must be more Zerg in the Sakura Trench. The most critical issue is not here, He Hongwei said. Our observation team found that Zerg and mutant creatures gathered in large numbers, and were exploring the surrounding sea and land. We intercepted a section of infrasound waves emitted by the Zerg through the Zerg language system. Translated, they are probably looking for an underwater channel leading to the estuary. Estuary? Do they want to enter the inland through the river? Hearing this news, Kong Qing immediately smelled the breath of danger. It's entirely possible, Qin Peng said. We analyzed that if the Zerg want to occupy the land, entering the inland from the estuary of the river is the most convenient way. The estuary is an important hub connecting the ocean and the land, equivalent to a military stronghold. It is the most suitable choice for the Zerg to break through the estuary city. First of all, they are underwater, and we cannot prepare to observe, attack and intercept them. Secondly, through the rivers, they can directly avoid our land defense measures. If they are fast, they can enter the relatively weak defense inland within a day. At that time, it will be too late to resist and clear them out. After he said this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If this is true, won't the Zerg disaster soon spread to the land? He Xingzhou thought for a while and asked Xuanwu, what is the evolution level of the Zerg detected in the Sakura Trench? Are there any that can adapt to land survival in large numbers? Xuanwu said, detection data shows that most of them are marine mutants. Judging from their physiological characteristics, there are no obvious land creatures. Most of them are suspected amphibious creatures. That's it, He Xingzhou added. I think the Zerg currently does not have a large number of land biological troops. They have another goal in finding the estuary. That is, once they occupy the estuary, they can guard the pass between the sea and the land, and cultivate a large number of amphibious troops and land Zerg. Xuanwu, open the map, Qin Peng shouted. Xuanwu had already opened the map and marked the location of the Zerg nest and the estuary in the nearby area. There are several estuaries closest to the Sakura insect nest. The largest ones include the estuary of the second largest river in Sakura Island, the Tone River, located in Chinya, as well as the estuaries of the Nakdong River and the Han River in Goryeo. If these zergs want to come to our waters, then the closest and largest estuary is the mouth of the Yangtze River in Modu. Judging from the geographical location, they are the farthest from the mouth of Modu, and the risk of zerg coming to us is lower. We can't take it lightly, and we must closely monitor the movements of zergs in the ocean. Qin Peng immediately gave an order, saying, "Let the fleet and scientific research team go to the East China Sea and the adjacent Pacific Ocean for exploration, and deploy a large number of deep-sea detectors to keep an eye on them at all times." He immediately conveyed the order. "We have to be prepared too." Xuanwu executives made preparations while observing. He Xingzhou accelerated the development of the mechanical exoskeleton. He spent several days upgrading the back and load-bearing structure. Next, it is to combine the previous mechanical arm technology with ergonomics, sensor technology and control technology to create a human mechanical exoskeleton arm. At this time, the team going to the East China Sea for exploration sent a message that they had found clues of the Zerg's actions. Shui Yang reported, "The Zerg has begun to move. They are migrating on the seabed on a large scale. A large number of our ocean monitoring stations have been destroyed. We have already found 3 routes. The first route appeared on the sea map. From the nest of the Sakura Trench, a Zerg team is advancing. The number is unknown. The direction is probably the Kanto region of Sakura Island, and it is suspected to be the estuary of the Tone River in Choshi District. The second team, the suspected route is from the nest to the estuary of the Nakdong River in Busan, Goryeo. There is also a third team." Shui Yang's tone was obviously heavier. He said, "It is suspected that they are from the nest of the Sakura Trench, entering the East China Sea from the Pacific Ocean, and their destination should be the estuary of the Yangtze River in the Magic City." Hearing his words, Chui Weiman immediately asked, "How can you be sure that their target must be these estuaries?" Shui Yang explained, "The speeds of Zerg and mutants in the sea are different. Some Zerg are particularly fast, equivalent to Zerg vanguards or scouts. They arrived at the target area for exploration in advance, forming a relatively dense mutant belt. The subsequent teams are converging and advancing along this route. So we made this judgment." "It's true," Chui Weiman said. "It's really the estuary. And these 3 target locations are all very critical. Once the Tone River estuary is occupied, you can directly follow the Tone River into the Sakura Kanto Plain, which is the hinterland of the entire Sakura Island. The estuary of the Nakdong River in Busan, Goryeo, is an important location in their Pacific Defense Circle, not to mention the estuary of our Yangtze River, which runs directly through most of the inland. The Zerg must have a world map," He Xingzhou said. "Didn't there an incident of mutant birds injuring people before? It is easy for these mutant birds to fly all over the world in a few years, so they know the situation on land very well. And their destination selection is so tricky. They divide their troops into 3 routes at the same time. Do these Zerg want to conquer 3 areas at the same time?" Qin Peng asked in confusion. "Are they so confident in their own strength?" "It's impossible to find out," Shui Yang said helplessly. "Our deep-sea detectors survive less than 3 days on average before they are discovered and destroyed." Song Jinghong said, "Then use Zerg spies. We are making bionic detectors and implanting them into mutant organisms, which are difficult to detect. Can we intercept them?" Lu Mei asked. "We don't have the ability," Shui Yang said in embarrassment. "The Zerg nest in the Sakura Trench is also 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Our weapons can't reach it, and we can't hit it. The last aircraft carrier fleet that was wiped out is still alive. The average water depth of the Pacific Ocean is 3,957 meters. Basically, when it reaches 1,000 meters underwater, our weapons have no lethality. After entering the Eastern Sea area, the water depth is shallower. But once the Zerg are dispersed, it is difficult for us to stop them. We can only partially attack them. If they really want to swim over, there is really no way to stop them at present. Anyway, the possibility that the Zerg will try to attack the Magic City is very high," Chui Weiman emphasized. "But our steel Great Wall has only been under construction for a few months. Even if we only build the Magic City section, it will take several months. The Magic City has more than 20 million people, plus the nearby urban circle. It is one of our most important economic, industrial and port cities, and with the Yangtze River as an important lifeline, There must be no mistakes. Everyone has realized that their first battle against the Zerg is about to begin. This battle may determine the fate of the entire Xinzhou in the future. No one can tell how long the Zerg will give us to prepare. Qin Peng said. The most urgent task now is to immediately declare the Magic City in danger and mobilize the power of the whole country to build fortifications for the Magic City. From the Great Wall of Steel to underwater defense at the estuary. And other military weapons. Yes. Report immediately and enter a state of war with the Zerg. Everyone agreed and immediately prepared for relevant matters. At the same time, they also announced the intelligence they obtained to the World United Organization. The Zerg attack is a problem that all mankind must face. Now Xinzhou does not have the ability to defend all mankind. So it can only let each place prepare for itself. On Sakura Island, they saw the Zerg movements announced by Xinzhou. It's the same as what we detected. The Zerg is preparing to land. And the target is the estuary of the Tone River in the Choshi area. The people on the island have been investigating the nearby Zerg. And they also have a certain amount of intelligence. The Zerg are about to attack. Too fast. We are not ready. Although they declared a state of emergency, the implementation was not smooth. There were problems in every link. These days, people apologized every day in the news. And people were numb to it. The estuary leads directly to our hinterland. And we cannot afford to lose it. We must mobilize the greatest force to defend the estuary of the Tone River. We must also ask the White Eagle for help. They knew very well that without the help of the White Eagle, their danger would increase several times. Similarly, Goryeo was also panicked. The defense we arranged in Busan is not enough. Urgently gather forces to defend the estuary of the Nakdong River. What should we do if the deep-sea monster that sank the aircraft carrier last time appears? Request White Eagle and international assistance. It's urgent. Because of the news about the Zerg, Sakura Island and Goryeo are urgently deploying military forces for defense. And White Eagle also received their request for help. After a fleet was destroyed by the Zerg in the Pacific Ocean, White Eagle has already had a psychological trauma about this incident. Fighting the Zerg will definitely result in great losses. But we must master more Zerg intelligence and accumulate experience. Otherwise, when we encounter this problem in the future, it will hurt ourselves. As for the cost, let them bear it themselves. After weighing the pros and cons several times, White Eagle decided to help. But the help was limited because they didn't want to lose too much in front of the Zerg. While they were still discussing countermeasures, Xinzhou had already made a decision at the fastest speed. And the Xuanwu executive called the whole country to hold an emergency press conference. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and many people had returned home to rest. At this time, whether they were watching TV, playing computers, using mobile phones or other smart devices, or using community loudspeakers, they could hear the notification. The Xuanwu executive is holding an emergency press conference to announce important things. Please watch it in time and stay tuned. What happened? The people who heard the news rushed to see. At this time, a press conference was suddenly held. Something big must have happened. In front of the camera, Qin Peng and He Xingzhou sat side by side at the press conference. He Xingzhou went straight to the point and said, "Everyone, it's time to rest now. We are urgently calling the whole country because we are about to face a huge disaster. According to our intelligence investigation, a large number of Zerg and mutant creatures are gathering in the Sakura Trench and nearby areas, and their destination is near the land. Among them, there are mainly Sakura Island, Goryeo Island, and our Magic City area. We have announced it to the world." He Xingzhou's few words shocked the audience all over the country. What? The Zerg will attack so soon? Oh my god! How could it be the Magic City? I'm in the Magic City. Me too. Too fast. Our Great Wall of Steel hasn't been repaired yet. Now the Zerg are attacking. How can we stop them? How many Zerg are there? Can we stop them? It's over. It's over. At this time, everyone was no longer in the mood to pay attention to other places. He Xingzhou continued, "We are still determining the number and scale of the incoming Zerg. But in order to ensure the safety of the Magic City, we must take action immediately. So here, we need to mobilize the power of the whole country to support the Magic City, so that the Great Wall of Steel in the Magic City section can be completed as soon as possible. Now the Magic City needs workers, architects, doctors and other related practitioners, earthwork, sand, steel and other construction materials. We will announce the specific projects in detail later." Qin Peng continued, From now on, the fleet will be transferred to the estuary of the Yangtze River for garrison. All units will dispatch ground troops and air forces to the Magic City for defense. Our Xuanwu troops will also go to the Magic City front on a large scale. Everyone, this will not only be our first battle with the Zerg. It also concerns the lives and safety of more than 20 million people and the safety of the entire land. So we hope that everyone can cooperate with the defense plan. Let us defend the Magic City together. After their announcement, the whole country was shocked. Various reports went viral on the internet. The Zerg are going to attack the Magic City. The Xuanwu executive has sent a telegram to the whole country, asking for support from the whole country. The Magic City is short of construction resources and manpower, and the Great Wall of Steel has not been completed yet. We are going to go to war with the Zerg. People's reactions were different, including nervousness, anxiety, fear, and concern. But everyone understood that the Magic City was the key place for Xinzhou to block the invasion of sea monsters. And it could not be lost. In the Xuanwu base, 200,000 soldiers were gathering. They had just learned the news, and the soldiers gathered as quickly as possible. These 200,000 were all the soldiers in the base now. And the other Xuanwu base soldiers had long been transferred to other areas. With determined faces looking at the training ground, He Hongwei was making the final deployment. He said, after the land forces arrive, the first task is to build a defense line along the coast. We cannot be sure when the Zerg will arrive. Nor do we know whether the Great Wall of Steel can be built in time. This defense line is the first guarantee. The marine forces, together with the fleet, will immediately block the estuary. Even if the ships and nets block the Yangtze River, not a single Zerg can be allowed to come in from underwater. The air forces will conduct all-round aerial reconnaissance and assist in the transportation of supplies. There are also mutant creatures in the air. You must patrol the airspace 24 hours a day. All flying mutant creatures found will be shot and killed. Soldiers, the Xuanwu army was originally established to deal with the Zerg. These monsters can kill and eat people. Are you afraid? No! The soldiers shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. We have trained for 3 years and prepared for 3 years. Just for this moment. The time has come for the motherland and the people to test you. Pick up your guns and cannons. Let's go to the front line together to defend the Magic City. Go to the front line and defend the Magic City. The soldiers shouted in unison. The sound broke through the sky. Similar scenes occurred all over the country. Hundreds of thousands of troops were urgently transferred to the Magic City and nearby areas for defense. Chapter 128 Help from all sides. The news that the Zerg will attack the Magic City spread quickly. The first to cause a sensation was in the Magic City, where residents in a community were gathering to discuss. Have you seen the news? The Zerg will attack here. We are now in a dangerous place. What should we do? Should we evacuate? My grandson's school has notified that classes will be suspended and switched to online classes at home. Everyone wait for notification. The nearby shelters are being arranged. Every household and every person will be arranged. The aunt of the neighborhood committee patiently explained. Now we also need to recruit some volunteers to help with emergency resettlement and shelter material processing. Everyone who is in good health and has enough time and energy, please sign up. The neighborhood committee held the registration form and looked at the audience. Now there is an urgent need for manpower. The original manpower has been sent to the seaside to garrison and build the Great Wall of Steel. And the community also needs volunteers to help maintain order. The audience was silent for a few seconds. She was very anxious. Today, the street office notified her that this community would recruit at least 20 volunteers. No one signed up. She appealed again. At this time, a strong old man stood up and said, I have lived here all my life. This is my home. If my family encounters difficulties, can I ignore it? I'm still in the winter swimming team. I'm in good health. I'll sign up. After saying that, he stood up and took a registration form. Uncle Wang is right. Can't we not worry about our own family affairs? Several aunts stood up and said, although we are old and can't go to construction projects like young men, we can still help with publicity and registration. Seeing them stand up, more people stood up. A young man said, although I'm not from here, I also live in Shanghai. I haven't found a job recently. I'll sign up too. The neighborhood committee aunt smiled and said, after this period is over, I'll help you find a job. I'll sign up too. Mr. Zhang, why haven't you come to the neighborhood committee office yet? We need volunteers now. I've signed up. Come quickly. One by one, they stood up to sign up. Because the city is going into a state of emergency. Many companies have announced that they will work from home. And with the retired elderly, there are many people who are free. Come on. Sign up one by one. The neighborhood committee Andy smiled from ear to ear. Uncle Lou, you are too old. Don't be a volunteer. Uncle Lou glared and said unconvinced, it's not hard for me to go up to the 8th floor in one breath. Who says I can't do it? Enough? Enough. There are enough places. The neighborhood committee Andy said, let's do this. I will give priority to those with good health. I will also apply for other people who have signed up to see if there are any suitable jobs. Originally, their community needed to recruit 20 volunteers. But in a short time, more than 3 times as many people have signed up. Modu Electric Group. This is one of the largest manufacturing enterprise groups in the country. With power stations, power transmission and distribution, heavy industry, rail transportation, electromechanical, machine tools, and other businesses. When the news came, the top management of the electric group immediately held an emergency meeting. Dear colleagues, everyone should have seen the news. Modu is about to face risks, said President Yuan Han. Everyone think about it quickly. What should we do? Should we stop production and work? Someone spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Han glared at him and said, our group is responsible for manufacturing a large number of industrial equipment. Now is the time of urgent need. How can we stop production? If the Magic City cannot stop the Zerg, what kind of business are we doing? A senior executive said, I suggest that all other orders be stopped immediately, and all efforts should be made to provide industrial products and machines for the construction of defense projects. It is too difficult to do this. Some workers are unwilling to continue working and have asked to stop working and go home. We also need to coordinate materials and construction. In the current situation, everything is difficult. No matter how difficult it is. Is it difficult to fight the Zerg? Yuan Han slammed the table and made a decision. It's settled. I will mobilize the employees. He immediately organized a staff meeting. And tens of thousands of employees gathered together. Yuan Han gave a speech. Dear employees. Not long ago, the Xuanwu executives informed us that the Zerg will attack the Magic City. This city will face the most dangerous moment in history. I know that many of you are not in the mood to work now, and want to stop working and go home. I want to. Too. I still have a wife and children. If I want, I can leave immediately and go to a safe place inland. But I can't leave. Why? Because our electrical group is one of the largest machinery and equipment manufacturers in the country. And we are in the Magic City. If I, the president, and the manager here all leave, how can this factory operate? The defense project is in urgent need of our machinery and equipment. If we leave, who will produce? Are the people of the Magic City to face the Zerg with their bodies? So I and the entire management team decided to stay and continue to hold on. I also hope that my colleagues can stay as much as possible during this emergency period to ensure the continuation of production. During this period, the salary of those who continue to hold on will be increased 5-fold. Are you willing? The employees were silent. From a personal perspective, everyone now wants to leave this dangerous place. But they know better that once they leave, mechanical manufacturing will inevitably be affected. Soon, someone shouted, I am willing to stay. I was taught since childhood that a country comes first, then a home. Those soldiers are willing to go to the front line. We are in a safe factory. What are we afraid of? I will stay too. If we leave at this time, won't we be deserters? The Zerg hasn't come yet. What are you afraid of? Brothers and sisters, stay and continue to manufacture. I want to participate too. Some people secretly refunded their tickets to go home. And some people were in a heavy mood and sent messages to their families, saying that they couldn't leave for the time being and that they were safe now. Okay. Then we will fight in the factory. Yuan Han shouted. All other orders will be stopped. And the losses will be borne by the group. Now we are manufacturing all the mechanical equipment needed for the frontline projects at the highest load. Start working. Start working. Tens of thousands of employees are rushing to their posts. Similar scenes are happening in steel groups, pharmaceutical companies, and other companies. Even companies not in Shanghai have issued similar announcements. A logistics company announced, from now on, all our warehouse materials in Shanghai will be donated free of charge as long as they are needed for emergency. In addition, We will allocate resources from all over the country for Shanghai on a voluntary basis. An internet company announced, we will donate 10 billion to Shanghai to help carry out related defense tasks. A food company announced, we are urgently allocating food and donating it to Shanghai. A certain automobile group announced, we are renovating the production line and will produce the relevant mechanical equipment needed for defense. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support. The whole society is responding. In the central region, a construction team has just completed a project, and the contractor Gaoshua is paying wages to the workers. After receiving the wages, everyone can end more than a year of hard work and go home to rest for a while. Dolly, what are you going to do with your wages? Gaoshua handed a stack of money to a dark-skinned worker and asked with a smile. Of course, I'm going home to see my wife. Everyone laughed. Dolly said with a serious face, I'm going to the Magic City. Going to Shanghai? Are you crazy? Someone said. Didn't you watch the news? The Zerg is going to attack there. Everyone is running now. What are you going to do there? Yeah. I remember your family is not from Shanghai. Right? I know. Dolly said. They said they are in urgent need of workers there now. I don't have any other skills. But I can still do some labor. Are you crazy about money? A worker said. If the Zerg really comes, I might be in trouble. It's not about money, Dolly said. I can do without salary. I wanted to be a soldier before, but I didn't make it. Now I have the opportunity to go to the front line. I must go. If no one goes, what if the project can't be completed? Are we waiting for the bugs to come ashore and kill people? After that, he stopped explaining, took the money, and walked out. Everyone was silent. Gaoshua lit a cigarette and laughed and scolded. Dolly has never been to school, but he still has this awareness. Damn it. Dolly. Wait for me. Dolly asked, Foreman. What's wrong? Gaoshua stood up and smiled. I have a car. I'll take you there. Foreman. Count me in. A worker stood up and said, Dolly and I are from the same hometown. He went to Shanghai. But I didn't. I'm afraid the villagers will scold me to death. I'd better go together. Go. Go. I'll go too. I'm short of money. And I heard the salary there is very high. If I work hard, I can turn my bicycle into a motorcycle. Can they use my dump truck? The dump truck driver asked. Foreman. Why don't you take me with you when you have the chance to make money? I won't work with you next time. Looking at the suntan faces, Foreman Gaoshua cursed. You're threatening me. Okay. Don't regret it when you leave. I'll discuss with the other foreman. And we'll just form a construction team and take the construction truck over. Tonight, we'll leave for the Magic City overnight. In the lobby of a public security office in the north, the receptionist watched an old man in cleaner's clothes and a mask hurried in. Old man, is there anything I can help you with? The receptionist asked. The old man put a small cloth bag on the window and said, Please pass this on to me. After that, he left. Hey, old man, you didn't take your things, the receptionist shouted hurriedly. But the old man had disappeared. She curiously opened the small cloth bag and was shocked to see a dozen banknotes inside. Judging from the thickness, there were probably tens of thousands of yuan. Why did you leave the money here? Did you find lost items? There was no information left. What should I do? She was anxious. But she saw a small note in the bag. It said, a total of 34,000 yuan, which is my personal savings. Please donate it to Shanghai. Thank you. More than 30,000. The receptionist was surprised. Looking at the old man just now, he was just an ordinary cleaner. How many years would it take for him to save so much money? She could even imagine the scene of the old man saving money and saving money. And he actually donated all the money directly, and did not leave his name. At a roadside stall, a group of middle-aged people were drinking and dining. Among them, there was a wealthy boss, a security guard who had just got off work, and a greasy uncle. A total of 8 people were toasting. Does everyone know about the matter in the Magic City? Uncle Fengyang asked. Everyone knows. Everyone nodded. The Zerg is coming, and that place has become the most urgent place. The whole country is making preparations. Our company is just organizing donations to the Magic City. Yes, the crisis is coming. Fengyang drank a glass of wine and said, I plan to go to the Magic City. When everyone heard his words, they asked in surprise, did the organization issue a recall order? They were all soldiers, who had retired for more than 10 years, and were also comrades in arms. Not yet, Feng Yang said. I have been paying attention to the news of the Zerg. Judging from this situation, it is only a matter of time before they threaten humans in an all-round way. At that time, the country will definitely need us. Brothers, do you still remember our days in the army? Of course I remember. We were only 18 or 19 years old at that time. And we worked hard every day. Laoli and I shared the same bunk bed. Don't mention it. I still remember your smelly feet. After training, the smell was simply unbearable. Ha ha ha. It's been almost 20 years, and we have become greasy middle-aged men. Feng Yang sighed. Yes, everyone has started a family and has children. My belly is so big now. When I was training before, I also had 8 abdominal muscles. The wealthy boss Shinli sighed, touching his beer belly. Lao Feng, our physical fitness is not as good as before. I know. But I still want to go to the Magic City, Feng Yang said. Although the organization has not recruited me yet, I can be a volunteer, go to the engineering team or other places. It's all fine. Have you decided? Everyone asked. Yes, I've decided. I've already talked to my wife, Feng Yang said in a deep voice. The ticket has been bought. Tomorrow morning at 6:30. I want to go too. But with my current physique, I will only cause trouble for them. Shinli sighed helplessly. It seems that I have to lose weight this time. I have to go back and discuss it with my wife. I really envy you. I want to go to the Magic City. But I still have work now. Our unit also produces emergency supplies. I can't leave here. Old Feng. Good job. The brothers all support you. When I lose weight, I will definitely go with you, Shinli said. It doesn't matter. As long as everyone still remembers what we said before we retired. Feng Yang raised his glass and said, Brothers, shouted out together. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison, if there is a war, we will return when called. The glasses clinked together, and a hearty laugh rang out. Chapter 129, He Xingzhou has come to Magic City. Deng Country, California Institute of Technology. Yusheng. There is news of the Zerg invasion. It is very dangerous over there. Are you sure you want to go back? In a dormitory for international students. A group of people are seeing off a young man. Yes. Professor Jones admires you very much, and said he wants to keep you in his laboratory. He is a world-class physics master. How many people want this opportunity? It's a pity for you to go back now. With your strength, you can definitely get a green card and stay in Deng Country. Don't persuade me. I have made up my mind. The young man raised his head and said firmly, It was the country that trained me to study abroad. I learned skills for the use of my country. It's like this in normal times. And now it's a time of crisis. I'm studying laser technology. I heard that domestic research institutes are recruiting talents in this field. I must go back. Although Lianyuan is good, it's not a place to stay for a long time. Although Jincheng is fun, it's not as good as my hometown. See you later, everyone. After saying that, Yusheng took his luggage and went to the airport to take a special plane back to China. In the area close to the coastline in the Magic City, both the people and the property must be transferred to a relatively safe place. Some were arranged to the nearest shelter, while others returned to the inland or went to other areas. But at this time, the transportation hubs have been controlled, and whether entering or leaving, they must strictly abide by the arrangements. At the Magic City Airport, a military transport plane landed at the airport entrance. He Xingzhou came down from the boarding gate, and Su Jilan and Ding Yu were wearing casual clothes and guarding around. He came this time with a batch of general-purpose mechanical exoskeletons that had just been manufactured by the Mechanical Manufacturing Institute. All these equipment were packed in boxes and pulled directly over by military transport planes. He Xingzhou planned to test their functions and effects in actual use, and improve them while testing. The shuttle bus stopped at the pickup station. He Xingzhou was about to leave, but he noticed a message prompted by the Xuanwu system. At the airport, chaos was happening, and the management staff was asking for help from their superiors. The Xuanwu system is now used in various departments, especially in the current Magic City, from individual residents to material management, traffic management, engineering management, defense management, etc. They are all included in the Xuanwu system in real time, just like the traffic jam map in the past. If something happens or troubles there, The Xuanwu system will promptly notify the corresponding management personnel to deal with it. And this time, it was a level 2 incident. The airport manager asked for help from the level 2 and above Xuanwu executor managers. You pull the things over first, and we will go over to take a look, He Xingzhou said to the soldiers in charge of transportation. Yes. The soldiers began to transport according to the instructions. He Xingzhou was sitting in the airport car, heading to the destination area while checking the situation on the Xuanwu system. Xuanwu said, the chaos happened in the airport hall. Nearly 1,000 people were blocking here, demanding that the airport open flights and let them leave. Most of them are foreigners, because the managers are worried about causing a big misunderstanding. They are seeking instructions from their superiors. As Xuanwu said, He Xingzhou was almost at the location. He heard a lot of noisy sounds from a long distance away. I saw a group of foreigners blocking the airport management hall, yelling or cursing. Through the translator, He Xingzhou could understand every word they said. Open flights and let us return home. We demand additional flights immediately. We want to leave the Magic City. I am from Ding country. You must leave today and add additional flights. Otherwise, I will complain to our embassy. Open the flights and let us leave. You must respect our needs and immediately arrange a green channel for us to leave the Magic City. Most of them were similar shouts, some of which were foul language and rude. He Xingzhou frowned when he heard it. And Ding Yu cursed in a low voice when something happened. These guys not only didn't help, but also came to make trouble? The customer service and airport manager were busy explaining, sorry sir. If you have a ticket for boarding today, we will definitely arrange a flight. Because of the emergency, our flights are full. You can buy tickets for other dates and take other means of transportation to another city airport to board the plane. I don't care. You must arrange a flight today. These people shouted. Otherwise no one will be allowed to board the plane here. Administrator Fang Sheng was sweating profusely when the news that the Zerg was going to attack the Magic City came out. These people panicked and wanted to leave. All the tickets that were scheduled were sold out. These people couldn't buy tickets, so they came here to make trouble and demanded that they be given a special flight so that they could leave. Because they were making trouble. The passengers who boarded the plane normally were also affected and complained on the side. Why don't you chase these troublemakers away? I didn't buy a plane ticket. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you want to waste your time? If you want to return home so badly, why don't you take a bus to another city airport? Now the airport in Shanghai is used to transport military supplies. I really want to go up and slap them in the face. Are you the one in charge? A voice sounded in his ears. And Su Jilan appeared beside him and asked, It's me. Please wait patiently. We are asking for instructions from our superiors. Fang Xing said reflexively. I am a second-level executor of Xuanwu. Su Jilan took out a certificate and showed it to him. And the smart device also confirmed her identity. Leader. Fang Sheng hurriedly greeted. Are you here to deal with this matter? That's Mr. He Xingzhou. You should know. You report the situation to him. Su Jilan pointed to a person standing not far away and said, Dr. He? Fang Sheng was shocked. He actually alarmed Dr. He? He is a big boss with the same authority as Xuanwu executive. He hurried over to greet him and shouted, Hello. Dr. He? I am the airport administrator. Fang Sheng. What's going on here? He Xingzhou asked. It's like this. These people want to leave, but they don't have tickets. They want us to open a special plane for them. But now the airport is already full, and it is impossible to arrange a special plane. Moreover, they are not from the same country, so it is impossible to arrange them here. We wanted them to go to another airport, but they disagreed. They are international friends. So, what international friends? He Xingzhou snorted coldly. Those who follow the rules are friends, and those who do not follow the rules are suspects. Ah? Fang Sheng was stunned. He Xingzhou ordered Xuanwu. Mobilize security forces immediately. Xuanwu responded. Security forces have been urgently mobilized. A large number of security personnel rushed to the scene around the airport. During special periods, these security personnel are armed police with real guns and live ammunition. Report to the commander. The airport security team has been assembled. A captain saluted He Xingzhou. Surround all these people. Yes. They immediately surrounded all the troublemakers. Seeing this, these people panicked and shouted, What are you doing? You are creating trouble. Quiet. He Xingzhou took the airport's loudspeaker and shouted. His words were translated into several languages at the same time, and everyone looked at him. Many people have recognized him. It's Dr. He. Dr. He appeared at the airport. Professor He. He is my idol. Is he in charge? Some foreigners did not know him. Although they had heard of He Xingzhou's name, they were face-blind to Xinzhou people and could not recognize him. Dr. He. You're just in time, one of them said in Chinese. We asked the airport to arrange a plane for us, but they kept refusing. There are so many planes outside. Why can't you arrange one for us? He Xingzhou looked at the person who was speaking, a middle-aged woman with yellow skin, and her accent was Chinese. He asked, the airport has a plan. You don't have a ticket. Why do you want to board the plane? The middle-aged woman said, as a matter of course. The situation in Shanghai is so critical now. We have to go back. And there are no tickets these days. Not only me. There are so many people. Are you a foreigner too? He Xingzhou asked. Yes. I am from Deng country, she answered proudly. He Xingzhou smiled coldly. And a group of foreigners behind him shouted, we demand priority boarding and leaving. Shut up, He Xingzhou shouted. I don't care whether you are from Deng country, maple leaf people, or kangaroo people. This is the land of Xinzhou. And here, you must abide by the laws of Xinzhou. I tell you clearly that you will not be given any preferential treatment here today. And everyone will be treated equally. You did not get the air tickets. And you gathered to make trouble. You not only affected the public order, but also affected the management methods in extraordinary times. Listen to me, all of you. Now all go to accept the investigation. And anyone who dares to make trouble again will be regarded as an illegal element and arrested. Hearing his words, the foreigners expressed their dissatisfaction. Why do you do this? You are violating our rights. We should be treated preferentially. We will file a complaint against you. We just won't leave. Another man had a conflict with a staff member and pushed the receptionist to the ground. Asshole. Seeing this, Su Jilan rushed over and grabbed him and pressed him to the ground. Handcuff him and take him away, she said to the security guards around. Yes. A pair of silver gloves were immediately put on him, and he was taken away directly. Seeing this scene, the others who wanted to make trouble did not dare to move. Take them all away, He Xingzhou shouted. Yes. The security personnel took all these people away for investigation. Seeing this scene, the passengers at the airport cheered. Well done. They are spoiled. Dr. He is awesome. And that sister is so cool. She knocked the big man down with one move. That's how it should be. They still think they have privileges here? You wish. It's so refreshing, He Xingzhou said to Fan Sheng. Remember, if there are such things in the future, deal with them this way. If there are any problems, they are all mine. I know, Fan Sheng said happily. He Xingzhou didn't worry about the impact these people would have at all. Now it's the end of the world, and the whole world is busy. Those who don't follow the rules should be dealt with accordingly. And there is no need to care about the judgment of other places. He Xingzhou also said to Xuanwu, leave a message in the system to let everyone know that in any case, there is no need to report to the superiors. Just follow the rules. Xuanwu, the notice has been issued. At this time, a large number of passengers have gathered in the airport, enthusiastically wanting to greet He Xingzhou. Hello, Dr. He? Dr. He? I am your fan. Dr. He? Are you here to support the Magic City too? Looking at the enthusiastic passengers, He Xingzhou said, everyone, please abide by the airport order. As for what I'm doing in Shanghai, you can follow my social media accounts and news, and you'll be notified soon. Do what you need to do. Now everything is busy. Don't delay. With that, He Xingzhou set off, and people automatically made way for him to pass. And He Xingzhou's appearance in Shanghai was on the hot news at the time. Dr. He is also in Shanghai. Brothers, don't be afraid. Dr. He is here. What are you afraid of? He said it well at the airport. That's how it should be. In this period, who will spoil those people? Dr. He has something new to announce. Looking forward to it. Oh my God. I was also at the airport. But I didn't meet Dr. He. My brother went to Shanghai. He Mengyao saw the news and sent a message to He Xingzhou, asking him to be careful. There were also messages from his parents. He Xingzhou replied briefly, asking them not to worry. And he went directly to the construction site. On the internet, He Xingzhou's account suddenly started live broadcasting. and his face appeared in the live broadcasting camera. Countless viewers rushed in and greeted, "Doctor, he is finally on the air. I've been waiting for a long time." "Hello, Dr. He. I'm in Shanghai too. I'm on my way to Shanghai. Dr. He, where are the Zerg? Can we finish the work in time?" Many people were asking. He Xingzhou said, "Don't worry. The Zerg's movements are under our surveillance. Now a group of Zerg are gathering from the Pacific region to the East China Sea. According to the speed of gathering and moving, it will take at least 50 days to reach the Magic City. During this period, we will also arrange ships to intercept and bomb to reduce their numbers." "Only 50 days? Can we build a defense line in 50 days? "Yes. Time is too urgent. Can a building like the Great Wall of Steel be completed in 50 days? What if they come earlier?" Everyone was worried. He Xingzhou continued, regarding the construction of defense facilities. "We are doing everything we can to speed up. Now many friends have come from other places to assist in the construction. And there are also convoys transporting building materials and supplies. Thank you. Now, we will go to the most critical section of the Great Steel Wall at the mouth of the Yangtze River in Magic City to test our new equipment to see if it can increase the construction speed." Chapter 130 Robotic arms and exoskeletons appear. New equipment? Tears in my eyes. After so many days, I'm finally going to see Dr. He's new technology, said an old fan. Many of his fans have been following him since He Xingzhou posted technology videos. "Yeah. What was that last time? Skynet satellite?" "No. It's a quantum computer. Didn't they announce a breakthrough? Our company has ordered a quantum computer with the size of an ordinary computer. Its computing performance exceeds that of a supercomputer." As the audience was discussing, He Xingzhou had already arrived at the scene. The area where he was located was about 10 kilometers away from the sea. The Great Wall of Steel needed a deep foundation, so it naturally couldn't be built by the sea. It was easily eroded by seawater, and the foundation was not solid. This section is also very difficult, so we need to reinforce the base with soil and stone first. Fortunately, this is the Magic City, with a developed economy. For many years, it has been consolidating coastal land and reclaiming land, which is more solid than the construction foundation in other places. "Everyone, we have arrived at the construction site." He Xingzhou got off the car and switched the view to the drone shooting screen. Everyone saw that at this section of the construction site of the Great Wall of Steel, the entire construction site was a scene of hot and busy. Dump trucks lined up one after another, forming a long queue of several kilometers. These vehicles were in order and entered and exited in turn. There were cranes, concrete mixers, tower cranes, pile drivers, excavators, bulldozers, road rollers, forklifts and other types of construction machinery under construction. And there was no end in sight. The entire construction section is a multi-stage construction. And this is the focus of the focus. So a full coverage construction method was adopted. That is, there is almost no area that is idle. And there are engineering teams working everywhere. From the perspective of the drone, just looking at these vehicles is already extremely shocking. Who has ever seen tens of thousands of construction machinery working at the same time? There are also workers operating them. They are distributed in each site, each doing their own work. He Xingzhou introduced, "Now we are at the end of the steel Great Wall at the estuary, which will be the first line of defense against the Zerg. The regular height of the steel Great Wall should be 30 meters, which can withstand most mutant creatures. But this section, because it is necessary to prevent the Zerg troops from landing at the estuary. The height of the steel Great Wall will be as high as 60 meters, using the 3-meter floor height of an ordinary building. The height of the regular section is as high as 10 floors, and this section will be as high as 20 floors. This height was chosen after comprehensive consideration. At this height, the Zerg on land cannot pass through by jumping, and can only crawl or forcibly destroy it. If it is built too high, there will not be enough resources. Therefore, the height of the Great Wall of Steel is different in each area. So high. The audience was surprised. That means building a hill by the sea. I thought it was only a dozen meters. How many resources are needed to build it? 50 days. It's hard to build a 20-story building, or such a long Great Wall of Steel. Can it be completed? This is indeed a difficult task, He Xingzhou said. Since we announced the plan, engineering teams and workers from all over the country have started work, and each area is guaranteed to have 24-hour uninterrupted construction. We have our lovely soldiers here to help. The drone camera turned to an area where a large number of soldiers in military uniforms were also participating in the construction. He Xingzhou said, even if we try our best, we may not be able to complete such a large amount of work. Time is too tight. So this time, I brought the most advanced engineering equipment. Automated unmanned engineering vehicles. He Xingzhou said. It can also be called an automated engineering robot. Through the camera, everyone saw that one engineering vehicle after another was entering the construction site. Unlike the previous engineering vehicles, these engineering vehicles had no drivers, and the front row was equipped with a huge mechanical arm. The construction workers on the construction site also looked at this scene curiously. Are the construction vehicles unmanned? Can they work by themselves? They wondered. Now the unmanned driving technology is very advanced, but it is limited to operation on the road. The operation of construction vehicles is much more complicated, and they have not seen an automatically operated construction vehicle. These construction vehicles also have a command center, which is composed of AI systems and commanders. Area 13 needs to level the foundation. The dispatcher sent a request to the command center, and several construction vehicles immediately drove over and automatically leveled the land. The process of their actions was very smooth, as if there were decades of masters sitting on them to operate. Lift these building materials out. Another dispatcher issued a request, and a crane unfolded its mechanical arm, grabbed a batch of steel, and transferred it steadily. We need to drill holes here. The bricks on the robot arm rotated to cooperate with the work. Pouring has started in Area 37. The engineering vehicle automatically went over to help. At first, the workers didn't know how to cooperate with these unmanned engineering vehicles, but after getting familiar with them a few times, they found that the operating efficiency of these unmanned engineering vehicles was more than 10 times faster than theirs. First of all, their power is greater than that of ordinary engineering vehicles. And secondly, they operate accurately and quickly. Some complex operations, even for experienced workers, have to spend some time, but the engineering vehicle can accurately locate and implement the operation. In some parts, they don't even need their assistance. The engineering vehicle can automatically construct. The work efficiency is several times faster than theirs. The audience is also watching, and what they like most is the operation of the robot arm. Oh my god! This robotic arm is so cool! It can rotate 316 degrees. It's much more fun than an excavator. It's so powerful. Did you see the pile driver? Boom! Boom! It just hammers continuously. I saw a heavy one, with an arm length of about 50 to 60 meters. Is that Optimus Prime? Isn't it more interesting to look at this than to look at beautiful women? There is a construction site that is fully automated, and the speed is visible to the naked eye. If there are more of these engineering vehicles, I feel there is a chance to build a great wall of steel. He Xingzhou said, all these engineering vehicles can be automated. This is just the first batch we produced. Now mechanical factories across the country are rushing to make them, and more will be delivered later. It seems that they are quite effective. The construction team also needs to be more familiar with their capabilities, and then the efficiency will be higher. Now we have to test another piece of equipment, He Xingzhou said, and drove to the area where the soldiers were working. Dr. He, a commander came to report. We are from the Marine Corps of the Xuanwu Force. I am the commander Han Yongqin, and I am also participating in the construction work. The two saluted each other, and He Xingzhou pointed to the trucks behind him and said, the ones behind are our new equipment, which can not only assist in engineering construction, but also have combat functions. This is the first batch. You can experience it in advance and get familiar with its performance. New equipment? Han Yongqin's eyes lit up when he heard the word. What they wanted most was new equipment. The soldiers of the Xuanwu army were more familiar with the Zerg and knew how terrible these guys were. Traditional equipment did not have a high chance of winning against them. In the previous simulation test, the elite team, the blade team, failed many times. Unload, He Xingzhou said, and the mechanical arm on the car began to unload. Assemble, Han Yongqin shouted, and the soldiers quickly gathered. The car is full of new equipment for us. Everyone line up to receive it. We have new equipment. The soldiers were very excited. They kept quiet, but they had a lot of thoughts in their hearts. Is it at the construction site now? It was sent to us, but it's hard to store. It would be better if it was transported directly to the camp. That robotic arm looks pretty cool. They don't know what's in the box yet. The audience is also curious. These boxes are made of special metal. Just looking at the packaging, You can feel that the things inside are extraordinary. He Xingzhou came to the first box. Pressed the switch. And the box popped up automatically. Han Yongxin looked inside curiously. And Su Jilan wore a micro-smart camera and filmed it next to her for netizens to watch. In the box, there was a brand new metal machine. And its surface was coated with camouflage, which looked like a larger human skeleton. What is this? A powered mechanical exoskeleton? Han Yongxin shouted in surprise. That's right. He Xingzhou nodded and shouted. Xuanwu. Start it. The Universal Mechanical Exoskeleton R1 has been started. Xuanwu issued the command. And the AI system of the mechanical exoskeleton started, activating its shell. Under the gaze of hundreds of soldiers, the mechanical exoskeleton stood up by itself. He Xingzhou explained synchronously, this is a special metal leg support system, which is hollow inside, including titanium aluminum alloy shoes, calves, thigh support metal mechanisms, and knee metal movable joints. The hips are more complicated. It is a waist support body made of nanomaterials, carbon fiber materials and alloys. It is divided into two parts, front and back. When wearing it, it can be locked by the automatic mechanism with a simple buckle. It is very convenient. Then, there is the back, which has a backpack with a power system, including batteries and motors, and a part of the space for storing supplies. In addition, many parts of the exoskeleton have emergency small batteries, which can still operate for a period of time after the backpack power system is damaged. Two mechanical arms are connected to the body. It has the most advanced ergonomics and sensors, which can capture and predict human movements, allowing the operator to operate at will. The force system of the entire mechanical exoskeleton is on the mechanical mechanism, and individuals only need to use a small amount of operating force. Wearing it, you can carry a ton of mass and walk or run. The body will not feel any pressure. 1 ton of weight? Hearing this weight, Han Yongxin couldn't help but shout. Generally, when soldiers train to carry weights, they carry 30 to 40 kilograms. 1 ton. Let alone weights. Normal people can't carry it at all. The world weightlifting record. In the heaviest weight competition, the weightlifter can only lift more than 470 kilograms. 1 ton. But 1,000 kilograms. When the soldiers heard He Xingzhou's description, their eyes were shining, and they wanted to get a set and try it on immediately. Because of discipline, they still held back and didn't say anything. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it, and the barrage of comments flooded the live broadcast room. The mechanical exoskeleton has been made. Awesome. It looks awesome. If the mechanical coverage is improved, it can be a light mecha. Right? Give me this thing. I'm willing to rush to the front line to fight the Zerg. Try it on and see. Hurry up. Ah. I've always dreamed of having something like this. When will it go on sale? I'll sell my car to buy it. Is it too late to sign up for the army now? The first batch is 300 sets. Just one for each of you. He Xingzhou said. Everyone gets one set. It has a smart chip and an auxiliary combat system. Learn the basic operation first. Use it now. If you have any feedback, submit it directly to the smart system. We are still improving the subsequent styles. This kind of mechanical exoskeleton is difficult to design. But once the design is mature, it can be manufactured very quickly. If there are mature standards and manufacturing lines, He Xingzhou estimated that its manufacturing speed can be as fast as that of a car, and one can be produced in a few minutes. What are you all standing for? Hurry up and get the equipment. Han Yongxin shouted. One by one. Remember the number, he said. He went up first and said with a smile, Dr. He? I'll try it first. He Xingzhou nodded and said, you may not be used to the operation at the beginning. Listen to the AI system first. Understood. Han Yongxin has come to the side of the R1 mechanical exoskeleton and started to explore how to put it on. Behind him, the soldiers couldn't wait any longer, and hurried forward to receive this magical new equipment one by one. The fingerprint and iris information have been authenticated. I am the AI instructor DMO. The voice of DMO sounded, and it commanded, Comrade Han Yongxin, please unfasten the buckle first. Put it on, and then buckle the buckle in sequence to lock it. Han Yongxin did as he was told. The buckle design was very convenient, and he quickly wrapped his body in the mechanical exoskeleton. DMO reminded again, the mechanical exoskeleton needs to adapt to the specifications. It is scanning your body information. Please follow the prompts. Lift your left leg, then your right leg, Raise your arms. And step forward. Everyone has a different body shape and strength. So the exoskeleton needs to adjust the length, tightness, and strength assistance of each part, automatically adjusting. The R1 exoskeleton has adapted to your body. And now you can perform more complex movements for functional testing and equipment running in. Not only Han Yongxin, but the soldiers are also curious to experience it. They have learned to walk and run a long time ago. And today, they have to learn it again. No one feels bored, but they are all excited. I can't walk. I can run, but I can't use too much force. It has an elastic system. A soldier fell down as soon as he finished speaking. He Xingzhou saw it and smiled. The mechanical exoskeleton has a gripping device on the foot, which can be used in special circumstances. For example, to stabilize the body, or when you fire a cannon. Turn on the gripping system, and the exoskeleton can be used as a gun mount. Be careful when using this function. It is inconvenient to use on sandy and gravel ground or the beach, and it is easy to get out of control. Running too fast and suddenly stopping the gripping can also have an impact on the body. Everyone listened carefully, and they wanted to set up a rocket launcher to try it out immediately. Han Yongxin turned on the gripping system, and 2 circles of telescopic steel nails extended from the exoskeleton part of the leg and inserted into the ground, allowing the exoskeleton to firmly grasp the ground. Walking, running, jumping. These are basic operations. The fit of the robotic arm is the most important. It can help you complete many operations that humans cannot complete. Chapter 131: The speed of infrastructure construction that shocked the world. Han Yongxin listened to He Xingzhou's explanation and tried to operate the arm. Ordinary operations are easy to master, and people and machines are adapting to each other. He walked to a pile of construction steel pipes, each of which weighed hundreds of kilograms. He Xingzhou reminded, this universal mechanical exoskeleton can carry a load of 1 ton and can walk, run and jump normally. If it is just for transportation, its carrying capacity is about 10 tons. It is equivalent to the pulling force of a small crane. If this force is exceeded, the exoskeleton is likely to be damaged and hurt yourself. This is the first generation of mechanical exoskeleton, and the subsequent upgraded version will definitely have stronger performance. Han Yongxin has already started trying. He controlled his hands and picked up a pile of steel pipes. The mechanical arm held them tightly. The weight could break a person's waist. But at this time, the load was all special metal steel columns, which stabilized the pressure. Han Yongxin tried to walk, but it was difficult for him to keep stable because of the weight. The desert turned on the center of gravity balance mode, guiding the mechanical exoskeleton to adjust the posture and position, balancing the center of gravity, so that he could walk stably. Every step he took, there was a muffled sound, like a hydraulic press hitting the ground. Everyone get out of the way, Han Yongxin shouted, and everyone dispersed. He actually held a pair of steel pipes and swung them left and right, just like swinging a golden hoop. People had no doubt that if there was a small car in front of him, it would be crushed in an instant. Too powerful. This force beyond the limit of the human body made the soldiers cheer and excited. If this is thrown down, even an elephant can be killed with 1 stick. A family car weighs only 2 or 3 tons. Wearing this, you can carry the car and run. Can I go to the shooting range now? I want to try driving a cannon. If I punch you, do you think the Zerg can withstand it? Seeing that the soldiers were eager to try, He Xingzhou shouted, everyone calm down first and get familiar with the operation first. Han Yongxin put down the steel pipe. His face was overjoyed. He shouted, Dr. He, this thing is so useful. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. He Xingzhou smiled and said, regarding the combat method of this equipment, we have not studied many solutions. It depends on you to develop it yourself. For anything, we have to use it in practice before we know how to use it best. In computer reasoning, it is inevitable that some aspects will be overlooked. Han Yongxin immediately shouted, brothers, for the next project, everyone will wear this equipment to build. Don't just play. Everyone should use their brains to think. If you have any usage skills, please put forward all your suggestions. Dr. He will also develop the 2nd generation of mechanical exoskeleton. Got it, the soldiers shouted. Their interest was high at this time. Building the Great Wall of Steel is tiring. But wearing this mechanical exoskeleton, the physical burden is similar to normal training. And some mechanized fixed actions can also be turned on the automatic operation mode to give the body a rest. Seeing the soldiers using this mechanical exoskeleton to carry operate, and construct. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it. I signed up to build the Great Wall of Steel. Add me. I want to go too. And I don't want a salary. What's a salary? Let me go and I'll pay you. Good guy. You can also roll it up. Who doesn't want a mechanical exoskeleton? This is called a man's romance. At Planet Builder. When will the civilian version be released? Seeing the barrage, He Xingzhou said, these are just the first generation of test products. And the subsequent functions will definitely be more powerful. As for large-scale applications, we should give priority to equipping the army, engineering and construction teams, police, etc. As for civilian mechanical exoskeletons, everyone will have to wait for a while. The usage specifications and relevant laws of this new equipment must be improved. But I can guarantee that it will be launched very quickly. He Xingzhou did not exaggerate. The Xuanwu executives have discussed the issue of mechanical exoskeletons. They all agreed that this equipment should be used nationwide immediately. The reason is very simple. This time the Zerg mainly attacked the estuary. But it doesn't mean that there are no Zerg attacks in other places. Small-scale mutant creatures and Zergs must be resisted. If the defense forces are equipped with these mechanical exoskeletons, they can resist even sporadic mutant creatures during patrol missions. The most important thing is that this equipment is much cheaper than armored vehicles. And it is easier to manufacture. The range of activities is also wider. I decided to save money from today. I probably can't afford it. So I decided to start exercising from today. Then sign up for the army. Wait for the sale. The audience can't wait to use this mechanical exoskeleton. He Xingzhou said, my live broadcast ends here today. The live broadcast room will not be closed. And everyone can continue to watch the construction. He Xingzhou said. And then he went offline and handed the live broadcast camera to the staff. The audience can continue to watch the construction. Where are we going now? Ding Yu asked while driving the electromagnetic floating car. To the Laser Technology Research Institute. He Xingzhou said. There are still about 50 days left. If we can make a breakthrough in laser weapons once, the defense station will be more secure. He Xingzhou's live broadcast room is still open. And his popularity has not decreased because of his departure. Because of media reports and news propaganda, his live broadcast room has more and more viewers. That night, more than 40 million netizens watched the live broadcast of the Great Wall of Steel construction site at the same time. This incident was also on the news. Who would have thought that so many people would stay up late at night to watch the live broadcast of the construction site? The automated construction vehicles and the mechanical exoskeletons worn by the soldiers amazed the public and sparked their interest. The internet was full of discussions about robotic arms and mechanical exoskeletons. Some netizens were even analyzing and simulating the combat methods of these equipment. At this time, Zhang Jichu, one of the founders of Huiming Games, announced on the internet, Huiming Games will cooperate with the Xuanwu project to launch a super-simulated holographic simulation war game Zerg Disaster. There will be simulations of robotic arms and mechanical exoskeletons. And the relevant performance and parameters are exactly the same as the real ones. The information about the Zerg also restores the real situation to the greatest extent. All players can experience it. And those who perform well will have the opportunity to participate in the military selection. As soon as this news came out, netizens were excited again. This game is amazing. It actually cooperates with the Xuanwu project and is completely simulated. Fuck. Awesome. Huiming is the eternal god. A groundbreaking game. We also have the opportunity to experience mechanical exoskeletons and fight against Zerg. Hurry up and buy VR equipment. If you don't do this, how can you be worthy of yourself? Those who perform well will have the opportunity to enter the military selection. Is this game to train future soldiers? Some people speculated. And in fact, this speculation is similar to He Xingzhou's idea. Now their manufacturing capacity is limited. There are not so many equipment for soldiers to train. And there are not so many opportunities for everyone to fight against the Zerg. Now this simulation game is launched. All information is real. Soldiers can train directly in it. And those players will directly become soldiers with training experience when the army is expanded in the future. Train soldiers at the lowest cost. If there are millions of players, tens of millions of players, there will be millions of soldiers in the future. Over the past 3 years, He Xingzhou's various preparations are now gradually starting to play a role. What happened in Xinzhou has been noticed all over the world. They have already created a mature mechanical exoskeleton, And those automated engineering machines are much more advanced than ours. Seeing this news, all the bigwigs were shocked. Sure enough, they must have prepared many military means long ago. Some people began to complain. If we could have started preparing 3 years ago, we would have been able to do this. They forgot that for 3 years, Shinjo has been calling on the world to pay attention to the problem of mutant organisms. But they always put technological competition first. People in various countries also saw these things. And Shinjo even broadcast them live on international media. We must admit that their technology is developing rapidly. And in many aspects, they have surpassed us. Shinjo's mechanical exoskeleton will play a huge role in facing the Zerg. It's really amazing. Some people were amazed, while others were jealous. These things are not very practical. The Zerg can even destroy warships. So what use are mechanical exoskeletons? Aren't our missiles much more powerful than them? This kind of project is meaningless. The Zerg can dig holes, pass through rivers, or break through the sky. They can't complete this building before the Zerg attacks. How can such a building be completed without 10 years? Although I also think their construction machinery is amazing. The time left for them is too short, and it is impossible to complete it. Many people compared their own country's construction projects and firmly believed that the Great Wall of Steel could not be completed on schedule. But when they slept and watched the live broadcast the next day, they found that the situation was completely different. They were still digging the foundation last night. Why did they start filling the soil when I woke up? There must be tens of thousands of construction machinery. It's so spectacular. There are hundreds of thousands of workers working at the same time? My God. Why are there so many people? One night. It's different from yesterday. However, this is just the beginning. The situation on the construction site is different every day. 10 days later, they found that the ground part of the Great Wall of Steel had begun to be built. And with each passing day, the height is increasing. And soon it reaches the height of a small building. Is this a real live broadcast? How can the construction speed be so fast? I haven't watched it for a few days, and I was shocked when I saw it. The super high-speed rail in the middle has been laid, and it's only been more than 10 days. We have a railway here, which is not a super high-speed rail. It has been under construction for 20 years, and has not been completed yet. The construction speed of the Shinjo people is faster than my game. I haven't been able to build a railway in the game world these days. I have fallen in love with watching this live broadcast. I am witnessing the birth of a great engineering building in human history. We are also building fortifications here, but they are too slow. I heard that they were arguing all day yesterday over a small problem. I now believe that they have the ability to complete this section of the Great Wall of Steel before the Zerg invades. These foreign netizens were completely refreshed by the speed of Shinjo's infrastructure construction. This is the attitude that humans should take when facing the Zerg. If we had such an attitude at the beginning, everything would be different. This sentence was said by Barry. He has been very depressed recently. He has already found out that what sank in the Pacific Ocean was an aircraft carrier fleet. So now he is a little self-destructive, thinking that humans are hopeless and everything they do is in vain. You still have a chance. The parrot persuaded. Those guys are only in the ocean now. You still have land. It will take time for them to adapt to the land. Barry took a sip of wine and ignored it. At this time, a phone call came in, asking, "Is this Mr. Barry? This is Lorette Hospital." "It's me." "What's the matter?" Barry's voice was hoarse. "I'm sorry to tell you an unfortunate news. Your daughter, Ms. Maple, was shot by thugs during the protest. She was shot twice. We tried our best to rescue her, but she unfortunately died. May God be with her." "My daughter, Maple, she was shot and died?" Hearing this news, Barry's hands trembled, and the wine glass in his hand fell directly to the ground. He couldn't believe it. That was his dearest relative in the world. "Where are you? I want to go." Barry jumped up and shouted hysterically. A day later, he saw his daughter. She was already lying in the cold storage cabinet. The police said, "We are investigating the attackers, and we will notify you when there is news." Barry had no expression. He looked at his daughter's lifeless face, thinking about everything about her, and 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Beside him, the 2 grandsons cried like tears. The son-in-law said painfully, "I should have stopped her. It's too chaotic now." Barry returned to his residence as if he had lost his soul. The parrot didn't speak for a long time. Barry wiped his tears, took a deep breath, and said, You are right. Humans are hopeless. Humans are not worth saving. So, what are you going to do? The parrot asked. I am not a human anymore. He grabbed the parrot and said, Can you help me? Of course. The parrot laughed gurgle gurgle and said, Although I am not big in size, I am a high-level Zerg. My biochip has biochemical technology that surpasses human civilization. As long as we coexist, I will share this knowledge with you. What are those low-level Zerg under the ocean? We can create the most terrifying biochemical weapons. It's even possible to revive your daughter? How is it possible? Can a dead person be resurrected? Barry asked in horror. Don't judge us with your human technology, the parrot said dissatisfiedly. You can save her DNA information and clone it again. Is she still her? Barry asked. From a physiological point of view, she is no different, the parrot said. If you can still save her brain, maybe there is a chance to input her memory together. Barry's eyes gradually became firm, and he said, I once wanted to be a martyr of truth, but they didn't give me this opportunity. They are not worth saving either. In this case, I will choose another path. As he said, he chopped off the parrot's head with a knife, and the white brainworm crawled out. Barry put it next to his ear, and it drilled into the ear hole. With a scream, Barry fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 132 Beach Landing. When Barry woke up, it was already the third day. He was starving, so he opened the refrigerator and grabbed some bread and water and ate them all. He found that his appetite had increased a lot. In his mind, the worms could communicate with him directly. Your body is too weak, and my body transformation is limited. If you transform your body into a Zerg, you will break through the limit of human lifespan and no longer be troubled by human diseases. My fellow humans are about to go ashore. In short, you have to get more resources as soon as possible to cultivate land Zerg. I need money, and you should contribute some information, Barry said. It's a piece of cake, the bug suggested. I suggest you start with cancer. Don't you want to be a great scientist? If a physiologist conquers cancer, what a great achievement it will be. Those capitalists will rush to give you money. You will become a guest of the big guys. We only need one opportunity to carry out the plan. Let's get started. Barry closed his eyes, and the bug shared a piece of information with him, which was some knowledge about cells and genes. It has been 30 days since He Xingzhou announced that the Zerg tried to attack the estuary. During this period, more and more Zergs have gathered and have begun to act. The closest to them is naturally the Tonne River estuary in the Choshi district of Sakura Island. The Sakura Belt has been preparing for a month. This month, they urgently mobilized all their forces for defense. In the waters near the estuary, for quasi-aircraft carrier ships, plus submarines, large tonnage destroyers, frigates and various mine ships. Patrol ships have been patrolling, and from time to time, they will launch some fish or depth charges to bombard the mutant creatures that are gathering. On the ground, they built a coastal defense line with sand, trenches, etc., equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, ground artillery, rocket vehicles, heavy machine guns, etc., which have equipped them with a large number of land forces. During this period, the arsenal was fully operational and had been manufacturing new weapons. As the world's top industrial country, their assembly lines could produce a large number of weapons every day. It can be said that the defense personnel at the entire Tonne River estuary have been armed to the teeth. Warning: Zerg are moving. They are beginning to gather at the estuary, and will enter the warning zone within 10 hours. A message appeared at the headquarters. Commander Hiroshi Ishii stood up suddenly and shouted in the communication channel, Everyone get ready. The Zerg is about to attack. The Zerg are coming? The commander sent by White Eagle to assist were also here. A total of 2 people, namely Jonah, the land commander, and Harvey, the sea commander. Although Harvey lost the last battle and destroyed an entire aircraft carrier fleet. But considering that his opponent was an alien, and that he failed to kill the deep-sea monster even with a hydrogen bomb, White Eagle did not revoke his position. Instead, he was allowed to continue to participate in the relevant command. Now Harvey is the only commander with combat experience against the Zerg and has a high command authority. Harvey said directly, immediately spread the minefield in the sea. Use as many as you can. Don't be stingy with firepower when dealing with the Zerg. Submarines and warships should not get close to the Zerg. Attack from a distance. We have no advantage in close combat with them. Block the estuary directly with underwater nets, and small underwater submarines. Don't let the Zerg into the river. All underwater detectors are ready, especially radiation detectors. If a giant beast appears this time, there is no need to think too much. Just use hydrogen bombs. Our aircraft carriers are on standby in the nearby waters. The last deep-sea monster has left him with a shadow. If such a guy lands, what can stop it? Start intercepting, Hiroshi Ishii ordered, and the warships have begun to look for targets and fire. But the Zerg are very smart. They hide under 1,000 meters underwater. Within this range, almost no weapons can cause harm to them. They will float up sooner or later. The water depth near the coast is shallow. Keep calm. The news that the Zerg will land within 10 hours spread throughout Sakura Island immediately. And everyone was nervous. People near the relevant areas have already evacuated. But this place is too small. And they can't evacuate far even if they do. If they fail to hold on, they will still face danger. Are they really coming? Can we hold on? We can definitely hold on. The land is full of weapons. And there are fleets in the sea. Let the Zerg come. We will be the first country to defeat them. Mutated creatures are just larger beasts in front of modern weapons. There is nothing to be afraid of. Those are alien creatures. They must have some means we don't know. The situation here is also being watched by the world. Sakura Island's military strength ranks among the best in the world. And it has the help of White Eagle. This war against the Zerg landing is the first confrontation between human civilization and the Zerg on land. And the outcome is particularly important. What are their chances of winning? Xuanwu executives are discussing this matter. The strength they have deployed is enough to defeat 90% of the human countries in the world, Qin Peng said. But this time we are facing the Zerg. No one knows how strong the Zerg is. And there is no specific data to analyze. He Hongwei said, if a deep-sea monster like the last time appears this time, none of these defense measures can stop it. However, no deep-sea monster has been detected yet. He Xingzhou analyzed, according to the battle data in the Mariana Trench last time. The deep-sea monsters are definitely advanced Zergs. Although they are powerful, human nuclear weapons can still hurt them. The war between humans and Zerg has just begun. I think they are also testing human power, and will not send out deep-sea monsters at the beginning. That's what I think, Song Jinghong said. But we can't think about Zerg with any human thinking habits. Maybe they are not afraid of death. Everyone nodded. It is not wise to think about other races with human thinking. If the deep-sea monsters are dispatched, it is one situation. If they are not dispatched, it is another situation. Xuanwu. Start simulation analysis. Qin Peng shouted. And the scene of quantum computer simulation appeared in front of everyone. The current detection data shows that the number of mutant creatures attacking the Yazi area this time exceeds 10 million. The total number of Zerg should be around 1 million. And the defending human forces add up to more than 300,000 people. Xuanwu said. The Zerg forces here are just predictions. The number of smaller mutant creatures, and those that have not been counted may exceed 1 million. They should be able to stop the mutant organisms. Qin Peng said. Human firearms can easily kill those mutant organisms. After 3 years of research on mutant organisms and Zerg, their Zerg biological dictionary has been improved a lot. For example, according to the degree of mutation, mutant organisms are divided into 3 types: primary mutation, intermediate mutation, and complete mutation. Primary mutation refers to blue star organisms that have been contaminated by Zerg genes for no more than 3 months under normal conditions without any extra biological stimulation and energy supplementation. At this stage, it is basically still a blue star organism. Intermediate mutant organisms have a mutation period of 3 months to 3 years. And the degree of change is already a bit high. Complete mutation means that it has nothing to do with the original species and is about to become a real Zerg. The specific degree and speed of mutation vary with different environmental conditions. After reaching complete mutation, some mutants will no longer evolve, while a small number will continue to evolve. Activate the Zerg biochip. Load a certain Zerg bio template according to their own conditions, and begin to evolve according to the template. Differentiate into many different types of Zerg. For example, resource-collecting worms can collect minerals, organic food, sunlight, oil, and other materials. Soldier worms of combat units can launch attacks, usually biting and hitting. And advanced ones can also use biological weapons. Brain worms similar to command centers can emit infrasound, ultrasound, or other signals to command Zerg. Engineer worms can build a unique living environment for Zerg or destroy enemy buildings. They also have different levels. The research team believes that the so-called level refers to the authority to read information on the biochip. Obtaining higher-level permissions can unlock more evolutionary templates for evolution. Humans have not figured out the specific level in the Sentinel Research Institute, except for the deep-sea fruit that has not been studied. The highest level Zerg among other mutant creatures is the black snapper number 2 cultivated by Yixingzhou. Its current level is level 4. It is already more than 4 meters tall, because it has lived on the road for a long time. It has loaded a certain land Zerg template. Now it has completely lost its fish characteristics, and evolved into a monster covered with bone spurs. Ordinary firearms are already difficult to kill it. According to computer analysis, to kill Black Snapper number 2, at least a 100 kilogram TNT equivalent artillery shell is required. As for the level of the deep-sea monster, Yixingzhou didn't know. Yixingzhou said, Level 1 Zerg can be killed by rifles and machine guns. Level 2 Zerg requires weapons such as armor-piercing bullets, heavy machine guns, and grenades. Level 3 Zerg requires weapons such as anti-tank mines and high-explosive bombs to kill. Level 4 Zerg requires artillery and missiles. The intelligence this time shows that there are a large number of level 1 to 3 Zergs. When they land, the defenders will definitely suffer a loss. If the number of level 4 Zerg exceeds 100,000, and the number of level 5 Zerg exceeds 10,000, then I think they can't stop it. He Hongwei said, if it is level 5 Zerg, according to our speculation, conventional artillery can no longer kill them. At least tactical missiles are needed to kill them. Once these guys land on land, their minefields, trenches, armored vehicles, and tanks can't stop them. Yixingzhou whispered, maybe after this war, the world will know why we built the Great Wall of Steel. The whole world is watching this war. But the difference is that some people can't see it even if they want to. Xinzhou can observe in real time through the Skynet satellite network and the comprehensive mapping images of underwater detectors. 5 hours later, Sakura Island, Choshi District, and the sea area near the mouth of the Tone River. Explosions continued to sound. They were explosions caused by mutant creatures touching the torpedo array. The sea depth here is not high, and various underwater weapons have begun to work. From the satellite pictures, the nearby sea area is completely dark. From a distance, it looked like a cruise ship leak, and the oil had dyed the sea black. However, when the camera zoomed in, everyone saw densely packed mutants, and their numbers were terrifying. These Zergs are very smart, letting those weak mutants wade through the mines and hiding behind them. Qin Peng looked carefully, and the densely packed mutants were all mutants, and the Zergs were scattered among them to avoid being killed by mines. The mutants broke through the mine array with their flesh and blood, and the sea's surface was dyed into a colorful color in just a few minutes, as if the gods had splashed a pile of paint on the sea. Most mutants have red blood, and some other colors are mixed in. In the command center, the observer reported nervously, the Zerg army is 20 kilometers away from the coastline. The minefield and depth charges have been lost by 50%. The Zerg destroyed most of these bombs before they landed. Some of them were resistant to mines, and some were destroyed by some electromagnetic means. Ishii Hiroshi held his breath. Now they have been intercepting with underwater weapons. But it is obvious that the effect is not great. Although 1 or 2 million mutants were killed, the real Zerg has not yet appeared. The minefield has failed. The mutants are approaching the beach. Bombers, move out. The heavy machine guns and artillery muzzles on the beach, all open. Rockets, short-range missiles stand by. Hiroshi Ishii ordered. At this time, some mutants have already crawled onto the beach. They look very strange. Some are just fish with hands and feet. And there are soft-bodied creatures that move slowly on the beach. Crustaceans crawl very fast. Most of them are cannon fodder, used to absorb firepower. Under the bombardment of bullets, shells, and explosives, these guys were blown into slag before they really landed on the beach. The three-line firepower coverage of the sky, land, and sea fully demonstrated the military strength of mankind. None of the mutants could get close to the defense line. As everyone guessed, these guys with low mutation levels can be blocked by human firearms. Seeing this scene, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that resisting the Zerg is not that difficult. According to this situation, as long as they keep the firepower output, the Zerg cannot land. At the estuary, ships and underwater weapons can also block it. This lasted for half an hour, and their gun barrels and cannon barrels began to heat up. while the density of mutant creatures decreased significantly. According to this situation, we can definitely stop them. Ishii Hiroshi was reporting the situation to the top leaders. At this point, the reporter sent an urgent message. A large number of unidentified creatures were found under the sea, and they are rapidly approaching the coast. The mine array was completely destroyed. The deep-water weapon interception failed. They reached the beach. These guys were so fast that Ishii Hiroshi had no chance to react. Through the battlefield footage shot by the drone, he saw that they were huge beetles, covered with hard shells in cyan, red and other colors. The size of the chariots is comparable to that of armored vehicles, and they move very fast. When bullets hit them, it's like hitting iron plates, and it's hard to penetrate them. The falling shells can sometimes injure them, but they can't kill them. In just a few minutes, these guys have already broken through the beach defense line and approached the coastal defense line. Chapter 133: The Last Resort. What is that? Soldiers on the front line saw with their own eyes that these huge beetles were moving at high speed in the minefields they had set up. Even if they stepped on high explosive mines and were blown up or their bodies were blown to pieces, they still kept rushing forward. Bang! A big red beetle crashed into a defense point, just like a big truck crashing into it, and directly knocked a big hole in the building. It's coming! Soldiers kept shooting with rifles and heavy machine guns. The bullets hit its shell, making a metallic collision sound, and only a small number of armor-piercing bullets could penetrate its shell and make a bloody hole. But compared to its huge size and strong recovery ability, this injury is not a problem at all. Help! A soldier was unable to escape and was bitten by the big beetle. Its mouth, like an industrial iron clamp, cut him in two in one bite and devoured and bit him. Others had never seen such a scene before and were scared to death. The brave ones were still attacking, and the timid ones had already found a place to hide. Tanks, armored vehicles, all blocked them and stopped them. Hiroshi Ishii shouted, "Start all self-propelled artillery and attack beetles." He knew that this kind of insect must be killed with artillery shells. Jonas saw this. His expression was solemn, and he ordered, "Fighter groups go out." Carpet bombing on the beach. Several fighter groups immediately went out and bombed the beach continuously. The beach near the mouth of the Tone River was completely covered by the explosion. The firepower coverage of the White Eagle really worked. Many subsequent beetles were killed. They barely defended the coastal defense line. Bugs. Taste this. In the sky, fighter pilot Uematsu Ryo pressed the launch ship, and dense bombs fell on the beach, blowing the beetles into pieces. The ammunition is empty. Return to resupply. He was about to return to the base, but found that his radar failed and the communication channel was full of snow. He looked up and saw a group of black mutant birds flying over, some of which were screaming, and the surrounding electromagnetic waves were interfered. My plane is out of order. Uematsu Ryo was terrified. Electronic warfare in modern warfare will first destroy the enemy's satellites, radars, communications, and other electronic systems. Whoever has more advanced electronic technology will gain an advantage in electronic warfare. Their planes also have anti-interference functions. But this time, they are fighting against the Zerg. Why can the Zerg also conduct electromagnetic interference? He was about to make an emergency operation, but saw a mutant bird crashing straight into him. At the critical moment, Uematsu Ryo pressed the ejection seat button and ejected from the plane. The fighter he was driving made a violent explosion. Before he could rejoice, another mutant bird swallowed him in one gulp. Uematsu Ryo, who was in the air, had no ability to resist and could only watch himself enter the monster's stomach. Mutated birds appeared in the sky, and the fighter group was disturbed. Be careful to avoid. Some creatures have the ability of electromagnetic interference. Attention, fighter group. We are about to activate the air defense system. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, the air defense missile system on the ground was activated, and hundreds of air defense missiles were fired into the sky. Some of them were detonated in advance due to electromagnetic interference before they approached the mutant birds. More hits on mutant creatures. Blood rained down from the sky. Even with such dense anti-aircraft missiles, with an identification friend or foe system, some fighters were still affected, and fighters exploded and pilots died. Without the fire suppression in the sky, the giant beetles in the ocean once again attacked the beach defense line. The red beetles can directly knock over the defense line and tanks. And the blue beetles can actually spit acid. An armored vehicle stopped in front of the blue beetle. And it spit out a mouthful of acid. The strong acid immediately corroded the armor layer that could resist artillery shells. And the soldiers inside were instantly pierced by its spear-like forelimbs. The red beetle is a level 3 Zerg. And the blue beetle is a level 4. He Xingzhou observed the battlefield and said with certainty, "If this goes on, they can't stop the beetles." Qin Peng analyzed. "Once the land is lost, the underwater will inevitably be lost. Command, the beach defense line has been conquered. The coastal defense line is in urgent need. Request fire support. How many beetles are there?" Ishii Hiroshi asked hurriedly. "At least 3,000. When the observer said this news, everyone in the command changed their faces. This big beetle has the combat power comparable to a high-level armored vehicle. And there are other Zerg and mutant creatures. With so many, the defense line can't be defended at all. General Harvey, please help us," Ishii Hiroshi asked hurriedly. Harvey nodded and ordered, "All ships, pay attention. Launch missiles. Target beetles and the sea area at the estuary." At his command, nearby warships opened fire one after another. And the missiles accurately hit the beetles at a distance of dozens of kilometers. Their missile technology is more advanced than Sakura's. Once the missiles on these battleships and cruisers hit, they can instantly blow the beetles into pieces. There are monsters in the sea, and they are breaking through the underwater defense line. The message for help came again. At the estuary of the Tone River, giant eel-like Zergs with a body length of more than 10 meters and a diameter of 2 or 3 meters were attacking the underwater defense line. The mine array was constantly triggered, killing many Zergs. Torpedo launch. The surrounding ships were still blocking, but the results were not high. If this continues, they will soon enter the Tone River and enter the inland through the river. Harvey shouted. "Pull all your ships over and block this place." Ishii Hiroshi knew that if the ships were blocked at this time, most of them would definitely be lost. But there was no other way now. He could only order all ships shrink the attack circle and defend the estuary with all their strength. The ships gathered together and launched a crazy bombing at the estuary. There was no pause in the seawater and on the sea surface. Sometimes you could see huge monsters being blown into the sky and their bodies torn into pieces. They had a total of 4 quasi-aircraft carrier-class ships, plus several destroyers and frigates, and finally blocked the underwater defense line. Blocked? Everyone was extremely nervous. Satellites and ocean detectors showed that the number of Zerg attacking had been reduced by half under the bombardment of a large number of shells. At this time, new Zerg appeared on the beach. It was a black beetle that was larger than the red beetle and the green beetle. The size of one was comparable to a heavy truck. Looking at their thick shells, it is estimated that even anti-tank missiles cannot penetrate them. A missile blew up the black beetle next to it, but it quickly turned over and continued to move forward. Level 5. At least a level 5 Zerg. Conventional artillery can no longer harm it. Song Jinghong exclaimed when he saw this scene. There are at least 100 black beetles, and their coastal defense line can no longer be defended. He Hongwei said. Sure enough, when the defending soldiers found that even artillery could not harm the black beetles, they were already panicked. At this time, only those ship-to-ground missiles can kill them. And because of their high speed and irregular movements, it is very difficult to hit them. At the coastal defense line, a black beetle rushed into the position under the bombardment of heavy machine guns, artillery and tanks. Not only can it spit acid, but it also has huge pincers, which can grab and smash even tanks. When 100 black beetles led 3,000 other beetles to attack, the coastal defense line collapsed. The defense line was broken. And the Zerg landed? Ishii Hiroshi's face was pale. When the defense line was broken, he knew that they had failed in this defensive battle. We can eliminate these black beetles, Jonah said. Carpet bomb the entire Choshi area with air-to-ground missiles. Ishii Hiroshi immediately thought of the consequences of doing so. That is, this area will become a scorched earth. Not only the residents here, but also the residents of the entire island will blame him for his behavior. You have 30 seconds to think, Jonah said. In less than 30 seconds, Hiroshi Ishii made a choice. He ordered, everyone listen. Abandon the coastal defense line and evacuate to the second land defense line. In 10 minutes, this place will be carpet bombed. The second line of defense is a complete inland defense line. This means that the land here has been conquered by the Zerg. And they have failed. A wise choice. Jonah immediately asked the bombing troops to prepare. The frontline soldiers retreated in a hurry. But many still fell into the mouths of the Zerg and were torn to pieces by them. When they evacuated to the second line of defense, the air-to-ground missiles were launched on time, blowing up every inch of land in the Choshi area. Bugs, human buildings, and natural landscapes. None of them survived. Under such firepower, most of the beetles were naturally destroyed. But Ishii Hiroshi knew that they had lost this time, because satellites showed that many beetles had passed through land, bypassed the underwater defense line, and entered rivers and lakes. They have entered human territory, and it is impossible to completely wipe them out. The war is still going on, and most of the subsequent Zergs were killed, and most of their ships were lost. Only one of the 4 quasi-aircraft carrier-class warships remained. The other 3 were sunk by the Zerg, as a giant eel-like Zerg was killed by the White Eagle's aircraft carrier missile. The Zerg in the ocean began to retreat. The mutant creatures are still spreading nearby. Finally repelled, Harvey broke into a cold sweat. He had been worried that there would be another deep-sea monster like last time. Fortunately, that guy did not appear. Hold it. Jonah also breathed a sigh of relief. Next we can clear the monsters. Commander. A large number of Zergs were found entering Tokyo Bay. Someone reported. We intercepted most of them. But some of the Zergs sneaked into the sea mud of Tokyo Bay, beyond our attack range. Hearing this, Hiroshi Ishii almost fainted. The coast of Tokyo Bay is the most prosperous place in the entire Sakura Island. Several major cities are on the coast of Tokyo Bay. The Zerg actually took advantage of the attack on the estuary to split a part of their forces and rushed into Tokyo Bay. And they are very smart. They don't continue to collide with humans, but lurk in the mud on the seabed, making it difficult for humans to find them and cause them harm. We lost this battle, Hiroshi Ishii said sadly. We didn't stop them on land. Although we defended the estuary, we let them enter Tokyo Bay. These guys will evolve and reproduce under our noses. When they appear again, we will usher in the real doomsday. They failed to defend. Shinjo and Schwanwu executives saw the whole process and felt extremely heavy. This time, they have used a lot of modern weapons. But the Zerg still broke through the inland. Shinjo said, these bugs have no intention of destroying humans at once. This is just their tentative attack. Song Jinghong said, the Zerg has a strong breeding ability. After breaking through the coastal defense line, they entered the island. They will soon breed a lot of bugs. And because these bugs live on land, they will start the biological evolution template that adapts to the land environment. They also invaded Tokyo Bay. This battle is actually the bugs' advanced layout. Chui Weiman said, these guys are really hard to deal with. Schwanwu. Collect all the data immediately and analyze it. Shinjo said. The first battle has already happened. And it will be our turn soon. The whole world soon knew about the interception on Sakura Island. Except for nuclear weapons. We have used almost all other weapons. Harvey reported to the commander. The advantage of the Zerg is that they fight when they want to, and retreat when they don't want to. We can't do anything to them under the sea. We have collected a large number of Zerg samples, and are sending them to the biological laboratory for analysis. Jonah said, we need to develop weapons that can easily kill beetles. The combat strength we invested this time is no different from fighting on the home ground. Our coastline is so long. If the Zerg invade, the consequences will be disastrous. After reading the war report, the commander frowned and gritted his teeth and said, immediately notify and start expanding weapons. All weapons of warships, missiles, and armored vehicles should be fully loaded. The entire Sakura Island was in a panic. The Zerg's attack almost destroyed more than half of our strength. The Choshi district was not defended, and we finally repelled them with missile bombing. The Zerg has landed on the island. From now on, we will never be able to sleep peacefully again. They will follow the river, enter the mountains, rural areas, and even cities. This is the real end of the world. We are just waiting to die. The media rushed out to appease them, saying, we have successfully repelled the Zerg. With this experience, we will be more successful next time. Factories across the country have started work, and our equipment will be greatly improved in a short period of time. The first time was because we had no experience in fighting, and this will never happen next time. We have the ability to defend Sakura Island. Anyway, at least most people don't have to face the Zerg directly now, and these panic emotions have been temporarily appeased. Other places, seeing this situation, were also panicked and took their own measures. When Goryo learned the news, they had no time to fear or respond, because the Zerg heading to the estuary of the Nakdong River had already approached Busan. Near the estuary, they set up 3 lines of defense: ocean defense line, beach defense line, and coastal defense line. When they observed the news of Sakura Island, they urgently set up a 4th line of defense. This line of defense is a complete land defense line. Once they retreat, it means that they, like Hiroshi Ishii, have decided to sacrifice their lives to survive. Chapter 134. This is not a drill. Busan, the first port and second largest city of Goryeo, was once one of the busiest ports in the world. But at this time in Busan, there is no cargo ship coming and going at the port. There are no congested streets in the city. There are no noisy crowds in the high-rise buildings. Instead, there are various warships, armored vehicles, ground artillery, and temporary military fortifications. The crowd has long evacuated to the nearby area, and this place is about to become a battlefield between humans and Zerg. The world's attention is focused here again. The last failure happened just 1 day ago. The industrial strength of Sakura country is stronger than that of Goryeo. Even with the help of White Eagle, can they really hold on? In the Combat Command Center, the commanders are urgently discussing countermeasures. The experience of another war yesterday can be used immediately today. How to stop the attack of 3 kinds of beetles became the main point of their discussion. Beetles have amazing defense in close-range offensive and defensive battles. Tank armor-piercing shells and armor-piercing shells are more effective against beetles than short-range missiles. We need to stockpile armor-piercing shells and armor-piercing shells in large quantities. He Xingzhou did not pay attention to this war, because the bugs were also approaching the Magic City. At the current speed, they would be able to be at the gates of the city within 15 days. At this time, the steel Great Wall of the Magic City section had been built for the most part, and it should be barely completed in 15 days. This is not enough. Thousands of red beetles, green beetles, and 100 black beetles, with mutant creatures, broke through the defense of the Choshi district. What if there are more and stronger Zergs coming to the Magic City? The Great Wall of Steel has no problem blocking mutant creatures and level 1 and 2 Zergs. He Xingzhou thought. Level 3 Zergs are a bit difficult. Level 4 and 5 Zergs, such as the Black Beetle, cannonballs and missiles alone may not work. What if there are other higher level Zergs? The risk is too great. We must upgrade our weapons and equipment as soon as possible. The research and development of weapons in the Xuanwu plan has already begun. He Xingzhou originally wanted to improve laser weapons first, but the appearance of beetles made him change his mind. He wanted to improve electromagnetic guns first. Laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons have different advantages. Assuming that it is against a level 5 black beetle, the laser weapon needs to burn it for several seconds before it can burn it to death. The kind of laser weapon that can instantly evaporate it is naturally impossible to make now. The electromagnetic gun can obtain great kinetic energy in a very short time, and even a 50-meter thick steel plate can be smashed into a big hole. It is an instant burst, while the laser weapon is more like a continuous output. In the coastal defense war, although the attack range of laser weapons is far, they are easily affected by sea water and weather, and cannot kill beetles instantly. In comparison, the current electromagnetic gun is more lethal to beetles. He Xingzhou analyzed it and decided to improve the electromagnetic gun first. He called out the quantum optical brain and opened the weapon technology tree. Unlocking the basic induction electromagnetic gun requires 300,000 units of energy. Unlocking the basic electromagnetic railgun requires 500,000 units of energy. Unlocking the basic plasma electrothermal cannon requires 700,000 units of energy. Unlocking the basic electromagnetic reconnection cannon requires 1 million units of energy. Among them, Xingzhou has already mastered the relevant technology for the basic induction electromagnetic cannon. He Xingzhou directly entered the data, and it was unlocked. However, this electromagnetic cannon is fixed in the barrel with an acceleration coil. When it is passed through an alternating current, the alternating magnetic field generated will generate an induced current in the projectile coil. The magnetic field of the induced current interacts with the magnetic field of the acceleration coil current to generate an electromagnetic field force, which accelerates the projectile and launches it. The electromagnetic rail gun is to lay electromagnetic rails, and when the current is passed, the rails generate a strong magnetic field. Under the action of the ampere force, the energized slider will shoot out the projectile at a very high speed, And in theory, it can even reach sublight speed. The lethality of the electromagnetic rail gun is also very strong. But if it is to be manufactured now, it will face a problem. That is, the ultra-high lethality requires a longer acceleration track. The plasma electrothermal gun uses high-voltage plasma heating to push the projectile forward. As for the last electromagnetic reconnection gun, its principle is the same as the coil gun, but it uses another way of continuous reconnection. It combines the advantages of the coil gun that can launch large-mass projectiles and the rail gun that can launch ultra-high-speed projectiles, and can give the projectile a higher acceleration force peak, making it more powerful. At present, the mainstream in the world are induction electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic rail guns, and there is no mature electromagnetic reconnection gun. He Xingzhou unlocked all 4 types of electromagnetic cannons at once. These electromagnetic cannons have different usage scenarios. One type is not stronger than another, but the manufacturing difficulty is different. In the current situation, the most suitable one is the electromagnetic reconnection cannon, which is more powerful and does not require the manufacture of ultra-long electromagnetic tracks for the time being. Its turret is a rectangular structure that can be manufactured in a short time. Recently, the unit energy of the quantum optical brain is still sufficient, because a nuclear power plant has been built on the root of the Great Wall of Steel, and He Xingzhou has obtained a new source of energy. He Xingzhou digested and understood this information, and directly contacted the Electromagnetic Weapons Research Institute through the cloud, pulling the team responsible for researching electromagnetic cannons into the channel. Everyone, I found a way to design an induction electromagnetic gun, He Xingzhou said. What method? Asked the team leader Bao Xiangbei, an electromagnetic weapon expert who has led the team to design many electromagnetic weapons. He Xingzhou said, the design consists of 2 rectangular coaxial coils at the upper and lower positions, with a gap in between. The projectile is a rectangular parallelepiped that can pass through the gap between the 2 coils for accelerated motion. Because the projectile carries a continuous current, the magnetic field generated by the projectile seems to cut off the magnetic field of the acceleration coil when it passes through the acceleration coil, and then reconnects with the magnetic field of the next coil in an abstract way. In this repeated reconnection process, the projectile is continuously accelerated, and at the same time obtains the advantages of the induction electromagnetic gun and the electromagnetic rail gun. Everyone understood the principle, and He Xingzhou sent a structural diagram of his design. This is a cylindrical electromagnetic reconnection gun, which mainly contains a cylindrical armature, which is wound by a cylindrical asynchronous induction coil. By controlling the current, the effect of electromagnetic acceleration and magnetic field reconnection is achieved. For this design, if we can accurately control each reconnection, then the projectile can be continuously accelerated in a small volume, and finally achieve the same effect as the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail gun. Bao Xiangbei said, we have to try it immediately. He Xingzhou said, it is best to make samples immediately. If the test is successful, mass production should be sent to the front line immediately. Bao Xiangbei also knew that this was a time war, and that every second counted. He immediately said, we will start now. Once the test is successful, we will start manufacturing immediately. While they were studying the electromagnetic reconnection cannon, the Battle of Busan had already begun. The previous process was similar to that in the Choshi area of Sakurajima. The Zerg first used low-level mutants to attract artillery fire, and then sent beetles to land when they were almost consumed. Because of their previous experience, they were not so embarrassed this time. The specially equipped tank armor-piercing and armor-piercing shells caused a lot of damage to the beetles. But when the black beetles landed, the tank armor-piercing and armor-piercing shells also had limited damage to them. At the estuary, the Zerg attacked the fleet, and several warships were destroyed. Hold on for another half an hour. The mutants are almost dead, Commander Jin Qinghuan shouted in the headquarters. We must defend the coastal defense line. Half of the first batch of black beetles that landed were killed by them, and there were less than 50 left. If they could hold on, they would still have a chance to defend. But something desperate happened. They originally thought that there would only be a batch of black beetles, but new big black spots appeared in the ocean, and a batch of more black beetles appeared, and there were various red beetles and green beetles behind them, estimated to be 6,000 or 7,000 in total. That scene was like countless heavy armored vehicles charging the defense line. Underwater, those giant Zergs were also attacking the defense line. The drone filmed the tentacles several tens of meters long appearing in the water, tying up a small ship and pulling it directly into the sea. Boom! A Tomahawk cruise missile hit it, and a large area of scarlet appeared in the ocean. But the guy did not float up, but disappeared in the water. In the deep water, the monsters madly hit the underwater interception net, and some of them could even carry their own electricity. The interception net has collapsed and the estuary has been broken. The commander of the White Eagle looked at the situation of the defense line and said, "Retreat. Our missiles are ready." Retreat. After Jin Qinghuan gave the order, the whole person seemed to have lost his strength. This is Busan. Unlike the Choshi district of Sakurajima, even if they retreat to the land defense line and blow up all the beetles, the city will suffer heavy losses. And the monsters have opened the estuary. Starting from the Nakdong River, they will enter the island. A greater disaster and chaos are coming. Their soldiers retreated to the land defense line, and countless missiles fell, blowing up the Zerg around the coastal defense line. The once prosperous first port on the island was reduced to ashes. Busan has fallen. At this moment, countless islanders are wailing. Our home is gone. The Zerg has entered the river and will go straight inland. What should we do next? No one can give an answer. After surviving with a broken arm, they are greeted with more confusion and fear. Twice the coastal defense. Both failed. The whole human world is shaken by this. Although these two places are not large in area, they are both the world's top industrial and technological powers. With their military strength, they can't defend the estuary in front of the Zerg. If the Zerg lands from other places, can they defend it? Pessimistic emotions spread in human society, and some people even began to feel desperate, preaching that the end of the world is coming, saying that they will give up resistance, or go to heaven in advance before the Zerg arrives. Some people began to indulge themselves, thinking that it would be better to be happy before death than to be destroyed by the Zerg. Some people and organizations began to call on all mankind to unite to resist the Zerg, develop more advanced military technology, etc. Various phenomena emerged one after another. A piece of news brought the world's attention to Shinjo again. The third Zerg has approached the magic city of Shinjo. I'm afraid it will land within 10 days. International media reported this news. There's nothing we can do. Humans are no match for the Zerg at all. Run for your lives. Learning from the previous two experiences, you can directly abandon the magic city and kill the Zerg with missiles. The end of the world has come, and only those who believe in the god of Orlan can be protected and liberated. Humanity has completely abandoned the ocean and retreated to the inland. Alas, this time, many people will die again. There are countless pessimistic news. Because of the two failures, even netizens in Shinjo felt the oppression of the Zerg. They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, can we really hold on? There was news that the number of Zerg attacking the magic city this time was larger than the two Zergs that had fought before, and more than them combined. This news made people restless. What should we do with so many Zergs? The magic city must not be lost. Otherwise the Zerg will soon spread across the country through the Yangtze River. On land, even if Zerg and mutant creatures appear, we can kill them. But if they are in the river, how can we catch them? The magic city has more than 20 million people. How can we retreat? And it is one of our economic centers. If they go to Choshi and do the same as Busan, we will be hit hard. People across the country are paying attention to the magic city. At this time, Xuanwu executives issued a message, after the day and night struggle of the general public and soldiers. We have completed the construction of the Great Steel Wall along the coastal section of the magic city. The Great Steel Wall is ready for use, and we will protect the safety of the magic city. As soon as the news came out, people were immediately excited. It was built so quickly. What a miracle. We have the Great Wall of Steel, so we shouldn't fail like them. The Great Wall of Steel will be tested as soon as it is built. I hope it can become our solid barrier. Admodu, come on. We are with you. The Zerg swarm is getting closer and closer. In the coastal area, the Xuanwu troops dispatched ships and fighters to bomb every day to minimize the number of mutant creatures and Zerg. At the Electromagnetic Weapons Research Institute, the electromagnetic reconnection gun designed by He Xingzhou was successfully tested and urgently delivered for manufacturing. He Xingzhou required that at least 100 electromagnetic reconnection guns be built within 10 days. In addition, he also specially designed a large multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection gun, which uses magnetic field superposition to double the thrust of the projectile. And its power will be dozens of times more than those single-stage electromagnetic reconnection guns. In order to make it before the battle begins, He Xingzhou personally went to the military factory to guide the manufacturing process. 8 days later. Magic City. Most of the high-rise buildings near the sea in Magic City have long been deserted, and people have evacuated. And the huge Magic City urban circle naturally cannot be evacuated. And most areas still have to live and work normally. At more than 5 o'clock in the morning, many people were still sleeping in their dreams. At this time, the piercing alarm sounded through the sky. And then all the streets, communities, and houses sounded the same sound. This is an air defense alarm. And this is not a drill. Chapter 135 The Reversers. What's wrong? In the room of the family of 3. The wife was sleepy. Quick! Wife! Get up! It's an air raid alarm. The husband quickly woke her up and shouted while getting dressed. Son! Get up quickly! We are going to evacuate. The Zerg are coming? The wife woke up suddenly and quickly got dressed. At this time, the loudspeaker of the neighborhood committee had sounded, all owners and residents. Please pay attention. Go to the shelter immediately. Please make emergency preparations. To prevent fire, the community will cut off power and property inspections in 10 hours. This scene, in the past month or so, they have practiced many times. Volunteers began to knock on doors door to door, reminding and helping people to evacuate the entire Magic City. The city's street lights were all on at this time, and the streets were bustling with people, carrying their bags and heading to the shelter to take shelter. At this time, in the East China Sea, fighter jets and warships were intercepting and bombing the Zerg. The Zerg suddenly gathered about 5 days earlier than we predicted. It is expected to reach the coast of Magic City within 1 day. Shui Yang set a warning in the Xuanwu Command Hall. The Xuanwu Command Hall is a command hall that exists in the virtual world and is connected through a global satellite network. Xuanwu executives and other necessary executors can join this command hall for combat discussions. The results of the detectors show that the number of Zerg this time is greater than the previous 2 attacks on Choshi District and Busan combined. Lu Tianhu reported. We also detected some existences with high thermal radiation. And there may be more advanced Zerg. This is Yi Yun's judgment. The fleet is on standby. And mine arrays are being laid near the coast. Luan, one of the commanders of the Marine Forces of the Xuanwu Force, reported. Is the estuary blocked? Qin Peng asked. It is blocked. We set down 20 nets and blocked the entire Yangtze River estuary with nets. 400 self-propelled artillery were placed along the coast. And torpedo arrays and underwater missile launchers were arranged underwater. An aircraft carrier fleet is on standby around. Luan said. Nuclear weapons are also ready. He Hongwei's image appeared in the command hall. He is now in a secret base. Nuclear weapons are used to prevent deep-sea monsters. If it is not necessary, it cannot be used. Qin Peng said. No one wants to use such strategic weapons at their doorstep, which will have a drastic impact on urban agglomerations and the ecological environment. We are organizing the evacuation of the masses, which can be completed within 10 hours. Lu Mei said. The reserve team heading to the front line is on the way, and they can all be in place within 5 hours. Lei Yuanfeng, one of the land commanders of the Xuanwu troops, reported. Dr. He? What about you guys? Qin Peng asked He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said, 100 single-stage electromagnetic reconnection guns have been installed on the Great Wall of Steel, and a multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection gun is undergoing the final manufacturing part. It will be completed within 20 hours, and we will immediately send it to the front line for assembly. Okay, Qin Peng said. To deal with those big beetles, we can only rely on electromagnetic guns. They don't want to abandon the coastal defense line like Sakura Island and Goryu Island, and use missiles to blow it into scorched earth. All members listen to the order. Now we have entered a state of war, and the defense of the Magic City has begun. Qin Peng shouted. Received. Defend the Magic City to the death. The communication channel was filled with unwavering reports. A branch of a land force near the Magic City. Commander Jialang is mobilizing before the war, and the team has been urgently assembled. He shouted. Our unit has just received an order from the superior to dispatch some personnel to the G545 section of the Great Wall of Steel for auxiliary defense. The G545 section of the Great Wall of Steel is on the edge of the Magic City, and has not been completed yet. If the Zerg is blocked on the front, it is likely to take a detour and break through from the G545 section. So this line of defense, we will not have the protection of the Great Wall of Steel, and we have to rely on our own weapons to defend. If necessary, we will have to sacrifice our lives. I have explained the situation. Soldiers who are willing to go to the G545 section, step forward. As soon as Xia Lang finished speaking, he heard the sound of neat steps. All the soldiers in front of him took a step forward, and no one stopped. Xia Lang looked at the young faces in front of him, feeling both relieved and heavy. These soldiers were at the most exciting age of their lives, and the G545 section was destined to be more dangerous than other lines of defense. This trip would be a life-or-death struggle. They all knew the risks of this trip, but none of them hesitated. Xia Lang frowned and swept his eyes over the soldiers in front of him. He gave another order and said, "Now, listen to my order. All the only children in the family, take a step back." After he gave this order, all the soldiers did not move, and no one retreated. Xia Lang cursed, "Did you hear that? Only children. Take a step back." No one moved. So Xia Lang walked to a young soldier in the front row and shouted, "Lu Tong, why didn't you listen to the order? I remember you don't have any brothers or sisters at home." Report. Lu Tong raised his head and shouted, "I have brothers and sisters at home." Xia Lang cursed, "Nonsense. Your file is here with me. Can you forge it?" Lu Tong continued to shout, "Report. My file is not forged. But I have brothers and sisters, and all the people in the country are my brothers and sisters. I will never retreat." "You kid." Xia Lang was about to curse a few more times, and everyone in the team shouted together, "All the people in the country are our brothers and sisters. We will never retreat." Their voices were firm. Their eyes were resolute, and they held their chests and heads high, as if they were not going to a battlefield of blood and fire, but to a podium of honor. An indescribable emotion rose in Xia Lang's heart. He knew that at least half of these soldiers were only children, and behind them were families. But now, they are determined to die. "Okay," Xia Lang shouted loudly. "Everyone listen to the order. In order to protect our brothers and sisters, immediately set off for G545 section. When you come back, I will celebrate your success. Move out." Chongzhou, one of the cities in the Magic City cluster. In a hospital in Chongzhou, the Dean Zhu urgently summoned a group of doctors and medical staff. Among them, there are experienced experts and directors who have been practicing medicine for many years, young nurses who provide clinical care, and young people who have just graduated from college and come here for internship. Zhu said in a deep voice, "News came from the Magic City that the Zerg will attack the Magic City within a day. Now the front line is in urgent need of medical staff. So a group of medical staff must be mobilized from nearby cities to support it. Everyone knows that the front line is very dangerous and life will be in danger if you are not careful. But if we don't go, our soldiers will be injured and sacrificed. So we must go. Here, I won't force you. If you are willing to go, sign this petition. If you die on the front line, the hospital and the country will handle your funeral and take care of your family. Time is urgent. Let's get started." It's called a petition, but it's actually a death warrant. Wu Yu was the first to sign his name on the death warrant after he finished speaking. The director of surgery signed his name second without hesitation. Then some doctors and nurses signed their names even though some of them had some hesitations in their hearts. There were only 2 nurses left, and the director stopped them and said, "Who won? Bai Shui. You 2 don't have to go. You just graduated, so you should stay in the hospital." The 2 of them actually graduated from the medical university ahead of schedule, because the situation was urgent and there was an urgent need for medical staff. A large number of students were promoted to graduate from the medical university. "No, I want to go." Hu Wan took the life and death agreement and said, "Everyone can go. Why can't I? Isn't there a steel Great Wall? We are inside the Great Wall. It must be safe. Hu Wan can go. So can I," Bai Shui said. "It's the first time to do such a meaningful thing. Others want to go, but don't have the chance yet." They said it easily. But the dean and the director could see that they didn't know how to hide their emotions, and their inner fear and anxiety were written on their faces. After the 2 signed the life and death agreement, Hu Wan saw that everyone looked heavy. So she smiled and said, "We are about to go to the battle. Everyone should be happy. Why don't we take a photo?" "Good idea. I'll post it on WeChat Moments," Bai Shui said with a smile. She also picked up a marker and said, "I'll write you a sentence to make you look more solemn." As she spoke, she first wrote 4 big characters on Hu Wan's clothes, "Defend the Magic City." seeing them trying to be optimistic. Dean Juyu smiled and said, "Write one for me too. Come on. I'll write one too. What are you writing? How can I be left out?" An old voice came, and an old man in his 80s was slowly walking over. Juyu looked at him and said in surprise, "Mr. Xia, why are you here? You're retired. Just enjoy your life at home." His name is Xia Wenbin, one of the former surgical masters, who is retired because of his old age. Xia Wenbin scolded, "Xiao Zhu, you didn't inform me of such an important matter. Although I'm retired, my mind is still fuzzy, and my hands can still hold a scalpel. You go to the front line to support. Without me, will it work? Give me a copy of that petition." Xia Wenbin shouted. "Dean, this..." The director hesitated. Seeing this, Xia Wenbin stepped forward and took a copy himself, signing while blaming, "What a fuss. Hurry up and leave." Central, a large logistics center. The Magic City is about to go to war, and supplies are urgently mobilized. Wang Chong, the warehouse manager, shouted, "The convoy must leave now to deliver supplies to the front line. Who's willing to run? The delivery fee is 10 times. He shouted to a group of delivery drivers. "I'll do it." A driver stood up and said, "I've signed up as a volunteer a long time ago, so I don't need to pay for delivery." He got in the car and went to the warehouse to load the car. "Husband, we are also volunteers." Husband and wife team Chenping and Wu Li were discussing. "I'll go. And you don't have to go." Chenping stood up and said, "There are also dangers in frontline delivery. We have elderly people and children to take care of at home. We have to leave someone behind." Willie wanted to speak, but Chenping had already made a decision and said, "Listen to me. I'll go. You stay." Willie moved her lips a few times and finally said, "Okay. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. I'm driving a heavy truck. If I encounter any mutant creatures, I will just hit it to death," Chenping said, patting his chest. As he said that, he went to the warehouse manager to sign up, and soon went to the warehouse to load the truck. After watching Chenping's heavy truck drive out of the logistics center, Willie walked up to the warehouse manager and said, "Want to? I want to go too." Wang Chong asked in confusion, "Didn't your husband just leave? He told you to stay and not make this trip." "I know," Willie said, "but I am also a volunteer and a delivery driver. We are short of people now. How can I not go? You have old people and young children in your family. You should stay here. I'll find someone else," Wang Chong advised. "I've made up my mind," Willie said. "The child has been sent to his uncle's house, and they will take care of the elderly. Besides, we are delivering goods in the back, not going to fight the Zerg. So, I drove there. By the way, don't tell my husband," she emphasized. Wang Chong hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. "Okay. Remember? Be careful on the way." 2 streams of traffic and people appeared on the streets of the Magic City. One was the evacuated people, who were evacuating to the shelter in the safe zone with their own daily necessities. The other group was soldiers, medical staff, logistics personnel, etc. entering the Magic City. "Mom, why are they going in the opposite direction?" a little boy asked curiously in the evacuation team. The mother looked at the people who were going in the opposite direction. They knew that there was a battlefield ahead, and the man-eating Zerg was about to attack. But they rushed to the front line without hesitation. She stroked her son's head and said, "Because they are the retrogrades, the heroes who defend us and this country. They are the pioneers on the battlefield. Without them, we will be eaten by monsters." The little boy seemed to understand and said, "Are the heroes very powerful?" "Very powerful. Then I want to be a hero too." "Yeah." At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "A nation cannot be without heroes, and a country cannot be without pioneers. Salute to you, the retrogrades." This sentence ignited the evacuated people, and they shouted, "Salute to you, the retrogrades. Wish you a safe journey. Be sure to return safely. We are waiting for your reunion." Burst after burst of voices echoed over the city, and the retrogrades turned their heads, their eyes filled with tears. Wiping away their tears, they continued to move forward. Ahead, they will see the majestic Great Wall of Steel. Outside the Great Wall of Steel, countless mutant creatures can be seen. They lurk in the ocean, hide in the mud, and stare at the coastline and the Yangtze River estuary. Their terrifying appearance alone is enough to make people feel terrified. They seem to be waiting for an order, and then break through this line of defense of life, extend their claws to the vast land of China, and the 1.4 billion Chinese people. The retrogrades swear in their hearts. Defend the Magic City. We are here. Chapter 136. Defense of the Magic City. Along the Great Steel Wall of the Magic City, all defense units are ready. Inside the Great Steel Wall, the super high-speed rail is constantly transporting personnel and supplies. On the sea, ships have begun to attack, launching missiles or underwater weapons to bomb the Zerg. In the sky, fighter groups have been carrying out their missions, destroying those mutant birds while bombing the sea. Before the Zerg landed, more than 1 million were killed. But this is less than 1/20th of their total. Across Shenzhou, almost everyone is watching the news on TV, computer or mobile phone. At this time, all news media are broadcasting and reporting news from the front line. In Shenzhou's live broadcast room, the construction scene has turned into a shot in the Great Wall of Steel, and the war correspondents are nervously reporting the current situation. We can now see that all combatants are in place. Shen Bingbing volunteered to be a war correspondent and is now in the fortress inside the Great Wall of Steel. It is expected that the Zerg will land in less than 5 hours. The missiles in front have begun bombing, and the number of Zerg has been reduced as much as possible. A missile fell, and a blood-red wave exploded in the sea. Seeing the horrible scene, countless people were nervous and silent. We must hold on. In He Mingyao's dormitory, several students prayed silently. Believe in our Great Wall of Steel. He Qihong was encouraging his relatives and friends at home. He had not been idle these days. He and Jiang Wanrong went to volunteer. We will win. Researchers at the Sentinel Research Institute were also paying attention. In the shelter, tens of millions of residents were watching the news. That was their home. At this time, in space, the focus of satellite photography was all on the Magic City. The whole world was paying attention to this war. The previous 2 failures had already dealt a heavy blow to mankind. A few hours later, it was unknown where the command was issued, and the swarm of insects suddenly began to surge. The entire ocean seemed to have turned black. The swarm of insects was surging under the sea. The wind was howling, and the waves were surging. The mutant creatures rushed to the estuary and the beach without regard for their lives. From the sky, all they could see were mutant monsters. A scene of the end of the world. It's too difficult. How can we stop it? On Sakura Island, Hiroshi Ishii looked at the scene and couldn't help saying, this scene was much more terrifying than the Zerg he had seen. If they had faced these Zerg that day, they might not even be able to hold out for the first wave. It's unstoppable. Unstoppable. On Goryeo Island, Commander Jin Qinghuan shook his head repeatedly. This is at least 3 times more than the Zerg we are facing. He sighed. The Magic City will become the second Busan, another super city of mankind, and will be annihilated by the Zerg attack. The commanders of the White Eagles were also discussing. Harvey said, this time the number of Zerg and the area of attack are larger than the previous 2 times. Even if we use missiles to watch the ground, we may not be able to cover it all. I'm afraid they will use nuclear weapons. Jonah said, the Great Wall of Steel should be able to play a role. But if those huge beetles attack, the Great Wall of Steel should not be able to stop it. In the office, the commander and senior executives were also watching. The bear, the Western Alliance, India, the kangaroo, the maple leaf. When they saw this doomsday scene, they all felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. If it were them, could they stop it? The answer is no. The mutants are approaching the beach defense line. Lei Yuanfeng, the frontline commander, ordered, prepare the artillery. Fire! At the command, countless shells hit the beach defense line, and many mutants were smashed into rotten meat just after they came into contact with the air. In the ocean, at the estuary, a large number of mutants began to attack the mine array, and explosions continued underwater, and soon the sea area near the estuary was dyed red, green, blue and other colors. The smell of blood and gunpowder could be smelled from a distance of several miles, and the sea breeze had turned into a fishy wind. At this time, the fighter planes in the sky also encountered opponents. A large number of mutant birds flew from the other side of the sea. They were huge in size, and the number was estimated to be over 100,000. They gathered together and covered the sky. Some can also emit ultrasonic attacks and electromagnetic interference. Air defense system activated. Yan Xiao, the commander of the air defense system, ordered. From the ground, countless interceptor missiles were launched. Relying on the positioning of Skynet satellites and ground radars, they accurately hit the target. In the sky, blood and broken bones continued to fall, and blood rained down. So far, all the defense lines are considered stable, and no Zerg has been able to break through the defense lines for the time being. This lasted for about an hour, and the sea and the beach were full of corpses of mutant creatures. The Xuanwu system could not count how many mutant creatures were killed at this time, but the dark sea water under the sea surface was still suffocating. It's almost there. Beetles, Hiroshi Ishii said silently in his heart. In the several battles of the Zerg, they sent a group of mutant creatures with low evolution to die. They don't care how many of these cannon fodder die. When the cannon fodder dies, the space in the ocean is also freed up, and they can breed a lot of them soon. Some Zerg can produce billions of them at a time. On the beach, a red beetle crawled out from the bottom of the sea. It is huge. Its whole body is covered with a shell. It has a pair of pincers and 3 pairs of legs, and it runs very fast. Even if it is hit by a bullet or blown up by a shell, it can continue to get up and charge. The red beetle appears. Seeing this scene, Lei Yuanfeng had experience, and he shouted, "Beach defense line. Full evacuation. Retreat to the coastal defense line." They knew very well that the first line of defense on the beach would not be able to stop these beetles. The coastal defense line was naturally the Great Wall of Steel. Following the long-prepared retreat route, the soldiers retreated to the interior of the Great Wall of Steel. The automatic artillery and other weapons on the beach defense line were quickly destroyed by the beetles. At this time, the coastline was full of red and blue beetles. Several meters high fortifications would be knocked down directly in front of them. The automatic artillery fixed on the ground, with a steel barrel thicker than a bucket, was corroded by the blue beetle's acid. The war correspondents were broadcasting these situations. Seeing these scenes, the audience was already scared. Are these still bugs? They can overturn tanks. I saw one that was hit by several shells, but it didn't die. One only had half of its body left, but it was still rushing forward. The beach defense line can't stop them at all. The bullets hitting them are like tickling. What kind of monsters are these? We are getting closer to the Great Wall of Steel. There are too many of them. It takes several shells to kill one. I think there are tens of thousands of big beetles. The beetles destroyed the beach defense line and rushed straight to the coastal defense line. Under their cover, other Zerg and mutant creatures also rushed ashore. Here they come. The soldiers in the Great Wall of Steel held their breath. When the bugs entered the attack range, Qin Peng gave an order in the communication channel, shouting, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. Da-da-da-da. Boom boom. Various sounds rang out. The Great Wall of Steel had shooting holes and gun muzzles. Various artillery, rockets, armor-piercing shells, armor-breaking shells, and heavy machine guns equipped with large-caliber bullets were attacking crazily, because the super high-speed rail was constantly transporting. The ammunition inside the Great Wall of Steel was very sufficient. Shen Bingbing stood at an observation port, holding a microphone and looking out. She saw the ground was dusty, sand and flesh flying. The red beetles and green beetles that were so ferocious just now were beaten to pieces and difficult to approach. We can see now that the firepower of the steel wall is very sufficient, and it is currently blocking the Zerg 2 kilometers away, she reported. Of course, it is impossible for all Zergs to be blocked. Some guys with very fast movement speed have already arrived at the steel wall, and some have directly crashed into the steel wall. The foundation of this more than 60-meter high steel wall is several dozen meters deep. The outside is an armored shell similar to that of an armored vehicle, and the inside is reinforced concrete. Even if it is bombed by missiles, there will be no cracks. These Zergs can only hit themselves and bleed. Some Zergs were even knocked unconscious and killed. Seeing this scene, people were excited. The Great Wall of Steel is really useful. Awesome. It directly blocked all the Zergs. Haha. They were all killed. They started climbing. Some are spitting acid, seeing that they couldn't break through this defense. The Zerg used other means. Some Zergs piled up on top of each other, and some spit acid to corrode the outer shell of the Great Wall of Steel. Clear and eliminate them. We can't let them destroy the Great Wall of Steel. And we can't let them turn over, Qin Peng shouted. He Xingzhou was already on the way to transport the heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection cannon at this time. He directly ordered Xuanwu, deploy all the mechanical arms, and let them know what a meat grinder is. Start the mechanical arms. Xuanwu sent a command. I saw windows opening on the Great Wall of Steel. Extending from the windows were giant mechanical arms that were 50 or 60 meters long. In front of these mechanical arms, there were heavy hammers and blades weighing more than 10 tons. What is this? Harvey, Jonah, Ishii Hiroshi, Jin Qinghuan and other commanders from all over the country saw this thing. There are also mechanical arms installed on the Great Wall of Steel? The next second, all of them widened their eyes. And Jonah even cursed directly, fuck! It can be like this. He saw that the mechanical arms began to swing. And the heavy hammer mechanical arms fell down. And each hammer was 1,000 tons of impact force. A green beetle was rushing to the Great Wall of Steel. And its shell was smashed into a meat pie. And it couldn't die anymore. Instant kill. Hiroshi Ishii was dumbfounded. They had used so many methods to deal with the green beetle. But it was killed by a hammer. How powerful is this robot arm? Harvey exclaimed. As long as there is electricity, this thing can attack continuously without consuming shells. In fact, there is a nuclear power plant behind the Magic City Steel Great Wall section. The nuclear power plant is now operating at full capacity. In addition, the wireless power transmission network built in 3 years. As long as the power supply system is stable, the robot arm can keep working. And the meat grinder. He Xingzhou was very satisfied with the power of the robot arm. And the second robot arm equipped with giant blades also started working. Its blades are like the movement of a blender, with 3 oblique cutting columns. When the mechanical arm extends out and the blade rotates rapidly, a battlefield meat grinder appears. All the Zerg that approach are cut into countless pieces in 1 second under the high-speed rotating blades. Even the beetles cannot resist the high-speed rotating cutting and are cut into pieces. There is a similar mechanical arm every section of the Great Wall of Steel. From a distance, the Great Wall of Steel seems to be alive, with countless steel giants attacking the enemy crazily. Tens of thousands of red beetles, green beetles, and tens of millions of mutant creatures were almost wiped out in front of the Great Wall of Steel. The corpses under the city wall have piled up into a mountain. Such a scene has boosted the confidence of the people across the country. Look at my divine power. I am invincible. The mechanical arm can actually do this. I am shocked. The bugs were all smashed to pieces. Too outrageous. I saw the news a few days ago. And others were smashed by beetles in an instant. As a result, the beetles were directly beaten into meat paste when they reached the Great Wall of Steel. It's so bloody. I dare not watch it. People all over the world were stunned. If we had the Great Wall of Steel, the mouth of the Tonne River would not have been lost. The Sakura people shouted, "Give us these mechanical arms. Busan can still survive." The people of Goryeo also regretted it. We need to build a steel wall and research this kind of mechanical arm. People from Maoxiong and Tianzhu called for it. The White Eagle commander immediately ordered, "Hurry up and let the technology department develop it. Its close combat effect is much better than missile bombardment." The Western Alliance was even more excited. We are all along the coast, and Shenzhou's steel wall and mechanical arm provide us with a new defense plan. The red beetle, the green beetle, and other level 3 and 4 Zergs were already blocked by the steel wall. The Zerg commander seemed to realize that this was just suicide. So he began to send more powerful troops. On the beach, huge black beetles began to appear. At the estuary, giant eel-like Zergs also began to attack the underwater defense. Fortunately, no more terrifying Zergs have appeared in the sky. Perhaps their air forces have not evolved enough. Level 5 Zergs have appeared. He Xingzhou reminded. The mechanical arm can't strangle the black beetle. They obtained some biological materials of black beetles in the battlefield in front. After research and calculation, the mechanical arm's heavy hammer and strangulation are difficult to cause damage to black beetles with stronger defense and vitality. The number of black beetles is more than we estimated. At least more than 3,000. At the beginning, 100 black beetles broke through the defense line of the Choshi district of Sakurajima. Now, their number is 30 times that of before. And there are other beetles and mutants that are constantly attacking. So many. The mechanical arm can't stop it. Jonah immediately judged. Can't the Great Wall of Steel and Shenzhou stop it? At this moment, they also hope that the Great Wall of Steel can stop it. Because the Great Wall of Steel has taught them how to resist the Zerg. If it can't stop it, what other ways can humans resist the landing of the Zerg in the ocean? Chapter 137 Bomb It. The black beetles that landed here were even bigger than the ones they had seen before. They were like black heavy trucks, rushing from the beach to the Great Wall of Steel. Boom! Missiles fell beside them. The scorching heat, bursting shrapnel, and powerful impact force could not hinder their progress. Even though some were blown over and killed, more Black Beetles were still charging. General artillery and missiles could no longer stop them. A Black Beetle rushed to the Great Wall of Steel. The mechanical hammer smashed down fiercely. The Black Beetle raised its strong forelimbs to block the mechanical hammer. It spit out a large piece of blue-green acid. The steel was corroded by the strong acid, like ice and snow poured with boiling water. Melting quickly, the Black Beetle clamped hard, and the mechanical arm was also clamped off. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells hit it at the same time, blowing it away dozens of meters. Is it dead? People looked at the pile of corpses. The Black Beetle had been blown over and pus was flowing out of its body. But it was not dead. Instead, it turned over and continued to charge. It can't be killed? What a terrifying vitality. The Black Beetle's strong acid is more corrosive than the Green Beetle. And there are more of them. The Great Wall of Steel can't stop it. Their pincers and mouthparts can destroy steel and concrete as easily as foam. What should we do? The people were already anxious. The soldiers in the Great Wall of Steel were also in a heavy mood. Looking at the giant beetle that was dozens of meters long and 3 or 5 meters tall, anyone would feel a sense of suffocation. Abandoning the Great Wall of Steel and using missiles for carpet bombing is the only option, Harvey shouted in the combat conference room. Of course, his voice could not reach the Xuanwu command hall. Electromagnetic reconnection guns ready, Qin Peng ordered. Target: Black Beetle. Fire! 100 installed electromagnetic reconnection guns had already been loaded with bullets. As soon as the order came, they immediately started the electromagnetic guns. The shells were constantly accelerated in the electromagnetic guns. The induction coil pushed the heavy projectiles, and the reconnection method allowed it to obtain the same ultra-long distance acceleration as the railgun. A shell was given a huge amount of kinetic energy. If it was in space, it might be close to sublight speed. On the Blue Star, it also reached a super high speed. The kinetic energy it carried was enough to make a big hole in the 50-meter thick steel. The shell of the Black Beetle, of course, could not be as thick as 50 meters of steel. An electromagnetic gun first hit the nearest giant Black Beetle, and a loud boom sounded, which was even more violent than the sound of a missile explosion. If there were no soundproofing layer and earplugs, the eardrums of people nearby would be pierced. What happened? When everyone looked at the Black Beetle again, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. The giant Black Beetle that was charging forward and unstoppable was hit by this shot. And its shell, which was several times thicker than armored vehicles and tanks, was completely shattered. A huge hole appeared in the part that was hit, and all the biological structures inside, including shells, bones, internal organs, and flesh and blood, disappeared. The surrounding body was also broken into pieces. It couldn't be deader. And it was blasted into slag by a single shot. Black Beetle. Was it killed instantly? Seeing this scene, Harvey, Jonah and others stood up suddenly. Ishii Hiroshi and Jin Qinghwan were even more stunned. The Black Beetle that easily broke through their defense line, so terrifying that they had to abandon the city, was blown into pieces by a cannon. What kind of weapon is that? A general in Tianju shouted. The Great Wall of Steel is equipped with this kind of weapon. The White Eagle commander asked his subordinates. Do you know what weapon it is? Everyone shook their heads and said, there is no information yet. It was killed with one shot. Elsewhere, the senior officials were discussing this weapon. As the first electromagnetic reconnection cannon was fired, more shells were fired, and each electromagnetic cannon could blow a Black Beetle into pieces. The Black Beetle army that was so aggressive just now was just a vase waiting to be broken in front of this electromagnetic cannon. Did you see it? I just got the news that what was fired just now was the electromagnetic reconnection cannon developed by Dr. He Xingzhou's team. Shin Bingbing reported excitedly. This is a kinetic weapon. Its power can instantly kill beetles. With the electromagnetic reconnection cannon, beetles can't break through the Great Wall of Steel. Hearing Shin Bingbing's explanation, everyone was excited. It turned out to be an electromagnetic cannon. The power is like thunder. Although Dr. He is not live, his legend is still on the battlefield. He Xingzhou is awesome. Black technology has appeared. I know it. There must be new weapons. One-shot one. The lethality exceeds that of cruise missiles. The Black Beetle is also blocked. What else does the Zerg have? The defense of the Great Wall of Steel was stabilized again. At this time, a crisis occurred at the estuary. In the ocean, a level 5 Zerg, the King Condor, also appeared. This is the name people gave it not long ago, because its appearance is similar to the Condor eel, but its body length is tens of meters, and it is several meters long. It can attack ships. Some King Condors can also release strong electric currents to attack. Small ships will die in front of it. Report to the headquarters. This is the Cheatsy frigate. Our hull is damaged, and the ammunition inventory is less than 10%. Request to return. Emergency. The protective net at the estuary has been broken through 17 layers, and the King Condor's electric current has detonated all our mine arrays. The estuary needs support. At the estuary of the Yangtze River, there are layers of protective nets in the river water. These protective nets are woven with special materials, and even ships cannot break through them. But these giant Condor eels not only broke through the mine array and the blockade of underwater missiles, but also destroyed the protective nets with strong currents and tried to rush into the Yangtze River. Hold on. Hold on. The reinforcement team is urgently repairing the protective nets. The fleet is refilling ammunition. It will take at least 20 minutes. Commander Lewin said. Hold on for 20 minutes. The aircraft carrier fleet will take over here. There are too many targets to attack. At this time, almost every ship has almost used up its ammunition, and the supply ship runs back and forth, constantly refilling them with ammunition. On the Cheatsy frigate, Captain Peng Zimu has been staring at the surveillance screen. In the ocean, another group of Zergs have gathered and are swimming towards the estuary. Captain, our ammunition is about to run out, the deputy shouted anxiously. If we don't return, we are in danger of sinking. We can't hold on anymore, Peng Zimu said calmly. The aircraft carrier fleet is now replenishing supplies, and there is another wave of Zergs ahead. If we let that wave of Zergs come over, the estuary behind us will definitely not be able to be defended, and they will rush into the Yangtze River. Do you know what that means? Several deputies certainly know. That means we have failed in this defensive battle, and the Zergs will go up the Yangtze River and rush into the heart of Xinzhou. So we have to hold on, Peng Zimu said. But our missiles and torpedoes are almost all gone. There is no way to resist, the subordinate said anxiously. Peng Zimu observed the situation and said, there are artillery positions on both sides of the estuary, and the ammunition on land can be replenished immediately, as long as the previous wave of insects does not rush in within 20 minutes. They can hold on. So we have to attract this group of insects. Hearing his words, the crew members were silent for a moment. Peng Zimu gritted his teeth and shouted into the communicator, comrades, in order to buy time for the fleet, we must lure away the upcoming group of insects. We don't have much ammunition, so we can only run at full speed to escape. But we will lose support and supplies. Our end may be to die in the sea. Comrades, are you ready? He knew that this decision would make everyone die with him, but he still decided this way, because if they retreated, the people behind them would not be able to retreat anymore. The crew had no extra time to think, and someone shouted, Captain, we listen to you. We must not retreat. Let's lead the Zerg away and buy time for the fleet. It's just a bug. If it were on the shore, I could kill 100 of them. Captain, give the order. Everyone shouted. All ships, listen. Peng Zimu looked ahead and shouted, turn the sonar to maximum. Turn on the maximum horsepower, and turn the direction as far away from the estuary as possible. Execute immediately. The Cheatsy frigate began to turn around, and the sonar on the ship was turned to maximum. This is a device developed by scientists of the Xuanwu project. It can imitate the ultrasonic communication of the Zerg. This frequency can attract the Zerg and has been used in previous battles. Once this frequency is turned on, it will become a target for the Zerg. The Zerg will not mindlessly attack the location of the sonar, but will observe the target. Once the target can be destroyed, they will go out. Now the frigate is on the sea. A huge target. As soon as the sonar was turned on, the Zerg noticed the Cheatsy and began to chase it, wanting to destroy it. They caught up, the crew said happily. Hang them and keep running, Peng Zimu shouted. The command center also noticed the abnormality of the Cheatsy, and Luoan shouted, Cheatsy, what are you doing? Report. We are leading the Zerg away to buy time, Peng Zimu responded. You? Luoan did not curse anymore. He knew that doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. But if not, the estuary would definitely not be defended. He held back his grief and said, "Don't run too far. There is still a chance to come back." "Got it." Peng Zima said this. But he turned the ship's horsepower to the maximum and drove towards the direction of the Zerg without looking back. Behind their ship was a dark mass of sea water. And from time to time, they could see Zerg jumping out of the sea and trying to attack the ship. Is that ship crazy? Commanders from other places watching the battle from the satellite saw this scene. If they do this, they will definitely sink, Harvey judged. They want to lure away the Zerg. Ishiyuji saw their purpose. And at this moment, his mood became heavy. How could there be such a soldier? Jin Qinghuan asked his left and right. The Akagi was still moving forward, but it would shake from time to time. The Zerg's speed was not slower than theirs, and their ammunition had been used up. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the ship shook. A giant moray eel caught up with them and crashed into the ship. The ship is damaged and leaking. Everyone, go to the deck, Peng Zima commanded. Take your weapons and fight to the last moment. At this time, going to the A squad would also mean death. But he thought that at least on the deck, he could kill a few more enemies with a gun. The soldiers climbed up to the A squad, and the ship was still shaking. The Zerg had already climbed up to the A squad and rushed towards them. Peng Zima held a gun and looked at the countless monsters. He shouted, "I have no regrets about entering Shinjo in this life, and I will be a Chinese in the next life. Brothers, let's be comrades in the next life." Shouting, he held his gun and fired wildly. But there were too many Zergs in front of him. Too fierce. And soon he was drowned. "I have no regrets in this life to enter Shinjo, and I will be a Chinese in the next life." The soldiers all came to the deck and fought with guns or bombs. Kill! Kill! The shouts of killing were finally drowned in the Zerg swarm. The Chitsi was torn into pieces by the Zerg and sank in the ocean. Seeing this scene, everyone in the command center was silent, and their hearts were extremely sad. Chitsi, all crew members, have a good journey. He Xingzhou and the commanders whispered together. They are heroes. Respectable. Model soldiers. When Harvey, Jonah, Ishiyuji, Jin Qinghuan and others saw the Chitsi sinking, they all raised their hands and saluted them thousands of miles away. Report. The aircraft carrier fleet has replenished its ammunition and is heading to the estuary. At this time, news came from Shuiyang. Kill them! Kill them hard! Luan shouted. Blow them all into slag. Countless missiles and torpedoes were fired into the sea, turning the swarm into a sea of blood. With the addition of the aircraft carrier fleet, the estuary was defended again. Quick! Transfer these up immediately and assemble them. He Xingzhou had already arrived at the Great Wall of Steel, and he was arranging people to assemble the heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection gun. Because he was afraid of wasting time, he simply put on a mechanical exoskeleton and worked together. At this time, all kinds of beetles on the beach were almost killed. According to the experience of the previous two battles, the Zerg should be about to retreat at this time. But the reality is more cruel than imagined. Several huge platforms rose in the ocean, and they were moving towards the Great Wall of Steel. This is not something made by humans, but a giant Zerg. They look like king crabs, with 8 long legs, which are supported by the long legs. They are 40 to 50 meters high. They are also full-body shells, with giant claws and huge bodies. The shells hit them, just like tickling. A black beetle injured by the shells fell in front of one of them, was caught by it, and was eaten in 3 or 5 bites. Everyone's heart almost jumped out of their chest when they saw this scene. Those black beetles can resist the attack of shells, and only electromagnetic guns can destroy them. And this crab-like monster, eating black beetles is as easy as eating a piece of candy. With their height of dozens of meters and huge size, it seems very simple to destroy the Great Wall of Steel. Chapter 138, He Xingzhou's Super Electromagnetic Cannon. What is that? No one knows this Zerg. At least a level 6 Zerg, Song Jinghong said. Hurry up and blow them up. Hundreds of missiles were fired at these super king crabs, and explosions continued to sound. But they did not hurt them at all. These monsters spit out countless bubbles from their mouths. These bubbles seemed to be composed of their saliva and some biological mucus. They spit out these bubbles and hit the steel wall like missiles, making a violent explosion. These bubbles are actually some kind of gas bombs, and there are acidic substances in the bubbles that can corrode objects. Even a body of steel cannot resist it. Boom boom. The explosions continued, and the mechanical arms on the outer wall of the great steel wall were almost blown to pieces, and the soldiers had to quickly put them away. Under such bombing, holes and cracks appeared on the wall of the great steel wall. It can also spit bombs. This is a mobile turret. The people's eyelids jumped when they saw this scene. How can alien creatures have so many tricks? What kind of monster is this? How can we play this? I thought it was a melee, but I didn't expect it to have magic attacks. Use electromagnetic guns? Chin Peng shouted. All electromagnetic guns. Pay attention. Kill these first. Don't let them get close to the great steel wall. The aiming system of the electromagnetic gun locked onto these super king crabs that were moving and blowing bubbles. The electromagnetic gun shells were fired at a speed of 10,000 times the speed of sound, hitting the super king crabs hard. Sure enough, the power of the electromagnetic gun was much greater than that of conventional missiles. When the shells hit them, they would make a big hole in their shells. If they hit their limbs, they might even be crippled. But it was still very difficult to kill them. They were so big that even if they were hit by 20 or 30 electromagnetic guns at the same time, they would not necessarily die. Now, there were only 100 electromagnetic guns in the Great Wall of Steel, and there were a total of 10 Super King crabs. The electromagnetic guns still need to be loaded, and accelerated. At this speed, they will inevitably break through the Great Wall of Steel. At the same time, without the suppression of the electromagnetic guns, the beetles rushed up again. Hurry! 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 He Xingzhou urgently installed the heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection gun, which was almost completed. At this time, the edge of the Great Wall of Steel in the Magic City, G545 section. The Great Wall of Steel here has not been completed yet, and it mainly relies on the Marine Corps for defense. Tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and rocket launchers are lined up here to defeat all the invading Zerg. At the beginning, their pressure was not great, and the main offensive targets of the Zerg were near the estuary. But as the bugs failed to attack the Great Wall of Steel, some of them began to bypass and came here. Without the cover of the Great Wall of Steel, their defense was very difficult. These beetles are too difficult to deal with. Only armor-piercing and armor-breaking shells can kill them. Ordinary shells can't kill them at all. A soldier complained while attacking. Why are there more and more? Commander Jialang found that something was wrong and reported it quickly. Lei Yuanfeng replied, "This is the last wave of the Zerg. They are almost gone. If we hold on to this wave, we will win." Jialang looked at the picture taken by the drone and saw dense beetles and mutant creatures rushing towards this side. The most terrifying thing is that there is a big guy several dozen meters high. My God! What is that? Soldier Lu Tong saw the Super King crab. Don't worry about those. Let's blow up the beetles first. The comrade shouted and kept firing, in order to prevent them from approaching the defense line. They simply drove the tanks and armored vehicles out and bombarded them head-on. Tanks and armored vehicles kept knocking over or tearing apart the beetles, and the soldiers inside died tragically. Super King Crab brewed a bunch of foam bombs and bombarded the positions. Xiao Wu, another comrade of Lu Tong, was killed by the Zerg. Position number 4. Is there anyone else? Jialang shouted. But no one responded to him. All soldiers at position 4 have been killed. Xuanwu sent out a reminder after checking their smart devices. All killed. Jialang's heart trembled. But at this time, he didn't care about anything else and shouted, "Positions 1 to 9. Fill position 4 immediately and hold the position." Someone stood up at each position. Position 4 was where the beetle and the Super King Crab were moving. "I'll go." Lu Tong stood up, wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, carrying an armor-piercing gun and 2 boxes of shells, and ran over. Like him, people from each position went to fill the gap. The Super King Crab brought too much pressure to the defense line. 100 electromagnetic guns fired at the same time, and only one was killed in 3 minutes. One of them was already close to the Great Wall of Steel. Its long legs were inserted directly into the iron wall, and it was trying to jump over it. The mechanical arm and the shells kept attacking, breaking several of its legs. The monster was still fierce and used its destructive power to smash this part of the Great Wall of Steel. The more than 60-meter-high wall was collapsed by its knocking. Acid and gas bombs. Fortunately, the electromagnetic cannon was fired later, which killed it. There are 8 more, all approaching. Lei Yuanfeng shouted. Dr. He? Can your cannon kill it? Xin Peng asked quickly. We are almost out of options here. He also ordered. The reserve team is ready. Once the Great Wall of Steel is breached, everyone should go up. When the reserve personnel really go up, I don't know how many people will die. It will definitely work. He Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said, the power of this heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection cannon is more than 100 times greater than before. Give me 3 more minutes. I'm debugging. Okay. Did you hear me? 3 minutes. Stop all those big crabs and beetles. Xin Peng ordered. The situation is very critical now. We are trying to find a way to block the gap. Shen Bingbing explained nervously. And the audiences across the country were all worried. War is too cruel and changes rapidly. No one can relax in the current situation. When the camera turned to the G545 defense line, Position 4, everyone saw only a tragic battlefield. Armored vehicles and tanks have almost been destroyed by beetles and super king crabs. Now the soldiers are wearing mechanical exoskeletons, carrying gun barrels and ammunition, and shooting while moving. But there are too many monsters. Every second, a soldier sacrifices. It's too tragic. People are heartbroken. Whose children and fathers are these young lives? Damn bugs. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to go to the front line. Otherwise, I will fight them to the death. We can't hold it anymore. Xia Lang looked at the Super King Crab. He knew that when it came closer, the defense line here would inevitably collapse. He contacted the headquarters. The big crab is coming. We request missile coverage bombing. Missile coverage bombing will blow up this area and the unbuilt steel Great Wall. Turn this place into scorched earth. Can't hold it anymore? Xin Peng took a deep breath and said, approved. Prepare to evacuate. Xia Lang ordered, listen to my orders. Everyone prepare to retreat. This place will be bombed by missiles. No. We can still hold on. The soldiers heard the order and said unwillingly. We have been defending for so long. We can't give up like this. Follow the order. Xia Lang shouted. Execute immediately. The soldiers had no choice but to retreat, no matter how unwilling they were. Lu Tong. Why don't you retreat? Xia Lang saw that Lu Tong's coordinates showed that he had been in the same place. Commander, my exoskeleton is damaged. Lu Tong responded painfully with cold sweat. Just now, a Zerg cut off his right leg and the leg of the mechanical exoskeleton. Who is nearby? Go save him. Xia Lang shouted hurriedly. Don't come. There is no one around. Don't waste time. Lu Tong shouted. The missiles will bomb soon. Xia Lang was also very anxious. The Skynet satellite also captured this scene. The war correspondent said anxiously, one of our soldiers is trapped. But this place is about to be bombed by missiles. What should we do? Go and save him. The audience was also very anxious. But they could do nothing. Oh my God. That big crab is coming. Who can help him? What a good young man. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Tong looked at the approaching behemoth and gasped. At this time, the AI system of the mechanical exoskeleton was urgently treating his wounds. The contraction ring compressed the femoral artery to prevent blood from losing too quickly. He was using the medical supplies in his backpack to assist in stopping bleeding. The severe pain and physical defects made him unable to move at all. Lu Tong gritted his teeth and shouted in a hoarse voice, Don't worry about me. Launch missiles and fire at my coordinates. Lu Tong. Xia Lang's heart was bleeding. Such a good soldier was about to be sacrificed. Launch order aborted. The missile launch order was forcibly aborted before it was issued. What's wrong? Xia Lang was startled and heard Xuanwu report. The order has been changed. Please continue to hold on. At this time, Lu Tong had closed his eyes and was waiting for death. At this time, a prompt sounded in his ears. Xuanwu's system has been connected, and the AI system has been transferred to Xuanwu for custody. Start emergency evasion. The mechanical exoskeleton rolled over and brought Lu Tong into the trench. He was covered with a cover. What's wrong? Lu Tong was puzzled. He heard He Xingzhou's voice in his ear. Don't move. It's not time to die yet. Why does this voice sound so familiar? His consciousness was already a little fuzzy. Inside the Great Wall of Steel, He Xingzhou had already debugged the heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection gun, and a super electromagnetic gun was installed. Skynet. Lock the target. The big crab at the number 4 position of the G545 defense section. He Xingzhou shouted. The target has been locked. The Skynet satellite system has locked the monster. Launch. Die. He Xingzhou pressed the start button, and a super strong multiple electromagnetic field was generated, driving the large mass projectile to accelerate the cycle. After tens of seconds, the strong magnetic field had given it extremely powerful energy, which was converted into kinetic energy, pushing it to fly out. Because the speed was so fast, it streaked through the air like a meteor, and then accurately hit the Super King Crab. At this time, the audience was still anxious about the life and death crisis of the little soldier. When the Zerg approached his position, a large number of viewers could not help crying. They thought Lu Tong was about to die under this monster, but saw a meteor flash on the screen. Then, the whole body of the Super King Crab, with a height of dozens of meters, like a mobile heavy artillery platform, exploded, and the shells hit the ground, shaking the earth, and the shockwave shook a mushroom cloud, like an atomic bomb explosion. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Did the Super King Crab just die like that? Killed by a cannon? This scene looks like a nuclear bomb explosion. What's going on? What weapon destroyed it? Not only the people of Xinzhou, but also the top leaders around the world were puzzled. Is this a nuclear bomb? No. It's not a nuclear bomb. If it was a nuclear bomb, dozens of kilometers would be razed to the ground. What kind of weapon is that? Can this monster be killed? Electromagnetic gun? Impossible. How can there be such a powerful electromagnetic gun? The power of this cannon can completely sink an aircraft carrier. When everyone was puzzled, someone found that the live broadcast of TV and news had cut to a familiar person. He Xingzhou was preparing for the second round of launch. It's Doctor. Fuck. I saw him. What kind of cannon is this? Dr. Yi fired the cannon just now. My God. This is simply destroying the world. Dr. He has appeared. We are saved. It's my brother. At this time, He Mingyao, who was watching the news, couldn't help but shout out. However, her roommates didn't care about this sentence, but wiped their tears while looking at the camera and said, "Great. Fortunately, Doctor He is here. Otherwise the soldier just now would have died." This guy. He Qihong and Jiang Wanrong couldn't help but get excited when they saw He Xingzhou appear in front of the camera. It's He Xingzhou. He is debugging some new weapon. Commanders from various countries saw He Xingzhou through the broadcast camera. What exactly is that weapon? Ishi Yuji opened his eyes wide, trying to see clearly, but just looking at the appearance, he could only see that the gun structure was very large and couldn't see what it was. The first weapon after the nuclear bomb. Jin Chengwan said directly. If we had this weapon at the beginning, would we still be afraid of those beetles? How did their equipment upgrade so quickly? Harvey and Jonah looked at each other and saw the incredible in each other's eyes. These new weapons were all things they had never had before. Prepare for the second launch. Lock on the target. He Xingzhou had no idea that there were more than 1 billion people watching him launch the shells. Target locked. Skynet locked on another target. A Super King Crab that was closest to them and was destroying the Great Wall of Steel. Fire! He Xingzhou shouted as he activated the turret. Chapter 139. The Great Wall of Steel stands unbroken. Another super electromagnetic cannon was fired. It was a meteor that cut through the battlefield, drawing the sickle of the god of death in the sky. The Super King Crab was brewing its own foam gas bomb. It only saw a flash of light rising from a distance. The next second, this mobile giant Zerd turret was shattered into millions of pieces, and together with the rising mushroom cloud, it turned into a pile of powder and floated in the air. Another one died. The commanders and soldiers on the front lines saw this scene and shouted directly, "Blow it up. Let you be arrogant. The Great Wall of Steel will never fall. It's a pity that it was fried too soft. Otherwise, I could make a steamed king crab. Humans are not easy to mess with." The explosion scene, combined with the scene of He Xingzhou operating the heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection cannon, is delicious. The live broadcast at this time is controlled by the artificial intelligence Lumi, and she also gave multi-angle close-ups. If you were the corresponding equipment, there are also holographic projections and VR perspectives. At this moment, the audience has a strong sense of substitution, as if they are operating it themselves. The sense of substitution is too strong. I feel like I have been blown to death. You are in the wrong role. Sure enough, when scientists show their power, there is no Zerg. Great bomb. Revenge for our soldiers. There are 7 more. Qin Peng was shocked by the power of the super electromagnetic cannon. He made a prompt decision and said, all electromagnetic cannons. Continue to attack the beetles. Those big crabs. Leave them to Dr. He. Got it. The other electromagnetic cannons were finally free to attack the beetles. The pressure along the Great Wall of Steel was greatly reduced. And the insect tide was forced back again. Target locked. Skynet directly locked all targets and gave He Xingzhou the choice. Fire. Every time He Xingzhou activated the cannon, a Super King Crab was smashed to pieces. Fortunately, it was an electromagnetic gun. The entire acceleration process was controlled by an electromagnetic field, and the projectile did not rub against the barrel. Otherwise, the heat generated by the friction of a shell would be enough to melt the turret. This is also one of the advantages of the new weapon designed by He Xingzhou. In this war against the Zerg, military experts have realized that the weapons that humans had in the past will be completely suppressed by the Zerg if they are not fully upgraded. When the last Super King Crab was killed, the number of Zerg on the entire beach decreased significantly. There are still a large number of Zerg in the ocean, but they seem to be hesitating. Is there a more advanced Zerg? The Xuanwu commanders all thought of the deep-sea monster, the kind that can emit high heat rays and withstand nuclear bombs. If it lands now, the Great Wall of Steel will definitely not be able to stop it. At that time, we could only use nuclear weapons to bomb. There seems to be something in the ocean. Lu Tianhu and Yi Yin reported. They have been responsible for monitoring the ocean. They will release as many detectors as the Zerg destroys. The factory in the rear is continuously producing deep-sea detectors. There may be more advanced Zerg, Yi Yin said in a heavy tone. The suspected level 6 crab has already forced humans to this point. How should we deal with the appearance of more advanced ones? Continue bombing and increase firepower. Qin Peng shouted. Show your momentum and expand the attack range from the ground to the sea. Land rockets and missiles hit the sea surface, and the damage is limited. But Qin Peng's goal is to create a scene where humans are still powerful and put pressure on the Zerg. He believed that if the Zerg were strong enough, they would immediately send out stronger troops. The interval between attacks at this time might be because they did not have many advanced troops. The high-intensity bombing lasted for 10 minutes. At this time, Lu Tianhu excitedly reported, the Zerg swarm has begun to evacuate. They are moving away from the coast. The entire sea surface was already turbid, which was the color of blood, acid, unknown venom, gunpowder, and mud mixed together. On land, the beetles also began to flee, and the mutants began to flee everywhere. Some dug holes in the ground, trying to hide in the mud, and some ambushed on the beach in shallow sea. At that time, humans will have to spend a lot of effort to clean them up. Keep bombing, Qin Peng said. Let the ships launch torpedoes and chase them. We have lost so many soldiers. We can't let them leave so easily. Qin Peng was also holding his breath. As a commander, he knew that many soldiers died in this defense battle. But as a commander, he couldn't be impulsive and had to stay rational at all times. At this time, the Zerg began to retreat, and he also wanted to vent his anger. Fire! Torpedoes and underwater missiles were fired from the launch ports on the ships, killing a large number of Zerg. On the beach, the Zerg had no longer landed. The detector tracked all the way until the Zerg disappeared in the depths of the ocean. Lu Tianhu then reported, it is basically certain that the Zerg has retreated. Keep monitoring. Hearing his words, the Xuanwu commanders all breathed a sigh of relief. This defensive battle was too difficult. They had already used up most of their means, and only the nuclear weapon deterrence was left. If they continued to fight, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. The Zerg retreated? The senior officials in other places naturally noticed that the Zerg had disappeared. They held on. Jonah, Harvey, Ishi Yuji, Jin Qingwan, the commanders who commanded the defensive battle against the Zerg, found that their judgment of this war was completely wrong. The size and strength of the Zerg this time are 5 or 6 times stronger than those who attacked us. And they have held on. Ishi Yuji said in shock. Is the strength of Xinzhou so much stronger than ours? The magic city is intact. Jin Qinghuan closed his eyes, with mixed feelings in his heart. They forced the Zerg back. Jonah and Harvey also had mixed feelings. They, the White Eagles, once boasted that they were the world's #1 combat force. But in the face of the 3 battles with the Zerg, they all ended in failure. Although there was no loss to the homeland, this result was difficult for them to accept. The magic city was actually saved. The White Eagle commander asked his subordinates, didn't you, a group of tactical analysts, say that it would definitely not be saved? The staff was very embarrassed and said, "We thought the Great Wall of Steel was just a relatively high wall. Who knew they had so many new weapons?" Anyway, the commander was able to take a breath. In short, humans are not completely defeated in the battle against the Zerg. We still have a chance. Shinjo successfully repelled the Zerg and gave other countries hope. The previous defeat made the entire human society shrouded in the shadow of despair. This victory gave the whole world confidence. It turns out that we still have a chance to repel the Zerg. We also want to build the Great Wall of Steel. Contact them and buy those mechanical arms, electromagnetic guns, and mechanical exoskeletons at all costs. Perhaps we still have to rely on Shinjo to resist the Zerg. Some people thought that they had no confidence in the place where they were. Even if they saw this defense battle, they might not be able to learn it. It is not certain that a steel Great Wall can be built. In the Magic City, Qin Peng waited for a few more hours and confirmed that the Zerg had no ability to counterattack in a short time. He then announced, "Everyone listen to the order. The Zerg has retreated. The alarm is lifted. Start to rescue the wounded, repair the defense line, and clean up the battlefield." Received. Voices from various branches came from the communication channel. Finally one. On the ship, Luan and Shui Yang clenched their fists. In this war, more than 10 ships were sunk, especially the sinking of the Chitsi frigate, which made them particularly heartbroken. The Zerg have retreated. Commander Xiaolang shouted at the G545 section of the Great Steel Wall. "Hurry up and check the battlefield and send the wounded to rest." They have found Lu Tong with a broken leg and sent him to the interior of the Great Steel Wall. There is a temporary field hospital here, and surgical expert Xiao Wenbin personally performed surgery on him. "Comrades, we have won," Lei Yuanfeng said to the various units. "There are still remnants of Zerg and mutant creatures on the beach defense line. All units should send clearing teams to clean them up." "Yes." He Xingzhou sat on the ground. He was exhausted physically and mentally from manufacturing, assembling and debugging the electromagnetic gun in such a short time. But he still said to the live camera, "Friends across the country, the Zerg has retreated, and we have successfully defended the Magic City." When this sentence came out of his mouth, the audience across the country collectively boiled. In the shelter of the Magic City, more than 20 million people have been nervously watching the news and various battlefield live broadcasts. When they heard He Xingzhou say that the Zerg had retreated and the defense of the Magic City was successful, more than 20 million people shouted at the same time, "We defended it." Some people cheered. The defense of the Magic City was victorious. The Zerg has retreated. Some people were so excited that they hugged their relatives and friends tightly. Long live. We won. Our home is still there. The family wiped their tears and felt the joy of surviving the disaster. Thank you. All the soldiers, medical staff, logistics, and Xuanwu executive. Dr. He, the Magic City is still here, and the mountains and rivers are safe. People all over the country are cheering. In the dormitory building of the school, waves of cheers broke out. The Magic City Protection Station has won. We won. He Xingzhou is awesome. Ah! The swarm has retreated. Brothers, the swarm has retreated. The voices were getting louder and louder. And even the girls, who were usually relatively quiet, started screaming. Residents in the community were also screaming. The old man and woman in the neighborhood committee shouted with a loudspeaker, "Comrades, we have won the battle in the Magic City. We have repelled the swarm and successfully defended the Magic City." Someone opened the window and shouted to the sky, "We won! We won! The Magic City has been defended. Long live the People's Army! Long live the motherland! Finally won!" Some people could not contain their excitement and rushed to the streets, cheering and celebrating, sharing the news with the whole society. "Friends, we won! The Magic City has been defended. The Great Wall of Steel stands firm. We are the first city in the world to repel the swarm of insects. The first country and nation to repel the swarm of insects." On the streets, pedestrians, roadside vendors, employees in the company, everyone joined the victory parade and cheered together. At this time, I don't know where, a melodious music came from, and someone started singing into the microphone. The red flag is flying in the wind, and the victory song is so loud. This song has infected everyone. People's songs can be heard on the streets, in the community, in the school, in the shopping mall, and between the buildings, singing our beloved motherland. From now on to prosperity and strength, crossing the mountains, across the plains, across the rushing Yellow River and Yangtze River. The broad and beautiful land is our dear hometown. The song is floating. At this moment, the whole city is singing, and the whole country is celebrating. From children to young people, the elderly, men, women, company employees, police officers on duty on the streets, cars being transported on the road, passengers on the plane in the sky, netizens who forwarded and liked the song on the internet. At this moment, the whole country celebrated the victory. In front of the national television station, a strong voice announced, "The defense of the Magic City has won. Here, we pay the highest respect to all the soldiers who have worked hard and all the staff who are fighting on the front line. Salute! Salute!" In the square of the Capitol, salutes roared in the sky. People celebrated and cheered in the square. This news spread all over the world, and the whole world was shocked by it. Shinjo repelled the insect swarm, and there is still hope for mankind. People all over the world rekindled the fire of hope. Humanity is not powerless to fight back. I watch the news all the time. They are so great. This is a miracle. Such a large swarm of insects was stopped. Although we are not in the same country, I am happy for them at this time. I think I should move to Shinjo. They stopped it? Barry saw the report in a building in Ding country. He now looks much better than before, and seems to be a little younger. It's just a momentary fluke, the insect said disdainfully. This is just the beginning. In this battle, 2 types of 6th-level soldiers appeared, and there are more soldiers that have not appeared, and higher-level Zerg have not appeared. The happier they are now, the more desperate they will be in the future. Barry withdrew his thoughts. Indeed, after he learned about some of the Zerg's technology, he felt more and more that humans had no hope of defeating the Zerg. This was not a civilization at all. "Mr. Barry, nice to meet you." In front of him, several men in suits and leather shoes appeared. They were capitalists from Wall Street, and behind them were pharmaceutical and financial giants. "I heard that you have conquered cancer, a terminal disease for humans. We are all very interested in learning more about it. You won't be disappointed." Barry put the briefcase on the table and said, "Different cancers have different targeted drugs. Here are several drugs for experimental targets. You will know once you try them." "That's great." The capitalists looked at the box, not hiding their desire, and said, "If the clinical test is successful, we swear that you will become the greatest physiologist of this century, and the richest physiologist." Barry smiled slightly. Things are going well, as long as he has money and fame. The next step is to build his own biochemical empire. Chapter 140. Even if I die 9 times, I still have no regrets. Shinjo. It has been 3 days since the end of the battle to defend the Magic City. Residents have returned to the city one after another and resumed their normal lives. Outside the Great Wall of Steel, soldiers still patrol every day to clear out the remaining mutants and Zerg. The wounded were treated, but unfortunately, the bodies of the victims could not be found, because if they died in the mouths of the Zerg, their bodies would be gone. People woke up from the joy of victory and began to accept the cruelty of the war. In the Xuanwu conference hall, the Xuanwu executives recalled the situation that day and were still frightened. "In the battle to defend the Magic City, we lost nearly 10,000 brave men." Chui Weiman sighed. "It was too tragic. This is because we have the Great Wall of Steel and electromagnetic guns," He Hongwei said. When Ninghua and Goryeo resisted the Zerg, the death toll exceeded 100,000. And after they let the Zerg enter the inland, people were killed every day, and the whole society was in panic and chaos. The construction of the Great Wall of Steel must be accelerated immediately until the coastline of the whole country is protected, Kong Qin said. Now our troubles have not decreased. Song Jinghong analyzed. We extracted the Zerg biological materials obtained from the battlefield for analysis. And these Zerg still have great evolutionary potential. We suspect that there are more advanced Zerg in the Zerg nest. Yes. Qin Peng nodded. This wave of Zerg attacking us comes from the Sakura Trench. The Zerg in the Mariana Trench has not made any moves yet. We judge that this time the Zerg is just testing our strength. And at the same time, they are cultivating land troops. Soon, more Zerg will attack in full force. At that time, it will not be 1 or 2 places or a few cities that will be attacked, but the whole country and the whole world. According to the world's ocean area, He Xingzhou said, the number of Zerg nests in the world is conservatively estimated to be more than 100. 100? Hearing this number, Lu Mei was shocked. One Zerg nest can attack 3 places in batches. And 100 Zerg nests. That can really destroy the blue planet. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. So this is a race against time. To see which is faster. Our technology and weapons development speed, or the evolution and reproduction speed of the Zerg. So, I propose that we should simultaneously carry out the second phase of the Xuanwu Plan. The first phase of the Xuanwu Plan mainly involves national resource reserves, shelter construction, wireless power transmission network, magnetic roads, super high-speed rail, satellite network, and the Great Wall of Steel. Now most of it has been implemented, and the Great Wall of Steel can also be smoothly promoted. The second phase must be started in advance. Let's discuss the content of the second phase of the Xuanwu Plan now. Xuanwu executives began formal discussions. First and foremost, Qin Peng said first, we need to consolidate the coastal defense line, including Yizhou. Yes, He Hongwei said. This time the Zerg only attacked the Magic City, and we can defend it. There is also the Great Wall of Steel to attack other places. But Yizhou is a key place, and we must not let the Zerg plunder. If the underwater tunnel of the Great Wall of Steel is to be built, there must be enough fleets to protect it, He Xingzhou said. In this operation, our fleet strength is far from enough to face the Zerg, so the development of ships, submersibles, and underwater weapons will be listed as the content of the second phase. We also need to expand the army. The defense along the entire Great Wall of Steel requires a large number of soldiers. Xuanwu wrote down the contents of the meeting one by one. When the suggestions were approved by everyone, they would be included in the schedule. Cui Weiman said, establish a global defense organization. Although we are exchanging intelligence through the World United Organization, this is not enough. We must have a human civilization organization with stronger constraints and stronger execution. And we must lead, he emphasized. Other places are messing around. We can't count on them. Everyone nodded. We also need to build high-tech land and air legions to prevent it before it happens. Although we have temporarily blocked the invasion of the marine Zerg, those mutated Zerg will sooner or later invade the sky and land in various ways. We must also defend our other borders, Kong Qin said. Develop a new generation of fighters, and build armored core and robot core, He Xingzhou said. After this battle, there are many areas where mechanical exoskeletons can be improved. If we can overcome safe nuclear battery technology, we will have the opportunity to build more advanced armor and robots. The durability of mechanical exoskeletons is not strong. No matter how much the metal air battery is said, it cannot maintain long-term combat, and the power cannot meet the use of electric weapons. The reason why there was no problem of endurance in this operation is entirely because they are near the Great Wall of Steel, and there is wireless power network coverage everywhere, which can be charged at any time. If it is in other places, there will be no such convenience. So more advanced nuclear batteries are necessary. In terms of biological research, continue to advance, Song Jinghong said. There is no doubt about this. In terms of logistics support, Lu Mei said, I propose that the whole country enter a state of full preparation, and civilian factories immediately transform their production lines to produce military equipment, ships, aircraft, mechanical exoskeletons, robots, etc. I agree. Our consumption in this battle is not small. After several days of discussion, the group finally determined several major tasks for the second phase. First, continue to advance Zerg gene research and improve the Zerg biological dictionary. Second, large-scale conscription, and the Great Wall of Steel must be completed within 2 years. Third, build a high-tech army, including a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleet, a new generation of air army, a ground-armored army, and a robot army. Fourth, build an underwater tunnel from Rongqing to Yizhou and bring the sea area near Yizhou under management. Fifth, establish a joint defense organization for all mankind and collect Zerg information from all over the world. These are the 5 major categories. And there are other subcategories, totaling thousands of items. Each of them is still doing their own division of labor. Qin Peng said, Comrade He Xingzhou, your technology and ideas saved us from the Zerg invasion in this defense of the Magic City. So we have submitted an application to the higher-ups to make you an official Xuanwu executive. And the approval should come soon. He Xingzhou did not refuse. At this juncture, being pretentious would only waste time. He said, Thank you, everyone. I hope we can continue to smoothly implement the Xuanwu plan. You have the ability. Everyone now values He Xingzhou's opinions very much. They know deeply that without He Xingzhou, the Zerd may have been ravaging the inland at this time. There is one more thing, Cui Weiman said. 5 days later, we will hold a memorial ceremony for the heroes. If there is no emergency, everyone should attend. Okay. Everyone agreed that even if they were short of time, they would take time out to mourn the heroes who died in the defense of the Magic City. He Xingzhou had too many things to do. After the war, he first talked to his family on the phone and communicated with various departments. A lot of Zerd biological materials were obtained in this war, and some advanced Zerg were captured alive, such as those red beetles, green beetles, and black beetles. They all caught living samples and sent them to the Research Institute for research. There are a lot of things on He Xingzhou's personal scientific research list, and it's hard to arrange them. Next, it's time to study nuclear energy technology. He Xingzhou calculated that whether it is nuclear battery armor, robots, or nuclear-powered submarines and aircraft carriers, they all need breakthroughs in nuclear technology. He opened the technology tree of the quantum optical brain and found the corresponding technology. Basic nuclear fission energy technology. Unlocking requires 1 million units of energy. Nuclear radiation isolation layer technology. Unlocking requires 500,000 units of energy. Nuclear power storage technology. Unlocking requires 1 million units of energy. Nuclear battery technology. Unlocking requires 800,000 units of energy. Nuclear fission propulsion technology. Unlocking requires 3 million units of energy. The unit energy required for nuclear technology is much higher than before, and currently only nuclear fission technology can be unlocked. Controlled nuclear fusion requires at least tens of millions of energy to unlock, because there are too many technologies involved, and it cannot be directly manufactured now. He Xingzhou first imported the existing nuclear fission knowledge and technology, saving more than 1 million units of energy. Then he unlocked the nuclear radiation isolation layer, nuclear power storage, and nuclear battery technology. He planned to make nuclear batteries first. Nuclear batteries can be used on a large scale in engineering machinery and military equipment, which can greatly increase the speed of engineering construction and the strength of armaments in a short period of time. He Xingzhou contacted Yang Bai and asked him to start recruiting people to form a nuclear battery research team. Sentry Tower Research Institute. Underground Biochemical Research Institute. A new piece of news troubled the research team. After the successful defense of the Magic City, many soldiers and logistics personnel showed signs of mental disorder. Wu Rui reported the situation on the stage. Specifically, there were auditory and visual hallucinations. Some people even think they are Zerg. In severe cases, they may even go crazy. There have been more than 100 cases in the past few days, and there is even a trend of spreading, which has seriously affected social stability and the health of soldiers. Medical experts believe that this may be a post-traumatic stress syndrome. You can't draw such a simple conclusion. Offstage, Penyon panted and said, it is related to Zerg, and there must be other reasons. Maybe the brain is stimulated by some kind of bioelectric wave. We have also tested this aspect, but we know too little about the human brain and nerves, and have not found any useful clues. Humans' understanding of the brain and nervous system is actually very superficial. Unlike physical trauma, mental trauma is difficult to detect or locate specific diseases and treatments. They discussed for a long time, but still could not come to a close conclusion. Pan Yin took a few breaths of oxygen and said, no matter what, we must find out the cause. If the Zerg has this method of affecting the human brain, we will be hit hard in the next war. Go and study. And adjourn. Everyone dispersed, and Pan Yin waved to Jiang Chan. This was the first time she had spoken to Jiang Chan since she transferred him to the Biowave Research Group last time. Teacher. Jiang Chan hurried over. Pan Yin was lying in a wheelchair, and said with a weak breath, take me to see the number 9 experiment subject. Yes. Jiang Chan pushed her to the area where the number 9 experiment subject was. The number 9 experiment subject was locked up alone in a breeding room, and it slept most of the time. Pan Yin took the oxygen mask, took a few more breaths of oxygen, and whispered, I will go in alone. You wait outside. Yes. Jiang Chan waited quietly outside. Pan Yan's wheelchair is a special intelligent device that can be unmanned. After she entered the research area, Jiang Chan waited patiently. These days, she has been studying the information on biological brain waves marked by Pan Yin for her, and has achieved some results. But until now, she has not had the opportunity to verify her idea. Hallucinations after the war. Is it also related to brain waves? Jiang Chan leaned on the railing, holding her chin with one hand, thinking silently. A few minutes later, she was awakened by the alarm. Warning. Academician Pan Yin has fallen into a coma. Please rescue immediately. The alarm was the intelligence system of the Research Institute. Sentinel. Teacher. Jiang Chan hurried into the research area, and sure enough, she saw Pan Yin unconscious in a wheelchair. Opposite her, a white dolphin was looking at her innocently. I will find the answer, Jiang Chan whispered. At this time, everyone had already arrived. How is the teacher? Hurry up and give her first aid. They sent Pan Yin to the hospital for first aid. He Xingzhou was about to return to the Sentinel Research Institute when he learned that Pan Yin was in a coma. When he arrived at the ward of the institute, Pan Yin was resting. She looked haggard, completely skinny, with sunken eyes, like a candle that was about to burn out. He Xingzhou left the ward and saw Jiang Chan standing outside with red eyes. He whispered, "What's wrong with Academician Pan?" Jiang Chan choked up and said, "Teacher, she's dying. The doctor said she may not last more than an hour." What? He Xingzhou was shocked and asked, "How could this happen?" I have a guess," Jiang Chan whispered. She was about to say something when the nurse informed her, "Academician Pan is awake. I'll tell you later." He Xingzhou patted her shoulder and comforted her. He entered the ward. Although Pan Yin was awake at this time, she still had no energy. Even opening her eyes seemed to require all her strength. Mom. Pan Yin's son Lu Fang had already arrived. Pan Yin glanced at him with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Help me up," she whispered. The nurse hurriedly helped her up carefully. She panted and said, "I don't have much time." Everyone listened quietly, and no one dared to interrupt her rhythm. "Sentinel, pass my information to Jiang Chan," Pan Yin called out, and the holographic screen lit up in front of her. The voice of the sentry reminded, "Permission has been obtained, and information transmission has been completed." Hearing this, Pan Yin showed a trace of relief. Her son wanted to say a few more words to her, but Pan Yin looked at Jiang Chan and said, "Leave it to you." "I know. Teacher." Jiang Chan couldn't help crying. She looked at He Xingzhou again and smiled. "The Xuanwu plan must continue. I am very satisfied. You are right. It is also the good of my heart. Even if I die 9 times, I still have no regrets." When she uttered the last word, the whole person seemed to have lost strength. Her eyes were scattered. Her eyelids were not bright, and her body was completely powerless. On the electrocardiogram monitor next to her, her electrocardiogram became a straight line without twists and turns. Chapter 141. There is only one truth. Mom. LV Fong burst into tears. Teacher. Jiang Chan was also sobbing. He Xingzhou bowed his head and mourned silently. In recent years, the biochemical research of the Sentinel Research Institute has been led by Academician Pan Yin. She worked day and night until the last moment of her life, and was still worried about the Xuanwu project. It is admirable. The doctors conducted tests and rescues again, but they were still powerless and could only announce, "Academician Pan has left us." All doctors, nurses, and researchers at the institute bowed their heads in silence. At this time, the sentry reminded, "Academician Pan has a will for you. Open it," LV Fong said. The holographic projection unfolded in front of them, and Pan Yan's image appeared in front of them. This was recorded after her first coma. She smiled and said, "Recently, I often feel exhausted. Maybe my days are numbered. I am very happy to be able to participate in the Xuanwu project and contribute to the entire country and the entire human race. People will eventually grow old. It is a blessing to be able to participate in such a great project at the last moment of life. Finally, my research materials will be handed over to Jiang Chan. I have signed the body donation agreement. After I die, I suspect that my brain has been affected by the Zerg. You can focus on research. I hope the Xuanwu project can be successfully implemented in the end." The video ended here. After watching it, Lu Fang said with tears in his eyes, "She worked so hard." The teacher was still thinking about the Xuanwu project at the last moment of her life. Jiang Chan couldn't help but burst into tears. Academician Pan, rest in peace. The researchers were grief-stricken. He Xingzhou looked up, took a deep breath, and said, "Academician Pan, with his life, explained what it means to serve the country and the people, to devote himself to the country and die. He should be a peerless national hero. I will apply to the higher authorities to posthumously award her the Xuanmu Medal, so that people all over the country will know her contribution. I'm late. Song Jinghong also arrived. After understanding what happened, he sighed. Academician Pan should be a role model for our generation. He discussed with Lu Feng, in a few days, the whole country will hold a memorial ceremony for the heroes who died in the battle to defend the Magic City. Please invite Academician Pan to join. Where she is also a battlefield. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Don't be too sad. We still have responsibilities and tasks on our shoulders. He comforted. He Xingzhou looked at Jiang Chan and said, What did you want to say just now? Jiang Chan held back her grief and said, I suspect that Academician Pan's death is related to the number 9 experimental subject. What? When she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Do you have any evidence? He Xingzhou asked. Jiang Chan said, Teacher gave me a document a year ago and asked me to study the impact of bioelectric waves on the human brain. It was during this period that the teacher's physical and mental health began to deteriorate. She often came into contact with the number 9 experimental subject, who had never shown any abnormalities or mutations. The initial data showed that it might have the ability to affect the human brain. After the defense of the Magic City, there were cases of people suffering from mental disorders. This is very similar to what I have studied before. And the teacher must have guessed it. She fainted when she went to observe the number 9 experimental subject. After Jiang Chan finished speaking, He Xingzhou, Song Jinghong and others realized that something was wrong. If the Zerg can directly affect the human brain, how can this war be fought? Do you have a way to prove it? Or find the key? He Xingzhou asked. Jiang Chan nodded slightly and said, Based on the teacher's experiment and my own ideas, I have simulated an experiment that can prove that the Zerg can affect people's brain thinking and even control people's actions. I am almost perfect. Give me another day, and I can simulate the experiment. Okay. Then you'd better start now. He Xingzhou said. Time waits for no one. Yes. Jiang Chan immediately began to prepare. And He Xingzhou specially arranged several people to help her, because she had been preparing before. It took less than a day. 10 hours later, Jiang Chan was ready. In the Sentinel Research Institute, He Xingzhou, Kong Qing, and Song Jinghong were all there. In addition, there was an academician of biochemistry research, Academician Zhuge Yi, who was previously the partner of Academician Pan Yen. Now that Academician Pan Yen has passed away, he will lead the biochemical research of the Sentinel Research Institute. Jiang Chan explained, This experiment is to prove that brain waves can affect the thinking of mammals and control their behavior. I call it the brain wave frequency synchronization experiment. To complete this experiment, I prepared several complete and normal mice, and a biological brain wave control adapter, which will implant the receiving electrodes into the mouse's cerebral cortex, and then transmit the corresponding commands through the computer. The assistants have completed the operation. They have performed surgery on a total of 5 mice, and electrodes have been installed in their brains. I have recorded the brain waves generated by the mice when performing dozens of actions. Jiang Chan said, Now I will use the computer to transmit these brain waves so that the current frequency is synchronized with their brain waves to control their behavior. First, walk forward. Jiang Chan activated the control system, and the 5 mice walked forward in unison. Can you really do it? Everyone was a little surprised. But it could not be proved that the synchronization of brain waves could completely control them. Back. Jiang Chan issued the command again, and the mice really started to back away. Jump! She issued the third command, and the mice jumped up together. Lie down. Roll over. Every command she issued could make the mice move. But one of them suddenly died. Jiang Chan explained, This technology is not mature yet. I found that this kind of brain wave frequency synchronization will cause irreversible damage to the brain. And my experiment can only make mice perform this kind of movement. And other complex movements cannot be done. The mechanism of the human brain is more complicated. And I can't control the human brain. But I think since the Zerg is an alien creature, they may have this technology. Seeing her experiment, everyone has already believed it a little. He Xingzhou said, You mean? The number 9 experiment has this ability and invaded the brain of Academician Pan Yen? It's very likely, Jiang Chan said. But it's too smart. Every time I test it, I can't find anything. Just now I was looking through the information that the teacher left for me. and I found that the teacher had recorded some of its brain wave data. Maybe she used some special method to record it. There is such a thing. Kong Qing, Song Jinghong, and Zhuge Yi were all shocked. So, it is possible that the number 9 experimental subject murdered academician Pan Yin. This speculation shocked everyone. An experimental subject, through the method of brain waves, murdered one of our academicians? We must investigate it thoroughly, Kong Qing said. We can't let academician Pan's hard work go to waste. Jiang Chan, you have been studying for so long. Do you have a solution? Song Jinghong asked. Jiang Chan said, I only have one possible method that I can try, which is to install sensing electrodes on the brain of subject number 9. Record its brain waves while experimenting with it, and then translate the brain waves. This method is very risky, because our brain wave sensing technology and related language translation technology are not mature. If the experiment fails, it may die directly. Everyone thought for a while. And He Xingzhou said, since there is evidence to prove that subject number 9 is intelligent, if it can really affect people's brain thinking, then it may also be able to understand human language. Just torture it directly. Torture a Zerg? Everyone was a little surprised when they heard his idea. But then they came back to their senses and said, it is indeed possible. But how to torture it? It is a bit difficult to make it answer. Find an interrogation expert. I will torture it, He Xingzhou said. After everyone prepared, they came to the breeding room where the number 9 experimental subject was. They also specially prepared a radio wave shielding device to prevent being affected by it. This white dolphin is sleeping. The 2 hemispheres of a normal dolphin's brain will sleep alternately, so that it can always stay awake. But this mutant creature is different. It sleeps like a human, floating on the water with its belly up. Snoring. Experimental subject number 9. He Xingzhou, Kong Qing, Song Jinghong, Zhuge Yi, Jiang Chan and an interrogation expert came here. And He Xingzhou shouted first. This guy still didn't move at all, as if he was sleeping soundly. He Xingzhou directly said to the AI system sentry, shock it. A weak current stimulated the experimental subject number 9, and it woke up suddenly. Then, it saw a group of people staring at it. This guy looked unhappy and glared at everyone. He Xingzhou slammed the table and said, experimental subject number 9. I know you understand what we are saying. Now we are here to interrogate you. We suspect that you are related to the death of academician Pan Yin. You are a murder suspect. According to our law, murder must be punished with death. Do you understand? He Xingzhou shouted. But subject number 9 still ignored him and climbed to the shore to avoid being electrocuted again. He Xingzhou said, now in front of you, there is a holographic projection screen with human language and text on it. You can type and communicate with us. If you can do it, answer my questions. After he finished speaking, subject number 9 still did not move. He Xingzhou glanced at Jiang Chan, who stepped forward and said, Dubai, I know you can understand what we are saying. I don't want to hurt you. But if you refuse to communicate with us, we can only use brain wave detection equipment to detect your thoughts. It will be implanted in your cerebral cortex, which is very painful. She was fooling subject 9, saying that humans don't have the technology to read biological thoughts. He Xingzhou followed suit and said, if we determine that you are a criminal, you will be punished most cruelly. For example, you can be made into sashimi, or braised dolphin, steamed dolphin, dried dolphin, etc. Perhaps it was because of his threat that subject 9 finally moved. It stood up in the water, but it didn't operate the projection screen, but spoke directly. You natives are so annoying. I just want to eat and wait for death quietly. Why bother me? It spoke in Chinese, and its voice was thin and soft, like the voice of a little human girl. It can really talk. Zhuge Yi stood up. We have been studying it for so long. We all thought you were an ordinary mutant, but you are a high-level Zerg. Number 9. The dolphin named Dubai by Jiang Chan laughed. You are too stupid. Jiang Chan heard it talking and asked, Dubai, does the teacher's death have anything to do with you? Dubai said, I don't have the mood or the ability to kill a native. She is already very old, and she keeps forcing herself to communicate with me through brain waves, and her brain can't bear it. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, her research speed on the Zerg language would not be so fast. You can talk. Why don't you communicate with us directly? Song Jinghong asked. Dubai said, why? Why should I communicate with a group of low-level natives? Anyway, you will all be destroyed by the Zerg in the end. You are not Zerg? He Xingzhou caught the key point in its words. What kind of creature are you? Are you also an alien creature? Why should I tell you? Dabai laughed. Because your fate is in our hands now. He Xingzhou emphasized. That's just what you think. Dabai said disdainfully. Even if you kill me, what does it matter? Do you think I will really die? You natives don't know the real technology of advanced civilizations at all. Everyone was getting more and more confused. Isn't this guy a Zerg? Isn't he afraid of death? From what he said, it seems that humans can't kill him. Then may I ask, why did you? An advanced civilization. Come to Blue Star? What is your relationship with the Zerg? Why are you a dolphin? He Xingzhou asked. You are not qualified to know. Dabai said. Since you already know that I can talk, I advise you not to do anything out of line to me. Otherwise you will regret it. Aren't you afraid? He Xingzhou asked. Of course I'm not afraid. I just don't want to waste resources in vain. Dabai said. By the way, this house is too small. I need to change to a bigger villa. And the food is too bad. I need a special chef. Let this little girl be my babysitter. It pointed at Jiang Chan. Equivalent exchange. He Xingzhou said. Since you made a request, you should give us some information. Dabai thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. Don't you want to know if the Zerg has the ability to control the brains of living things? I can tell you. They do. Some advanced Zerg can influence the thinking of other creatures through brain waves. If they synchronize their brain waves, they can also control human behavior. Although this will cause irreversible damage to the human brain, they don't take you seriously. Anyway, you will perish sooner or later. Hearing its words, everyone was horrified. They found that they still knew too little about the Zerg. He Xingzhou asked. Tell us what other information you have about the Zerg. Chapter 142 Recruiting 30 million people. Dabai refused. Sorry. You get what you pay for. I can't say anything more. Don't threaten me with reading my mind. It's impossible. Even if you kill me, I can't say a word. At this time, Jiang Chan said, if you tell us, I will let you eat squid every day. Squid? Hearing squid, it was slightly tempted. That is its favorite food. It said, okay, I'll tell you something more. The Zerg will definitely occupy this planet. But they are not of one mind. And the Zerg will compete with each other. He Xingzhou asked quickly, how did they come to Blue Star? Which civilization are you from? Why are you here? Dabai said, as a native. It's useless for you to know so much. Your civilization won't survive for much longer. Don't think about it. I won't tell you. He Xingzhou snorted. That's not necessarily true. We just repelled the Zerg. Repelled the Zerg? Dabai laughed and said, they were just testing you. With your technological level, you won't last long. He Xingzhou said, from what you said, you are not in the same group as the Zerg. Maybe we can cooperate. Dabai said disdainfully, you are not qualified. The strength of human civilization will also grow. Kong Qing emphasized. Dabai said, self-righteous. If you can kill a deep-sea monster, you can come and talk to me again. If you can't, don't bother me. Thank you. After saying that, it lay directly on the water and seemed to fall asleep again. Everyone left here and continued to discuss. How can it sleep so well? Song Jinghong asked in confusion. Jiang Chan explained. Dabai sleeps almost 99% of the time and rarely wakes up. Higher intelligent life. Is this the case? Everyone looked at each other. After all, this white dolphin does not look like any other higher intelligent life except that it can speak. I even suspect that this guy's mind is no longer here, Zhu Wei said. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fearless. It's possible. Anyway, let's just leave it like this for now and focus on observing it, He Xingzhou said. He himself was also confused. According to the quantum optical brain, there are many advanced civilizations in the universe. It should be very simple for an advanced civilization to control a dolphin from the blue planet. Then why did it come here, and what is its purpose? He Xingzhou couldn't find the answers to these questions now. He felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. Behind the Zerg's rampage, perhaps there was an advanced civilization silently watching all this. Do you think what it said is true? Kong Qing asked. At least regarding the influence of brain waves. I think it is true, Jiang Chan said. My teacher and I have both proved this. How can we prevent brain wave attacks? We can't let the Zerg directly affect our brains. Song Jinghong asked. I have a way, Jiang Chan said. In fact, brain waves are very weak. Without direct contact with the equipment, it is difficult to affect people. Even if the Zerg can affect people from a distance, they have to emit corresponding bioelectric waves, which can be easily detected and felt. I am designing a detection and shielding device, which is a very small microelectronic component that can be added to our daily life equipment, so there will be no impact. If you can accomplish this, it will be a great achievement, He Xingzhou said. Hearing his words, Jiang Chan's face flashed with joy, and said, I can finish it soon. Experimental subject number 9 obviously has a lot to say, Kong Qin said, but if it insists on not saying it, we really don't have any good way to figure it out. This incident reminds us that we should not only pay attention to the Zerg, but also pay attention to some abnormal situations in human society, He Xingzhou said. Xuanwu, collect the intelligence and see if there is anything special. Xuanwu immediately executed it. And soon, it gave several pieces of information. Insect nests are suspected to have been found in the Atlantic and Arctic Oceans. A large number of mutated land creatures have been found on Kangaroo Island. The local army has been dispatched to clean them up, but the results are not very good. There is a doctor named Barry in Deng country who claims to have conquered cancer, a terminal disease for humans. His targeted drugs are undergoing clinical trials. Several pharmaceutical, biological and investment giants have announced that they have participated in the investment and will launch cancer drugs as soon as possible. Cancer has been conquered? He Xingzhou was surprised when he heard the news. Xuanwu said, this was released a minute ago. He Xingzhou warned, keep an eye on this person and pay attention to his movements. Instructions recorded. Xuanwu continued to announce new news. In the West, an organization called Aura Society has recently appeared. They claim to be studying mutant creatures, but in fact they believe in a god called Aura. They promote this god as being able to save people. It has spread very quickly. Now, in addition to here, it is everywhere. In addition, a scientific organization called NOAA has appeared in the world. They claim that the blue planet is no longer suitable for human survival, and will build a spaceship Noah's Ark to go to Mars or other planets. Many scientists have joined and received a lot of funding. There may be bigwigs from various countries behind them to provide them with funds. It's really the end of the world. All kinds of monsters and demons have popped up. Kong Qin complained. I can understand this Noah. But as for this Aura, forget it. As long as they are happy. Song Jinghong said. Keep an eye on them all. He Xingzhou told Xuanwu. Let the intelligence department pay attention to these key points. Xuanwu, instructions have been delivered. He Xingzhou stayed in the Sentinel Research Institute for a few more days. Jiang Chan successfully tested an abnormal brain wave detection and shielding device, and he immediately had it mass-produced and used throughout the country. In addition, the number 9 experimental subject, Dubai, has been sleeping for the past few days, and no information has been obtained from it. After doing all this, it was time for the nation to mourn the heroes of the defense of the Magic City. At the same time, today was also the day to announce the conscription plan. It has been decided to recruit 30 million soldiers to prepare for the whole country to fight against the Zerg. The memorial site of the Xuanwu plan was held in the Magic City. In the past few days, the deeds of Academician Pan Yin have been widely reported, and the heroic deeds of the Chitsi frigate have spread all over the country. Before dawn, there was already a long queue outside the funeral home. The souvenirs of the heroes will be sent to the specially built Xuanwu Heroes Cemetery for future generations to pay tribute and commemorate. The military and police maintained order on the streets. In fact, all the people obeyed the rules very much and lined up consciously on both sides of the long street. They held white chrysanthemums in their hands and stood silently by the street. At 6 in the morning, the funeral car began to slowly drive out, with photos all over it, because most of the sacrificed heroes had been buried in the sea of insects. All TV stations and online news in the country were broadcasting this scene live. When the funeral car drove out, people could no longer hold back their emotions and shouted, "Heroes! Have a good journey! Have a good journey!" Hundreds of thousands of people stood on both sides of the street to see them off. In the area where the funeral car passed, all vehicles stopped consciously and honked their horns to show their respect. You are the heroes of this city, and even more so the heroes of this country and this nation. Along the way, people kept crying and paying tribute. The live broadcast and news of the battlefield during the war allowed the whole country to see their heroes and the cruelty of the war. Many people came from other places just to send a bouquet of flowers or express their condolences. At 10 o'clock, the funeral car entered the heroes' cemetery. When the tombstone with the name engraved was erected in the cemetery and the flag was lowered halfway, the people of the whole country mourned silently. All the Xuanwu executives attended. Qin Peng, He Hongwei, Kong Qing, Song Jinghong, Cui Weiman, Lu Mei, and He Xingzhou came forward one by one and presented flowers. Qin Peng, as the commander-in-chief of the Magic City Defense War, made a speech. He said, "The Magic City Defense War is our first war with the Zerg. What we are facing is alien life. A terrible invader. Their number and strength far exceed ours. But we still defended the Magic City. Why? It is because of these selfless heroes, among whom there are scientists like academician Pan Yin, soldiers like Peng Zimu, construction workers, field doctors, etc. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that they are carrying the burden for us. The red rain of peach blossoms is the blood of heroes. The blue sea and red clouds are the hearts of patriots. It is these heroic souls that defend our peace. May their heroic souls be immortal. May you be immortal." At this moment, countless people are praying. After delivering the eulogy, Qin Peng continued, "The Zerg threat is still around us. And it is getting bigger and bigger, and more urgent. The next time they attack, they will not just attack one city, one area. So we should strive to strengthen ourselves and strengthen our defenses. To this end, we will continue to advance the Xuanwu project and enter the second phase. Next, please allow Comrade He Xingzhou to announce some of the contents of the second phase of the Xuanwu project." The camera turned to He Xingzhou, and it was still the familiar opening remarks. "Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou, a planet builder. The second phase of the Xuanwu project includes engineering construction, enhanced armaments, Zerg research, and world alliances. Today, I want to talk about one thing." He Xingzhou paused, then said, "In order to strengthen the strength of the Xuanwu troops and the all-out war with the Zerg, we will recruit 30 million soldiers from across the country, including but not limited to the three parts of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, as well as related scientific and technological workers, logistics workers, etc. This plan needs to be implemented immediately and completed within 3 months. This way we can have more time to prepare. So I hope that all young men and women who are willing to protect the people and the country from being invaded by the Zerg will sign up and defend our homeland together." When He Xingzhou finished speaking, the whole country was boiling. 30 million soldiers are being recruited. My chance has come. I am a veteran. I have been waiting for a long time. I want to be demobilized. I want to go to the battlefield, expand the troops, and resist the Zerg. 30 million. 3 months is a bit tight. How do I sign up? I want to join the Xuanwu army. I want to be an armored soldier. My biggest dream in this life is to wear armor and kill the enemy. This is going to enter a full-scale resistance to the Zerg, not only in China, but also all over the world. They have seen this current news, which makes them very surprised, and constantly raise doubts and questions. Xingzhou wants to recruit 30 million soldiers? And in 3 months? How is this possible? Too idealistic. Not many people are willing to face the Zerg. In this era of catastrophe, we have to face terrifying alien monsters. Who is willing to go? I definitely don't want to. 30 million people will definitely not be enough. If it is 300,000, it is possible. Are they crazy? This is impossible. I checked the data. Their current military strength is only a few million. They actually want to recruit 10 times as many people. I bet this requirement cannot be met. After He Xingzhou announced this, the whole society was discussing it. The Xuanwu troops also announced that all young and middle-aged people over 18 years old and under 50 years old, regardless of gender, are eligible to sign up as long as they are healthy. If you are a special talent, you can also recruit them, regardless of age, physical condition, and other conditions. All city institutions of the Xuanwu plan can register, and you can also register online for an interview. Registration will be opened in 1 day. In a certain city, veterans Feng Yang, Shenli, and others gathered together again. "Brothers, what did I say? The time has come when the country needs us," Feng Yang said excitedly. "I'm going to report. I want to go back." "Me too." In the past few months, Shinli has lost dozens of kilograms of fat, which he has never done before. He shouted, "If I don't go back, my life will be in vain. I'm going to fight the Zerg. We all have to go." The gathered comrades clenched their fists. The country has finally called us. We have been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. If there is a war, we will be called back. It is time for us to fulfill our promise. In a certain company, the company boss Lin Wei is holding a meeting. Everyone should know the news announced by Dr. He. Adding 30 million employees, Lin Wei said. This is when the country needs us. I plan to join the army. After he finished speaking, the employees looked at him. Although their company is not a famous company, it is still operating well, and it is not a problem to grow and develop. As the boss, I should be responsible for the entire company, and I should not quit my job, Lin Wei said. Everyone has to have their own things to do. If everyone only cares about themselves, can we still stand here for a meeting today? I'm afraid that the people who are meeting now are just a bunch of bugs. I have decided to hand over the company's affairs to Deputy General Manager Wei Yu. I will sign up for the army tomorrow. If it were normal times, the boss would suddenly announce that he would quit, and the employees would definitely make a fuss. But at this time, no one objected. An employee shouted, "Boss Lin, I support you. Don't worry. We will take good care of the company." Someone else asked, "Boss Lin, I also want to go with you." "Okay? Of course," Lin Wei affirmed. "No matter who is willing to join the army, the company will pay 3 months' salary. Let you settle down at home and get shares worth 50,000 yuan in the company. My ability is limited. This is the only thing I can do. Boss Lin, I want to go too." In this era, without a strong army, everything is just empty talk. Another employee stood up with a firm tone. Everyone looked at him. His name was Chao Yiming. He was a well-known old-timer in the company. He usually liked to slack off, but now he had such courage. Lin Wei looked at Chao Yiming and found that his eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if there was a fire burning, which was completely different from his usual lazy state. Chao Yiming explained, "I admit that I usually just slack off at work, because I think it's meaningless to work for capitalists. But this time it's for the country. I will definitely go all out." Lin Wei didn't get excited at all. He nodded, "Okay. Let's do it together." He then announced, "Once you have decided, prepare for the handover of work and family immediately. I will ask the finance department to expedite the settlement of your wages. Tomorrow morning, we will sign up together and join the army." Chapter 143. Every inch of land is worth a drop of blood. In a certain university, a piece of news about conscription made the whole school uneasy. In a dormitory, several students were talking late at night. 30 million. Lao Wang. Do you think it can be recruited? I don't know. I think the number is too large. If it is 1 million, it should be possible. How many young people are there in our country now? About 600 million? Excluding some with poor physical conditions or other conditions. How many are there? We also need to remove those women who are not suitable for the battlefield. And the remaining people will be even fewer. We need to find 30 million of them. I think." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. "I think it can be done." The person who spoke was a roommate on the upper bunk, the top student in the dormitory, Zheng Weihao. He usually communicated with his roommates the least because he was always busy studying. Every day he went from classroom to study room, dormitory to cafeteria. In everyone's impression, he was relatively quiet and even a little honest. Top student. "What do you think?" everyone asked. Zheng Weihao sat up. "And in the dark," he said firmly, "I don't know what others do, but I want to join the army." "What?" The roommates were shocked and asked, "Top student, you want to join the army? Isn't your ambition to study for a master's degree and then take a doctorate, and finally become a university professor?" "Yes. You have passed the postgraduate entrance examination." "Right. That was my ambition before," Zheng Weihao said. "Now is the era of disaster. The Zerg invaded, and the entire human civilization is crumbling. At this time, joining the army can play a greater role than in school. My idol is Dr. He Xingzhou. He also studies, but he is also on the front line. If it weren't for him, would the Magic City be able to be defended in this battle? So I want to be like him. I want to give up writing and join the army." 666. Awesome. To be honest, Zheng Weihao, I used to think you were quite pretentious. You just relied on your good academic performance. But you didn't join us. Now I'm convinced. You're really awesome. I don't have your courage. But I'm rooting for you. I want to go too. But I'm worried that my parents won't agree. A roommate said that unlike Zheng Weihao, he became addicted to games after entering college and often skipped classes. If this continues, it will be a problem for him to graduate smoothly. Hong Su, do you want to go too? You stay up late every day. And your body is so weak. Can you do it? Hong Su said, although I'm weak. I'm young. I'll make up for it soon. I think very clearly. I'll go to the army. Not only to serve the country, but maybe I can also make a contribution and stand out. It's written in history books. Heroes emerge in troubled times. If someone like me follows the routine, I will probably be a social animal. And I may not even get a wife. Give it a try. There is still a chance. To be honest, I am very good at playing the VR game Zerg. If I can really control the mechanical exoskeleton and armor, I might be a master. I'll go. You make sense. If you become rich, don't forget each other. Just have the courage. Zheng Weihao said. If you are sure, I will sign up with you. Okay. I will call my parents tomorrow morning. Even if they don't let me go, I will go. Hong Su said. A village in the south. In the village ancestral hall, the clan leader Lu Jiren was leading a group of clan members to burn incense and worship their ancestors. Behind him were 10 young people and clan members of the same surname. Lu's ancestors. Today I, Lu Jiren, will lead the whole clan to worship the ancestors. Now the Zerg has invaded, and the whole country is in danger. Every man has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of a country. Today, 10 aspiring young people in our Lu clan are willing to join the army and serve the country. I hereby report to the ancestors, hoping that the spirits of the ancestors in heaven will protect them, and they can win glory for our Lu clan and defend the safety of the country. Everyone worshiped together. And then the parents of the 10 young people who were going to join the army gave them a lecture. Remember, we don't need you to be filial in front of us. We just need you to kill a few more Zergs and move forward bravely. Don't forget the blood flowing in your bones. Lu Jiren handed each person a flag with the word serve the country with loyalty written on it. He said, when you join the army, your family and clan will take care of you. If you die in battle, your relatives and clan will raise you together. This flag is for you. If you die in battle, wrap your body with the flag. Send your loyal soul to the ancestral hall for future generations to worship. I hope you can return victoriously. We remember it. 10 young people took the flag and put it in their backpacks. In Shu, when the news of conscription came, every household was discussing it. How can we not have people from Shu when we increased the number of soldiers by 30 million? Our ancestors shed blood for thousands of miles of land back then. Now we, the descendants, cannot lose their face. If I were 30 years younger, I would have signed up too. An old man regretted. Wife. I was wrong. In a family, the husband Huang Sheng was hesitantly apologizing to his wife Tian Yuqin. He had just accidentally angered his wife. Under normal circumstances, the two would have had a quarrel. But today, Tian Yuqin was unusually silent. Wife, are you still angry? I'll cook for you. Huang Sheng was about to cook, but Tian Yuqin pulled him back and asked, I heard you talking to your dad on the phone just now. Do you want to join the army? Wife. Huang Sheng didn't know how to explain. He had been married to Tian Yuqin for only a year, and their lives had just settled down. They were planning to have a child. If he joins the army, what will happen to Tian Yuqin? Wife. Huang Sheng patiently explained. Although we are in Shu, it is safer than those coastal areas. But didn't you hear what Dr. Yi said? It is only a matter of time before the Zerg genes contaminate land creatures. Besides, even if we can hold on, can other countries? When the Zerg invades in large numbers, there will be no safe place in the world. As a man, if I don't go, will I let my wife and children face those monsters? Tian Yuqin raised her head, her eyes red, and hugged him and said, I understand the truth, but I can't bear to leave you. Don't worry. Huang Sheng comforted her. Nowadays, technology is so advanced, and our equipment has been upgraded. It won't be so dangerous. I'm lucky. When I fell into the water when I was a child, I was rescued. If I stop you, will it be inconsiderate? Tian Yuqin asked. No. It shows that we have a deep relationship. Shen Huang said. Tian Yuqing whispered, husband. I won't stop you. I also know that a country must have someone to stand up. I just hope you can protect yourself. I will wait for you to return safely. Brother. I also want to join the army. He Xingzhou received a call from Yu Mengyao. My parents will definitely not agree. Will you support me? He Xingzhou said helplessly. You haven't finished your studies yet. So study hard first. I will graduate next year. He Mengyao said. And I am studying artificial intelligence technology, which will definitely help. You can join the army. But you have to wait for a while. He Xingzhou said that the reason why he did not refuse was because he knew that this was inevitable. It is only a matter of time before the Zerg occupy the world. The increase of 30 million people is only the current demand. If the battle expands to the world in the future, it is not impossible for everyone to be a soldier. Her sister is a research talent and can also work in the Academy of Military Sciences. Okay. Then I will wait for your news. He Mengyao said happily. The next day, early in the morning, the online recruitment portals and the recruitment points in the city were all open. A certain city in the north. At a recruitment point, the responsible comrades had not yet arrived when they found that there were already 2 long queues here. There were men and women. Young boys who looked young and had just reached adulthood. There were also uncles with unshaven beards and vicissitudes of life. And some female comrades were also standing in line. They were in order, without a trace of chaos and noise. And they were all waiting. Several jeeps drove over, and the personnel in charge of recruitment arrived. So many people? They were shocked themselves. Looking at the line, which turned several corners. There was also an ant passing by and asked, Young man, what are you doing here? Are eggs distributed here? She was a little tempted and wanted to line up. We are here to sign up for the army. This is the registration office. They answered. Sign up for the army? Hearing this, the ant stood in awe and said, They are all good boys and girls. Have you had breakfast? Come on. Eat this. She stuffed the breakfast she had just bought for her grandson into their hands. Auntie. The young man was about to refuse. But the auntie had already left and said, There are so many people. I will call the breakfast vendors over. Today I will treat you to free breakfast. Fill out the registration form first. And then come here for a physical examination. At this time, the staff at the registration office were ready and shouted with a loudspeaker. Come one by one. Applicants entered the room one by one. The requirements for the physical examination this time were not as strict as before, because it was impossible for everyone to be strong and healthy to recruit 30 million people. And the same was true for retraining after entering the army. And now that technology is advanced, there are all kinds of auxiliary equipment, such as AI tactical glasses and mechanical exoskeletons, which can directly enable ordinary soldiers to have abilities beyond the limits of the human body. Similar scenes occurred all over the country. The number of applicants on the online registration portal has also been increasing. 10 minutes after the registration portal was opened, it showed that the number of applicants exceeded 1 million. If you want to register, you must undergo identity verification. That is, these people all meet the identity verification requirements. By noon, the number of online applicants exceeded 5 million. This number shocked the Xuanmu executives. 5 million in 12 hours. This is not about selling smart products or releasing new games. It is about getting people to fight with real guns and bullets on the battlefield and face the terrifying alien creatures. It is a miracle that so many people still signed up. For the next few days, the whole country signed up to join the army to resist the Zerg. On the 7th day, just after a week, in the data records in the background, it shows that 30 million people have passed the preliminary review. Next, they will have to go through simple training and assessment, eliminate some people, and add some people, which will be the future. Now, 30 million people have been recruited. He Xingzhou posted a message on social networks. Thanks to everyone's active participation. Now we have recruited 30 million people. And we will temporarily stop recruiting. The rest of those who are not admitted can choose to sign up for the preparatory camp, which will be supplemented by the official camp at any time. 1 inch of mountain. 1 inch of blood. 100,000 young people. 100,000 soldiers. Now we have 30 million passionate young people. Gentlemen, let us work together to resist the Zerg and defend the vast land. Seeing his words, people were excited. It was recruited so quickly. It's amazing. I signed up too. At Planet Builder, a 10-year-old fan Can I apply for a mechanical exoskeleton? Good job. This is the youth of Shinjo. Although I can't go to the battlefield, I am willing to donate 100,000 yuan. I will be an adult next year. And I will sign up again next year. Buddha bless you. I wish you all peace and safety. Shinjo announced the recruitment of 30 million people and completed the task ahead of schedule. And the recruitment was completed within a week, which made the whole world look at it with new eyes again. 30 million people. Only took 1 week. This is simply a miracle. Why do they all want to go? Aren't they afraid of the Zerg? I said before that they would definitely not be able to recruit enough. Now I must admit that I was wrong. Maybe I have a big misunderstanding about them. This country is amazing. We are also recruiting people here. As long as you sign up, you will be paid. But few people sign up. Compared to this, our place is in chaos. Zergs hurt people every day. I decided to go to Shinjo, which is the safest place in the world now. The senior executives were also shocked by this. Not only Shinjo, but the whole world is expanding its forces to resist the Zerg. But no place can be so exaggerated. Recruiting 30 million people at a time. Even Sakura and Goryo, which were just attacked by the Zerg, are the same. In desperation, they can only adopt a compulsory system and require corresponding personnel to report. Shinjo once again devoted himself to the research and development of nuclear batteries. During this period, more and more Zerg nests were discovered in the world. And there are more than 10. These bugs also began to attack various areas. And many places were attacked. Those with strong military strength could still resist. But those weak places suffered heavy losses. And some small islands even announced that they were ready to relocate the whole country in order to deal with this crisis for all mankind. All parts of the world announced that they would jointly establish a new organization, the Blue Star Human Defense Alliance, referred to as the Blue Star Alliance. All places can't wait to join the Blue Star Alliance, because they know very well that if they don't join such an organization at the end of the world, they will be dead. The Blue Star Alliance will share the intelligence and information of the Zerg, and members will support and help each other. Alliance affairs are decided by commanders at all levels, and are divided into 3 levels. Level 3 commanders decide on matters related to their own locations. Level 2 commanders can mobilize resources in nearby areas, and Level 1 commanders can participate in global defense deployments. And their number is extremely small. Xuanwu executives are all Level 1 commanders, including Shinjo. The Blue Star Alliance has just been established, and it has ushered in a major event. Intelligence shows that scientific research organizations have discovered that a land insect nest is suspected to have been discovered on an uninhabited volcano in the Pacific Ocean. This insect nest is very hidden, hiding at the bottom of the crater, because no one lives there, and it has no scientific research value. It has not been discovered. This time, it was discovered by a scientific research organization due to a global investigation of the Zerg. Its appearance alarmed the Blue Star Alliance. If a land insect nest has appeared, won't there be many land Zergs that will directly threaten humans? Especially the countries around the Pacific Ocean, including Shinjo, attach great importance to this. Chapter 144 Disaster Island. This island is an unknown island in the Central Pacific Ocean, because it is too small and an active volcano. It is surrounded by shallows and reefs. It is not suitable for building airports and ports, and has no military or transportation value. In the Xuanwu Conference Hall, Qin Peng unfolded the map. Because we discovered a land insect nest, we named it Disaster Island. Xuanwu, what is the information about the Disaster Island? Shinjo asked. Xuanwu called up the information about the Disaster Island and said, the Disaster Island insect nest was discovered by a marine scientific research organization. When they approached the island, they were attacked by the Zerg and sent out a distress signal. And then the whole army was wiped out. The members of the Blue Star Alliance sent reconnaissance aircraft to conduct reconnaissance on that day. And they also encountered Zerg attacks. The reconnaissance robots found that there were a large number of Zerg inside the volcano, which was suspected to be a land Zerg nest. It showed some clips sent by the reconnaissance robot. The vegetation on this island was extremely dense. Looking down from the crater, there were deposited volcanic ash and various tall vegetation. From time to time, some strange Zergs could be seen moving inside. Further down, they were all blocked by vegetation. I don't know what else is hidden inside. Looking at the density of Zerg and the active volcano, the possibility of a Zerg nest is as high as 90%. Song Jinghong said. Previous detection has proved that Zerg can absorb geothermal energy. Only geothermal energy can produce so many horrible monsters. Kong Qin added. What resources can a small island have to feed the Zerg? It has to rely on the geothermal energy of the volcano. Once a land Zerg nest appears, the evolution speed of the land Zerg will increase hundreds of times. He Hongwei said. The disaster island is in the Pacific Ocean, and the impact range includes us. This Zerg nest must be destroyed. Now the opinions of all parties in the Blue Star Alliance are to drop hydrogen bombs, trigger volcanic eruptions, and destroy it, Qin Peng said. What do you think? You can't be so perfunctory, He Xingzhou said. Destroying the Zerg nest is of course feasible. But this Zerg nest is also our opportunity. There are almost no advanced land Zergs in our current experimental samples. Even if we drop a hydrogen bomb on the disaster island, it may not kill all the Zergs. For example, the behemoths that can hide in the magma can withstand the explosion of the hydrogen bomb. So before destroying it, we must first obtain enough Zerg samples. This point has also been raised by people from all parties, Qin Peng said. But they don't have much confidence. After the sinking of the aircraft carrier fleet in the Mariana Trench, everyone was very afraid of the Zerg nest and worried about losing too much power. To obtain samples from the disaster island, we have to send troops to the disaster island. This can be said to be the most dangerous task in the world. No one has the confidence to complete it. He Xingzhou nodded. This was the key issue. First of all, the island of disaster was surrounded by shallows and reefs, and there were insect nests, so ships could not get too close. Even if the most elite Marines were sent to land and fight, they seemed to be just delivering food in front of the Zerg. Anyway, we have to give it a try, He Xingzhou said. During this period, when I develop nuclear batteries, I will upgrade the equipment. For example, armor, laser weapons, new fighters and the like. The chance of success will be much greater by then. So let them not be impulsive first and delay for a few more months. Okay, then we will take this attitude at the next meeting. Qin Peng nodded. The Blue Star Alliance held a global conference, which was completed through network holographic projection. Nowadays, mutant birds have appeared, and airplanes have become less safe. To be on the safe side, most world conferences are held online. In the virtual conference room, commanders appeared one by one. The virtual conference room is circular, with a display stand and a podium in the middle. The commanders sit in order, with the first-level commander sitting in the innermost circle, followed by commanders of all levels. The first-level commanders are basically from major countries, and the number of commanders varies with different strengths. At present, the number of commanders of White Eagle and Shenlong is the largest, followed by Mao Xiong, Hans, Gaul, etc. Everyone. This time our Blue Star Alliance held a meeting to discuss the response to the disaster island hive. Qin Peng said. All parties can put forward their opinions. At this time, none of the second-level and third-level commanders spoke, because they knew very well that they had no ability to do anything to the disaster island hive. Of course, blow it up, said a burly and strong commander. His name was Igor York, and he was from the Bear. Our hydrogen bombs are ready. We can blow it up at any time, he said. To deal with the hive, we can only use hydrogen bombs. Harvey, the commander of the White Eagle, said that the deep-sea monster in the Mariana Trench left him with an indelible psychological shadow for his whole life. Now when he sees these guys, he thinks of nuclear weapons. Their speeches were all expected by He Xingzhou and others. Both the White Eagle and the Bear have a large number of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons have a shelf life and need to be maintained every year, which costs a lot of money. Once the shelf life is over, these things become a burden. Keeping them costs money and is a threat. And destroying them is also a waste. They are eager to throw these hydrogen bombs that are about to expire to the Zerg, so that they can free up resources to develop new weapons. He Xingzhou said, using hydrogen bombs to blow up the Zerg nest is of course an indisputable choice. But I think that before blowing up the Zerg nest on the island of disaster, we can reserve space and send a team to capture land Zerg samples. There is only one suitable land Zerg research site in the world now. Just blow it up. On the surface, it reduces our risk, but in reality it leaves hidden dangers for us to face the Zerg in the future. Dr. Herbert, a commander of Hans, said, we also want to capture samples for research. But so far, none of the capture teams we sent have succeeded. If we continue like this, It will only waste time and increase losses in vain. He Xingzhou did not deny it and said, "The disaster island is located in the center of the Pacific Ocean. Just sending ships will face risks. And landing is also very dangerous. The capture mission cannot be completed by one or two small mission execution teams. So I propose that we unite and jointly launch an offensive against the disaster island. Use ships as cover, and send landing teams to carry out the mission. In this way, the pressure on each side will be much less, and the chance of success will be increased. When the mission is over, let the ships anchored nearby launch hydrogen bombs to destroy the hive." Everyone thought about it. It is indeed difficult for them to succeed if they act alone. If they unite together and carry out the mission at the same time, it is indeed possible to prevent the Zerg from focusing on a certain team. "What doctor?" he said makes sense. Florent, the commander of Gaul, agreed. "I agree with this proposal. They also want to get research samples. And now there are several big guys leading the way. Why not do it? Dr. He's idea is indeed feasible. We also plan to send a team to explore before blowing up the hive on the disaster island. In this case, let's act together." Jonah, another commander of the White Eagle, spoke. "In this case, we have no reason to refuse." Igor York also voted in favor. Herbert, Commander Hans, said, "We have no objection either. Since these first-level commanders have no objection, other commanders will not have any objection either." So Qin Peng announced, "Then the joint exploration of the disaster island is confirmed. Now we need to agree on a time and prepare together." It took a lot of effort to negotiate the time. Some people hoped that it would be better as soon as possible, while others said they were not ready yet. Finally, they decided to proceed in half a year. Half a year was enough time for them to make sufficient preparations. During this time, they also had to study the Zerg and manufacture corresponding weapons and equipment. Things had been decided, so He Xingzhou could prepare with peace of mind. He disappeared from the public eye again and rushed into the laboratory. He Xingzhou's work location this time was at the Institute of Atomic Energy. His partners were Dong Chen, the Dean of the Department of Physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology, and Kai Hao, an atomic energy expert. He Xingzhou's teacher Zhang Boyan also studied nuclear physics. But at this time, he was leading a team to build a nuclear power plant and had no energy to do this. Our existing nuclear battery technology is a radioactive isotope battery. Dong Chen is introducing the research progress of the team to He Xingzhou. Radioactive elements will continuously release energy in the form of heat rays during the decay process. The size and speed of this energy are not affected by the temperature, chemical reaction, pressure, and electromagnetic field in the external environment. So it has strong anti-interference and stability. In addition, the decay period of radioactive elements is long and can be used for a long time. The nuclear battery we have developed is already in use on the Chang'e satellite. He Xingzhou carefully read the existing research materials. The current nuclear battery is a temperature difference low-pressure nuclear battery. Its voltage is not high and its electric energy is not very high. It is commonly used in medical instruments and spacecraft. But this level is far from He Xingzhou's ideal nuclear battery that can drive mechanical exoskeletons, mechas and robots for long-term movement, and even release lasers, high-voltage arcs, electromagnetic pulses, and other weapons. We want to make high-voltage nuclear batteries, He Xingzhou said, using tritium as a radiation source. Both the voltage and current intensity are much higher than the current temperature difference low-pressure nuclear batteries. The difficulty of doing this is that tritium is very radioactive. How to control its decay in a small battery? Kai Hao said. In addition, its radiation is very strong. How can radioactive contamination be isolated? I have a plan. He Xingzhou was naturally prepared. He called Lumi and said, "Open the design." As the first voice intelligence developed by his team, Lumi has grown rapidly and has become He Xingzhou's life assistant. Other smart devices have their own AI systems. So now Lumi has basically become He Xingzhou's personal AI. Lumi's crisp voice sounded. The three-dimensional design has been opened. In front of them, a design plan for a radiation isolation layer appeared. He Xingzhou introduced, "I use a multi-layer isolation layer design, using a composite radiation protection layer composed of a layer of carbon nanomaterials and nickel as the basis, and a multi-layered structure. They can effectively absorb and isolate radiation, and the thickness is only a few nanometers. Even if 10,000 layers are stacked, the thickness is less than 1 millimeter. depending on the different radiation intensity of the nuclear battery. Increasing the thickness can achieve radiation isolation. Theoretically, as long as the isolation layer is not damaged. Even if the nuclear battery is placed next to the equipment or people, it will not affect people. This is another new type of material. Seeing He Xingzhou's design, the two exclaimed, materials are the basis for the development of all practical technologies. Often a breakthrough in a material can drive the development of many aspects of technology. Next is the transducer. He Xingzhou opened the second design drawing again. The transducer is the core of the nuclear battery. It converts the heat energy generated by radioactive isotope atoms into electrical energy. The nuclear battery transducers we usually use are static thermoelectric transducers, which use the principle of thermocouples to generate potential differences in different metals to generate electricity. But the conversion efficiency is too low, less than 30%. So I designed a microthermal engine converter, which can increase the efficiency to more than 50%. He Xingzhou introduced his design carefully. The whole team was listening to the class and conducting research. He Xingzhou also only made a preliminary design, which needs to be further improved. At the same time, different styles of nuclear batteries are designed according to the manufacturing process and application scenarios. Spacecraft nuclear batteries, medical instrument micro-nuclear batteries, smart device nuclear batteries, and nuclear power converters for mechanical equipment, etc. After the research on nuclear batteries got on track, He Xingzhou immediately started researching armor technology. The first generation of universal mechanical exoskeletons has now undergone many improvements and has been applied in military, engineering, and civilian fields. Some companies have used this technology to develop human mechanical prostheses. He Xingzhou no longer worries about these things. Upgrading and replacement are all handed over to the corresponding scientific research team. He wants to study more powerful mechanical power armor, which is the so-called mecha. Unlike mechanical exoskeletons, mechas will fully cover the human body, have more power, and have various high-tech weapons and means. According to He Xingzhou's idea, a soldier wearing a mecha should at least be able to hunt Zerg alone, including those tough beetles, and even the giant super king crab. Nuclear batteries will definitely not be a problem, He Xingzhou thought. He had verified the design and simulation of nuclear batteries on the computer many times. He only needed to wait for it to be manufactured before it could be used. So, now I can directly unlock the corresponding technology and develop mechas. He looked at the quantum optical computer and searched for the corresponding technology for mechas. The technology system required for mechas is more complex, including mecha core, power engine, control system, defense armor, inside and outside, weapon system, defense/attack, communication system, energy device, load system, etc. Chapter 145, Mecha Building. He Xingzhou began to plan. Control system can be improved directly on the AI-assisted combat system. Communication system, connect to the Skynet system, and add laser radar, ultrasonic, infrasonic sonar, and other devices. Energy device, provided by nuclear batteries and thermoelectric power systems. Defense armor, load system, improved on the basis of mechanical exoskeleton. In this way, there are three core issues left. Power engine, mainframe of mecha and weapon system. He Xingzhou sorted it out and found the corresponding technology branch. Spend 300,000 units of energy to upgrade titanium alloy material technology. Spend 300,000 units of energy to unlock the mechanical power system. Spend 500,000 units of energy to upgrade the armor material technology. Spend 500,000 units of energy to unlock the small jet particle engine technology. Spend 800,000 units of energy to unlock the basic knowledge of mechanical power armor. There are some other related technologies that He Xingzhou also unlocked. And he spent nearly 1,000,000 units of energy. The unit energy he stored was exhausted again, and the weapon system could only be developed later. He understood and absorbed this knowledge one by one, and then began to design his first generation of mecha. For convenience, He Xingzhou directly incorporated all the data into the AI system, allowing the AI system's physical engine to simulate and test the performance of the mecha. In addition to He Xingzhou being busy, big things happen every day around the world. In New York, a world-famous press conference is being held at an international conference center. Everyone warmly welcomed the world's greatest physiologist, Mr. Barry. The host shouted in a high-pitched voice on the stage. Barry, dressed in a valuable suit and full of energy, walked onto the stage, and the whole audience screamed. Many of the people who came to participate in the press conference were celebrities, dignitaries, and even several Wall Street tycoons. These people can affect the world's economy with just a move. But today, they all attended this press conference for only one reason. That is, Barry in front of them is the one who can save their lives. Hello, everyone. I'm Barry. Barry smiled, and the audience screamed again. For the first time, he felt the attention of the crowd. Today I stand here to tell the world. Barry held a box of medicine in his hand. Just a few days ago, the cancer-targeted drug I developed successfully treated 10 cancer patients. All the cancer cells in their bodies were cleared. This also proves that cancer, an incurable disease that has troubled mankind for centuries, will be completely solved from now on. We will usher in a new life. Ah! Countless people screamed off the stage. The media captured this moment and promoted it crazily. Professor Barry announced that cancer has been successfully conquered. The greatest physiologist of this century is born. The honor belongs to him. Dr. Barry. Humanity has conquered cancer, and our technology is developing rapidly. After introducing targeted cancer drugs, Barry changed the subject and said, "Although I have conquered cancer, I am still worried about the future of mankind." Why? Because there are countless Zergs in the sea who are eyeing us covetously. They will land on land, kill our relatives, devour our friends, and destroy our civilization. This is absolutely not allowed. So I decided that I will continue to study and conquer biotechnology in the future. My sponsor is willing to work with me to establish a biotechnology company dedicated to dealing with the Zerg crisis. Its name is Sunbird Biotechnology Company. Sunbird is a mythical bird with the ability to devour all monsters. Our company was born to protect all mankind. We will immediately build a biological research and Zerg research base to improve our biotechnology. We guarantee that in this era of disaster, Sunbird will bring light and hope to mankind. When Barry finished speaking, the whole audience was boiling again, and some people kept shouting, "Long live Sunbird! Long live Barry, the new hope of the Light Country! Sunbird, we will continue to stand at the top of human civilization. Professor Barry, the light of human civilization." Countless praises and cheers overwhelmed Barry. He had a textbook smile on his face, but he was slightly disdainful in his heart. Humans are so stupid that they are hopeless. The Sunbird can indeed devour everything, including humans themselves. In a certain city in the West, a grand parade and publicity event was being held at this time. The streets were crowded with people. They painted their bodies red, cyan, black, etc., and painted beetle-like patterns on their faces, as if they were imitating beetles attacking humans. Someone held a banner and shouted, "God Aura will save mankind. Believe in God Aura, and we will gain eternal life. Worship the true God of Aura. It has come to this planet. It is sleeping in the ocean. When it comes to the land, the whole world will face disasters, and only we can get shelter. True God of Aura." These people looked and acted crazy, and some were already shouting at the top of their lungs, "Do you believe in the true God of Aura?" One person said to two Shinjo men passing by. The two of them were one of the executors of the Xuanwu plan, responsible for investigating these mysterious organizations that appeared. "We are trying to understand the true God of Aura." Pan Feng pretended to be very interested. "Then you are so lucky," the man said. "The true God of Aura will come to the mainland soon, and only those who believe in it can survive. Join us and worship the true God Aura together." Pan Feng asked, "How do we worship the true God Aura? Pray?" "No. The true God Aura does not need prayer," the man said. "It only needs worship. It can devour endless energy and increase its divine power. So what we have to do is to throw food and energy into the sea. Worship the true God Aura. Oil is its drink. Nuclear fuel is its snack. And we are its most loyal followers." Hearing his words, Pan Feng and his companions were shocked. Taking food and energy supply, and also nuclear fuel. What else is this but the Zerg? Looking at these people again, each one of them is like a demon. Pan Feng said quickly, "We will give all the food in our house to the true God Aura when we return." "Very good. The true God Aura will protect you," the man said. Pan Feng and his companions evacuated to the side and sent a message to the headquarters. "The Aura Society has a big problem. We suspect that they may be mentally controlled by the Zerg. They have been active recently. The Aura Society bought a whole ship of oil a month ago and dumped the oil into the sea. They seem to be planning to use nuclear fuel recently. The Western Alliance is obviously unable to control this situation. Received. Continue to investigate. The headquarters replied. The radio wave shielding device has been sent. Let all members be on guard. Xuanwu executives had long proposed in the Blue Star Alliance that the Zerg had the ability to influence people's brain thinking, and sold radio wave detection and shielding devices to the outside world. Precautions were being taken in various places, but the results were not ideal. I heard that people in some places were very resistant to this equipment and refused mental examinations. They believed that this was a conspiracy, and the equipment issued to them was destroyed or discarded by them. The local government had banned the Aura Society from marching, but each time the ban failed for various reasons. They suspected that there were also members of the Aura Society among some of the senior officials. We must find out how many people the Aura Society has affected. Pan Feng whispered. If they really get nuclear energy that can be absorbed and evolved by the Zerg, the Atlantic Ocean may have Zerg that is more terrifying than the Pacific Ocean deep-sea monster. Kangaroo Island, one of the branches of the Noah Science Society, is holding a global conference. The conference host, Belinda, a female scientist who is also the vice president of the Noah Science Society, is speaking. Dear members, our research shows that humans are definitely not the opponent of the Zerg. Deep-sea Zerg nests have been found in the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, and the Indian Ocean, with a number of more than 100. There are even land Zerg nests on the Pacific Island of Disaster. They can absorb geothermal energy and evolve rapidly. The White Eagle's aircraft carrier fleet can't even defeat a Zerg nest. It's only a matter of time before the Zerg occupy the Blue Planet. If humans want to survive, they must leave the Blue Planet and go to the vast universe. That's why we are united today. We are the most elite scientists in the world and have the support of the whole world. At this moment, no one should hold back. So, our first step is to study rockets and spacecraft. Build a base on the moon first, and then go to Mars to colonize, reaching the planets in the solar system. That is the future of mankind. Pa 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 pa. Everyone applauded. They are all the top scientists in the world, and most of them have the same idea. What Blue Star Alliance? They don't put their hopes on it at all. Immigrating to other planets is their goal. We must first master the technology of recyclable heavy-lift launch vehicles, so that we can send more mass into space. Now, please invite technical representatives from Western Space Agency, Bear Space Agency, Eagle Space Agency, Sakura Space Agency, and Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, Blue Origin, Boeing, Airbus, and other companies to speak in turn. Everyone at the meeting was full of confidence. They have gathered the most advanced technology in the world and have huge resource support. It is only a matter of time before they leave the Earth. There are also scientists from Shinjo in this scientific society. Their goal is not to build a Noah's Ark spacecraft, but to figure out what the Noah Science Society is going to do. After the meeting, a representative quietly sent a message through the Skynet satellite. This quantum communication network has greatly facilitated their work, because other countries do not have the technology to break through the billion quantum communication, nor the global quantum communication network. So it is difficult to be discovered when sending intelligence. Today, the Noah Science Society held a space technology conference, convening space agencies and technology companies from dozens of countries for discussions, and preparing to develop a heavy-duty reusable launch vehicle first. The president of the Noah Science Society has not shown up yet. All matters are presided over by Vice President Belinda. I am still observing Zhu Chengji further. Zhu Chengji is his code name. In addition to him, there are other members of the Xuanwu project in the Noah Science Society, all of whom have a code name. The many disturbances in the outside world did not disturb He Xingzhou. In his mecha research room, Lu Mi was conducting a three-dimensional simulation of the mecha structure. In front of He Xingzhou, the various parts of the mecha appeared, including the main body, mechanical arms and legs, engines, energy devices, load backpacks, etc. He Xingzhou pulled the images with his hands to transform and combine them. These virtual parts were combined one by him. And then a computer-simulated mecha model appeared. This is a 5-meter-high light mecha, which is completely wrapped in a metal shell. The nuclear battery is on the back, and there is also a temporary battery. The power system has conventional mechanical power and jet particle power devices, which allow it to walk on land and fly short distances at the same time. The weapon system is not yet installed. He Xingzhou plans to design electromagnetic guns, laser emitters, and electromagnetic pulse weapons. In this way, the mecha only needs sufficient nuclear battery energy to keep attacking, without the need for additional loads of bullets and shells. In terms of the control system, He Xingzhou loaded the control panel into Lumi's system so that Lumi can control the mecha. Theoretically, if this mecha is manufactured, it will have no problem dealing with the level 5 Black Beetle. As for its size, He Xingzhou cannot reduce it yet. This is already the smallest size he can achieve. To continue to reduce it to the level of close-fitting armor, further breakthroughs in nanotechnology are needed. Is this the mecha you designed? So cool! Su Jilan walked over with her long legs. She looked at the holographic projection with a look of eagerness on her face. If it's true, I really want to go up and try it right away. Su Jilan was a special forces soldier, and weapons and equipment are definitely one of her hobbies in life. She experienced the universal mechanical exoskeleton designed by He Xingzhou before, and now she has become an expert in operating mechanical exoskeletons. It will be built soon, He Xingzhou said with a smile. I have asked people to produce related materials and accessories. Now we are still missing a key nuclear battery and jet particle engine. Is it the simulation stage now? Su Jilan asked. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded, while modifying the appearance of the mecha. The general structure cannot be changed, and only some small details can be modified to make it look more majestic, such as color painting. He Xingzhou changed several colors and felt that they were all okay. He asked Su Jilan, Sister Jilan, what color do you like? Me? Su Jilan was a little surprised and said, I prefer a reddish color. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, then use reddish-brown painting. The volcanic rocks on the island of disaster we are going to this time are also reddish-brown. And reddish-brown painting is easier to hide. Yes. Su Jilan looked at him with a smile. She seemed to have an inexplicable joy in her heart that the mecha could be painted with her favorite color. Chapter 146 First Generation Machine. The reddish-brown paint covers the entire body of the mecha, and Lumi also made some stripes and color combinations on it. It looks brand new and majestic. It will be our first mecha, He Xingzhou said. Let's give it a name first. He touched his chin and murmured, since it is reddish-brown and the weapons system is equipped with laser weapons, why not call it Qian? Whatever. That's it. It's called Qian. The first generation machine. I have to try the performance of Qian now. How to try? Isn't it not built yet? Su Jilan asked. There is a way to solve it. Use the physics engine to simulate, He Xingzhou said. The physical engine of Qianquan has been improving and perfecting. You only need to enter the relevant data of the mecha into the physical engine to perform virtual deduction. Before the mecha is physically manufactured, you can experience it with a computer in advance. And if there are any problems, you can improve it in advance. He Xingzhou ordered, Lumi, enter the data of the red flame into Qianquan. Lumi, Master. It has been entered. She also said, Master. Qianquan also has the data of the Zerg. You can directly enter Zerg Disaster for simulated combat. Zerg Disaster is not only a virtual game, but also a simulated combat site for the training of the Xuanwu troops. All the Zerg information in it is real, so when players fight, it is actually super simulated. Okay, let's do it. He Xingzhou snapped his fingers. Zerg? I'm here too. Can I copy the mecha data? Su Jilan was very interested in mechas. No problem. He Xingzhou put on a full set of somatosensory equipment with her and entered the VR game. He Xingzhou had the highest authority in this game, so he directly created an account for himself and generated the corresponding equipment. My name is Changfeng. What's your ID? He Xingzhou asked. Hang Yu. I've added you. Su Jilan sent a friend request, and after He Xingzhou agreed, he saw that the other party's virtual image was a red-haired girl, whose appearance had been changed, but her beauty and figure were as high as ever. You'd better change your appearance. Otherwise people will recognize you in the game, and you won't be able to do the test. Su Jilan suggested. It's not that troublesome. Just wear a mask. He Xingzhou put on a metal mask. If you want to test, I'll get a few people, and we'll go open the wasteland map. Su Jilan is very familiar with this game. When she is free, she will come in to train. Not only her. All the soldiers of the Xuanwu army will come to this game to train. There are also a large number of players who don't know that maybe the friend who fights side by side with them is actually a special soldier of the Xuanwu army. Su Jilan called people in the game Guild Red Moon Guild, come online. Some good players. To open up Ruins of Los Angeles. Ruins of Los Angeles simulates the ruins of a city that has been conquered by Zerg. It is inhabited by many Zergs and is very difficult. No one has ever cleared it. As soon as she saw her loudspeaker, a bunch of people quickly appeared in the guild. Ah! The president is finally online. President, please take me with you. Big sister is calling people. I'm coming. There are level 6 Zergs in Ruins of Los Angeles. They can't be beaten at all. I'll do it. I just changed my Mantis Blade, and I'm very powerful in close combat now. Su Jilan picked a few people and explained to Xingzhou. In fact, many people in my guild are from the Xuanwu troops. The 3 I picked are all from the Xuanwu troops. They don't know who we are. She sent the information over. 3 team members. Deng Jian. ID. Air Lian Buzue. The squad leader of a marine unit of the Xuanwu force. Has a real mechanical exoskeleton. Huang Sheng. ID Xiao Jian. A new recruit of the Xuanwu force. Although he has not been in the army for a long time. But he has a high talent for mechanical exoskeletons. Xiong Mani. ID Zhen Shuichong Wei. A female soldier of the Marine Corps of the Xuanwu force. Is very proficient in weapon operation. In the game, to reach a certain map, you have to take a means of transportation. He Xingzhou, as the GM, flew over directly. When they arrived, He Xingzhou had already redebugged the mecha. Boss, we're here. When the 3 saw He Xingzhou and Su Jilan, they immediately screamed. Big sister, what kind of equipment is this? Why have I never seen it before? Xiong Mani asked, looking at her mecha with envy. Is this new equipment? This is a mecha. Much better than our mechanical exoskeleton. Huang Sheng shouted. Deng Jian was also envious, but also a little confused. Doesn't this game say that all equipment is the same as in reality? There is no such equipment in reality. Who said there is no equipment? Huang Sheng retorted. What if the Xuanwu troops have already researched it? Impossible. Deng Jian said directly. If they have researched it, I will definitely know. Brother Erliang, are you from the Xuanwu army? Huang Sheng asked. Don't ask. Deng Jian pretended to be mysterious. At this time, Su Jilan said, you can design your own equipment in the game. This is my friend Chumfeng. This mecha is designed by him. Because of the real physics engine of this game, you can indeed design equipment. If the design is good, you can also buy the copyright and manufacture it physically. So awesome? Huang Sheng said. Boss, add me as a friend. I want it too. Me too. Boss, take me with you. Xiong Mani hurriedly followed. Ahem. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's go through the dungeon first. In fact, Deng Jian also wanted to add He Xingzhou as a friend. But given his status as the top master in the guild, he pretended to be reserved. Let's go to the dungeon first. Su Jilan opened the dungeon, and everyone took a helicopter and was dropped into a ruined city. This city seemed to have just experienced a battlefield, with collapsed buildings, abandoned cars, shell craters, and of course, moving Zergs. When they landed, several red beetles rushed out of the ruins. Almost one for each person. Everyone quickly fought back. They were experienced, dodging while controlling the armor-piercing cannon of the mechanical exoskeleton to attack. Several people successfully avoided danger, especially Su Jilan. Although it was her first time to control the red flame, she was very flexible and directly shot the red beetle's brain with a laser. Boss, this mecha is so cool. Huang Sheng was more and more envious. I want it so much. Xiong Mani's eyes were full of stars. Deng Jian sighed. It would be great if this mecha was real. Hey, where's Chumfeng? Huang Sheng noticed that He Xingzhou was gone. He's there. Deng Jian pointed to a place where He Xingzhou had been thrown to the ground by the red beetle and bitten madly. The leg armor has been destroyed. The chest armor has been destroyed. The energy system is damaged. He Xingzhou was motionless, listening to Lumi's analysis and report. He is now testing the strength of the external defense armor. And this scene, in the eyes of everyone, has only one explanation: he was scared. This is too bad. Huang Sheng complained. With such good equipment, you don't even know how to fight back? I can kill this red beetle in minutes. It's true that he is a bit bad, but he is a research player, so it's understandable, Deng Jian said. Xiong Mani asked Su Jilan, Big sister, is your friend the boss? If you die here, You have to pay to revive. Resurrection is too expensive. Su Jilan smiled and said, "It's okay. He has a lot of money." As he said that, He Xingzhou's mecha had been dismantled by the red beetle, and a beetle leg was inserted into his head. "You have been killed," the game system prompted. He Xingzhou was calm and said to Lu Mi, "Record the data just now, and we will continue." "Okay. Master. Master. Come on." Lu Mi gave him an encouraging smile. He Xingzhou has unlimited gold coins and is resurrected directly. This time, he changed his posture and was killed by the red beetle. Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng couldn't help it and said, "Let's help him. If this goes on, when will we finish the copy? Don't come to help me," He Xingzhou shouted. "Let me do it myself." So, everyone watched him die more than a dozen times. Su Jilan was on the side, happily testing the various functions of the mecha. The 3 team members were bored and sat on the ground complaining. Wang Sheng looked up. "Oh my god. I never thought that there are so many ways to die." Deng Jian analyzed, "To be honest, if I had this equipment, I dare to play Ruins of Los Angeles alone." "I think so too," Xiong Mani complained. "He is really rich. He has resurrected so many times. He must be a rich man." After testing the strength of the armor, He Xingzhou began to test the mobility of the armor. Running around, everyone was really impatient and asked Su Jilan, "Boss, how about we pass the level first? This is taking too long." Before Su Jilan spoke, He Xingzhou said, "How about this? I will give each of you a set of this mecha. You can try it too." When they heard his words, the 3 of them jumped up from the ground immediately. "Boss, if you want to talk about this, I'm not sleepy anymore," Wang Sheng said excitedly. "There's such a good thing? I can accompany you for 3 days and 3 nights," Deng Jian said. "The rich man is so powerful and domineering. I love you." Xiong Mani was also very happy. If this mecha was put up for sale online, it could at least be exchanged for a house. I didn't expect them to get it so easily. The 3 also joined the test team, and their various data were recorded by Lu Mi. While recording, He Xingzhou was also constantly adjusting and improving. This test was done for several days in a row, and He Xingzhou's Qian No evolved several versions. Finally passed the level. In the game copy, Deng Jian looked at the Ghost Crab King, evolved version of the Super King Crab, level 7 Zerg, that they killed. He sighed and said with emotion, "It's too difficult." He didn't think this dungeon was difficult, but he thought it was too difficult to team up with Chumfeng. After changing to the Qian mecha, they were like gods in the dungeon. After getting familiar with the operation, they could kill a beetle in 1 minute. They could have passed the level quickly, but because He Xingzhou always made some incredible operations, such as suddenly standing still, or using cold weapons when he could obviously use lasers, accidentally attracting insect swarms, etc., it became extremely difficult for them to pass the level. Wang Sheng said helplessly, "Boss, your operation is a bit of a waste of talent to be a player. It's better to be a villain. I guarantee that no one can pass the level." Xiong Mani agreed with it, nodded repeatedly, and said, "I think so too." Su Jilan heard their comments and laughed at the side. She knew He Xingzhou did it on purpose. He Xingzhou's control of the mecha was no worse than anyone else. Who is more familiar with mecha than the designer? Speaking of which, Deng Jian looked at He Xingzhou and said, "The mecha you designed is really amazing. I don't know if it can be built in reality. I think you have good talent. You can definitely become a game designer. Indeed, at least you can design more mechas. You can't experience them in reality, but you can play them in the game." Wang Sheng and Xiong Mani agreed. "Game design is boring," He Xingzhou said. "I plan to build it in reality." Hearing his words, Deng Jian was speechless. "Do you know how powerful your mecha is? A single driver can fight against a level 5 Zerg, and a few people can surround and kill a level 6 Zerg. If there is a troop, there is a chance to hunt down level 7 and level 8 Zerg. In reality, we have never seen level 7 and level 8 Zerg. What if you can make it?" "Yeah. Do you think you are He Xingzhou?" Wang Sheng followed and complained. "Boss, this is not something you can make with money," Xiong Mani reminded. "What if I make it?" He Xingzhou smiled playfully. Deng Jian even said, "If you can make this mecha, you will be famous all over the country. I can take your last name. If the real version can be made, I will be your younger brother." Wang Sheng said. "You all say so. What should I say?" Xiongmani said. If you can do it, I will introduce you to someone. Su Jilan couldn't help laughing. And the three thought she was laughing at He Xingzhou's bragging. He Xingzhou said, you don't need to do this. If I make it, you just need to drive it. This may be life-threatening. You have to think it through. These people are already very familiar with the operation of mechas. And they are all from the Xuanwu troops. So they can be allowed to participate in the Disaster Island operation. Underestimate us? Deng Jian said. Even if we face the real Zerg. If you see me blink, I lose. That's right. As long as you dare to make it. Even if it has a lot of problems. I dare to use it. Wang Sheng said unconvinced. Xiongmani said, why do I feel weird? Big sister. What are you laughing at? You also think he is bragging. Right? Su Jilan nodded and said seriously, indeed. This person loves to brag the most. And there are many people who like to listen to his bragging. He Xingzhou said speechlessly. Can I call that bragging? If you say you can't do it, you brag. If you say you can do it, you are really awesome. Okay, buddy. Stop bragging, Deng Jian said. Although you are a little bad at playing games, you are still quite capable. Add a friend. I will take you next time. After a few words of small talk, they all quit the game. How was the test? Su Jilan asked. It's almost done, He Xingzhou said. The Qian has been improved for actual combat, and we can start manufacturing now. Can I reserve one? Su Jilan looked at him eagerly. Of course, He Xingzhou said. The top version, with a personal signature, and buff bonus. Then I'll wait and see. Su Jilan smiled. He Xingzhou immediately started manufacturing. Lu Mi, send the improved template to the manufacturing workshop. Lu Mi, the mecha template has been sent. Master, you have a new message. She reminded again. He Xingzhou saw that it was sent by Dongchen. The nuclear battery has been successfully developed and passed the performance and safety tests. Very good. Only a weapon module is missing. Now let's build the Qian mecha first. And the weapon module will be added later. Chapter 147 Qian. Start. The various parts of Qian were manufactured in a special manufacturing workshop and finally sent to the Sentinel Research Institute. He Xingzhou wore a mechanical exoskeleton and assembled them himself. Mechanical skeleton. Power engine. Nuclear battery and protective layer. Internal armor. External armor. Chest. Shoulder armor. Leg armor. When He Xingzhou installed the last part, a reddish-brown, tall and majestic mecha appeared. The hard special alloy plate. Steel color. Strong legs and mechanical arms. And the nuclear energy battery that represents power and power all show its power and strength. People standing under the mecha can feel their own fragility and insignificance. Qian. Self-check. He Xingzhou shouted. There is a superconducting quantum chip in the control room of Qian. It is also a superconducting quantum computer. Lumi took over the basic AI system of Qian. And she reported, self-check is in progress. The mecha turned on the automatic mode and moved simply. The power system is intact. The energy system is intact. The defense system is intact. The attack system is missing. The control system is intact. Master, Qian has completed the self-check. And the basic functions are intact. The attack system is temporarily lacking. Lumi concluded. Not bad. I'll try it first. He Xingzhou drove the mecha first and began to perform simple operations. This feels much more real than the experience in the game. Even if the somatosensory equipment and VR equipment are made in detail, there is still a gap with the real world. Walking, running. He Xingzhou also performed jumps, rolls and other operations. With shock absorption and auxiliary operating systems, it is easy to control. With nuclear batteries, the endurance, mobility and load capacity of the mecha are far better than mechanical exoskeletons. The only problem is that the manufacturing cost is much higher than that of mechanical exoskeletons. He Xingzhou thought. A nuclear battery alone requires nuclear fuel, and it is difficult to manufacture. This cost makes it difficult to manufacture on a large scale under the current circumstances, unless they can collect a large amount of nuclear raw materials and other materials in nature. The mecha can be used on a large scale. Most soldiers still need to be equipped with mechanical exoskeletons, and mechas can only be used by elite troops now. Try the particle jet device. He Xingzhou came to the lake outside the institute and tried flying here. Even if he fell into the water, it would not be a big deal. Turn on flight mode. He Xingzhou operated the button. Behind the jet engine of the mecha, the nuclear thermal motor heated the air, forming a strong reverse airflow, which lifted the mecha more than 5 meters high. Because it was the first flight operation, Lumi turned on the semi-hosting mode to prevent He Xingzhou from operating unsteadily. In addition, a compressed nanomaterial parachute was also installed inside the mecha, so if there was a malfunction during the flight, it could also be parachuted in an emergency. He Xingzhou was testing the flight here, and several researchers who followed him were very worried. Doctor, he is testing the flight directly. We can't keep up. This mecha is really powerful. It feels like a small jet. It takes off and lands vertically. It's flying. It's flying. Everyone looked up and saw He Xingzhou rising into the sky. The feeling of flying the mecha for the first time was extremely wonderful. Like gaining superpowers and having the power to change the world. He Xingzhou was inspired and raised the altitude. The current altitude is 10 meters. The airflow is stable. And the temperature is suitable. Keep going. He Xingzhou looked up and pulled up again. This time, he directly pulled up to a height of 100 meters. And the mecha still stayed steadily in the sky. Fortunately, the area near the Sentinel Research Institute is a restricted area, and no passersby will pass by. Otherwise, He Xingzhou will immediately be on the hot news. Pull up. He Xingzhou continued to increase the altitude to 300 meters. At this time, looking at the researchers below, they felt very small. Lumi reminded, there is a small airflow in the current space, which will affect the stability of the mecha. He Xingzhou felt that the mecha was swaying a little. He rose another 1,000 meters. Looking up at this time, it seemed that he was very close to the clouds. Lumi reminded, Master, there will be risks if the Qian climbs too high. Master, you should fly at a low altitude. He Xingzhou was still unsatisfied. But after thinking about it, it was a first-generation machine after all, and it could not be required to fly directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters in one breath. He maintained this altitude and turned a few times. When He Xingzhou landed, it showed that the energy consumption was less than 1%. The endurance is okay. But this is without using laser weapons. Laser weapons consume a lot of energy. And electromagnetic weapons, and the like will reduce the endurance time. He Xingzhou thought. The initial experiment was quite successful. He Xingzhou drove the mecha back into the institute. The passing researchers and guards looked at him with curiosity and envy. Needless to say, they all wanted to try what it felt like to drive a mecha. Next, it's time to design the weapon system. He Xingzhou decided to improve the last shortcoming of the mecha. Electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic wave weapons are already available. We just need to improve them and install them inside the mecha. He Xingzhou pondered. I can make different weapon templates. Electromagnetic guns and missile launch tubes can also be made into mecha-loaded ones, so that the mecha can also be used as a mobile turret. But in the final analysis, laser weapons are more convenient and more effective against the Zerg with strong defense. He Xingzhou opened the quantum optical brain and found the laser technology column. Relying on the energy accumulated these days, he was finally able to unlock these technologies. Consume 1 million units of energy to unlock tactical laser weapon technology. Consume 1 million units of energy to unlock strategic laser weapon technology. Consume 1 million units of energy to unlock high-energy laser aggregator technology. With some additional and pre-installed laser technologies, He Xingzhou roughly understood how to make high-energy laser beams. He immediately called the team together and started research and development. Time passed day by day, and when He Xingzhou was still improving the Qian and developing laser weapons, the new year had come. During this period, many major events happened. For example, in the Pacific, some small countries have moved their entire countries, or simply disappeared. There are more and more Zerg disasters in various places, and Zerg invasions have also begun to appear along the coasts of the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean. Several coastal defense battles broke out in the middle, but none of them succeeded. A large number of Zerg have invaded the inland of various continents, and a large number of people were killed and injured. Even the White Eagle was no exception. The Zerg has not yet carried out a large-scale land invasion, but has quietly multiplied in various places. Like a time bomb. When they explode completely, the whole world will be destroyed. According to statistics from an organization, since the discovery of the Zerg, the number of people who have died directly or indirectly due to the Zerg has exceeded 100 million. The whole world lives in fear and anxiety. In comparison, Shenzhou, which is protected by the Great Wall of Steel, is the safest place. The day when the Blue Star Alliance explores the disaster island is getting closer and closer. All members regard it as a major event and have prepared elite troops for it. Military Science Academy. Laser Weapon Research Institute. A large steel block with a thickness of 1 meter was placed in the experimental area. And then, He Xingzhou started the laser transmitter. High-temperature rays instantly formed in the air, and the hot light focused on the steel plate. The high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius melted the steel block. After more than 10 seconds, a hole was burned through the steel block. The 1346th experiment successfully shot through a 1-meter-thick steel block in 12.4 seconds. A researcher recorded the experimental results and said happily, "This time the intensity of the laser is enough to penetrate the carapace of the 6th-level Zerg. It would be better if the energy concentration intensity could be higher." He Xingzhou thought that the rays of the deep-sea monster were atomic energy rays, with a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius, which is equivalent to the core temperature of an atomic bomb explosion. Chief Engineer He, this design is feasible. As long as we increase the energy supply and the size of the laser generator, we should be able to produce a stronger laser. Another researcher next to him said, "If it is installed on a ship, fighter or ground launcher, the power will be greater. By changing the focusing method, it can also attack long-distance targets such as aircraft and satellites." He Xingzhou glanced at him. The person who spoke was a young man named Yu Sheng. He resolutely returned to China during the defense of the Magic City. He had good knowledge and talent. He Xingzhou was quite optimistic about him. "In that case," He Xingzhou said, "Yu Sheng, you will continue to advance the research and development of shipborne laser weapons and airborne laser weapons with the research team." He Xingzhou was giving him more room for development. Yu Sheng was immediately delighted and said, "Thank you, Chief Engineer He. I will work hard with everyone." Now the weapon module is basically manufactured, and the final assembly of the mecha can be completed. He Xingzhou thought. He took the laser weapon module and returned to his workshop. Compared with before, the Qian looked more full because it was equipped with some functional modules. He Xingzhou installed the laser weapon module and connected the nuclear battery, and its most powerful weapon was integrated with it. This is the complete first-generation machine. He Xingzhou looked at the Qian in front of him, and a sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. The red flame can not only complete various mechanical movements, but also has a load capacity of more than 100 tons. Modern tanks and chariots generally weigh 40 to 60 tons, which means that this mecha can easily lift a tank or chariot. In addition, it is equipped with several weapons. First is the cold weapon used in case of emergency or in special conditions. The folding alloy sword, which is nearly 4 meters long when unfolded, and has a sharp blade that can cut iron like mud. The second is the electromagnetic gun, which uses electromagnetics to launch bullets, and its power is stronger than large-caliber armor-piercing bullets. Microwave weapons, which are mainly aimed at electronic equipment, can also interfere with and attack some Zergs that can emit electromagnetic waves. Finally, there is the laser transmitter. The mecha is equipped with a high-energy burning laser transmitter, which mainly uses the high heat property of the laser to quickly melt and destroy the target. In addition, in order to make the mecha more convenient to use, He Xingzhou also designed and manufactured some modules that can be freely assembled. For example, the electric hammer, electric drill, and electric saw modules for industrial construction, or the electronic harpoon, nanolaunch net, and steel clamp modules that are specially used to kill Zerg. When the mecha performs different tasks, it loads and unloads different modules to make it more practical. He Xingzhou checked it again and confirmed that there was no problem. At this time, Qin Peng sent a message, "Dr. He, is it finished?" He Xingzhou, "Everything is ready." Qin Peng, "Well, let the military factory quickly manufacture a batch. We have confirmed that we will take action on the 5th of next month. Go to the island of disaster and explore the land insect nest." He Xingzhou, "No problem. There is enough time. The factory has been rushing to manufacture the Qian before, and already has more than a dozen. This time, it will manufacture a few more, plus laser launchers, and it will not be a problem to form a mecha team." During this period, Xingzhou announced something. Comrade, He Xingzhou will officially become the executive officer of Xuanwu due to his outstanding performance and numerous contributions in the Xuanwu plan. As soon as this news came out, the media reported it one after another, and countless people went to He Xingzhou's social media account to celebrate. At Planet Builder, you have become the Xuanwu executive. Congratulations. Dr. He deserves the title. Yes. If it weren't for Dr. He, we don't know how many people would have died at the hands of the Zerg. Thumbs up. The Xuanwu troops sent a congratulatory message. You are getting busier and busier now. I haven't updated for a long time. Many people congratulated, and He Xingzhou's relatives and friends also sent letters to congratulate. After He Xingzhou replied, he posted another dynamic on the internet. Thank you for your trust. I will continue to implement the Xuanwu plan. On the 5th of next month, we will explore the Lanzerg nest on the island of disaster. And everyone can pay attention to it then. Explore the Lanzerg nest? As soon as He Xingzhou announced the news, the whole network was shocked again. During this period, the news had already reported about the land insect nest, and everyone was very worried about it. Various rumors continued, saying that a foreign special forces unit was wiped out there. There were also rumors that there were giant zergs in the land insect nest, etc. It's very dangerous there. You have to go there even if it's dangerous. How can you fight the zerg without understanding the enemy's situation? I hope you can complete the mission safely and return safely. I must pay attention. I'll take a leave on the 5th to watch your live broadcast. If I don't watch it, I guess I won't be able to sleep well. Everyone began to wait for the 5th of the next month. At the same time, in the Xuanwu troops, elite warriors were being selected to carry out this mission. This mission is different from the past. In a certain branch, the commander was selecting people. Is the land insect nest dangerous? It is very dangerous. We still don't know what is inside. That's why we have to go in and capture samples. This mission can be said to be a life or death struggle. Those who are willing to go, step forward. After he said that, everyone stepped forward. Since you are all willing, those whose names are read out, please step out. The commander began to read out the names. These were all people who had passed the assessment in the usual training. Wang Wei, Yu Zhou, Deng Jian, Huang Sheng, Xiong Mani. Okay. Those who are out of the line, follow me. There are 30 people here, and the commander asked them to wait at a training ground. The 30 people began to get to know each other. Are you Erliang brother? Huang Sheng recognized Deng Jian. Good boy. Are you Xiao Jian? Deng Jian also recognized him. Isn't he a friend in the game? You are all here. Xiong Mani recognized them just now. But it was not convenient to talk just now. All 3 of us were selected, Huang Sheng said in surprise. This is amazing. It's a pity that the big sister is not here. Xiong Mani looked around and didn't find anyone who looked like Su Jilan. She said with certainty, the big sister is so skilled. She must be from the Xuanwu army. Chapter 148. The mecha unit is unveiled. We are really destined to meet, Deng Jian said with a smile. Don't worry. When we are on a mission, I will protect you. That's not necessarily true, Huang Sheng said. Although I am the youngest, my level of operating mechanical exoskeletons is not low. If I were given the mecha in the game, I could lead the team alone. Don't brag. Everyone here is a master, someone said. Huang Sheng explained, I know. Didn't I say it? If you have that kind of mecha, you can do it. Really? You haven't seen it. The chi and mecha in the game is so powerful. If it were in reality, I would directly treat the land insect nest as a copy. Brother, you are too boastful. Without the fleet and missiles, it would be difficult for our team to deal with a level 6 Zerg. There are probably many level 6 Zergs in the disaster island. The soldier next to him said, Don't bring up the equipment in the game. I can blow up a planet with one punch in the game. It's different. Huang Sheng wanted to argue, but he couldn't produce any evidence. At this moment, the commander came over. He ordered, all members gather. Straighten your backs. The Xuanwu executive will come soon. And bring out our spirits. Xuanwu executive? Everyone was very alert. No one had ever had close contact with the Xuanwu executive. In their eyes, the Xuanwu executive was a godlike existence. There are 7 Xuanwu executive officers. Who is it this time? Deng Jian was a little excited. However, they looked ahead but didn't see anyone. At this time, there was a faint roar of air in the sky. Everyone didn't notice anything unusual, because fighters and transport planes would come in and out of the base at any time. But after more than 10 seconds, they found something wrong. Because the roar in the air was not caused by fighters, but 3 UFOs. In the sky in front of them, 3 shadows were flying. When they got closer, these soldiers almost cried out. Their eyes were wide open, and they wanted to pounce on them to see clearly. In front of them, there were actually 3 mechas. Full metal shell, 5-meter-tall big guys, full of technological mechanical arms and weapons and equipment. The vibration of the machinery stepping on the flat ground when walking, and at the same time brought them a huge visual and auditory impact. Commander Chiu Hong reports to you that the special mission team has assembled. Commander Chiu Hong saluted. The 3 mechas saluted each other, and then the metal masks of 2 mechas opened, revealing a man and a woman. Seeing the woman, Deng Jian, Huang Sheng and Xiong Mani were extremely excited, although the appearance was different. Wasn't this the boss of their game company, Hong Yu? And aren't these mechas the Qian mechas in the game? When they saw Su Jilan, they had a thought that almost drove them crazy. The Qian mecha is real. The big sister is also from the Xuanwu unit. So the person in the middle. Could it be? No matter how you think about it, there is only one possibility. In the whole world, they can only think of one name who can design this kind of mecha and make it a reality. That is the initiator of the Xuanwu project, the designer of the Great Wall of Steel, the developer of countless super technologies, the hero of the defenders of the Magic City, the Xuanwu executive, the godlike man in their minds. He Xingzhou. When the mask of the mecha in the middle was opened, a familiar face appeared, and everyone recognized it. It was Dr. He. Hello everyone. As soon as He Xingzhou opened his mouth, everyone shouted in unison, hello, Commander. Hearing He Xingzhou's voice, Deng Jian, Huang Sheng and Xiong Mani shouted in their hearts. This is their game friend. In the game, He Xingzhou covered his face and his voice was processed. But now, the appearance of Su Jilan, the appearance of the Qian, and the familiar voice all proved that the Xuanwu executive in front of him was Cheng Feng, the rich, but inexperienced boss. When they thought about the fact that they had tested the mecha with He Xingzhou, the 3 of them wanted to share the news with the world immediately. He Xingzhou saw that everyone was looking at their mecha eagerly, and smiled. Don't be too restrained. I came here today to let you get familiar with the new equipment. Speak freely. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, everyone couldn't help it. Commander, what equipment is this? Do we have a chance to operate this mecha? So cool. What weapons does it have? It can actually fly? This is 100 times stronger than a mechanical exoskeleton. Commander, Deng Jian and others immediately came to He Xingzhou to report. He said embarrassedly, Commander, I didn't know it was you in the game before. Otherwise I would definitely not doubt that you can build a mecha. Huang Sheng was even more excited and said, Dr. He, I am your fan. I thought you were a great guy from the beginning. And it turned out to be true. Xiong Mani was even more excited and said, Commander, can we take a photo together? Sure. He Xingzhou smiled. She immediately took out her smart device and took a photo with He Xingzhou. Others did not want to miss this opportunity. Xiong Mani looked at Su Jilan curiously again and said excitedly, Big sister, I know you are not an ordinary person. Su Jilan smiled and said, You are not ordinary people either. Otherwise how could you be selected to participate in this mission? At this time, some soldiers were envious, and someone whispered to Huang Sheng, I didn't expect what you said to be true. There is really a mecha. Do you know the commander? Game friends. We played together, Huang Sheng said proudly. Awesome. Take me with you when you have time. Me too, brother. Let's go together. Everyone was curious and envious, which made the 3 of them extremely proud. If other comrades knew about this, they would definitely be envious. He Xingzhou called Lu Mi and said, Lu Mi, call all the other mechas over. Master. Lu Mi received. Lu Mi's image saluted in front of He Xingzhou. And then 31 mechas flew over from a distance. He Xingzhou introduced, This type of mecha is called Qian, and it is the first generation of mechanical power armor we developed. It has the most advanced AI mode, and you can operate and master it quickly. Each person has one, and you must familiarize yourself with all its functions as quickly as possible, so that you can perform smooth manual operations even when the AI system cannot be used. He emphasized, This is very important. There are special bugs in the Zerd that can conduct electromagnetic interference, and even destroy AI systems with strong currents. In this case, you can only rely on yourself to operate the mecha. He Xingzhou is also designing unmanned mechas. But for now, mechas still need to be operated by people. Otherwise, the bugs will cause a wave of super strong electromagnetic interference, and all unmanned mechas will be scrapped. In the future, after the anti-electromagnetic interference technology and robot technology are upgraded, unmanned mechas will be deployed on a large scale. In addition, manned mechas will also be upgraded, such as mechas controlled by human brain intelligence machines, etc. When 31 mechas came in front of them, everyone couldn't wait to bind and operate them. This is much more exciting than the game. Huang Sheng shouted. I want to rush into the disaster island and have a good fight with the bugs. If there are really laser weapons, we can hunt high-level Zergs if we cooperate well. Deng Jian wanted to test the laser weapons immediately, but at this time in the training ground, the laser weapons were still turned off. This feeling is so cool. I really want to turn on the flight mode and try it. Xiong Mani is already familiar with controlling the mecha's actions. The operation mode of this mecha is exactly the same as in the game. Even Commander Qiu Hong is experiencing the functions of the mecha with great interest. He Xingzhou said to him, Commander Qiu, the next step is up to you. Before the 5th day, everyone must be familiar with the mecha. Yes, Qiu Hong said loudly. Guaranteed to complete the task. Time has come to the 5th day. The joint action of the Blue Star Alliance is today. On this day, the whole country and even the whole world are paying attention to this action. The world has been riddled with holes in the invasion of the Zerg. Countless people have been displaced. Weak countries have perished, and prosperous modern cities on the seaside have become ruins. Whether or not we can achieve results in the land Zerg nest will determine the key to mankind's next fight against the Zerg. Near the island of disaster, a total of 5 fleets came, namely the fleets of Shenlong, White Eagle, Mao Xiong, John, and Gaul. Commanders in other places are simply unable to send fleets, because at this time, they were all busy defending their homeland against the Zerg. On the Gallic fleet, Commander Franlo was instructing the elite team, remember, the mission plan can change at any time. You must try to capture high-level land Zerg samples, at least not less than other teams. Yes. Commander John Gerard was also instructing the team members, our strength is weaker than that of the White Eagles. After landing, try to follow them. Which is safer? Commander Igor York of the Bear shouted to the team members, you only have one chance. Once the Zergs come out in full force, even the fleet can't cover you. Commander Harvey of the White Eagles told the Marines, you are the most elite combat team, equipped with our most advanced equipment. We will have fighters to cover you in the air. Remember, you must do your best in this mission. Although they are all members of the Blue Star Alliance, they are also comparing with each other. Now that Blue Star is like this, whoever is stronger will have the opportunity to become the leader of the alliance. On the Shenlong fleet, He Xingzhou was observing the surroundings. This action was commanded by him. He sighed, even if they have been attacked by the Zerg, the White Eagle, and the Bear still have a lot of ships. Luan said, now the whole world is manufacturing weapons. Their factories are working at full capacity. And in more than a year, the number of ships has more than tripled. In the last century, when the White Eagle mobilized the whole country, it could build an aircraft carrier in an average of 70 days. Although it was a relatively low-level aircraft carrier, it was enough to illustrate their manufacturing capabilities. Now that technology and manufacturing are more advanced, they can manufacture more advanced ships at a faster speed. Xinzhou is also rushing to work during this period, but their focus is still on land for the time being. And the Great Wall of Steel is almost completed. Various weapons and equipment, such as electromagnetic guns, mechanical exoskeletons, and current mechas, are being manufactured in large quantities. In terms of ships, the number has also doubled. But due to the lack of heavyweight nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the sea force is still much worse than the land force. Drones are filming over the island of disaster, and small detection robots are also deployed. Through the images they took, the commander and the people of all countries can see the situation on the island of disaster clearly. The island of disaster is an active volcano. There is still smoke coming out of its top. But around the island, there are dense vegetation. When the drone approaches, flocks of mutant birds fly out of the jungle and destroy the drone. The detection robot falls to the ground and takes pictures. In the jungle, you can see various insects. For example, the main force that attacks human cities, beetles of various colors, mutant lizards, giant pythons, and even dinosaur-like existences. Even plants are mutating. A small detection robot is regarded as prey by a man-eating plant. It uses branches to tie up the robot, crush it, and then eat it. Seeing these scenes, the audience was terrified. This is simply a hell island. Can anyone come out alive after entering it? There is no normal creature on the island. And plants can eat people. If these monsters were around us, I can't imagine what would happen. This is just the outside. Who knows what else is inside the crater? The external detection has been completed by each team in the past few months. And the corresponding routes have been formulated. Everyone. The action begins. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, 5 special teams started to act at the same time. The positions of the 4 fleets of White Eagle, Bear, John, and Gull, and surface speedboats and armed helicopters took off at the same time. The special forces took these vehicles and quickly approached the island of disaster. The combat team members on the speedboat had even picked up weapons to attack the Zerg on the beach, in the sky. Under the cover of fighter jets, the combat team members parachuted urgently and landed on the island. Quick! 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 We have to collect samples quickly before the Zerg gathers. These team members threw the Zerg bodies to the shore. And there were also team members there to cover and carry them. Why hasn't Shenlong taken action yet? Several commanders noticed that there was no movement on Yi Xingzhou's side. What are they waiting for? The audience also became anxious. They have all taken action. If we don't wait for the Zerg to gather, it will be difficult to carry out the mission. At this time, a team of small transport ships set out from the fleet and quickly arrived at the island of disaster. When the team members in the transport ship left the cabin, several commanders and the people watching the action shouted, "Fuck! Oh my god! Are you kidding? Has our equipment evolved to this level? Is this a special operations team? It's really awesome. Is that a mecha? Do they already have a mecha team?" Harvey and other commanders couldn't believe it. What they saw through the satellite images was a neat mecha unit. These mechas are more than 5 meters tall, with a majestic and domineering shape, painted in reddish-brown, very similar to the volcanic rocks on the island, and marked with numbers. Who would have thought that the team sent by Shenlong to carry out the mission was actually a mecha team? In comparison, the Marines who had just landed on the beach and the Special Forces who had just parachuted from the air were like antiques from the last century in front of the mecha team. No wonder they have to wait for several months. They must be developing mechas. Several commanders reacted instantly. The technology is progressing too fast. We are still following up on mechanical exoskeletons, and they have already upgraded to mechas. Chapter 149 Volcano Hive. Yi Xingzhou receives several messages in his communication channel, all from Harvey, Igor York and others, who just wanted to know about these mechas. Yi Xingzhou smiled secretly. This red flame mecha had already amazed them. What would they think if they knew that there was a large one on their ship? Inside the aircraft carrier, there was also a medium-sized mecha that was more than 30 meters tall. This was Yi Xingzhou's specially made upgraded version of the Red Dragon. It was similar to the Red Flame in structure, but the power, defense, and attack capabilities were all enhanced. The electromagnetic gun was upgraded to an electromagnetic cannon, and the small laser weapon was also upgraded to a high heat ray, with destructive power increased by dozens of times. Yi Xingzhou did not use the Red Dragon for the time being, because its target was too large, and once it was deployed, it would definitely attract the attention of the advanced Zerg immediately. At that time, let alone collecting samples, going to the island would mean facing tens of thousands of Zergs, and the mission would fail before it even started. It must play a role at a critical moment. Qian Squad, move out. Commander Chiu Hong gave an order, and the team members moved out together. They have 31 main team members, as well as reserve, logistics and collaboration personnel, all of whom have mechas. Group A, responsible for collecting Zerg samples from the periphery. Chiu Hong shouted. Received. Zhang Xiaolong, the leader of Group A, responded. He was also a member of the original Blade Squad, the elite team that Yi Xingzhou used to test the AI instructor. On the beach, Zergs have already attacked them. There were crustaceans that looked like rocks, waving their claws. There were long worms several meters long lurking in the mud and sand, suddenly coming out to attack. There were also some huge reptilian insects rushing over from the jungle on the coast. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of bullets rang out, and these insects were killed by electromagnetic bullets before they could get close to the team members. The sensors on the mecha can detect the surrounding creatures and abnormal movements in time. If people cannot react in time, the AI system will make a compensatory attack, Transport team. Hurry! Move the samples. On the shore, the transport team members used mechas to pull out the long worms that were 7 or 8 meters long and not completely dead from the mud and sand. They dragged the worms with broken shells with special nets, and threw the dinosaur-like lizards one by one on the transport ship and sent them to the fleet. Seeing this clean and neat picture, the audience was stunned. Are they here for exploration? I feel like they are here to buy goods. The style of the painting suddenly changed, as if it has become a food show. The red flame is fighting these low-level zergs like playing. So cool. Is it too late to sign up for the Black Tortoise Army now? When commanders such as Harvey saw the pictures of them performing tasks, and then saw their own teams, they suddenly felt a strong sense of gap in their hearts. While the Red Flame team was quickly collecting samples, their team was holding guns and cannons, fighting against the Zerg with amphibious vehicles. They finally killed a few Zergs, but they didn't dare to go over to pick them up. The gap was too big. This feeling, John's commander Gerard complained. We are like primitive people, and they are future warriors. What is there to compare? Gallic Commander Florent has given up the idea of competing with other teams. There is no comparison at all. At this time, He Xingzhou ordered the Qian team, the other two groups, go to the crater. Your mission is to kill land Zerg above level 5. Received. Xiao Hong and the two team leaders replied. At this time, the Zerg has been alarmed, and there are bugs crawling out from the underground or the crater, heading to the beach and the coast to attack humans. If you rush over like this, I don't know how much trouble you will have. So they directly activated the flight mode. And when the 21 mechas formed a fan shape and flew in the sky, everyone found that they still underestimated the Qian. It can still fly. This thing looks so heavy, but it can still fly. Ah! I love it even more. Flying mecha. Go! 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 He Xingzhou explained, all mechas can fly, and can fly with a certain load, which is more convenient in combat. Dr. He, are the mechas for sale? Other anchors are holding a lottery. How about the anchor draw a mecha for us? Dr. He, does your mecha have a birth certificate? Dr. He, can your mecha give birth to a baby mecha? I don't know who started the trend, but the comments have gone completely off topic. At this time, He Xingzhou was no longer paying attention to the live broadcast, because the two teams had already entered the vicinity of the crater. The crater of the disaster island is like a big basin, perhaps because it was dug by the Zerg. It is bottomless, and there is always poisonous smoke coming out of it. The two teams will separate and capture separately. Remember, only high-level samples are needed, He Xingzhou emphasized. Yes. Xiao Hong led Team B, while Deng Jian led Team C. The images seen by their mechas were synchronized to He Xingzhou in real time. There were indeed a lot more bugs in the crater, including some flying monsters that looked like giant bats or pterosaurs. These guys hovered at the entrance of the cave, and could also launch ultrasonic waves to attack. They are all live targets. Xiao Hong directly turned on the automatic aiming system, killed the flying monsters that approached them, and caught one and put it near the crater. The transportation team will come to carry the samples. Team C has landed. Deng Jian reported their progress. They were already in a dense forest, where the temperature was as high as 40 degrees Celsius, and these plants were almost all mutant plants. Several team members had never faced mutant plants before, and accidentally got tricked. But fortunately, they had the help of their teammates and escaped without any danger. There are bugs. Huang Sheng found a high-level Zerg. In the jungle, he saw a huge mass of meat. It was estimated to be as big as a basketball court. There were no eyes, nose, mouth, or other organs on its body. There were countless holes on its body, and some slender bugs were moving in and out. This guy swallowed soil and rocks, secreted various substances, and there were many beetles around to carry these substances. So disgusting. What is this? Xiong Mani felt her scalp tingling. This strange Zerg also found them. The holes on its body shot out countless metal-like materials, forming a rain of bullets to attack everyone. At least level 5. Or level 6. Deng Jian shouted. Be careful. Collect samples. I'm on fire. Huang Sheng rushed over, dodging bullets, and killed 2 green beetles that tried to intercept him while moving at high speed. When he got close to the strange insect, he turned on the laser launcher, cut a piece of its body, harpooned it with a rope, and then retrieved it. Hit the mission materials. His operation was smooth. Well done, his teammates shouted. Spread out, The bugs are gathering. Don't fight them head on. The scene of the team members collecting samples made the young audience excited. It felt like they were exploring deep into the monster's nest. The team members continued to go deeper and closer to the core of the insect nest. At this time, more and more Zergs appeared, many of which were above level 6. This time, even the mecha couldn't hold on. A team member was attacked by an unknown insect, and the mecha was damaged. Fortunately, the team member reacted in time and rescued him. Only then did people realize that this was not a game, but a cruel monster nest. The team members were mentally prepared before they came. They continued to move forward. Some people had too many samples and had to return and send the samples to the crater. Attention! You have reached the core of the insect nest. Be careful of the high-level Zerg, Hishingjo reminded. The team members moved forward cautiously. This is the deepest part of the crater. Further down, it is magma. They looked at the wall, where eggs were hanging, a bit like the fruits of deep-sea insect trees, and Zerg were hatching inside. So many monsters. I got goosebumps. Oh my god. It's so scary. The ones hatched here are all high-level Zerg. Fuck. I see an egg is bigger than my house. I wonder what kind of monster will hatch. Hishingjo sent a command, saying, collect a few samples, then return. Your mission is completed. Everyone started to act. They selected 3 targets. 2 targets are relatively small. 1 mecha can take them away. Another target is the size of a truck. Half of it is still soaked in magma. Its shell is harder than steel. And it is obvious that it must be the egg of a high-level Zerg. Or maybe the egg of a giant beast. 12 team members worked together to pull it up with a special net. And then started the maximum power together to pull it up to the sky. The rest of the team members escorted and fought. When the egg moved, the whole nest became agitated. Countless Zergs rushed over on the ground. And there were a large number of mutant birds in the sky. Fighter group cover. Missile cover. Hishingjo ordered. The fighters that had been prepared for a long time immediately went out to bomb the mutant birds. The ships also continuously launched missiles to bomb the ground to clear the way for them. My god. It's so exciting. Huang Sheng was very excited. He was the kind of person who was more excited the more dangerous it was. He looked at the ground. At this time, countless Zergs were still coming out of the cave. And the ground had turned into a sea of insects. Retreat. All retreat. Commanders such as Harvey hurriedly ordered their team members to leave. If they stayed any longer, they would only die. Other teams hurriedly evacuated. But it was not easy for the Qian team to evacuate, because they were dragging the giant egg and were now the primary target of the Zergs. Boom! A part of the ground was broken, and a huge monster emerged from under the rock of the crater. It was a huge spider-like Zerg, a few points larger than the Super King Crab that attacked the Magic City before. And its speed was extremely agile. This guy could also spit silk into the crater and pulled himself up. This was not all its abilities. Its tail could also emit poison gas, which was extremely toxic and corrosive. As long as the surrounding Zergs approached, they would be turned into a pile of blood in a few seconds. Even though the team members were in the mecha, they could feel the mecha being corroded. Fortunately, there was an oxygen circulation system in the mecha, which could maintain oxygen self-circulation for a period of time. It's too fast, Xiao Hong shouted. Stop it! Several team members immediately fired lasers and electromagnetic bombs at it. But this guy was too big, and even if the laser pierced its body, it would not be fatal to it. One team member was caught by a spider silk because he could not dodge in time, and was caught by a poisonous spider because he could not break free. The fighter planes were shooting crazily in the sky, but there were too many light mutant birds, blocking most of the firepower. The poisonous spiders moved quickly and had strong defenses, so even if they were hit by a few shots, they were not seriously injured. Report to the commander. We are now entangled by a giant spider, and it is difficult to continue the mission. Xiaohong hurriedly reported the situation. This giant egg is too heavy. Even if more than a dozen mechas pull it to fly together, the speed is greatly affected, and it will be caught up sooner or later. Hold on for 5 minutes. Rescue will arrive soon. Hishingjo had already started the Red Dragon mecha when they found the giant egg, because he had not found that the Zerg here would use electromagnetic attacks. He adopted the remote control mode. The Red Dragon was about to reach the crater. At this time, people all over the country were very anxious. The entire crater seemed to have been surrounded by Zerg. Whenever the mecha landed, it would be submerged instantly. The poisonous spider chased them non-stop. And it could also shoot remotely with spider silk and venom. The spider silk of this guy is extremely tough and can resist high temperatures. It can only be cut by laser weapons. But it shoots hundreds or thousands of spider silks at the same time. Once it is pulled by it, the laser weapon will not have time to save itself. It is difficult enough to just avoid it. And there are hundreds of thousands of Zergs in the sky and on the ground attacking them. Run! Come on! Don't let anyone die anymore. My heart can't bear it. Don't give up. If you delay any longer, you will be caught up. What should I do? The fighter planes have also been blocked by the mutant birds. They are too greedy. If they had given up the egg earlier, they would have had a chance to escape. Seeing this scene, Harvey sighed. Prepare nuclear weapons. Igor York whispered. Let our fleet run away. Gerard, Ferenlo and others were commanding the fleet to evade. Now there were Zergs in the sea attacking them. They kept launching torpedoes and missiles. It's catching up. Ding Jian had already seen that the big spider was behind him. That big mouth seemed to want to swallow them up with the mecha. Huang Sheng, Xiong Mani and others kept attacking with lasers. Even if they injured it, they couldn't kill it. This thing is too big. Huang Sheng cursed. It would be better if we could change to a bigger cannon. Today we will die before we succeed. Xiong Mani said casually. Even if they tried their best to evacuate, the big spider was getting closer and closer to them. They were not flying fast. And the big spider used the pulling force of the spider silk and the bouncing power of its legs to jump more than 100 meters high and approach them. It's over. We're going to die. The team members were desperate. What else could they do at this time? Many viewers had closed their eyes, not daring to watch this tragic scene. A familiar voice sounded in the live broadcast room and the team members' headsets at the same time. There is no chance of resurrection this time. Retreat quickly. I'll cover you. Following this voice, an electromagnetic cannon hit the big spider fiercely, smashing a quarter of its body. Then, a huge mecha appeared in front of everyone. It was over 30 meters tall, with a huge mecha backpack on its back. Its left arm was equipped with a heavy multi-stage electromagnetic reconnection cannon, and its right arm was equipped with a high-energy polymerization laser launcher. The backpack and feet were spraying strong airflow, allowing it to float in the air, wherever it came from. The mutant birds and Zerg that blocked the road had been bombarded and killed, and blood flowed like a river. Commander He? Everyone shouted in surprise. Chapter 150 Nuclear Peace. On the ship, He Xingzhou flexed his fingers and smiled. It's actually quite simple to operate. What kind of mecha is this? The team members looked at this guy that was 7 or 8 times bigger than them. Their eyes lit up. It's a powerful one. Huang Sheng shouted. This shot will kill the spider monster. Is this the Qian Plus? Good fellow. If there are more than a dozen of these mechas, we can just walk sideways in the insect nest. He Xingzhou shouted. Hurry up and retreat. I'll cover you. He continued to remotely control the mecha, and through the mecha's detector, he had seen that a new big spider appeared under the insect nest. Seeing this, He Xingzhou directly activated the laser cannon, and a high-energy laser as thick as an arm shot out, hitting the big spider directly. He Xingzhou moved at the same time and cut the big spider in half. Its flesh and blood were scorched by the laser, and the two halves of the limbs were still struggling. But life was gone. He Xingzhou also deliberately cut off a spider leg, pulled it back with an electronic harpoon, and handed it to Qiu Hong, saying, This wave is a big profit. Everyone hurriedly evacuated. He Xingzhou held a heavy electromagnetic reconnection cannon in one hand and a laser cannon in the other, and he did not hesitate to attack with energy. In the backpack behind the mecha, there was a large nuclear battery. In front of He Xingzhou, there were millions of bugs. They kept drilling out from the ground, and some were bathed in magma. One electromagnetic cannon can kill a large number of bugs, and laser weapons can sweep them even more freely. It's so fierce. The audience felt that their blood was ignited when they saw the scene. It's so cool to kill. What kind of mecha is this? Dr. He is as awesome as ever. One man can stop millions of Zergs. Dr. He's battled to become a god. He has this? Commanders such as Harvey, Igor York, Gerard, and Ferenlo were so jealous when they saw the performance of the Red Dragon. If they also had such a mecha, would they still be invaded by Zergs repeatedly? Even their soldiers were envious when they saw the scene. Qiu Hong led the Qian team to evacuate quickly, with He Xingzhou's cover. The evacuation became much easier. They had evacuated to the edge of the disaster island, where there were small ships and marines to cover, making the evacuation even easier. At this time, He Xingzhou was still in the swarm of insects. It was not that he did not want to evacuate, but that he could not evacuate at all. These insects were not afraid of death at all. Even if he used lasers, it was impossible to evaporate all the insects. More advanced Zerg appeared and trapped the red dragon. It's a pity for the red dragon. It's GG on its first appearance. He Xingzhou sighed. He had completely handed over the red dragon to the AI. Why didn't Dr. He withdraw? Dr. He is surrounded by insects. Many big monsters have appeared. The audience was so anxious that He Xingzhou's face appeared on the camera. He said, "Don't worry. This mecha is remotely controlled. I am on the aircraft carrier. Scare us." In front of the camera, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. They thought He Xingzhou was in the mecha. The red dragon was seriously damaged and was about to be completely destroyed. Before the destruction, He Xingzhou saw a horrifying scene through the camera of the mecha. A large amount of magma suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the crater, and a huge red worm poked its head out. It looked like a pig intestine, without a head, but only a big mouth full of serrations. Its diameter is estimated to be more than 30 meters. It keeps stretching its body. The Mecha 3D mapping instrument shows that the part of it that sticks out of the magma is more than 220 meters. Then, it swallowed the red dragon in one gulp. Its stomach was full of boiling magma. The red dragon was completely melted within a minute. Another high-level Zerg. He Xingzhou saw the last signal sent by the red dragon. The signal showed that strong nuclear radiation was detected in the body of this giant volcano worm. This means that it has biological nuclear energy organs as power in its body. Just like the deep-sea monster? Is that the Lord of the Hive? Such a big guy. The commanders of other teams naturally saw it. It's a nuclear giant worm. It's here. Prepare the nuclear weapons. Wait another 10 minutes. Our people need to evacuate to a safe location. He Xingzhou shouted in the communication channel. He knew that Harvey and Igor York probably had already aimed their nuclear warheads at the volcano. The Red Flame Squad had already retreated to the transport ship, which was using its maximum horsepower to escape from the disaster island. At the crater, the volcanic giant worm that had destroyed the red dragon was still not satisfied. It stretched out its body and tried to continue the pursuit. It stood upright at the crater and spit out hot magma. The magma was like a high-pressure water cannon, constantly shooting at the outside of the island. The Skynet satellite captured this scene, and people were frightened by this horrible scene. Giant bugs spewing magma. F***K. Why are there so many weird things? How do we fight this thing? The mecha just now was in front of it, and it was completely impressive. Have the Land Zerg evolved to this point? If it comes, I don't think the Great Wall of Steel can stop it. 10 minutes later, the Red Flame Squadron had evacuated to the ship, including the giant egg. It was also dragged to the aircraft carrier, and the fleet immediately moved away from the vicinity. Hydrogen bomb. Launch. The White Eagle and the Bear fleet simultaneously launched hydrogen bombs, and two large-yield hydrogen bombs fell at the same time. At this moment, the high temperature of more than 100 million degrees Celsius released atomic energy from the nucleus. The shock wave flattened the volcano head, and the mushroom cloud rushed to a height of several thousand meters. Countless Zergs were vaporized and evaporated in an instant. Whether it was millions of low-level Zergs, or those beetles and big spiders, the whole island was wailing. The magma under the ground was awakened and began to erupt violently, and the giant volcano worm was already covered by white light when the hydrogen bomb exploded. Most of its body disappeared completely, but there was still a small part in the magma being burned. The hydrogen bomb explosion is too terrifying. Everyone was frightened when they saw the scene. The island of disaster has been wiped out from now on. This volcanic worm nest will disappear completely. Did we succeed in our mission? On the ship, Xiao Hong and others were still in shock. I feel like vomiting all of a sudden. Some crew members suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, as if they were seasick. At this time, Xuanwu sent He Xingzhou a bad news. Commander, the instrument detected multiple infrasound waves. Analysis is in progress. Volcanic eruptions, hydrogen bomb explosions, etc. can all trigger infrasound waves. The wavelength of infrasound waves is particularly long and is difficult to be absorbed by obstacles. Some infrasound waves can also directly destroy electronic equipment and human internal organs. They can even destroy an army from a long distance. Because he knew that hydrogen bomb explosions and volcanic eruptions would produce infrasound waves, He Xingzhou had ordered everyone to hide inside the ship, where there were infrasound shielding materials that could withstand a large number of infrasound waves. Commander, we have analyzed the infrasound waves emitted by the volcano giant worm and are translating them, Xuanwu reported again. As expected, the volcano giant worm emitted infrasound waves before it died. The speed of infrasound waves is the same as the normal speed of sound. It can spread all over the world within 32.74 hours. In other words, all the Zergs in the world will hear the message sent by this volcano giant worm within a day and a half. After Xuanwu analyzed the infrasound waves emitted by the worm and the infrasound waves generated by the explosion, he translated the general information. Xuanwu said, the worm said, it died tragically at the hands of humans. Human technology is developing rapidly. Let other Zergs eliminate humans as soon as possible. He Xingzhou sent this message to the Blue Star Alliance, which frightened the commanders. Will other bugs take revenge on it? If the Zerg attacks now, we can't stop them. Is it right or wrong for us to kill it? If we don't kill it, it will also destroy humans. Can we let it continue to evolve? He Xingzhou said. Everyone should prepare quickly. The Zerg may invade on a large scale. He Xingzhou was not trying to scare them. Their monitoring system showed that in the places where the infrasound spread, there were abnormal movements under the ocean, and it seemed that a large number of Zerg were gathering. When He Xingzhou and others returned home with the spoils, the infrasound also spread around the world. In the Mariana Trench, the swarms gathered, and the sea was turbulent. The deep-sea detector once again felt the life fluctuations of the giant beast. In the Sakura Trench, the swarms gathered again. This time, there were more Zergs attacking the three estuaries at the same time than last time, and the number of high-level Zergs increased exponentially. In the Tianyu Ocean, an ocean-going freighter was sailing. Under the deep sea, several tentacles of giant beasts appeared and pulled it into the sea. The escorting ships around also sank. In the Atlantic Ocean, a huge shadow appeared in the ocean, and the swarms completely occupied some small islands. Members of the Aura Club were partying in the streets, and the number of crazy people was even greater. In the Arctic Ocean, satellites discovered that the ice that had been frozen for countless years had broken, as if it had been broken by the Zerg. On this day, the NOAA Science Society launched a manned spacecraft in Maoxiong, sent several astronauts to the moon, and began to build a survival base. Kangaroo Island, a large number of Zerg landed on the coast, and people were forced to abandon most areas and concentrate in areas with stronger military power. White Eagle, Maple Leaf, Samba Country, Rainforest Country. A large number of Zerg appeared on the edge of the coast, and artillery shells bombarded day and night. All over the world, Zergs are restless. The Zerg landing seems to be just around the corner. He Xingzhou brought the giant egg back to the Sentinel Research Institute, which has been expanded again and has a larger space. This giant egg was studied together with the fruit obtained from the Marinaya hive before. From them, the research team has obtained some results. For example, some materials used in military weapons come from the research on Zerg biological materials. In addition, Song Jinghong and Zhuge Yi are leading people to study biological nuclear fusion. They found that the behemoth-level Zerg have biological nuclear reactors in their bodies, which are nuclear reactors composed of biological structures, providing them with energy. He Xingzhou went to the underground research area specifically to find Jiang Chan. Senior, Jiang Chan was making experimental records. Seeing He Xingzhou coming, she looked happy. Jiang Chan, are you okay recently? He Xingzhou looked at her carefully. He was also worried that Dubai would affect Jiang Chan's thinking. Just like academician Pan Yin. Mental weakness. He Xingzhou saw that she had fair skin and looked good. In his sight, Jiang Chan's pretty face was slightly red. She nodded and said, I'm fine. Nothing unusual. What about Dubai? He Xingzhou asked. Are there any new discoveries? Jiang Chan said. It rarely wakes up and is unwilling to communicate with me. It only speaks a few words when I feed it. I guess it should not be a Zerg, and it is not a creature from the Blue Star. One thing in particular. Jiang Chan lowered her voice and said mysteriously, Dubai's brain waves don't seem to come from its brain at all. What do you mean? He Xingzhou asked in confusion. Jiang Chan explained, now our brain wave detection equipment is more advanced. and the weak fluctuations of brain waves can be detected through detection equipment. We found that brain waves only change when it wakes up. When it sleeps, it is like a vegetative person, and the brain does not think at all. This is unreasonable. Even when sleeping, the brain of a living thing will work. Especially dolphins are a species that sleeps with their left and right brains in turn. It's really weird. He Xingzhou nodded and said, I'll go ask it. He came to Dubai's new residence, a large research area, where the space is more spacious, and it is the only one living here. Dubai? Jiang Chan called a few times. But the white dolphin was still lazily floating in the water, without any movement. She had no choice but to say, It's time to eat. It's time to eat? Dubai suddenly woke up. Jiang Chan put a few cooked squids by the pool, and it immediately swam over to enjoy them. He Xingzhou looked at it, and said, We have killed a giant zerg, and we can continue to cooperate. Dubai swallowed a squid and said disdainfully, That doesn't count at all. How can it be killed with a hydrogen bomb? That guy hasn't evolved completely. Otherwise the hydrogen bomb wouldn't be able to kill it. I'm talking about killing it head-on, using more advanced weapons. You will become a chopped pepper dolphin before that, He Xingzhou said. Dubai still didn't care and said, You should worry about yourself. The Zerg will soon invade the land. Don't worry. They can't enter Xinzhou. He Xingzhou stood up. We'll talk next time. It is an indisputable fact that the Zerg will invade. The whole country is rushing to manufacture mechas, electromagnetic guns, and laser weapons. With these weapons, not only the coastline, but also other land defense lines can be defended. As for other places, He Xingzhou is unable to take care of them. The Xuanwu system predicts that the number of humans will be reduced by at least half at the end of the world. If they are not defended, they will all be destroyed. Jiang Chan, this is up to you, He Xingzhou warned. Yes, Senior. I will keep an eye on it. Jiang Chan nodded repeatedly. He Xingzhou returned to his office and connected to the Xuanwu meeting room. Now he has more important things to do. The Zerg invaded the land, including Xinzhou. This time, their attack was even more fierce. Chapter 151 times have changed. In the Xuanwu meeting room, Xuanwu executive officers are all in place. Xuanwu introduced the situation. Qin Peng said. Xuanwu opened the holographic map and said, According to our detection network, a large number of Zergs have gathered in the direction of the Sakura Sea and the Pacific Ocean. Their attack direction is uncertain, and it seems that it is possible to attack all nearby land. Many have also been found in the sea near us, and the estimated number is more than 100 times the number of Zerg that attacked the Magic City before. The map shows that the black swarm of Zergs attacked from all directions, and almost the entire coastal section was under attack. This defense pressure is much greater than defending a city at the beginning. When everyone saw the scene, their faces were not relaxed. He Hongwei said, We have some confidence in the defense of the coastline. Electromagnetic weapons, laser weapons, and mechas are being produced day and night. At present, only our country in the world maintains complete and efficient industrial production capacity, relying on the Great Wall of Steel and the ability of super high-speed rail to quickly mobilize resources and troops. We can barely hold the defense line. The premise is that there are no nuclear behemoths. The key is this section. Qin Peng pointed to a certain place on the map, which was the sea area near Izhou. The data shows that a large number of Zergs are about to attack Izhou. With their ability, it is absolutely impossible to hold it. Kong Qing introduced, We have been organizing the construction of the submarine tunnel section of the Great Wall of Steel. But the submarine construction is difficult, and there are Zerg interference, so the progress is very slow. Then let the Xuanwu troops land on Izhou to defend against the Zerg, Qin Peng said. Everyone nodded. This matter has been delayed for so long, and it is time to have a result. This time it is a cross-sea operation, and the main combat units are ships and submarines. So, our main goal during this period is to improve the performance and number of ships and submarines. He Xingzhou said, It just so happens that I have been studying nuclear technology recently, so I will lead the team to join the nuclear ship research group. It's great that Dr. He is willing to lead the team, Kong Qing said. It is necessary to develop high-performance ships before the Zerg attacks Izhou, He Xingzhou estimated in his mind. Now shipyards across the country have been launching ships, and even aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines have already built several semi-finished products. The reason for this is that their small nuclear reactor technology is not yet mature. in order not to delay the construction period. The shell design and manufacture are first, leaving space for a nuclear reactor, waiting for later replenishment. Whether it is a nuclear submarine or a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the nuclear reactor needs to be as small as possible. The performance is as stable as possible, and the power is as sufficient as possible. The power of the nuclear reactor determines the size of the aircraft carrier's displacement. If you simply reduce its size, it will lead to insufficient power. This problem is a global problem. White Eagle has also encountered a situation where the speed of the aircraft carrier is too low due to insufficient power of the nuclear reactor. After 4 or 5 years of rapid improvement in Xinzhou's technology and industrial manufacturing level, as long as Xinzhou can design a nuclear-powered propulsion unit with moderate size, stable performance and sufficient power, Xinzhou can immediately launch 10 large-tonnage aircraft carriers and 10 nuclear submarines. In addition, if the shipyard is fully operational, a large-tonnage aircraft carrier can be built in 40 days. Xinzhou called out the quantum optical brain to continue upgrading nuclear technology. He had already unlocked the basic nuclear fission technology before, and now he is upgrading it. Spend 1.2 million units of energy to unlock small nuclear fission reactor technology. Spend 1.5 million units of energy to unlock nuclear propulsion technology. Spend 1.5 million units of energy to unlock basic underwater weapon information. Xinzhou understood and absorbed this knowledge, and then came to the Institute of Atomic Energy and the Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group again to study, with the team here, how to manufacture higher performance nuclear propulsion. In the Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group, a group of experts are studying the problem of miniaturized nuclear reactors. If we want to pursue speed, we want to learn from other countries and directly install multiple small nuclear reactors on a single ship to increase its power. Engineer Chu Lei suggested. This method is also used by many countries. For example, the large tonnage aircraft carrier of the White Eagle uses a propulsion method of multiple nuclear reactor thrusters. In some places, due to insufficient technology, they simply add a few more nuclear-powered thrusters of nuclear submarines with smaller power, and load them onto aircraft carriers to propel the aircraft carriers. Multiple thrusters are certainly feasible, Xinzhou said, but the power must be increased by at least 5 times. The energy output power of the nuclear reactor must also be increased. Our aircraft carrier is different from previous aircraft carriers. It is not only the mother ship of the battle group of ships, but also a nuclear weapon launcher and a fighter group platform. At the same time, it also needs to meet the requirements of a mecha combat platform, equipped with heavy electromagnetic guns, high-power high-energy laser guns, and other weapons. The energy demand is at least 5 times higher than that of previous aircraft carriers. In terms of power, because we have to face attacks from underwater Zerg, the combat methods have also changed, and the power speed must be improved. Therefore, the previous nuclear-powered propulsion system cannot meet the current requirements, and it must be improved and upgraded in an all-round way. Otherwise, such a ship will only be beaten by the Zerg when it is launched. The nuclear reactor must separate the energy nuclear reactor of the shipborne weapons from the propulsion nuclear reactor to ensure that both will not fail at the same time. Xinzhou explained and presented his design ideas. Reducing the size of a nuclear reactor is a very troublesome process. To put it simply, it is to reduce a nuclear power plant to a ship. The difficulty can be imagined. While Xinzhou was busy researching and improving nuclear reactor technology, the situation around the world was changing every day. Los Angeles, on the west coast of the Country of Lights. This is one of the world's famous cities, and the second largest city in the area. It was once known as the City of Angels, with many high-tech industries such as energy, electronics, chemicals, and oceans, and a capital city of luxury. At this time, Los Angeles was already an empty city. The Zerg swarm is attacking the city. People have migrated to a more inland place a month ago. The aircraft carrier fleet is constantly firing at the ocean, on land. Various missile launchers, rocket launchers, and self-propelled artillery are bombing frantically in the sky. Air defense missile systems and fighter groups are also fighting against the Zerg. But even so, the Zerg broke through the defense line and rushed into the bustling city. They wandered on the streets, crawled on high-rise buildings, knocked down man-made buildings, and destroyed various facilities. The high-rise buildings that humans once lived in, the bustling shopping malls, office buildings, underground parking lots, and sewers were all filled with Zerg. This city is finished. Commander Jonah looked at this scene with despair on his face. Fire! An old and weak voice came. Then, countless missiles fell, razing the prosperous city to the ground. They would never have thought that such a scene would happen on their own land. Los Angeles. Fall? This news shocked the world. The Zerg's full-scale attack made humans unstoppable from the beginning. And even the power of the White Eagle could not stop them. In the White Eagle country, countless people felt panic, and the order was in chaos. Some people took the opportunity to cause chaos. Rob. Kill. Set fire. And do all kinds of evil. The rich found that the doomsday bunkers they spent a lot of effort to build were no longer safe. And they began to seek other ways to save their lives. Hurry up and donate to the Noah Science Society. We want to immigrate to the moon and Mars. Join the Aura Society. The Aura Society can save you. Go to Shinjo. Now only Shinjo is relatively safe in the world. In the high-level meeting, a new member joined. This is Mr. Barry, the founder of Sunbird Biotechnology Company. The greatest physiologist and biologist of this century. A general introduced Barry. Mr. Barry, do you have a way to solve our problem? Someone asked. Now the Zerg invasion has made them exhausted. Barry smiled confidently and said, Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, you should have done a lot of research on the Zerg. The Zerg's technology is superior to ours. There is no dispute about this. Right? Everyone nodded. They already knew that the Zerg was stronger than humans. Barry continued, Let's imagine. Since human technology is no match for the Zerg, why don't we learn their technology? We can also make biological weapons, and cultivate a large army of Zerg under our control. Zerg behemoths. That will be an invincible army. It will protect us to continue to survive on this planet, and stand at the top of the ecosystem. Only magic can defeat magic. Barry's words moved many people. Now they were desperate. Whoever had the ability to resist the Zerg would win a large number of supporters. Mr. Barry, our biotechnology is lower than mechanical technology. How can the development of biotechnology be faster than mechanical technology? Someone asked. That's you. Not us. Barry laughed. I think the intelligence department has shown you the information about me and my company. As you can see, our company has a lot of optimistic people supporting it. And we have obtained research results. Please see. He turned on the projection screen, which showed some transparent biological cultivation cabins. Inside, there appeared all kinds of Zergs they had never seen before. These guys were different from the Zergs outside. They were very docile, and could listen to the orders of the breeders. Everyone was shocked. These data were not mentioned in the intelligence. Barry smiled and said, We can already create level 5 Zergs, and are conquering level 6 Zergs and higher Zergs. Through special biological control methods. They are like hounds domesticated by humans, and can listen to our orders. My lords, the times have changed. Now is the era of biochemical technology. Believe me, we can protect the peace of mankind. If there is such a biochemical army, we can indeed resist the Zerg. The senior executives are already tempted. Yes, this kind of Zerg does not consume a lot of our resources and grows quickly. Even if it dies, there is no need to feel sad. I object. Commander Harvey stood up and shouted, Everyone, have you seen the deep-sea monster? Have you ever fought against the Zerg? The intelligence and technology of advanced Zerg are far superior to ours. How can we control them? Doing so is playing with fire and getting burned. Harvey, you still have the nerve to talk? One person scolded. The several battles you commanded were all failures. Are we going to listen to you and let the whole country be devoured by the Zerg? Harvey was unable to defend himself. And he glanced at Jonah. Jonah shook his head silently. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. Their failure made everyone no longer believe in them. Barry laughed and said, I really don't know why a loser like this was not sent to prison. He made countless people homeless, and even devoured their lives by the Zerg. Everyone, you don't have time to hesitate. The Zerg is still attacking. Sunbird will help this great country regain its glory. Someone asked. What do you want? Barry said. It's very simple. Full cooperation. Using the most resources and speed to cultivate our biochemical army. Gentlemen, I am also a member of the human race. I just want to protect this country and civilization. Also, withdraw from the Blue Star Alliance. Withdraw from the Blue Star Alliance? Everyone was surprised. Why withdraw from the Blue Star Alliance? The Blue Star Alliance is a completely weak and incompetent organization. It can't resist the Zerg at all. Barry shouted. And now the Blue Star Alliance is completely controlled by He Xingzhou's group. What about our status? We should lead all mankind to resist the Zerg. Not let a clown give us instructions. I even suspect that He Xingzhou is an alien. Otherwise, where did his advanced technology come from? Although this alien claims to resist the Zerg, he never cares about our life and death. His behavior has proved it all. If you continue to stay in the Blue Star Alliance and believe him, I can only regretfully tell you that Sunbird Company can only part ways with you. In Barry's mind, the bug shouted loudly, "That's right. Keep talking. These idiots have already believed it. That He Xingzhou must be our enemy. We must kill him. Mr. Barry, your opinion is too radical. We need to think about it carefully." Everyone said, "I will only wait for one day. And now you are not the only ones who want to cooperate with Sunbird." Barry walked out of the meeting room fearlessly. "Everyone, the Zerg is not something we can control." Harvey wanted to persuade him, but was shouted at, "Enough. Harvey, we can no longer tolerate your incompetence and rudeness. From now on, your and Jonah's positions as commanders are cancelled. Now you should think carefully about how to defend yourself in the military court." Harvey walked out of the meeting room in despair, and he sighed in a low voice, "We are finished." Jonah did not speak. He understood that when they were kicked out of the meeting room, these people had already leaned towards Barry's side in their hearts. The development of things was not unexpected at all. One day later, they announced that they would withdraw from the Blue Star Alliance and questioned He Xingzhou and others. At the same time, Sunbird Biotechnology Company will become their partner to jointly develop high-tech biochemical weapons to resist the invasion of the Zerg. This seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, and dozens of members in the Blue Star Alliance withdrew. Some wanted to follow the White Eagle, and some had no reason. Intelligence showed that these places seemed to have given up resisting the Zerg and decided to follow the Noah Science Society to escape to space, or join the Aura Society. Chapter 152 Nuclear-Powered Aircraft Carrier Launched. Within 1 month, more than 30 members withdrew from the Blue Star Alliance. Xuanwu executives realized the seriousness of the problem. "This could only mean one thing," He Xingzhou said. "The Zerg's erosion of human civilization is not only physical, but also spiritual." That's right. The Aura Club is an organization controlled by the Zerg mind, and it has grown stronger. Chui Weiman said. "That Sunbird is also a big problem," Lu Mei said. "The intelligence department investigated the Sunbird and found that they were secretly breeding Zerg. Now they are cooperating with the senior management over there, and the development speed will be faster. Noah's Science Society is also very mysterious," Kong Qin said. "Our scientists have discovered that they don't just want to leave the Earth. They seem to have other purposes. The Science Society is advancing technology very quickly, and their people have landed on the moon. Zerg nests everywhere are restless and launching offensives." Qin Peng sighed. "I always feel that there is a bigger conspiracy behind the Zerg invasion. I can't care so much. We have to make plans to face the global Zerg with Xingzhou," He Xingzhou said. "They currently have to do their best to defend Xingzhou, and they can't take out more energy to take care of things in other places, since many members have withdrawn from the Blue Star Alliance." "That's just right," Qin Peng said. "We will directly take over the Blue Star Alliance and unite all the forces in the world that can be united. Before that, we must first bring back the Chinese people from all over the world. Now the world is in crisis. Flights and water transportation are almost stagnant, and their situation is also very difficult." Chui Weiman spoke. "Then wait for the aircraft carrier to launch to pick up the people," He Xingzhou said. "Our nuclear propulsion system is already being manufactured. Within a month, a large tonnage aircraft carrier will be launched. Under the leadership of He Xingzhou, the improvement speed of nuclear propulsion systems has made great progress, and the energy output power and stability have been greatly improved. Another month has passed, and the world has become even more chaotic. Under the invasion of the Zerg, not only small countries, but even big countries can't stand it. This is especially true for poor big countries. Countless people began to flee to relatively safe areas. It turned out that the barren plateau, Gobi, and mountains became their choice. Somewhere in Africa, thousands of refugees are hiding in temporary camps to avoid the attacks of Zerg and bandits. Most of them are from Xinzhou, and they live here for business or other reasons. Who would have thought that the Zerg invasion would suddenly happen, and the world would be in chaos all of a sudden? This place was originally relatively poor and chaotic, and once the disaster occurred, the local traffic was quickly paralyzed. They wanted to go back but couldn't, At this time, the survival supplies also began to be fought over, displaced, sleeping in the open, and worrying about their lives at all times. This is their portrayal. Fortunately, the construction group of Xinzhou here organized manpower and material resources to build a temporary survival camp to protect them. In the camp, a soldier was distributing food to the refugees. In the pot, there was a paste made of starch powder, bananas and wild vegetables. Each person could only get a small piece, which was not enough to eat or starve to death. Brother Gong, can our food still hold up? Someone asked the soldier who distributed the food worriedly. His name is Gong Shun, and he is a soldier who came here with the construction group. The construction group organized several groups of people to evacuate, but could not take everyone away. He and several comrades stayed here to take care of these compatriots. Eat sparingly. The food can last for a few weeks. Gong Shun comforted everyone. In fact, he knew that there was definitely not enough food. I heard that in other refugee camps, some hungry people tried to catch mutant creatures for food. Some people were fine after eating them, but some people went crazy and bit everyone they saw. Can we really go back? A middle-aged man sighed. He was Su Kongping, an engineer from the construction group, and he brought his wife and children with him. Yes. Someone else said pessimistically, I heard that the port has been completely occupied by the Zerg, and there are no ships running. Many airports are closed, and even if they are not closed, there are no planes coming. The local rich people have already fled. There are bandits and bugs everywhere now. If we stay here, we will die. We are just waiting to die. We will either be bitten to death by bugs, starve to death, die of disease, or be beaten to death by bandits. Pessimism spread in the camp, and everyone was full of despair about the future. Gong Shun and his comrades knew their situation, but now they had no ability to leave. The Zerg had already ravaged this land, and even the regular army did not dare to move around at will. What's more, they had so many suffering compatriots. Now they were in a relatively safe place. Once they left, they would surely die. He comforted them. Everyone wait a little longer. I believe the country will not forget us. At this time, a foreigner in the camp spoke up. He was an expert who used to work in the construction group. Yoshimoto, he said, the Zerg has already launched a full-scale attack, and your country is also resisting the Zerg. How can they have the energy to travel across the ocean to protect you? You should still find a way to see if there is a chance to move to a safe city, and then return home. There are still a few foreigners in the camp, some of whom are their family members, and some of whom are their colleagues. For various reasons, they were also left behind. His idea is also the idea of most people. There are still a few cities with transportation capabilities. If they can move to a safe place, they still have a chance to go back. You have no weapons. It is very dangerous to leave the camp, Gong Shun said. We received news from China last month that they are trying to send a boat to pick us up. Everyone wait a little longer. Seeing that everyone was still uneasy, Gong Shun said, I will contact them again now. As he said that, he dialed the satellite phone. The ability of the Skynet satellite communication network is crucial at this time, even in this chaotic and backward place. As long as there is a receiver, the signal of the satellite network can be received. The satellite phone was dialed, and Gong Shun quickly said, This is camp number 1. I am Gong Shun, the camp manager. We have gathered more than 4,000 people here. Most of them are Chinese compatriots. This is the largest camp in Africa. When will the motherland take us back home? The other side said, We have received the rescue information. Your information has been forwarded to the Xuanwu executive. Please wait for a reply. No response? Everyone was extremely worried when they heard this. Ji Ben sighed. I said that everyone is busy now. I am a Ding countryman. I asked them to save me, but they didn't respond at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. Hello, Comrade Gong Shun. I am He Xingzhou. The call was played out loud, and everyone around could hear it. As soon as they heard the name, everyone's eyes lit up. It's Doctor. Doctor, he called back? They even had the urge to cry. At this time, being able to hear He Xingzhou's voice was like seeing an oasis for a person lost in the desert. Are you Commander He? Gong Shun's voice was trembling, and he was a little bit unbelievable. It's me, He Xingzhou affirmed. We already know about your situation. The ship that rescues you is leaving the port and is expected to arrive within 20 days. Hearing this news, everyone was excited. They stood there, wishing they could hear it a few more times. But no one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing their conversation. He Xingzhou continued, Comrade Gongshun. Now I have a task for you. You must complete it. Yes. Gongshun shouted loudly. Please, Commander, give the task. First, you must ensure the safety and health of our compatriots in the next 20 days. He Xingzhou said. Second, in addition to your number 1 camp, there are some small camps nearby. They have also contacted us. But now some have lost contact. So you have to organize people and find them. After 20 days, the Xuanwu troops will come to take you home. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task. Gongshun shouted loudly, so that everyone around the camp could hear clearly. He Xingzhou sent the relevant information and the call ended. At this time, everyone looked at him. And the person behind him asked uncertainly, Brother Gong, was it really a call from China just now? Yes. Gongshun held the loudspeaker and shouted loudly, Brothers and sisters, the person who just talked to me was Xuanwu executive, Dr. He Xingzhou. He has told me that in 20 days, the Xuanwu troops will come back to take us home. So during this period, we must not only protect ourselves, but also take our compatriots from the nearby refugee camps back and take them with us. Hearing his words, people cheered finally. We have a chance to go home. 20 days. Only 20 days left. Honey, we have a chance to go home. Gongshun continued, at this critical moment, we must unite, and everyone must abide by the order. Next, I will arrange the tasks. He immediately organized the action, asked some strong men to protect the camp, and he and his teammates took people to the nearby camps to contact the wandering compatriots. 20 days. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to come here. Ji Bin muttered to himself. He knew that those who could evacuate had already evacuated. At this time, this place will soon become a worm nest. The ocean routes and air routes have been cut off by the Zerg. Who is still able to come here to help them? In the deepwater port of Xinzhou, He Xingzhou, Luan, Shui Yang and others were watching a fleet go away. This fleet has 36 ships, which is much more luxurious than the average fleet. In the center are 2 large tonnage nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, Pingan and Tuanjia, whose displacement and performance have surpassed the most powerful aircraft carriers in the world. The surrounding ships are all new ships that have just entered the water. And there are 2 nuclear submarines following up underwater. 10 years ago, I would never have thought that we would have a new generation of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers like Pingan and Tuanjia, Shui Yang said with emotion. The various capabilities of Pingan have surpassed many ships of the same era. This is just the beginning, He Xingzhou said proudly. We have mastered the technology of miniaturized nuclear reactors, and a large number of nuclear-powered ships will be launched soon. We must not only keep the Zerg away from the coastline, but also drive them out of the sea. The speed of the Pingan fleet is more than twice that of the traditional fleet. It will take at least 20 days to reach the target port, and this is still to deal with the situation of the Zerg, Luan said. I hope our compatriots can hold on. Africa, Camp Number 1. 18 days have passed since the last request for help. At this time, the number of people gathered in Camp Number 1 has exceeded 30,000. Moreover, people come from far away every day. When they hear that the fleet of Xinzhou will take them back to China, this place becomes the hope of their compatriots. Some foreigners also come here and ask to go to Xinzhou. Gongshun asked the opinions of the superiors. Their opinions are that the fleet can accommodate a limited number of people, and the Chinese compatriots and their families can all board the ship. Foreigners can only accept some elite talents for the time being. Everyone wants world peace, but reality does not allow it. Being a saint at this time will harm your own people. In order to ensure the safety of his compatriots, He Xingzhou also specially announced a message. Anyone who escorts his compatriots on board can get a place on board, provided that they cannot coerce or kidnap. At this time, the place on board represents the hope of survival. In some places, the Chinese compatriots became the life-saving straw for these foreigners. They took great risks to send them from various places to the camp. It's been 18 days. Haven't they arrived yet? A white man asked. He is the boss of the largest armed force nearby, Harris. He used to be the boss of a mercenary company, with thousands of mercenary soldiers under him. After the Zerg invasion, his business could not continue. There was chaos everywhere. So he had to build a camp with his brothers, and then look for opportunities to survive. At this time, He heard the news that Shinjo was coming to pick up people. As long as he picked up a Chinese, he would get a chance to board the ship. Harris immediately organized people to rescue in various areas. He was very capable, and actually found thousands of trapped Chinese, and brought them to the camp. The food in the camp recently was also provided by Harris. They will definitely arrive. They are approaching the port, Gong Shun said firmly. Harris was also very anxious. As their number of people gathered too much, there were more insects nearby, and some bandits also held on here, which put a huge pressure. He said, Mr. Gong, I hope you can contact them again and ask them to hurry up. We have found that many Zergs are gathering here, and there are more and more bandits attacking around. As long as your people can take us and our families to the safe Shinjo, we are willing to fight for you and resist the Zerg. At this time, everything is external, and being able to live in a safe city is the greatest happiness. Chapter 153 Take You Home. Don't worry. They will definitely come. Gong Shun comforted. Harris returned to the team, and his subordinates asked, Boss, do you really believe them? If we don't believe them, do we have any other way? Harris asked back. This land will soon be occupied by the Zerg. The Zerg won't talk to you. Other places are also in chaos. Now in the world, only Shinjo is the safest place. As long as we protect this place and go to Shinjo, the brothers will still have a chance to survive. There is no other way. Go on patrol. Yes. The mercenaries continued to patrol the surroundings. Soon, the agreed day arrived. Many people did not sleep all night. For several days, the sound of gunfire and the buzzing of insects continued. Some bandits wanted to take advantage of the fire and kept attacking the camp. The insects smelled the scent of humans and were also attacking here. The outer perimeter of the camp had been lost. All of them were crowded together, waiting anxiously. Dad, will they come? The child whispered to Engineer Su Comping. They will come. They will come soon. Su Comping stroked his head, but he was not confident, because the foot of the mountain where they stayed had been completely occupied by the swarm of insects. Even if the rescue team came, how could they break through the blockade of the Zerg and come to the camp to take them away? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Foreign expert Yoshimoto touched a pistol in his arms. He had made up his mind that if the bugs broke through the defense line, he would shoot himself, so that he could die more easily. Boss, there are too many bugs, his subordinate reported to Harris with a horrified face. The ammunition and artillery we brought are almost used up. Keep holding on. You have to hold on even if you can't. Harris gritted his teeth and said, We must wait until they come. Gong Shun and others were also fighting the bugs. They had only a few ammunition left, so every bullet and shell had to be used sparingly. There were still many people secretly observing around their camp. These people also wanted to leave, but most of them did not have the corresponding qualifications. Some people were worried that they would not be able to hold on until then, so they used drones to observe in other camps. They are finished. There are too many of them. The swarm of insects has surrounded us. A dark swarm of insects appeared near the camp. There are so many beetles, and there are quite a few level 6 insects. The army can't stop them. With their scrap metal, they are definitely no match. These people will be eaten by insects. Yes, even if the rescue team arrives, they can't break through the blockade of the Zerg. In the camp, people can see the swarm of insects rushing over from a high position. There are quite a few behemoths among them, larger than armored vehicles and heavy trucks. Their faces are pale. How can their little defense stop these terrifying guys? Boss, we've lost the bet. Harris's men were desperate. Their weapons were just tickling these guys. Is it really over? Harris muttered to himself. Seeing these monsters, he couldn't think of any way to escape. At this time, Gong Shun's satellite phone was connected again. He Xingzhou's voice sounded, and he said, Comrades, the rescue team we organized has arrived. Please don't leave the camp. Don't leave the camp. Where is the rescue? Everyone looked around and didn't see any team coming. A foreigner shouted, You have been deceived. They won't come. We are all going to die. All going to die. At this time, Su Comping's child pointed to the sky and said, Dad, there is a plane in the sky. Plane? Su Comping looked up suddenly and looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, some small black dots were approaching quickly. There is a plane. A plane is coming, Su Comping shouted. Everyone stood up, and some climbed up the building to watch. Harris held a telescope. And when he saw the flying object, he was shocked and said, "It's not just a plane." Then, his face changed, and he shouted ecstatically, "Brothers, we are saved." "Boss?" Everyone was still confused. Even if a plane came, it might not be able to save them. With so many Zergs, there was no place for the plane to land. And there were tens of thousands of people here. How could the planes rescue them? 10 seconds later, they understood why Harris was so happy. Because there were not only fighters flying in the sky, but also mechas. Those red mechas were as high as 3 to 5 meters. And some were even over 30 meters high. These mechanical creations were flying in the sky. And those mutant birds that approached them were shot and killed a few kilometers away. The fighters started bombing the periphery of the Zerg. And the mechas flew directly to the camp. The mechas over 30 meters high landed outside the camp and instantly killed a level 6 Zerg that was about to rush over with a laser cannon. The mecha pilot turned on the horn and shouted loudly, "Fellow countrymen, we are here to take you home." The rest of the mechas also landed on the ground. And the electromagnetic cannons and laser cannons swept wildly. The swarm of insects that were unstoppable just now fell to the ground in pieces in front of them and were bombed into pieces of mincemeat. Seeing this scene, hope and joy surged in their hearts again. The mood that had been suppressed for several months suddenly became clear at this moment. People cried with joy and cheered loudly, "Finally we can go home. Thank the motherland. We are saved. Woo woo woo. Finally we can go back. Thank you." Engineer Su Kongping hugged his wife and children tightly and couldn't help crying. The motherland has not forgotten us. We are saved. Yes. We are saved. They are really coming. Are they really coming? Seeing this, foreign expert Gibbon put away the pistol that he was about to use to commit suicide. After a brief shock, he shouted loudly, "Take me away. I also work for Shinjo's company. I am a geologist." Harris also shouted, "We have protected them for so long. Take us with you. We are willing to work for you." Gong Shun called on his comrades to maintain order together. And he shouted, "Comrades and foreign friends, everyone line up in turn. We need to register your identity one by one." Hearing this, everyone lined up to register their identity. A mecha warrior came over and said to Gong Shun, "Comrade, I am the captain of the Qian team. Xiao Hong, how many people do you need to take away here? There are more than 25,000 of our compatriots, plus foreign employees who used to work for our country's companies, some foreign elites who applied for asylum, and those foreigners who protected their compatriots. About 5,000 people." Gong Shun said. "That's more than 30,000 people." Xiao Hong nodded and said, "Our combat team will quickly clean up the nearby insect swarms. The transport team is on the way and is expected to arrive within half an hour. Let the registered people go first." "Okay." Gong Shun nodded. At this time, many people asked, Comrade, our ID cards have all been lost. How can we register?" Many of them were displaced and came here after going through hardships. And they had no way to keep their IDs. Xiao Hong thought about it and said, "In this way, as long as we are Chinese compatriots, we can prove our identity if we can sing the national anthem. Other personnel need someone to prove or verify." When they heard his words, everyone said excitedly, "Of course we can sing." So, at the review department, they were assigned to the other side while singing. And those foreigners looked at them enviously. "It would be great if we were born in China. Now in the world, only they can take overseas people. I saved one of your people," you said. "Take me with you. Queue up. Queue up. Don't crowd." Gong Shun shouted. The mecha troops and fighter groups quickly eliminated the swarm of insects and cleared a road. The transport convoy had arrived from the port and picked up the people one by one. The other camp members who observed this scene were crazy. They are really here. Their weapons are too powerful. And the swarm of insects has been killed by them. Hurry up. Follow them is the only way to survive. These people ran to the port frantically. The original port had long been captured by the Zerg, and countless insects were active here. It was called a death-forbidden zone, and no one dared to approach. But now, the fleet and mecha troops have cleared the surroundings, and no Zerg dared to approach in the water or on the shore. While still in the car, the survivors saw the ships anchored at the port. "Oh my God! Is that our fleet? So many ships. Such a big aircraft carrier. The swarm can't get close at all. We are really safe this time." One by one, people were sent on board. On the ship, Someone had already prepared drinking water and food, which moved these compatriots to tears. There are more than 5,000 cabins on our ship, and everyone can have enough food, water, and a place to rest. The crew members comforted them. Thank you. We can finally go home. I have never been so touched in my life. I didn't expect that I could get a sense of security from my motherland in a foreign country. This feeling is great. The fleet stayed here for a total of 3 days. The mecha team and the fighter group went to other areas and picked up a large number of compatriots who were stranded here. Then, the fleet returned to Shinjo. Compatriots, let's go home. There is more than one fleet going to pick up people from all over the world. After installing the nuclear propulsion device, all 10 aircraft carriers were launched and took the fleet to pick up people all over the world. The descendants of Yin and Huang who were stranded in various countries were able to go home. At the same time, a large number of foreigners requested to go to Shinjo for refuge. To them, Xuanwu executives could only say that their capabilities were limited, and they could only accept some elite talents for the time being. These fleets also brought back a large number of elites. As a condition for providing them with shelter, they had to continue working for Shinjo. These people were not dissatisfied, but extremely grateful, because in this world now, being able to survive is already very good, and being able to live in a safe, civilized modern society is a benefit that countless people can't even dream of. Many foreign tycoons are willing to donate all their assets to seek refuge, but they may not necessarily get this opportunity. The last batch of fleets has also returned to the port. At home, He Xingzhou was lying on the sofa, and Su Jilan walked in and said, "Yeah." He Xingzhou closed his eyes, thinking about underwater weapons in his mind. Several types of equipment on land should be able to deal with land Zerg, but the effect is very limited for underwater strikes, and stronger underwater weapons are required. You must be very tired. Let me massage you. Seeing this, Su Jilan came to his side gently, put his head on her legs, and gently massaged his forehead for him. The faint fragrance came into He Xingzhou's nose. It's so comfortable. He Xingzhou sighed. If we can live in a peaceful era, how happy we will be. Yeah. Su Jilan responded softly. After lying quietly for a while, He Xingzhou suddenly said, if we make underwater mechas, what will be the effect against the Zerg? Underwater mechas? Su Jilan thought for a while and said, mechas have advantages in mobility, individual combat, and small-scale tasks. If underwater mechas can overcome the problems of power, water pressure and weapons, they will definitely be effective. For example, if we have underwater mecha troops escorting the Aizu submarine tunnel we are building, the speed will be much faster. Yes. He Xingzhou opened his eyes and said excitedly, these problems can be solved. The nano-pressure-resistant ceramic material of the previous submersible can solve the problem of pressure resistance. We already have deep water thrusters. We only need to solve the problems of underwater laser weapons and underwater torpedoes to create underwater mechas or underwater combat boats. As he was talking, Lumi reminded him, Master, an emergency meeting is being held in the Xuanwu conference hall. He Xingzhou sat up and said, enter the conference hall. Lumi already entered the conference hall. In the room, the holographic projection changed the layout of the entire room and turned it into a conference hall. Other Xuanwu executives have also arrived. This time, there are also 2 commanders of the ocean part of the Xuanwu troops, Luan and Shuiyang, as well as Lu Tianhu and Yi Yun who are responsible for ocean monitoring. Commanders, Lu Tianhu said directly, emergency. Our ocean monitoring system has found that 3 groups of Zerg are converging towards the Aizu Sea. Their goal may be to attack Aizu. He projected a map. Some of these Zerg came from the Sakura Trench Hive, some from the Mariana Trench Hive in the Pacific Ocean, and some from the South Pacific, probably from the same hive. These 3 hives have tried to attack us in the past, Shuiyang said. I guess they found that they couldn't break through our Great Wall of Steel, so they turned their attack targets to Aizu. Among them, the Zerg from the Sakura Hive is attacking the north of Aizu, and the Zerg from the Mariana Hive is attacking the east of Aizu. This Zerg from the South Pacific Hive doesn't seem to be planning to land, but to occupy the Aizu Sea. That's where we're building the undersea tunnel. Chapter 154 Deep Sea Mecha. These 3 parties, I'm afraid they have contacted each other and are going out together, Qin Peng judged. If it was just one of them, they would have the confidence to intercept it. But if the 3 insect nests sent troops together and surrounded it on 3 sides, if they were allowed to capture the nearby sea area, It would be equivalent to having a front position against Shinjo. And this position could also continuously produce advanced insect races. How long will it take them to gather? He Hongwei asked. It will be completed within about 40 days. Among the three parties, the enemy from the Sakura Trench insect nest can reach Aizu in 20 days, and they have not shown any intention of attacking in advance. Luan spoke. 40 days, He Xingzhou said directly. We can also launch a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleet. Then be prepared to expel the Zerg. And that place should also be back on track. Qin Peng said firmly. They have been preparing for this for a long time. The Xuanwu executives acted separately to formulate military plans and livelihood plans. Professor Yi Yuan, Comrade Lu Tianhu, the design and manufacture of deep-water warships will be handed over to you, He Xingzhou said to the two. Use the Jiaolong deep-sea submersible as a blueprint and make improvements. As long as the weapon system and operating system are added, it will be a small deep-water warship. Commander He, please rest assured that we have been improving and manufacturing deep-sea submersibles, and the design drawings will be available within 3 days. Within 40 days, we guarantee that we can manufacture more than 300 small Jiaolong deep-water warships. Lu Tianhu promised. For this naval battle, He Xingzhou went to the Mechanical Power Armor Group, a newly established military enterprise specializing in the manufacture of mechanical exoskeletons and mecha power armor and other equipment. What he had to do was to design a deep-sea mecha as soon as possible. The blueprint was the original mecha plus a deep-sea submersible design combination, as well as underwater weapons. He Xingzhou began his intense and busy work, and all the manufacturing factories were working day and night. The news of the Zerg's attack had spread throughout the island, and the people on the entire island were terrified, because the local fleet has been clearing the nearby waters of Zerg. The Zerg disaster they face is not serious. So when the Zerg invaded all over the world, the residents here can barely get a relatively stable life. But this time, the situation is completely different. You can see that the number of Zerg attacking us this time is more than 30 times that of the attack on Sakura Island. It is 10 times the number of Zerg attacking Magic City. And there are many more advanced Zergs. Our planes and ships are completely vulnerable in front of them. It can be said that we are in danger. On the TV show, Jiasai brother didn't have the heart to tell Crosstalk. Brotherly, how do you think we should resist these Zergs? Jiasai invited his old partner, Tianshu, who used to be able to talk eloquently and boast all day without repeating himself, has now completely changed. He speaks hesitantly, like a stutterer. This? What if these Zergs are not coming to attack us, but are going somewhere else? Tianshu said. And he couldn't even laugh. Audience, Jiasai said seriously. This time it's really a matter of life and death for us. If you have the conditions, you should quickly find a way to save yourself. In addition, due to the impact of the Zerg invasion, our TV program will also be suspended. We will meet again if we are lucky. The TV show ended hastily, but the audience and the public could not calm down and spoke out on the internet. The Zerg is coming. What should we do? I don't believe we can stop them. So let's escape over there while there are still planes and ships. Let me tell you a secret. Those people have already started running. Several big shots have already escaped half a month ago. How can they do this? Don't they care about our lives? Are they stupid? Do they have the ability? Run for your lives. This place will soon be occupied by the Zerg. It's over. I bought a plane ticket to Sakura, but I saw that it was already in chaos over there. Now the White Eagles don't accept many foreigners. What should we do? Go and ask He Xingzhou. As long as I can survive, I am willing to call He Xingzhou daddy. There are more and more Zergs, almost surrounding this place. 20 days later, the ocean routes have been cut off, and only a few planes can leave here. The people who were originally responsible for maintaining order have already run away. Some people claimed that they were going to ask for help. Some people refueled them across the Pacific Ocean. And some people simply disappeared and could not be found at all. All cities were in chaos. Some people have gone crazy and started to disrupt order. More people can only hide at home and pray silently. At Jiasai brother's house, Jiasai brother was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, sweating profusely. In his house, the whole family, including more than a dozen relatives, gathered here. Wife, where are my things? Where did you put them? Jiasai brother asked. What? His wife asked. Of course it's the work permit, Jiasai brother said. Remember the work permit he Xingzhou gave me? The one for building the railway. Brother-in-law, didn't you lose it on the show? His brother-in-law asked. You're crazy. Jiasai brother cursed. Can you lose this thing? I tell you, if you want to survive, you have to rely on them. Now the Zerg have surrounded us, and only he Xingzhou and his people can save us. Brother-in-law, haven't you been blackening them on the show? Said the brother-in-law. That's all for the show, said Jiasai brother. There are so many people who blacken he Xingzhou and others. Not just me. Don't they know they are making up lies? They are all for making money. During this period of time, you can't run away even if you want to. You can only wait for someone to rescue you. When the time comes, this work permit will be a life-saving talisman. Hearing what he said, the whole family took action. Hurry up and help your brother-in-law find it. We have to find it today even if we don't sleep. The family turned the house upside down, but still couldn't find it. At this time, Jiasai brother's wife suddenly woke up and said, I think I threw it into the basement when I was packing things last time. Go to the basement. The family searched the basement from day to night, and they were exhausted and almost gave up. At this time, the brother-in-law suddenly shouted, Brother-in-law, is this it? He held a certificate in his hand and opened it, with a photo of Jiasai brother and a paragraph, Super High-Speed Rail Project, Railway Worker Work Permit, specially issued to Jiasai brother. With this certificate, you can come to the local high-speed rail to build the signature. He Xingzhou. Yes. 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 That's it. Seeing this certificate, Jiasai brother said happily. Finally found it. Ha ha ha. With this certificate, we still have a chance to survive. People like he Xingzhou can't go back on their words. Right? The relatives hurriedly said, Don't forget us poor relatives now that your family is safe. Like him, Bo brother also found this certificate at this time. He specifically told his wife, so this work permit on my clothes, and never lose it. The wife worried, with so many Zergs. Will they really come? Yes. Bo brother was very sober at this time. What I said on the show was all made up. They are actually very strong. Didn't you see that now in the world? Only he Xingzhou and his men can resist the Zerg invasion. Our place is originally their territory, which is related to their safety. So they will definitely come. Then you said so many bad things on the show. You? The wife was a little worried. Bo brother gritted his teeth and said, I have changed my words in the past few years. If it really doesn't work, I will go to build an undersea tunnel for them. Damn it. They are running too fast. Here, there are still people who regret it. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to leave here. On one hand, the Zerg blocked the route in the ocean and the sky. And on the other hand, the original escape place of these people has been invaded by the Zerg at this time. And they do not accept outsiders at all. What should we do? Hurry up and buy a piece of red cloth to weave a flag at home. You can't buy it on the street now. A family, 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, dozens of people, are gathered together. Among them, the oldest old man, Liang Huaixin, is sitting in the hall, and his descendants are kneeling below him. Liang Huaixin looked at these descendants and snorted coldly, unfilial things. Why are you kneeling to me now? Aren't you going to cut off contact with me? When Liang Huaixin was very young, he followed his father to come here by boat. And now he has become a large local family, because of the memory in his bones. Liang Huaixin has been very nostalgic for his hometown since he was a child, and has always had a close relationship with them. It is for this reason that several unfilial descendants once vowed to cut off ties with the family and no longer have contact. Now, they are all kneeling here. Old man, we were young and ignorant. Someone whispered. Now we know we are wrong. Humph. Liang Huaixin snorted coldly and said, Don't think I don't know your tricks. You just see that the Zerg are coming now, and you want to save your lives. So you beg me for mercy, hoping to find a way out from me. Old man, we were just trying to survive. Someone kowtowed. And we swear that we are just talking. But we have never done anything to hurt the world or let people down. The people who really did bad things have already hidden themselves. Yes, old man, you saw all this, the crowd pleaded. Seeing them here, Liang Huaixin sighed and said, It's a good thing that you didn't do anything harmful. Otherwise, I would have driven you out today. Hearing him say this, everyone knew that Liang Huaixin still cared about his family. Someone asked, Old man, do you think they will help drive away these Zerg? Everyone looked at Liang Huixin eagerly, hoping to get a positive answer. They knew that Liang Huixin had been in contact with his hometown and must have inside information. Liang Huixin snorted coldly, of course. Soon, the fleet will come and clear out the Zerg. Really? Then are we saved? Everyone ignited hope. It's not over yet. Liang Huixin stood up, knocked the ground with his cane, and said, "You bunch of unworthy descendants. Do you want to get away with this? No way," he said. "It's very chaotic everywhere now. And there are some people with bad intentions. You have lived here for most of your life. And you have some connections and relationships. Organize them. Maintain order and do something useful. Understand?" "Understood, old man. We will go now." The descendants hurried to take action. Seeing this, Liang Huixin sighed, looked up at the sky, and sighed in his heart, "After so many years, I finally have to wait for this day." On the beach of Rongqing, He Xingzhou stood next to the great steel wall, looking at the undersea tunnel station in front of him. The submarine tunnel is built by exploring the marine geology in advance. It is mainly constructed by the shield method. The tunnel is dug underground, supported by buildings, and gradually excavated, because they still have to face the Zerg's attack. To prevent the Zerg from digging through the tunnel, the submarine tunnel is also made into a double-layer tunnel. The outer layer is a protective layer. Each section can be closed in time to isolate the seawater and the worms, to prevent damage in one place from affecting other sections. If it weren't for the Zerg, we could dig through the submarine tunnel within a year. Lu Tianhu stood beside him and said, "Soon," He Xingzhou said. "Let's take the equipment to test the water today. And it will be used soon." Behind them, the electromagnetic floating freight car of the super high-speed rail branch line slowly stopped, with a mecha and a deep-water battleship inside. The shape of the deep-water warship is similar to the marine creature Manta Ray. It is transformed from the Jialong deep-water submersible, so it is called the Jialong deep-water warship. It is not large in size. The one being tested now is a two-seater. There are also unmanned, single-person and multi-person types. The function of this small deep-water warship is equivalent to the fighter group on an aircraft carrier, except that its combat area is underwater. Next to the Jialong deep-water warship is a mecha with a length of more than 6 meters. It is painted dark blue. The overall appearance is like a standing shark, with a fish fin design that reduces the resistance of seawater. Thunder Shark Deep Sea Mecha. He Xingzhou looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. With the experience of making land mechas and submersibles, the speed of making deep-sea mechas is much faster than before. So cool. Lu Tianhu was also looking at the deep-sea mecha. As a man and a soldier, who wouldn't want to operate such a mecha? He Xingzhou said, "Its mecha shell is made of pressure-resistant nanoceramics and special alloys, which can withstand the water pressure of 10,000 meters in the deep sea. When fully accelerated, it is about the same speed as an underwater missile. It can also move on land and fly short distances and low altitudes." In terms of weapons, in addition to underwater bullets and torpedoes, I added underwater laser launchers and arc generators. Arc generators are more useful underwater than electromagnetic guns. Control lightning. That's why it's called the Thunder Shark. Besides, I can't help but go up and operate it. Lu Tianhu laughed. It hasn't been officially tested yet. So let's try remote operation first, He Xingzhou said, starting the remote control mode of the Thunder Shark and letting it fly to the seaside. Lu Tianhu also asked people to send the Jialong deep-water warship to the sea for launching tests. Chapter 155 Sea Combat. He Xingzhou wore the Lingguang smart glasses, and the mecha's operating perspective appeared in front of him. In front of him was a piece of blue sea water. The offshore sea water looked more refreshing because of the refraction of water. In the water, there were some fish swimming. Not all creatures on the blue planet had mutated. There were still a large number of normal creatures living. He Xingzhou operated the Thunder Shark to perform free diving operations first, swimming in the water in various ways, up and down, left and right, acceleration and deceleration, spiral forward, etc. It feels okay. It is indeed a bit different from operating a mecha in the air. He Xingzhou compared that in water, acceleration is not as smooth as in the air. Even if the water resistance has been reduced to a minimum, some sluggishness can still be felt, which requires higher requirements for the operator. We still have to try the weapon. He was looking for mutants in the offshore area, because there have been fleets and troops clearing mutants and Zerg. He can only go to deeper waters. At this time, The Jiaolong deep-water warship controlled by Lu Tian, who also caught up. He smiled and said, Dr. He, how about we race? Whoever reaches the undersea tunnel construction section first will win. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, he started the acceleration mode. The Thunder Shark was like a runaway great white shark in the water, rushing forward in the deep water. The Jiaolong deep-water warship was no less impressive. Its manta ray-like appearance meant that it encountered less resistance underwater, so it quickly caught up. What is that? At the deep-sea monitoring station in the submarine tunnel, several monitors saw two shadows flash by. They thought they were Zerg and immediately slowed down to check. Oh my god! What new equipment is this? This warship. And there is another one. Is that a mecha? The monitor's eyes lit up. This equipment is so cool! At the same time, they received feedback from the system. Dr. He and Station Chief Lu are testing new equipment. I knew there must be new equipment under the sea. A young monitor said excitedly. Look at that deep-water warship. It feels like a flying saucer. And that mecha, in the shape of a shark, is so handsome. It's absolutely amazing. Keep watching. Slow down. They continued to observe the mechas and warships. Soon, the Ray Shark and the Jiaolong arrived at the end of the submarine tunnel, which was still under construction. The shield machine was drilling holes in the underwater rock formation. The vibrations it sent attracted the Zerg to gather. Various Zerg and mutant creatures gathered here, trying to destroy the submarine tunnel. This was not the first time that this happened. It was very difficult to expel them in the deep sea, because the submarine tunnel was being built here. It was impossible to launch torpedoes or underwater missiles. They could only be expelled by ultrasonic waves, electronic harpoons, fishing nets, etc. For the Zerg, this attack was too simple. They had penetrated the tunnel several times, forcing the construction to be suspended. They had to drain the water again and consolidate the tunnel. These damn bugs. I'll go first. Lu Tian, who controlled the Jiaolong, to rush over. He did not launch a bomb, but used high-voltage current. This underwater high-voltage battery transmitter was made by studying the 6th level Zerg King Moray Eel. The powerful current it generated directly electrocuted all the Zerg, controlling lightning. This warship is so cool. The monitors cheered for them at the monitoring station as if they were watching a movie. Lu Tianhu was about to control the Jiaolong to chase, when a huge head suddenly popped out from the mud and sand on the seabed below him. Its head alone was larger than the body of the Jiaolong. It was a 6th level Zerg. It had a certain talent for hiding. Infrared, sonar, and laser radar could not detect its existence. Be careful. The monitors watching the battle could not help but shout out. This guy could easily swallow the Jiaolong in one bite. When the mouth opened wide and the sharp teeth were about to pierce the Jiaolong, a red laser was instantly emitted, and the seawater it illuminated was heated to thousands of degrees Celsius in 1 second. More than half of the huge mouth was cut off by the laser, and the blood dyed the ocean red. The laser raised the laser transmitter and pointed it in that direction. Yi Xingzhou smiled and said, the combat maneuverability of the deep-sea mecha is still quite good. Indeed. Lu Tianhu agreed and said, the Jiaolong is more suitable for collective combat and range attacks. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Yi Xingzhou was quite satisfied with the test results. He controlled the Thunder Shark and took the body of the Zerg just killed. This guy could hide under the surveillance of various detectors. He must have some special functions and could be dragged back for research. The deep-sea mecha is more handsome. One of the monitors shouted. I think the deep-sea battleship is more powerful. I was just careless. The deep-sea battleship should also have laser weapons. Right? So, the mecha also has electric weapons. Isn't it more powerful than the battleship? The monitors have already argued about this. Yi Xingzhou and Lu Tian, who controlled the equipment, to return home respectively. The initial test was successful. We need to quickly mass-produce it, Yi Xingzhou said. They have received the order. Lu Tian, who said that when they returned, the manufacturing factory began to copy and start production. Most of the parts had been made and were just waiting to be assembled. 15 days later, the 3 Zergs preparing to attack Aizu had gathered. In the deep sea of the nearby sea area, there were Zergs and mutant creatures everywhere, including many high-level Zergs. In a secret area, 3 small groups of Zergs gathered together. They were different from each other and on guard. These Zergs were all high-level Zergs above level 5. In each team, there was also a commander. Yegsha, your team from the Sakura Trench Zerg nest has been here for more than 10 days. Why don't you attack? One of the Zergs, like a black giant whale, communicated with ultrasound. The one it called Yegsha was a high-level Zerg from the Sakura Trench Hive, and one of the commanders of this attack. It looked like an oarfish, with half of its body lurking in the mud. Yegsha said sinisterly, Black Whale, you have been here for 3 days. Why don't you attack? We are relatively weak. Black Whale argued. Our Mariana Hive was hit by a bunch of nuclear weapons by humans during its development stage, and its strength was damaged. Of course, you have to take the lead. Yegsha laughed and said, Your boss ate a human hydrogen bomb. Is he dead? You are looking for death. Black Whale cursed, and the Zerg behind him were ready to move. Stop arguing, said the third commander, who was a high-level Zerg from the South Pacific Hive. Dao. It was huge, shaped like a football, and had a hard shell, looking like a nuclear submarine. The human strength in this area is stronger than that in other areas of the blue planet. Dao said. We attacked several times, but they blocked us. Now other Zerg nests have occupied the land and obtained more resources. If this continues, our evolution will be much slower than theirs. Everyone doesn't want to fall behind them. Right? Yegsha said. There are only a few small islands in our area, and the resources are too scarce. Black Whale was even more dissatisfied. There are only trenches in our area, and humans have dropped a bunch of nuclear bombs on us. Dao continued, so this time, we must occupy this continent. This island is the key, and we all lack land troops now. As long as we occupy this island, we can build a land insect nest and then attack the Asian land. Yegsha emphasized, I can say in advance that whoever occupies the larger territory will own it. If you want to fight, we are ready to accompany you at any time. Thinking about dividing the territory before the fight. Black Whale sneered. Have you forgotten that you were repelled by humans when you attacked the Magic City? Maybe it will be the same this time. We underestimated them that time. Yegsha still felt unhappy when he mentioned that time. At the beginning, our intelligence showed that the strongest human military strength should be in America. Our troops could take them down. But we didn't expect that these people in Asia still have hidden strength. The situation is different now. We have more advanced troops, and we are fighting across the ocean. They will definitely lose. Dao said, in short. We must be cautious this time. The level of human technology in this area is developing very fast. Maybe some troublemakers help them. That's right, Yegsha said. They must have received help from other guys. Otherwise, they would not have those weapons and equipment. Under normal circumstances, this continent would have been ours long ago. Dao said, now our 3 armies are attacking together. With their ability, it is difficult to resist. Before we capture this island, we 3 parties should not fight each other. Yegsha will lead his troops to land from the north, and Black Whale will land from the east. My troops will isolate the ocean, block their support, and destroy their underwater tunnels. Then land from the west and south, and surround them from all sides. We must capture this island. Yegsha said, 1 day later. Attack at the same time. It led the team to evacuate. It all depends on your ability. Black Whale also left with his men. Dao left silently, and he told his men, those 2 guys are definitely not honest, and they will definitely attack the land quickly. Once they occupy the territory, it will be difficult to get them to spit it out. We have to let the human fleet pass, wear down their strength, and reap the benefits. These 2 guys must have secret weapons, and I don't know what kind of troops they have cultivated in the trench. At this time, Yegsha was also in contact with Black Whale. Dao, the guy will definitely not be so kind to help us intercept the human fleet. By then, the human fleet will inevitably break through the ocean defense line and land on the island. So the 2 of us should not fight each other. First eliminate the humans, occupy the territory, and then force Dao back. There are so many islands in the South Pacific, and there is also a continent. It still wants to grab our territory. It's too greedy. At the same time, humans are also making emergency deployments. Qinpeng, He Hongwei, and commanders at all levels of the Xuanwu force are constantly mobilizing troops. The nearby coastal defense lines are ready, mainly for defense and offense in the sea. We now have 4 aircraft carrier fleets outside, bypassing the Pacific and South Pacific to reach the rear of the Zerg team. Land missile and artillery units are preparing across the shore, which can basically cover the entire island and provide fire support. In addition, the Air Force and mecha units will directly land on the island to intercept the Zerg within a period of time. The Zerg can be stopped. The key lies in this sea area. If the fleet is stopped and there is no follow-up support, the defense on the island will fall into an extremely passive situation. The commanders discussed. So the most critical point of this battle is how to take over the sea area between the land and the island. Qin Peng said. The deep sea battle will be the key to this war. He Xingzhou said. Before the Zerg lands on the island, we will completely eliminate or expel this Zerg team from the South Pacific from this sea area. This time, we will have won more than half of the war. We must fight quickly. There is no resistance on the island. We have to rely on ourselves. He Hongwei said. Here, we can mobilize the power of 6 aircraft carrier fleets. Luan said. But after the war begins, at least 3 of them must be used to support the island's coastal defense. So we only have 3 aircraft carrier fleets that can guarantee combat in this sea area. In terms of military strength, we are at a disadvantage. The estimated number of Zerg here exceeds 50 million. He Xingzhou said. It's mainly those high-level Zergs. Low-level Zergs don't have the strength to hinder the passage of the fleet. This time, the number of deep-sea mechas and deep-sea warships we manufactured is limited, and we can't start large-scale operations. So I plan to turn them into elite assault teams to attack high-level Zergs. That's perfect, Qin Peng said. As long as the high-level Zergs are contained, our chances of winning can be doubled. One day later, on the island, early in the morning, people felt an unusual atmosphere. Today, there are more and more mutant birds circling in the sky. In some places, you can see them blocking the sky when they move. In the coastal towns, people have already evacuated. Many people are hiding in not-so-safe shelters, and monitoring facilities are watching the scene at the seaside. At this time, all TV programs have stopped, but they can still watch local battlefield news through smart devices. The news has the most comprehensive real-time situation. The underground garage of a shopping mall cannot be called a shelter at all. There are many security loopholes, but there are still many homeless people crowded here. At this time, someone was playing battlefield news on a big screen. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded, and the news and the plane's horn were broadcasting. Residents, we have detected that the Zerg are trying to land. Please find a safe place to hide. We will intercept the Zerg. Hearing this voice, everyone became nervous. The Zerg attacked. At this time, the only thing that made them feel fortunate was that there were still people guarding the island. Zerg swarms were approaching from all sides of the island. Seeing that the entire ocean had turned black, and countless terrifying mutant creatures were pouring in on the underwater detector screen, people were trembling in their hearts. They are about to land. We are finished. Who will save us? There are too many. Too many. How can humans stop them? This place will become a living hell. Some people even cried or trembled on the spot. And the breath of despair spread in front of everyone. In Jiaocai brother's home, Jiaocai brother and his family sealed the doors and windows and watched the news. The end of the world has come. Can we still survive? They have lost confidence. In Liang Huaixin's home, an old man in his 90s was also watching this scene. And he felt extremely heavy. And his descendants, at this time, followed his instructions and organized people from all over to take refuge. We must defend it, he muttered to himself. Local people are also paying attention, but their mentality has become much calmer. When the news first broadcast the Zerg live, some people protested and opposed it, saying that it would scare people. But later everyone found that if they didn't do this, when people really faced the Zerg, they would be more afraid. Some people would even be at a loss and lose their ability to resist. With more live broadcasts, everyone got used to it. Now even children will not be overly frightened when they see the Zerg. And people's psychological defenses have generally been strengthened. When facing the Zerg again, they also have the courage to resist. This is our land. Kill all the bugs. Kill. 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 Even if there is no steel wall there, we can defend it. I really want to fight into the sea. Send out. The Xuanwu troops are sent out. People saw that the fighter group had arrived over the island and bombed the insect swarm near the coast. At the same time, the aircraft carrier fleet also sent out various fish and missiles to bomb the insect swarm in the sea. The firepower network covered from one side to the other. On the coast, countless insects were blown into rotten meat and bloody mud. Then, a large number of flying mechas appeared in the air. There was not only the red flame, but also the large red dragon, as well as other types of mecha groups. Air combat mechas, blue wings, ground defense mechas, black tigers, small mobile mechas, green snakes, etc. During this period, mecha equipment has developed into multiple types. Even if there is no steel wall here, the mecha troops can form a steel wall. After the mecha landed, it was bombarded by various electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, and other advanced weapons. And the swarm of insects trying to land was blocked outside the coastline. In the sky, fighter groups and flying mechas are also fighting for air supremacy with mutant birds. And there are war scenes everywhere. Seeing this scene, the people on the island were stunned. Is this the Xuanwu army? It's 100 times stronger than I thought. Their technology is far ahead of us. I have been deceived by the media before. In comparison, we are like country bumpkins. The mecha troops are so cool. The Zerg can't get close at all. If I had known, I would have moved there 10 years ago. We can still be saved. They rekindled their hope. The Xuanwu troops. They are already so powerful. Seeing this scene, Lin Huaixin was so excited that tears filled his eyes. And his hand holding the cane couldn't help shaking. The motherland now has such a powerful strength. It has appeared in his dreams for many years. Today, he finally saw it. Report to the headquarters. The mecha troops have basically controlled the coast. Within 3 hours, we will not let the Zerg land. Commander Lei Yuanfeng reported. Okay. The fleet will approach immediately. Qin Peng ordered. Chapter 156. All means are used. The aircraft carrier fleet will immediately head for the island. Dao. Why don't you take action? Yegsha and Black Whale urged through some kind of ultrasonic communication method. Two cunning guys. Dao was also observing the battle situation. The attack had just begun. The two of them sent out some low-level mutant creatures. And they didn't even send out decent troops. They were just deliberately delaying and waiting for the human fleet to come to support. I have already sent out the army. You should hurry up too. Dao communicated while commanding the swarm to intercept the fleet. In the sea area, millions of swarms of insects surged from the deep sea, including many high-level Zerg. Some are huge and can directly overturn small tonnage ships. Some are small, but have special abilities, such as emitting super strong bioelectric currents to penetrate the bottom of the ship, or using electromagnetic waves, ultrasonic waves and infrasound waves to interfere with the fleet, launch torpedoes, and open a route. Captain Shui Yang commanded on a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The salvo of naval guns and torpedoes cleared the swarm in front, and the fleet moved forward with difficulty. The Big Claw was still observing its friendly forces. Seeing that they had not yet sent out the main force to land, it had to order again. The main force attacks. The main force is composed of advanced swarms, such as giant moray eels, super king crabs, and highly poisonous octopuses. These advanced Zergs began to attack the fleet under firepower. A few minutes later, a destroyer was submerged in the Zerg swarm because its bottom was pierced. The fleet's movement became difficult. It's our turn. Seeing that the human fleet was blocked, Yegsha and Black Whale began to land their main forces. Go to the land and occupy this island. On the beach, advanced Zergs began to appear. Dense red beetles, green beetles, and black beetles rushed to the land. There were also mobile turrets, super king crabs. Other advanced soldiers also appeared this time, like some kind of reptiles, without facial features, covered with fine scales, with limbs and claws, moving very fast, and even mechas could be torn apart. These are the worms on the upper layer of the deep sea worm tree. They have already hatched. He Xingzhou recognized them. These were the monster embryos found when exploring the worm nest in the Mariana Trench. The Zerg have been breeding land troops for a long time. I'm afraid they have more, He Hongwei said worriedly. With the addition of these advanced Zerg, the defense of the land immediately became difficult. Hold on. Hold on. As long as we hold on, the fleet can destroy the swarm, Lei Yuanfeng shouted. Humans have made a large number of deep-water weapons. For this battle, countless ammunition has been prepared. As long as there is enough time, it is enough to blow up all these worms. Do you still want to hold on this time? Yegsha looked at the coastline. Their troops had advanced about 1 kilometer. The last attack on the demons failed, which was regarded as a shame by Yegsha. So this time, it specially prepared a stronger main force, enough to break through the human defense line. Main force, go. Let humans feel the fear of being dominated by the Zerg. In the north of the island, the Zerg swarm changed. At this time, the fighter group in the sky suddenly became chaotic. and many fighters were destroyed by the Zerg swarm. On the ground, some mechas were also affected, and there were malfunctions and other accidents. It's an ultrasonic weapon. Xuanwu urgently reported the situation. In the ocean, huge conch-shaped Zerg appeared. They were releasing ultrasonic waves, causing heavy damage to fighters and mechas. At the same time, more high-level Zergs rushed up from the ocean. In the mud and sand, there were long worms that arched up the sea mud and rushed from the ground, on the sea surface. There were some Zergs that could move quickly on the sea surface, similar to giant flying fish monsters, covering the sea surface. There were millions of beetles of all kinds, and tens of millions of other Zergs were still landing. This number was enough to destroy the defense of any area at present. In the sky, the Zergs were able to cooperate. Some big birds grabbed big insects and threw them into the city. These monsters that successfully raided launched attacks from the rear of the soldiers, which was impossible to defend against. Seeing that the human momentum on the battlefield was rapidly declining, the residents of the island were already scared. There are too many advanced Zergs, and the mecha troops can't stop them. We don't have a steel great wall, so we can't stop the Zerg. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. Woo woo woo. May Mazu bless us. They were trembling. Xuanwu, send out special fighters and start sonic interference. He Xingzhou ordered. Special fighters have been sent out. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, special aircraft took off one after another, equipped with high-power radars and sonars, which can interfere with biological attack methods such as ultrasonic and infrasound waves. Once these interferences were reduced, the mecha troops and flight formations quickly adjusted their battle lines. Unmanned mecha troops start. He Xingzhou issued the second order. In the fleet near the island, the decks of several transport ships were all opened, and hundreds of thousands of unmanned mechas flew out. In order to quickly expand the number, the performance of these mechas is slightly worse than that of combat mechas. But because they are unmanned, they are not afraid of death, and they can cooperate with each other. In some aspects, their combat effectiveness is even stronger than that of mechas operated by people. They still have so many mechas? Black Whale has been observing the battlefield somewhere. It has a special ability, which is to use brain waves to share the perspective with low-level Zerg. In this way, it can see what those scout birds see in the sky. In front of my predator army, even if they come twice as many, they are just food. Predators are land soldiers cultivated by deep-sea Zerg. Although they are not big in size, each one is a Zerg above level 6, and their combat power is extremely terrifying. In front of the predators, the defense line composed of fighters and mechas is in danger, and is in danger of being dispersed at any time. Hundreds of thousands of unmanned mechas landed on the battlefield and attacked under the control of the AI system. But they had to face two Zerg armies at the same time and defend both sides of the island. The number of mechas was still extremely scarce compared to the number of Zerg. In this situation, if it was the commander of the Bear and the White Eagle, it is estimated that he would have ordered the launch of nuclear bombs, missiles to wash the ground. The people also knew that this was not a solution. Yes, the coastal defense line is probably not going to hold. Just use missiles to attack the land and defend the inland. What a pity. After all, it's our land. That's better than being occupied by the Zerg. You can let the Zerg in a little bit first, and then a wave of nuclear bombs. Netizens kept discussing on the internet. Report to the headquarters. The enemy's offensive is too fierce. We can only hold out for half an hour at most. Lei Yuanfeng reported again. Fighting the Zerg is not fighting against humans. You can hold on with courage and fearlessness. Qin Peng observed the battle situation and said, our 4 aircraft carrier fleets are blocking their retreat, and the other 6 will take at least an hour to arrive for support. Dr. He, it's time to use your secret weapon. During this period, although He Xingzhou did not have a more advanced technological breakthrough, the flexible use of existing technologies can also achieve higher tactical effects. Xuanwu, start the arc array and laser array. He Xingzhou ordered. Xuanwu, module mechas are ready. Arc arrays and laser arrays are being formed. On the transport ship, some decks opened and pieces of mecha modules flew out. They are not complete mechas, but modules of some weapons. Modular weapons are also one of the applications of mecha-related technologies. On a beach, the defense line has been broken by beetles and predators, and the soldiers are desperately resisting. At this time, more than 10 mecha modules landed on the coast. They were like steel pillars, hooking into the ground and rocks. Then, arc induction appeared in the adjacent mecha modules, and the current passed between the modules. In just a few seconds, a high-voltage power grid surrounding the beach was formed. Any Zerg that touched the power grid was instantly pierced by the terrifying high-voltage current. The laser array module next to it was even more terrifying. Several modules were stacked together to form laser emitters of different heights, which could rotate 360 degrees. The soldiers only saw a few high-temperature lasers sweeping by, and tens of thousands of Zerg died on the beach. Even those high-level Zergs at level 6 and 7 had their bodies burned through by lasers. How can this be possible? The soldiers were stunned. The lethality was too terrifying. With this thing, we can definitely defend. Arc arrays and laser arrays. This is simply a mobile weapon to kill the enemy. The commanders were amazed. He Xingzhou's voice sounded. The number of modules is limited, and this kind of attack will consume energy at a high speed. Don't rely too much on them, and be well defended. The reason why He Xingzhou didn't release these modules at the beginning was because of energy. Even if it is a nuclear battery, it will not last long if it continues to discharge and generate lasers at high intensity. It must be used to deal with the main force of the Zerg. Yes, everyone regained their confidence. With the UAVs, arc arrays, and laser arrays, they could hold out for an hour. This is a high-tech war. People who saw the battlefield news found that their cognition was still too backward. Electric grilling of Zerg. Crisp. The snapping sound is like electric mosquitoes slapping mosquitoes. The laser array is really powerful, sweeping a large area. If there are enough lasers, can we directly wipe out the Zerg? You think too much. Where can we get so much energy? But it is true that our Great Wall of Steel is equipped with laser transmitters. Seeing that their main offensive was blocked by humans again, Yagsha and Black Whale were shocked and angry. Why do humans have so many weapons? The speed at which they update their weapons is catching up with our evolution speed. Our main force has suffered heavy losses. Deo, what are you wasting time on? Hurry up and attack the west coast to disperse their firepower. Deo originally planned to send a human fleet over to consume more of Yagsha and Black Whale's troops. Seeing the humans actually have so many new weapons, it knows that if it releases them at this time, it may be a disaster. So it ordered, exploding worms, blow up their ships. In the mud and sand of the deep sea, some flat-bodied worms began to expand rapidly. They can produce flammable gas and use their bodies as bombs. As long as there is enough gas accumulated, it can have a huge explosive power. In the seabed, one by one, worm bombs began to float upwards under the cover of the swarm of insects. Their target was the aircraft carrier fleet. As long as there were enough of them, even an aircraft carrier could be sunk. There is danger underwater. The nuclear submarine discovered the abnormality and reported it immediately. There must be something strange about those insects. Lu Tian, who ordered, the deep-sea warship team is dispatched. Target those balloon insects from the submarine and the coast. The Jialong deep-sea warship team that had been prepared for a long time was advancing rapidly underwater. When their missiles or lasers hit the explosive insects, an explosion would occur underwater. Everyone then discovered that this kind of insect not only has flammable and explosive gases in its body, but also hides various small iron-eating insects. These bugs have hard pupae. They are small in size, but they can devour steel. When the explosion occurs, they are blown away by the explosion because of their small size. They attach to the bottom of the ship and can quickly bite a hole in the ship. Only electric current can drive them away. Are there underwater weapons? Seeing this, Dao ordered the advanced Zerg to destroy these deep-sea warships. At the same time, it emitted infrasound waves in an attempt to destroy the electronic equipment of the warship. Special frequency infrasound waves were found, suspected to be advanced Zerg. The Xuanwu system quickly analyzed the suspicious target from various interferences. Finally appeared. He Xingzhou has been looking for the commander of the Zerg, because there are too many Zergs, and they all look different. No one knows which bug is the commander. Now that this infrasound wave has appeared, it must be at least a high-level commander. The Thunder Shark mech unit is dispatched. He Xingzhou ordered. The Thunder Shark team received it. The Thunder Shark mech unit has long been lurking in the sea. If the Zerg can hide in the mud and sand, they can too. The average water depth in this sea area is only 60 meters, and the maximum depth is only more than 100 meters, which is not as exaggerated as the average depth of the Pacific Ocean, which is 3,957 meters. So even at the deepest point, the water pressure is not high. and the Thunder Shark mech can move freely. Dozens of Thunder Shark mechs started from their hiding places and quickly headed to the area where the infrasound wave was. Is there any movement? Dao noticed the movement, and a scout bug reported the information of the mech to it. These humans have so many hidden tricks. Dao immediately summoned high-level Zerg to protect him. Although his ability was stronger than those bugs, he was unwilling to put himself in danger. Who knew what other tricks humans had? We found the target. Deep in the sea, the Thunder Shark mech troops had locked Dao's position. Kill it! He Xingzhou shouted. The mech troops had already started attacking. They launched the mines they carried to bomb the Zerg that came to stop them. Pay attention to the underwater. Help them stop the rest of the Zerg. At this time, the fleet was also coordinating the actions of the deep-sea mech troops. One after another, fish and underwater cruise missiles blocked the Zerg that tried to protect Dao. Quick! Come and protect me! Dao issued an urgent order, and some of the swarms that were attacking the ships began to retreat and go to support Dao. Go over and support the island, Shuiyan shouted. As soon as the pressure on their fleet was reduced, they immediately broke through the blockade of the swarms and went to the edge of the island to support the land defense with missiles. Other fleets were also approaching. What is Dao doing? Yegsha and Black Whale were angry. If humans came to support them, they would have fought for nothing. Those mechas, fighters, arcs and laser arrays, their energy was almost consumed. Human nuclear-powered warships can definitely replenish their energy and ammunition. The humans have underwater troops. They are attacking me. Come and support. Dao hurriedly sent a distress signal to the friendly forces. It would be better if this guy died. The South Pacific Zerg nest is also trying to get involved in our territory? Yegsha and Black Whale did not want to rescue him, but they still sent troops to support him, because they knew very well that if Dao was killed by humans, this operation would inevitably end in failure. Underwater, the Thunder Shark mecha force had killed a large number of Zergs, and the Zerg swarms were still gathering here, and the huge crustacean cherished its life very much and did not fight them head-on. As long as the Zerg swarm comes, you will definitely die. Dao moved at high speed underwater. It is not a combat unit, but a commanding Zerg. It is most sensitive to the emission and perception of ultrasonic waves, infrasound waves, and brain waves. Boom! A muffled sound came from underwater, and a torpedo hit the big claw, but the power of the explosion was blocked by its hard shell. And this guy was not hurt at all. Several lasers shot at the big claw. The attack range of lasers underwater is limited, and the power is weakened by the obstruction of water. Even if the laser reaches more than 10,000 degrees Celsius in an instant, it can only leave a small scar on its shell. Its shell can't be broken at all. This guy is too tough. With its size, even if we use lasers to penetrate its body, it will only be a superficial injury. Time is running out. The supporting swarm will arrive soon. The members of the Thunder Shark mech unit felt very difficult. How to fight? He Xingzhou observed the map and found that a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Pinyin, was approaching nearby. The water depth in this area is less than 60 meters. The laser cannons on the shore can also play a role, He Xingzhou thought. And he immediately shouted, Pinyin. Immediately approach the Thunder Shark mech unit and prepare the large shipborne laser cannon. Pinyin received. The aircraft carrier was originally going to the island, but now it immediately turned around and chased the big AO. Thunder Shark mech unit. Form an underwater arc array to slow down its movement speed. Received. Dozens of Thunder Shark mechas separated and formed an encirclement, just following the AO. The outer mechas attacked the surrounding Zergs, and the inner mechas adjusted the power of the nuclear battery to the maximum. The arc array is about to start. Please pay attention to the discharge interference. The Xuanwu system reminded each mecha and sent their position coordinates to the Pinyin nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in real time. The Zerg target is being locked. The target moves too fast, and the shipborne laser cannon cannot locate it, Pinyin reported. This is one of the shortcomings of laser weapons. It cannot change the attack direction like a missile. The light is emitted in a straight line. Underwater, the refraction factor of the light must also be considered. So either lock the target and attack as quickly as possible, or make a prejudgment. Chapter 157. Don't forget to tell your father during the family sacrifice. Start discharging. The arc array formed by the Thunder Shark mech team discharged synchronously, and the high-voltage current passed through the seawater and instantly hit the big crab. Although its shell is hard, it cannot isolate the current. This powerful current made it scream, and its nerves and blood were paralyzed. Retreat! After the Thunder Shark mech team discharged, they quickly evacuated. At this time, because the speed of the big crab slowed down, the Pinguin had locked its position. Not good. The big crab had already sensed the danger when the current passed through its body. But at this time, with such a large body, it could not escape quickly, and could only lock its entire body in the shell, hoping that its hard shell could block the attack of human weapons. Shipborne laser cannon. Fire! On the Pinguin nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the huge muzzle was aimed at the water. The energy generated by the nuclear reactor was transmitted to the laser generator. At this moment, high-energy plasma was ejected from the muzzle at the speed of light, and the seawater in front was almost instantly evaporated. Then, it hit the big crab, even if there was a barrier of dozens of meters of seawater, which weakened the power of the laser cannon. The scorching heat was enough to melt the big crab's shell. It could feel its life slipping away, and its nerves had not even reacted, and a big hole had appeared in its body. The laser cannon went out, and the boiling fog formed by water vapor floated on the water. The seawater gathered again, and a big hole appeared in the body of the big turtle. All the surrounding biological tissues were scorched, but it was not dead yet. It was still trying to struggle. Boom, boom, boom. A series of torpedoes exploded around it, and this high-level Zerg finally died completely under the firepower of humans. Kill it! Seeing this, the Rayshark mech troops quickly surfaced and jumped onto the deck of the aircraft carrier to rest. The firing of the underwater arc array has left them with very little energy, and there are still a large number of Zerg swarms gathering. Kill the big turtle! The commanders also saw this scene. The shipborne laser cannon should be said to be our strongest weapon besides nuclear weapons. One shot penetrated it, and the seawater evaporated. This power is beyond words. Look! Some of the surrounding Zergs have begun to retreat. They noticed that with the death of Dao, some high-level Zergs actually stopped attacking ships and fled here. The one just killed might be a Zerg commander or something like that, he Shinjo guessed. Dao was killed by humans. Yegsha and Black Whale spy worms have discovered this fact, and they are horrified, although the guy has no means of attack. He is a level 9 Zerg after all, and he was killed. If human laser weapons continue to improve, they will catch up with atomic rays. The bugs in the South Pacific Hive have begun to retreat. Without this force, the human support fleet will arrive soon. Yegsha sent a message to Black Whale. Black Whale, we have to speed up, push all the troops forward, and break through the human defense line in one go. Okay. Dao is dead. Just one less person to divide the territory. Black Whale responded. Only a fool will charge with you. Now betting on the force. It is indeed possible to break through the defense line, but humans will soon take the territory back. Yegsha said that he would attack vigorously, but in fact, he was commanding the large army to retreat, allowing some low-level mutants and Zerg to continue to make the illusion of attacking. I knew this guy was very sinister. Black Whale observed this phenomenon and immediately ordered, we also retreat. And the landing plan is cancelled. Save strength. Let these humans show off for a while, and wait for the Insect King to wake up, and then come to flatten this place. Yegsha left directly. The boss's injury has not healed yet. When it recovers, the other high-level soldier insects will almost hatch, and then we can grab the territory. Black Whale led the main force to evacuate. It was found that the main force of the insect swarm was evacuating. The observer reported, it seems that we really killed an important guy. Qin Peng ordered. The intercepting fleet is in place and intercepted. We must not let them escape like this. The 4 aircraft carrier fleets that bypassed the Pacific and South Pacific began to make efforts to intercept the retreating Zerg. A cruise missile landed near Yegsha, blowing its tail bloody. Damn it! What a shame! Yegsha was furious. Damn natives. Wait for me. Soon, I will make you dead. We won. The soldiers collapsed on the ground. Ecstatic. We not only repelled the Zerg on land, but also killed a large number of Zerg in the sea. Now in the world. Only we can do it. With these advanced weapons, we will eventually drive these bugs away. Ha ha ha. Victory. On the island, people watched the live news and found that the swarm of insects gradually subsided. On the beach, only the corpses of the swarm of insects and some low-level mutant creatures were left, which were easily destroyed by the mecha troops. The swarm of insects retreated. The defense was successful. We survived? They themselves couldn't believe that the terrible doomsday was something that humans could withstand. Am I seeing right? The insects were repelled. Their weapons have become so powerful. The insects have retreated. It's our turn. Some bad guys have created chaos during this period. And they should be caught. Yes. Pull those people out. For them. There is still a lot to do. The Xuanwu troops, while cleaning up the remaining Zerg, began to maintain order. And everything here will be back on track. The undersea tunnel will also be built all the way to the island. At the door of Brother Zhaozai's house, a team of mecha troops passed by, and many people looked at them secretly with curiosity and worry. At this time, Brother Zhaozai rushed out and shouted loudly, "Comrade! Comrade!" A soldier stopped and asked, "What do you want?" "Comrade, I have a work permit issued to me by Dr. He. Can you take us away?" Brother Zhaozai's family looked at them eagerly. The soldier glanced at his work permit, and the face in the visor couldn't help but smile. "Are you kidding me? How can there be such a thing?" "No. This is real," Zhaozai brother said anxiously. The comrade next to him said, "This is real. I watched every live broadcast of Dr. He before. It's actually true?" The teammate was surprised. "Okay then. What are you going to do?" Zhaozai brother quickly said, "Take us to a safe place." In addition to him, there are hundreds of pairs of eyes, all secretly watching here. A safe place? The soldier thought about it, turned on the loudspeaker and said loudly, "Don't worry, everyone. We will continue to clear out the Zerg and mutant creatures here. From now on. This is a safe place." This is a safe place? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Some people quickly hung up their flags at home and waved them at the window. This action caused a chain reaction. And wherever they went, flags were flying. "Old man, are you all okay?" When the mecha troops came to the town where Lin Huaixing was, Lin Huaixing was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He said, "We are all here. Comrade, can we go back?" "Of course," said the Xuanwu warrior. "Great, great." Lin Huaixing's eyes were filled with tears, and he said to his descendants, "Follow me. I have important things to do." "Grandpa, what are you going to do?" Two younger generations followed him out of concern. But he came to the back mountain, where a mausoleum was located, and knelt down slowly. "Dad, you said that if one day we go back, we must come to tell you." Lin Huaixing knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "I have waited for this day. We have waited. Finally, we can go back to our hometown. Let's go and see the moon, mountains, and land of our hometown together." The Zerg was repelled, and the Xuanwu troops still had a lot to do on the island. For the people of the whole country, this day is of extraordinary significance. On this day, they repelled the Zerg head-on. On this day, they once again guarded the land and sea. On this day, the last shortcoming of the Great Wall of Steel was made up. On this day, the wanderers, who had been away for many years, returned to their hometown. This day is destined to be engraved in history. People all over the country are celebrating. On this night, fireworks are set off over the city, and the bright fireworks illuminate the night sky. A large number of people return by boat. When they set foot on this familiar yet strange land, they feel mixed emotions. So this is the feeling of going home. Some old people lie on the ground, kiss the ground, and cry bitterly. After so many years, I can finally return to the organization. Some young people are extremely confused. The prosperous scene makes them doubt their lives. Is this world really the end of the world? Everything here seems so advanced and developed. And there is a strong sense of security. In the Xuanwu conference hall, the commanders gathered together. This battle is the most successful one for us and humans against the Zerg. Qin Peng concluded, with the least casualties and the most Zerg killed. We also killed a senior Zerg commander. The most important thing is that we completed the last piece of the Great Wall of Steel. He Hongwei laughed. This time, our various weapons also shined. Kong Qing said with emotion. It's really exciting. This is all thanks to Comrade He Xingzhou. He said to He Xingzhou, Dr. He, from now on, your title will be changed. Ah? What's wrong? He Xingzhou asked in confusion. Kong Qing smiled and said, after the unanimous vote of our Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering, you will become an academician of both the National Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. And you will become the youngest dual academician in history. Congratulations. Congratulations. Song Jinghong and others shouted. Thank you for your kindness. Seniors. He Xingzhou hurriedly thanked them. I think it's more intimate to call you Commander. Lei Yuanfeng smiled. If it weren't for Commander, he commanding the killing of the advanced Zerg under the sea, it would be extremely difficult to win this battle. Yes, the underwater forces cooperate with the aircraft carrier fleet, which has a miraculous effect on the killing power of the Zerg, Luan said hurriedly. Especially the power of our shipborne laser cannon, which simply shocked everyone. Now our marine power can definitely be called the world's #1 among humans. If we continue to talk about it, it will become a self-praise meeting. Chui Weiman laughed. Yes. We have to calm down. The matter is not over yet, Lu Mei said. This time, the Zerg's attack has increased their strength by more than dozens of times. If we hadn't made so many weapons, we would have suffered a great loss this time. Their actual losses are not much. Yes, He Xingzhou nodded. As long as the hive is not destroyed, the Zerg can continue to grow its forces and create advanced Zerg. Next time, if it is a deep-sea monster attacking, can we stop it? Everyone thought deeply, and they found that it seemed that there was really no way to stop it except for hydrogen bombs. The deep-sea monster can even take hydrogen bombs. Even if the laser cannon on the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fires dozens of rounds in a row, it is estimated that it can't hurt it. The most terrifying thing is that it happened a few years ago. Has the deep-sea monster evolved to the point that it is no longer afraid of nuclear bombs? I can be basically sure now, He Xingzhou said. There is a deep-sea monster in every hive, which may be the king of the hive. The high-level Zerg we killed today, after analyzing its biochip, should belong to the 9th-level Zerg. Further up, it should be the Zerg that can use nuclear energy, which is what we call the deep-sea monster. More than 100 Zerg nests have been discovered in the world. Doesn't that mean there are more than 100 nuclear monsters? Shui Yang said. One can destroy an aircraft carrier fleet. More than 100. My God. Even if the shipyard keeps manufacturing ships, it can't catch up with them. That's hard to say, Song Jinghong said. There are still many Zerg nests in the world that have not been discovered, such as Antarctica. And we have almost no energy to explore Antarctica. And no one has stipulated that there can only be one nuclear giant in a hive. The samples we captured in the Mariana Trench hive and the giant eggs we brought back from the disaster island all contain biological nuclear organs, which shows that the hive can breed nuclear giants. This, Shui Yang didn't know what to say. He sighed. This is too difficult. He Xingzhou smiled and said, this is a battle between civilizations. It's amazing that we can hold on until now. A 0.7 level civilization is fighting against a Zerg of an unknown level of civilization. It's a miracle that it can survive until now. If they knew that there might be more powerful Zergs breeding and evolving on other planets in the solar system, I wonder if they would despair on the spot. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we can't give up, Qin Peng said. Today, we have completed the second phase of the Xuanwu plan. The third phase should be implemented next. When he said this, everyone looked at He Xingzhou. The Xuanwu plan was proposed by He Xingzhou. The Arabian Nights, he said at the beginning, are now being realized one by one. Some people once suspected that He Xingzhou had obtained alien technology. There are also many foreigners who stood up to accuse and even made up all kinds of conspiracies. In response, the Xuanwu executives had only one response. Anyone in the world can doubt He Xingzhou. Other regions, Zerg, aliens, they can all doubt. But we can't, because without him, we would have perished long ago. Unconditional belief in Doctor, he is the key to the survival of our civilization, He Xingzhou said, now that the Great Wall of Steel has been completed. The next plan is the planetary fortress. Fully upgrade and transform the Xuanwu base. Develop more advanced technology and weapons. And launch military satellites capable of space laser strikes. Break through controlled nuclear fusion and further improve the mecha and robot forces. Possess super weapons that can go to other regions, such as aerospace aircraft carriers, giant nuclear mechas, etc. This super weapon must be able to deal with nuclear behemoths. This is the Xuanwu plan. The third phase. Good. This time, He Xingzhou's goal was even more outrageous. But no one questioned it. By now, everyone has reached a consensus to believe in He Xingzhou unconditionally. If they can do it, Xingzhou will become the most powerful branch of Blue Star civilization, and its strength will cover the entire planet. When the third phase is achieved, humans should counterattack all the Zerg on Blue Star and completely eliminate the Zerg from Blue Star. While Shinjo is celebrating and preparing for the third phase of the Xuanwu plan, huge changes are taking place all over the world. In the central part of Dinghua, Sunbird Biotechnology Company, a 100-story building rose from the ground. This is just its headquarters. There are countless high-rise buildings around it. They are not other companies. These are all assets of Sunbird Company. This used to be a sparsely populated city. In order to make Sunbird Biotechnology Company develop faster, the entire city was allocated to them. Not only that, they also have more than a dozen biochemical experimental bases around the world. They actually repelled the Zerg. And Shinjo developed a new weapon. Barry's face was gloomy when he heard the news. Seeing the scene of the shipborne laser cannon killing the AO, he frowned even more. Our competitors are also developing very fast, Barry said. Our current biochemical weapons can't stop this kind of laser cannon. Yes, so you have to keep speeding up, said the bug. Ordinary Zergs can't stop it. But nuclear behemoths can. Living things can absorb and use nuclear energy. How can I create a nuclear behemoth? Barry asked. The bug said, the easiest way is to kill a nuclear behemoth and get its biochip. Its biochip contains the gene template of the nuclear behemoth. And then you can create it according to this gene template. And you can have the most powerful army in the world. It can let you flatten this planet. Are you kidding me? Barry said angrily. It's impossible for me to get the biochip of the nuclear behemoth. Chuckles. The bug laughed and said, Mr. Martyr, why has your IQ dropped? What do those nuclear behemoths want most? Of course, they want to absorb nuclear energy and evolve rapidly. As long as we lay out bait, we can lure out 1 or 2 arrogant nuclear behemoths. I know them. These guys regard humans as ants and will not take you seriously. As long as they are properly laid out. Your hydrogen bombs are still quite effective against primary nuclear behemoths. Bait? Nuclear energy? Barry fell into deep thought. In the Atlantic Ocean, on a huge aircraft carrier, the members of the Aura Society were cheering here. Their behavior was crazy and their expressions were crazy. The ship was filled with nuclear materials that humans had spent countless efforts to refine, as well as those nuclear warheads. They were not here to attack the Zerg. Instead, they wanted to give these gifts to the great god Aura. At this time, the wind was blowing hard. The waves were roaring. And the entire ocean seemed to be awakened. A huge shadow emerged from the deep sea. It's God Aura. God Aura responded to us. The humans on the ship were ecstatic and knelt on the deck to cheer. We will eventually get eternal life. God Aura bless us. The devout faith has been answered. As they prayed, a huge tentacle emerged from the deep sea, tied up the aircraft carrier, and then pulled it into the ocean. During this process, the members of the Aura Society did not panic at all, but were happy. We can finally accompany the god of Aura. They sank into the Atlantic Ocean along with the aircraft carrier, the nuclear materials and nuclear bombs on board. In the Arctic Circle, a space launch platform. Hundreds of people are gathering here. They are dressed gorgeously, behave elegantly, and many of them have servants. These are big figures from all over the world. Some of their countries have perished, and some are about to be occupied by the Zerg. But all this has nothing to do with them, because they will continue to enjoy wealth and glory. Everyone. Belinda, a female scientist and vice president of the Noah Society, said to everyone, we have developed mature launch vehicles and spacecraft, and a base has been built on the moon. Today, we will send the first group of lucky people to Mars. They will travel in space for 180 days and arrive on Mars, becoming the first group of human space immigrants. Their names will be engraved in the history of human civilization, and they will also become the pioneers of Martian civilization. Our first-generation Noah spacecraft has a complete life support system. It is also loaded with various plant seeds and a cooled human seed bank. Our president, several astronauts, and robots will go to Mars together. We will create a brilliant civilization. Wish us all the best. Wish us. These rich people raised their glasses and celebrated. Some of them were still excited. We will rewrite human history. They boarded the first generation of Noah spacecraft. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The rocket ignited and started, sending them into space. The carrier rockets separated, and the Noah spacecraft started. The Noah spacecraft successfully ignited and headed for Mars. Everyone. At this moment, shouldn't we celebrate? A noble lady called out. They are trying to adapt to the weightless environment. Yes, we should record this moment. And future children will see us in history textbooks. Yes, you are right. The children will be grateful to you. A voice came, and a strange man entered the passenger cabin. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Everyone was puzzled. The man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Noah Science Society. You can call me Noah." So it's the president. I have always heard that the president is very mysterious, and no one can see him. I didn't expect that we can see him. President, can we successfully build a base on Mars? President, is Mars suitable for us to survive? Mr. Noah, can we return to the blue planet in the future? Everyone asked. Noah kept smiling and said, "You have too many questions. Food shouldn't have so many questions." Huh? What food? Before everyone could react, they saw Noah's head suddenly split into 3 pieces and turned into an extendable mouthpart. This mouthpart bit off the head of the person closest to him, and the person floated in the cabin with blood. This scene scared everyone. The person whose head was bitten off was a well-known tycoon on Blue Star. Before the disaster era, his wealth alone was enough to affect the world economy. No one dared not respect him. He donated a lot of money and resources to the Noah Science Society. And now, he was actually bitten off the head by someone. This person is the president of the so-called Noah Science Society. Ah! It's a monster. It's the Zerg. He is a Zerg. Kill him. Someone. Help. He is a cannibal. Everyone screamed in fear. And some people wanted to escape. But they are now in the spacecraft, still wearing seat belts. And at this moment, the seat belts are all locked. Those astronauts have also turned into monsters and devoured the headless body. Noah retracted his mouthparts and turned into a human again. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. We still have 180 days to get to Mars. Exactly 180 people. 1 meal a day. You can't kill us. We are still useful," someone said in horror. After all, some of them have experienced many storms and are human elites. They are trying to negotiate with Noah at this time. Whether you are an alien or a Zerg, we are still valuable to you. We still have a lot of resources on the blue planet that can be mobilized to help you. TSK, Noah said disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. Humans are just our food. You don't really think that you can research Noah's Ark so quickly with your technology? Your greatest use is to confuse those bugs. None of them know that while they are still fighting for territory on the blue planet, I, Noah, have already taken the lead to occupy the moon and Mars. Ha ha ha. On the ground, Vice President Belinda said to the wealthy people who came to watch the launch of the spacecraft, "Everyone, our Noah spacecraft has successfully reached Mars. Don't worry. The second generation of Noah spacecraft will be completed soon, and we will send more to our new home." Pa pa pa. Everyone applauded. They looked up at the sky, full of hope for the future. In the Sakura Trench, Yagsha returned here with his defeated troops. Failed again. Yagsha. This is the second time. A nuclear energy ray evaporated half of Yagsha's body. Yagsha still had half of his body left. He was not dead yet. He endured the severe pain and begged, "My king." This time the giant claws of the South Pacific insect nests were killed by humans, which made us fail. And human technology has also made great progress. I suspect someone is helping them secretly. These guys are so lowly that they would cooperate with the reptiles? The voice was extremely disdainful. Yagsha continued, "My king, you can't wait like this any longer. We have held on to several activities along the Pacific coast, and our development speed is much slower than theirs. If we wait any longer, this planet will fall into their hands, and we will also be in danger. I have obtained intelligence that there are several nuclear energy bases built by humans on the Sakura Island near us. As long as you occupy there, you can continuously absorb energy and evolve. When the time comes, we will take over the Asian land and occupy the Pacific Ocean, and you will have the opportunity to evolve into a planetary overlord. That's it. When the next batch of warriors hatch, we will completely occupy Sakura Island," the voice said. Shinjo announced that the Xuanwu plan is about to enter the 3rd stage. For this reason, all departments took action again and prepared for the 3rd stage together. And during this gap, Shinjo also had a rare 2-day rest and could do something else. For example, the first Sentinel Research Award is about to be awarded. For another example, He Xingzhou's sister He Mengyao is finally graduating from college. According to the agreement between He Xingzhou and her, she will join the army and enter the scientific research department for further study and work. Jiancheng University. It is another graduation season. All students of the Artificial Intelligence Technology major have attended the graduation ceremony in the morning. In the afternoon, they are taking commemorative photos in the school, which is also their last reunion time. He Xingzhou's sister, He Mengyao, is also one of them. In a corner of the school playground, the classmates have just taken a group photo. They sat on the plastic lawn, reminiscing about their college days and looking forward to the future. I'll go to work right after graduation, He Mengyao's roommate Shen Beibei said. Make money early and be independent. I want to take the civil service exam, said another roommate Chaoya. I'm going to continue my postgraduate studies. You know? Roommate Yao Liwen finished speaking and asked He Mengyao. Mengyao, what are you going to do? Have you decided? I want to join the army. He Mengyao's words shocked her, and her roommates and classmates gathered around. Really? Beautiful lady. You want to join the army? Asked a male classmate. It's dangerous to join the army now to fight against the Zerg. Yes, Mengyao, Shen Beibei advised. Why don't you do the same as me? Find a normal job and stay inland. Are you kidding? Chaoya asked in surprise. Since the Xuanwu army was recruited, there have indeed been many college students joining the army, but most of them are boys, and there are fewer girls. What's more, He Mengyao is a well-known beauty and academic master in school. In everyone's imagination, such a girl should choose a comfortable life. He Mengyao lifted her hair and said, I know, but I still want to join the army. I am studying AI technology. Now that military weapons are all intelligent, my knowledge can come in handy. Besides, I want to follow in my brother's footsteps. I want to help my brother. Does your brother do this too? Someone asked. Here we go again. Yao Liwen was speechless after hearing what He Mengyao said. You keep talking about your brother. We haven't seen him in 4 years of college. Yes. Everyone nodded. You have seen him. He Mengyao looked helpless and said, Didn't I tell you? My brother is He Xingzhou. And you don't believe it. TSK. Everyone naturally didn't believe it. We have never heard that He Xingzhou has a sister. Yes. If your brother is He Xingzhou, the whole school will worship you. He Mengyao shrugged and said, We have graduated. I'm telling you the truth. Forget it if you don't believe it. My brother will come to pick me up later. Chapter 158 The Giant Beast Appears. Hearing her words, Shen Beibei smiled and said, If your brother is He Xingzhou, how about introducing me to your brother as his girlfriend? He. And me. Chaoya and Yao Liwen joked together. Several classmates also said, He Xingzhou is also our idol. But it's a pity that we have no chance to meet him. I really want to take a photo with him. Or an autograph. Okay. For the sake of our classmates, I agreed on his behalf. He Mengyao said generously. He will be here soon. Seeing her like this, everyone was puzzled. He Mengyao was not a person who liked to lie. Why did she say it so seriously today? He Mengyao sent a voice message and asked, Brother, where are you? My classmates want to take a photo with you. I'm on my way. I'll be there in 3 minutes. He Xingzhou came back. His voice was mixed with the whistling of the wind, and everyone couldn't hear it clearly. 3 minutes? It takes more than 3 minutes to walk from the gate of Jiangda to here. And today is graduation day. The traffic around the school is very congested. It will take at least half an hour to get here. Let's take pictures first, Yao Liwen suggested. Okay. Take a few more pictures. There will be no chance later. Shen Beibei called everyone to take pictures together. They made all kinds of funny expressions and actions and took pictures together. Uncle, take another picture for us. A classmate called the cameraman. They all posed. But the cameraman stood there stupidly, not looking at the camera, but looking at the sky. Uncle? Shen Beibei and others were wondering. But they heard a whirring sound of airflow overhead, as if a plane was passing by. What's wrong? Everyone looked up and followed his perspective, only to see a black shadow approaching quickly. Soon, they saw its appearance clearly. It was a silver light mecha, much smaller than the red flame, thunder shark, and red dragon seen in the news, and only a little taller than a person. But its lines and shape looked more technological, as if it was made to fit the human body perfectly. This mecha is so cool. How is this mecha better than the red flame? Someone asked. It must be more advanced. Don't you know that the smaller the size, the more complex the technology? Just like the nuclear reactor in a nuclear power plant. It takes a lot of effort to shrink it to an aircraft carrier. Who is this? I remember that there is a level 1 restricted air zone above the campus. And mechas cannot fly directly into the school. They looked up and saw the silver mecha slowly landing. When everyone was about to ask, the silver mecha walked straight towards Meng Yao. And a familiar voice came, Meng Yao. I said 3 minutes. So it's 3 minutes. Not even a second more. Brother. Meng Yao laughed. Why did you fly over here with a mecha? Don't scare everyone. No way. Xingzhou said helplessly. It's too far away. I was just in Beijing. Beijing? Did you fly directly from Beijing? Meng Yao exclaimed. Is its flying speed so fast? Xingzhou said proudly. The latest version of meteor armor, made with all nanotechnology, is not as big as the Qian. But its performance is no worse than it. And it is more maneuverable and can fly at supersonic speed. I came to Jiancheng from Beijing. And it's faster than an airplane. They were chatting. And the graduates next to them heard this voice and showed incredible expressions. This voice is so familiar. A male classmate slowed down his speech and looked at his classmates. He found that everyone had the same expression as him. Could it be that he is Meng Yao? This is your brother. Could he really be Dr. He? Shin Beibei hurried over and asked. Meng Yao smiled and said, Of course. She then said to Xingzhou, Brother, I graduated today. And everyone wants to see you and take a photo with you. Of course. Xingzhou opened his visor. And his face appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, screams broke out. The girls were screaming. It's Xingzhou. Dr. He is here at our school. It's really Dr. He. Damn. My idol. The boys were also shouting. And even swore because they couldn't hold back their excitement. Dr. He is really your brother. Oh my god. What did I miss? Chaoya covered her face and shouted. I'm so stupid. Yao Liwen also regretted it. Dr. He's sister is our roommate. I just found out now. There's actually a big guy in our major. I told you before that Meng Yao couldn't lie. You didn't believe me. Now you know. Right? Dr. He? What kind of mecha is this? Dr. He? I'm your fan. Can we take a photo together? Dr. He? The students have surrounded Xingzhou. Don't worry. Take a photo together. Xingzhou took photos with them and recorded videos. When they found that they appeared in the same shot with Xingzhou, they were so excited that they shouted on the spot and wanted to promote it to the world immediately. At this time, more and more people gathered. Seeing this, Xingzhou hurriedly said, Classmates, I am very happy to meet you all. And I am also very happy that you are classmates with Meng Yao. I hope you can contribute to society in the future. Let's not make a big fuss today, so as not to alarm too many people. See you all next time. Brother, how can I leave? Meng Yao asked. Don't panic. I didn't say there is only one meteor armor, Xingzhou said. And another armor fell from the sky. It opened automatically. Meng Yao walked over. The armor closed and turned on the AI control mode. Goodbye everyone, Xingzhou said, and took Meng Yao, turned into 2 meteors, and disappeared in the sky. It's really a shooting star. Shin Beibei raised her head and murmured. Dr. He is more handsome in person than on the internet. Chaoya said excitedly. I have a photo with Dr. He. I'm going to call my mother. Yao Liwen called her mother directly. I didn't expect we would have the chance to meet Dr. He. The other classmates were still thinking about what happened just now. The news that Xingzhou appeared at Jiancheng University appeared on the internet. As for the news that his sister is Meng Yao, there is no news report. Meng Yao, this is what you said. Don't let me arrange it. Work on your own. On the way, Xingzhou discussed work issues with Meng Yao. Of course. Don't underestimate me, Meng Yao said. I also have genius genes. Okay. If you have any problems, go find your sister Jilan. She can solve them all, Xingzhou said. Yeah. Meng Yao's graduation and joining the army was almost settled. And Xingzhou continued to do the second thing. The award ceremony for the Sentinel Science Award has been held twice. And Xingzhou, the founder, has not had time to attend because of the Zerg invasion. Most of the winners are executors of the Xuanwu project. In the Xuanwu project, They are more likely to come into contact with cutting-edge science and make progress. For example, Jiang Chan, He Xingzhou's junior sister, won the first Sentinel Physiology Award for her brain wave frequency synchronization technology. This technology prevents humans from being affected by the Zerg spirit and prevents organizations like the Aura Society from spreading. It is a great achievement. After attending the award ceremony, he went home to visit his parents. He wanted to finish all these things and then concentrate on the third phase of the Xuanwu plan to fight the Zerg head-on on Blue Star. At home, after experiencing several wars against the Zerg, He Qihong and Jiang Monrong's mentality has been very calm. As long as you do your own things well, it is the greatest filial piety to us, He Qihong said. Our He family can produce such a talent like you, and it brings honor to our ancestors. That's what I said, Jiang Monrong said. Although you are busy, you have to consider your lifelong event. Right? I'm already 30. He Xingzhou couldn't imagine that as an executive officer of Xuanwu, he would be urged to get married. He said helplessly, Mom, you know how busy I am now. I know you are busy. You can find someone familiar, Jiang Monrong suggested. I think Su Jilan is good. She is beautiful and can do things. She is familiar with you. You can bring her home next time. Your mother is right about this. You should take time to think about this matter. He Qihong also started. He Xingzhou was bombarded by them for several hours, and did not leave until dinner was over. At the Sentinel Research Institute, Su Jilan laughed so hard when she learned about this. She covered her mouth and said, I didn't expect that the famous doctor he would also run away in a panic. You're still laughing. I'll take you back when the time comes, He Xingzhou said with a smile. Ah? Su Jilan was stunned. And then her face blushed a little. But she pretended to be generous and said, okay. I've also contributed to the Xuanwu project by solving Dr. He's single problem. Not bad. You have a high level of awareness, He Xingzhou joked. The two chatted for a while. And Su Jilan asked, what are you going to do next? Of course, it's controlled nuclear fusion, He Xingzhou said without hesitation. Without controlled nuclear fusion, planetary fortresses and advanced weapons are all empty talk. The weapons that can be made with nuclear fission energy are basically like this. And after a few years of the Xuanwu project, our energy has begun to be tight. In recent years, it has been impossible to purchase resources from overseas, and industrial production has been going on. So energy has been very tight. There is another point that He Xingzhou did not mention. Several nuclear power plants along the Great Wall of Steel have been built, and nanocrystalline photovoltaic power plants have been rolled out across the country. But there is not much energy for him to collect for the quantum optical brain. All these energies must be provided for industrial manufacturing. So in order to unlock stronger technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology must be broken through. Then I'll contact them now. Su Jilan was already familiar with the process. When He Xingzhou made the decision, she immediately contacted the team responsible for conquering controlled nuclear fusion and helped He Xingzhou organize personnel and technical information. Okay. After she left, He Xingzhou called out the quantum optical brain and found the corresponding technology tree. There are many ways to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Magnetic confinement controlled nuclear fusion technology. Unlocking requires 3 million units of energy. Inertial confinement controlled nuclear fusion technology. Unlocking requires 5 million units of energy. Gravitational confinement controlled nuclear fusion technology. Unlocking requires 100 billion units of energy. Gravitational confinement here refers to the use of gravity to generate and confine nuclear fusion. Similar to stars, nuclear fusion devices are also divided into many types, such as cold nuclear fusion devices, hot nuclear fusion devices, and biological nuclear fusion technology. Biological nuclear fusion technology uses biological molecules to construct nuclear fusion reactions to provide energy and power for biological organs. He Xingzhou looked at the technical description and thought, this should be the way those nuclear behemoths use nuclear energy. Unlocking this requires unlocking multiple levels of biotechnology, which will cost hundreds of millions of units of energy in total. So He Xingzhou gave up directly. They will study biotechnology soon and make breakthroughs. Just learn from the Zerg. In the past few years, they have studied the Zerg and have obtained a lot of biotechnology. For example, the method of curing cancer announced by Barry before. Xinzhou has also made a breakthrough. There is also human organ in vitro cloning technology. They can clone organs outside the human body and transplant them to humans. Now they are studying human cell regeneration technology. And some progress has been made. If this technology breaks through, even if the soldiers lose their arms, legs and other limbs, they can grow them back through cell regeneration technology. He Xingzhou does not have the energy to manage the development of these technologies now. And his primary goal is still military technology. Spend 60 million units of energy to unlock magnetic confinement controlled nuclear fusion technology, tokamak device manufacturing technology, nuclear fusion engine technology. He Xingzhou immediately began to learn this knowledge. Luoyang Institute of Atomic Energy, Academy of Sciences. He Xingzhou came here. Here is the first research project of controlled nuclear fusion technology in China. The Eastern Super Ring, also known as the so-called artificial little sun. It is a tokamak device for magnetic confinement nuclear fusion, which has been studied before the catastrophe. After the catastrophe, due to breakthroughs in room temperature superconductor materials, improvements in electromagnetic control technology, etc., this controllable nuclear fusion reactor has evolved for several generations, and now can achieve nuclear fusion reactions with a Q value, energy gain effect, greater than 20. In the past world, this would definitely shock the world. But in this world, it will only shock the Zerg. Duan Bingzhen, the leader of the Nuclear Fusion Research Group and an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and He Xingzhou have finished looking at the existing tokamak nuclear fusion device together. What do you think, Dr. He? Duan Bingzhen asked. He Xingzhou raised 3 fingers and said, there are 3 main reasons. First, it's too big. This nuclear fusion device is larger than a nuclear power plant. How can it be used in advanced weapons? Duan Bingzhen nodded and said, it is indeed too big. We can only use this large device to enhance the magnetic confinement and temperature control capabilities. Otherwise, we cannot confine the nuclear fusion reaction. It can be changed. He Xingzhou said directly. Change the ring-shaped tokamak device to a spherical tokamak device. Use the spherical magnetic field to enhance the confinement. The person next to him immediately wrote it down. He Xingzhou's opinion was not just a casual remark, but he already had some designs and ideas. The second point is that the energy output is too low. This output power is not enough to be used as a nuclear power plant. He Xingzhou said. Another researcher said, this is caused by insufficient temperature. Nuclear fusion reactions require a high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius to generate plasma. And our laser igniter does not have the temperature. Yes. If there is a 100 million degrees Celsius laser igniter, then we can make an atomic beam laser. He Xingzhou said. Isn't the deep-sea monster in the Mariana Trench capable of this? We will discuss this later. The third point, he continued, the nuclear fusion confinement time is too short, and the control is low. The key to controlled nuclear fusion is controllability, and the reaction time must be long enough so that there is more energy output. We have a solution to control this, Duan Bingzhen said. Make a cylindrical nuclear fusion fuel rod, and control the nuclear fusion reaction by controlling the depth of the fuel rod entering the laser igniter. Well, let's start from the first point. He Xingzhou nodded. Design a spherical tokamak device and shrink the nuclear fusion reaction device by 1,000 times. He Xingzhou plunged into the research of controlled nuclear fusion technology, which was more responsible than any technology he had studied before. The extraction and production of nuclear raw material tritium. How to solve the radioactive problem. How to withstand the high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. How to manufacture atomic ray emitters. Design and manufacture of optical instruments. Stable control problems, etc. Each one requires a lot of energy. According to the quantum optical brain, the sign of the evolution of the mother planet civilization into a first-level civilization is the breakthrough of energy utilization technology to controlled nuclear fusion technology. With this technology, humans can have almost inexhaustible huge energy, and all technologies can be rapidly improved, moving towards a second-level civilization. In order to upgrade human civilization from level 0.7 to level 1.0, He Xingzhou completely shelved all other plans and concentrated on conquering controlled nuclear fusion technology. Time always passes quickly in research, and 4 months have passed in a flash. He Xingzhou has led people to design a preliminary spherical tokamak device. Most of the problems have been solved, and only the most difficult atomic beam laser emitter has not been successfully developed. During this period, the world is still changing dramatically. The Zerg has invaded all 5 continents and 4 oceans. Needless to say, The oceans are completely the territory of the Zerg. And the continents are already riddled with holes. 80% of the countries in the world have perished. The survivors are fleeing everywhere. And famine, disease, and insect plagues are covering the entire world. There are only a few places in the world where human civilization survives. The new forces have basically replaced the original blue star pattern. The Zerg are first, and their strength is unquestionable. The second is the Blue Star Alliance led by Shinjo. Some surviving forces have joined the Blue Star Alliance and received the protection of the Alliance. Shinjo's fleet and mecha troops went to various parts of the world and built shelters to provide them with a chance to survive and preserve the fire of civilization. The third is Sunbird Biotechnology Company. The rapid development of this company exceeded everyone's expectations. In a very short period of time, they produced a large number of biological and chemical weapons to resist the continuous invasion of the Zerg. Intelligence shows that this company is also researching higher biological and chemical weapons, as well as secret research on combining human and Zerg genes. If it were in the past, such an action would inevitably be resisted by the whole world. In today's world, it is difficult for humans to survive. And of course, no one has the energy to care about these things. Fourth, the Noah Science Society, which has always claimed to leave the blue planet and go to space to build a new home. They have more and more members, and have sent thousands of people to Mars and the Moon. The Aura Society is not included in the calculation. The Xuanwu executives directly defined it as a puppet organization of the Zerg and issued an order to eliminate it. All members of the Aura Society will be treated as Zerg. In addition, there are some shelters built by the original countries and forces around the world, relying on the remaining light of the past. Lingering on. Sakura, a super large refuge area. There are still tens of millions of people living here. Their industrial capacity allows them to produce a variety of weapons. And with the breakthrough of nuclear technology in the era of disaster, this refuge area still exists today. Life in the refuge area is extremely difficult. The survivors, without resources, have to rely on modern synthetic plant proteins and food mass-produced by biological factories to survive. Even having enough food and drinking clean water is a luxury. Today's news. A Zerg was found in the number 145 refugee camp and was killed after attacking many people. The aviation department plans to reopen the route to America. A large number of Zergs have been found gathering in the eastern waters and may attack in the near future. Please prepare for evacuation. Barry, the founder of Sunbird Biotechnology, announced that a research base will be built on the island to help us resist the Zerg. There is a mutation caused by using Zerg meat in the number 178 shelter. The mutant has been killed. Please do not eat unapproved Zerg meat. Various news flashed by, but people have long been numb. At first, when they saw some reports, they would be angry or full of hope. But gradually they found that everything had nothing to do with most people. Some people left. Some people died. And they still lived here. The familiar alarm sounded in the shelter, and people numbly entered the shelter to hide. They thought this time was another one of many Zerg attacks. But soon they found that they were wrong. On the coast, the Zerg army surged in, and those ships that had just been launched were completely sunk in the sea of Zerg in less than 10 minutes. The number of Zerg this time is several times more than the previous one. The observer shouted in the headquarters. How can there be so many? The commanders felt their scalps tingling when they saw the monitoring screen. The number of advanced Zerg is impossible to count. Our defense line can't stop it. Nuclear bombs? Only nuclear bombs. They knew very well that doing so would only be a temporary solution, and the Zerg would continue to multiply. But they had no other choice. If they used nuclear weapons, they would die in the future. And if they didn't use nuclear weapons, they would die now. A nuclear bomb was launched and fell into the sea. The familiar mushroom cloud rose, and the shock wave rolled up the typhoon and tsunami, and a large number of Zerg were killed. In the past, the Zerg would retreat in such a situation. But today, they did not retreat. The shock wave of the hydrogen bomb explosion is still spreading, and the Zergs are getting more crazy and continue to attack the defense line. How could this happen? Everyone in the command center was stunned. Why don't they retreat? There are more and more Zergs. The first line of defense has been breached. Request support. Bad news kept coming from the front, and the commanders' faces were as pale as paper. Looking at the dark mass, one person gritted his teeth and said, "There is no way." Launch the second one. The second one? We only have 2 left. Someone said that they did not have much in reserve. After the catastrophe era, the industrial system was seriously damaged, and the inventory has been consumed over the years, and the remaining means of life-saving are basically used up. No need to worry about that. Fire! Another hydrogen bomb fell, killing millions of bugs again. Have they retreated? When the mushroom cloud of the hydrogen bomb explosion dissipated, they checked the surveillance footage. Those bugs that they thought would retreat have not retreated yet. They are still attacking, and their numbers are still increasing. At this moment, despair enveloped everyone's heart. In the ocean, a giant beast was observing this place with cold eyes. Yegsha, who had grown complete limbs, said on the side, "They don't have many hydrogen bombs. When the hydrogen bombs are used up, you can land on this island. Although this island is not big, there are more than 100 nuclear reactors, and you have a lot of nuclear energy to absorb." The behemoth did not speak. It was still waiting patiently. Half an hour later, the third hydrogen bomb fell, and another large number of Zerg died. The behemoth was calm, because the dead were all low-level soldiers, and they could be cultivated quickly as long as there were resources. "We have used up all our nuclear bombs." In the headquarters, the commanders were helpless. The Zerg has not retreated yet. It's really over this time. There is no way. Bang! A gunshot was heard in the headquarters, and everyone looked over and saw a commander lying in a pool of blood. He had just ended his life. The Zerg has landed in full force, and all defense lines have been defeated. In the sky, planes kept rising, and some people were risking their lives to escape. In the ocean, there were also ships fleeing for their lives, and people on land had nowhere to escape. The fear of death spread in the refuge area. "My king, they have run out of tricks," Yegsha said to the giant beast. The giant beast still did not take action. It was still waiting. If humans launched another nuclear bomb, it would be very uncomfortable. It waited patiently for 5 hours, until the refuge area was completely in chaos, and there was no resistance at all. And the bugs that were detecting also sent news that most people were trying to escape. "It's time." The giant beast emerged from the deep sea. Its huge body was completely exposed to people's sight. It appears, a deep-sea monster. In the Xuanwu conference hall, Xuanwu executives also saw the scene. When the Zerg attacked, they also sent a fleet to intercept the Zerg. But the effect was limited. The appearance of the deep-sea monster gradually appeared in people's vision. This is a monster with 3 heads. Its height alone is more than 200 meters, and its body length is more than 100 meters. Each head has a long neck, and its belly is red, as if there is a small volcano inside. It has 4 claws like the evil dragon in mythology, and a long tail. It also has a pair of developing wings, which have not yet grown. At this time, it is coming from the deep sea to the land. Launch the missiles. The missiles came from the fleet of the Xuanwu force, which had just arrived. Before these missiles hit the target, a safety net composed of mutant birds appeared in the sky, intercepting the missiles with their lives. Launch the hydrogen bomb. At this time, they must bomb the deep-sea monster and not let it do whatever it wants. Roar! 3 heads roared at the same time. The voice of one head resounded through the world. Another emitted supersonic waves, and the third emitted infrasound waves. These sound waves destroyed the missiles and rockets. The head in the middle stared at the hydrogen bomb, opened its mouth, spit out an atomic ray, and accurately hit the hydrogen bomb. The hydrogen bomb exploded in the air, but it didn't hit it. This guy is well prepared. The Xuanwu executives found that the attack was not so effective. Damn humans. They are here to mess things up again. Come on. Yegsha had already taken precautions against this situation. Below the fleet, the swarm of insects attacked, making it impossible for the fleet to take care of the 3-headed monster. On the island, people looked at the horizon in horror. The 3-headed monster stepped onto the land step by step, and nothing could stop it. Its target is the nuclear power plant. The commanders found that it went straight to the direction of the nuclear power plant without any hesitation or stop. Everyone was very familiar with that nuclear power plant. That was the one that had already broken down before the disaster era. The 3-headed dragon stepped on the ground step by step, shaking the ground. It came to the nuclear power plant and spit out a ray. All the defenses here were penetrated, and the nuclear reactor was directly exposed to it. The taste of nuclear energy. Unfortunately, there is not much left. The 3-headed dragon swallowed a pile of nuclear fuel and continued to move forward. There are more than 100 nuclear reactors on this island, enough for it to enjoy. The devil is coming. We can't stop it. The day of doomsday has finally arrived. It's over. Everything is over. If we could have discovered the Zerg earlier, would we still have a chance? Countless people sighed and regretted. But there is no savior or Ultraman in this world. In the Xuanwu conference hall, the Xuanwu executives were also sighing. We can't stop it now, Qin Peng said. This guy can hit a nuclear bomb. The Zerg has taken precautions against human nuclear weapons. They use low-level soldiers to resist nuclear weapons. This guy has hidden underground. He Xingzhou saw that the three-headed dragon had drilled underground, and the Skynet satellite could no longer locate its coordinates. We can't attack it now. Shui Yang sent a message. The Zerg is attacking us, and we can't take care of ourselves. Next time it comes out, the target of attack should be us. Cui Weiman said worriedly. Weapon manufacturing must be accelerated. He Xingzhou had a strong sense of crisis. This giant beast swallowed so much nuclear energy, and its evolution speed would be super fast. Now it is deliberately avoiding hydrogen bombs. When it appears again, I am afraid that nuclear weapons will have no effect on it. Warning. The second giant beast appears. Xuanwu system reminded. Everyone's heart tightened and asked quickly, where is it? Atlantic coast. In the direction of New York. Xuanwu showed the satellite image in front of everyone. This is near the Atlantic Ocean. The swarm is approaching the city. A huge shadow is swimming on the sea. And its target is the once most prosperous city in the world. New York. Chapter 159. The Wall of Freedom has fallen. As the most powerful place in the world, New York has remained intact even when the swarm of insects became a disaster. They built a 40-meter-high steel defense line along the edge of the coastline. From the shape and function, it is suspected of imitating the Great Wall of Steel, but the locals prefer to call it the Wall of Freedom. Inside this wall is still a paradise of freedom. The Wall of Freedom has more than one layer, and there is an inner layer inside. The boundary between the inner and outer layers completely separates the rich from the poor. The swarm is coming. Please enter the shelter immediately. The alarm sounded in the city. People in the outer layer hurried to enter the underground shelter, and many people in the inner layer have already driven cars and planes to leave the city and go to inland cities for refuge. Please rest assured, the Wall of Freedom will never be destroyed. Commander Leslie vowed on the news program. We have the strongest defense line with powerful weapons. We have tens of thousands of hydrogen bombs. Even if it is a deep-sea monster, we can blow it to pieces. Their hydrogen bomb reserves are very large, and they have increased a lot after the disaster era. The command means that the number of hydrogen bombs must be enough to kill deep-sea monsters around the world. We will definitely be able to defend it. Long live the Wall of Freedom. We also have Sunbird Company, and a leader of human civilization like Dr. Barry. It is impossible to fail. Many people are full of confidence. In the early days of the Cataclysm, some cities and defense lines were breached by Zerg, and the Zerg entered the inland, causing great harm to people. But after the headquarters cooperated with Sunbird Company, the situation has been greatly improved. The combination of biochemical core and modern weapons has eliminated most Zerg from the land, and some important cities have been preserved. Survivors from all over the world are trying every means to rush here, hoping to live on free soil. In the headquarters, Leslie is arranging tactics with his subordinates. There are too many Zerg, and the fleet will intercept them from a long distance. Use the Wall of Freedom as a defense line, and never let them break through the Wall of Freedom. As soon as the deep-sea monster shows its head, bomb it with hydrogen bombs. Yes. Everyone started to make their own arrangements. After contacting his subordinates, he connected the communication with Barry. Mr. Barry, how long will it take for your biochemical army to arrive? Leslie asked. Barry said, don't worry. Our biochemical army is on the way, and will arrive when necessary. How could Leslie not be anxious? Although he looked like he had a sure win on the surface, he knew very well that the deep-sea monster was definitely not that easy to deal with. The deep-sea monster a few years ago could withstand hydrogen bombs, and now this one didn't know what kind of amazing ability it had. Since Jonah and Harvey stepped down as commanders, his record after taking over was mostly victories. The main reason was that the biochemical army of the Sunbird played a great role in the battle. Without the biochemical army, he would not have the confidence to win. I hope you could be on time. Leslie did not say much, as the command of the biochemical army has always been in Barry's hands. They did not know how to control those biochemical monsters. The swarm of insects has approached the coastline, and the insects began to attack the Wall of Freedom. Countless missiles artillery, and electromagnetic guns were bombarding, and the remains of the insects were piled up on the beach. The power of these shells was not as good as those on the Great Wall of Steel, but they were more numerous and could barely resist. Launch hydrogen bombs. Seeing that there were too many insect swarms, Leslie directly ordered to launch hydrogen bombs in the distant sea area. Hydrogen bombs were like water. Mushroom clouds rose, and countless insects were killed. What a luxury! Seeing this scene, the Schwamu executive sighed. Unless it was a special situation, they would not launch hydrogen bombs in the sea near them. But it was not difficult for Laylas to issue this order. The defense battle lasted for an hour, and the Wall of Freedom remained firm, and countless insects were killed. During this period, they launched 6 hydrogen bombs, and the entire sea surface was rolled up with raging waves. The airflow was stirred, and the storm continued. If this continues, we will definitely be able to hold on. Leslie gradually gained confidence. The people also got the news that the first Wall of Freedom had not fallen so far. The Wall of Freedom can still protect us. It's useless no matter how many Zergs come. We are safe. One day, we will fight back to the sea and kill all the Zergs. They can put down their worries a little. With the Wall of Freedom, maybe we can defend it without the biochemical army. Leslie thought to himself. This Wall of Freedom was what he advocated. If he can defend successfully this time, he will surely become famous and gain more support. At this time, the satellite in the sky showed that the shadow in the deep sea was approaching the water surface. Is the giant beast finally coming out? Leslie became serious. The nuclear missile launch group is ready. Everyone looked at the images taken by satellites and drones nervously. Surrounded by the swarm of insects, a huge monster finally surfaced, including its tail. Its body length is about 400 meters, with fins and a dinosaur-like head. Its skin is like crocodile skin, with hard bumps. Overall, it looks like a combination of a crocodile and the Cretaceous marine overlord mosasaur. The moment it appeared, a hydrogen bomb was aimed at it. This deep-sea monster was obviously prepared for the hydrogen bomb. The bumps on its body showed high-energy reactions, and a lightning bolt instantly split the sky, detonating the hydrogen bomb in advance. There was a big fireworks display in the sky, and the monster was unharmed. It can actually discharge electricity. The bumps on its body should be special biological discharge tissues, like electric eels. He Xingzhou said immediately. These deep-sea monsters have already deliberately avoided nuclear bombs. It is twice as difficult to deal with them. Song Jinghong said in a deep voice. Keep firing. Seeing that the crocodile-armored mosasaur had detonated the nuclear bomb in advance, Leslie frowned and asked the team to immediately launch the second one. This one was not launched from the sky, but from underwater by a nuclear submarine. Because at this time, the crocodile-armored mosasaur had already reached the surface of the sea and was within the strike range of the underwater nuclear bomb. This is easy. The seawater near the crocodile-armored mosasaur was filled with high-voltage current, and the bomb was detonated before it even got close. Fire! Leslie continued to shout. This time, 10 hydrogen bombs fell at the same time, and the crocodile-armored mosasaur could not be completely destroyed. One hydrogen bomb hit it. Half of its body was instantly vaporized, and it let out a painful wail, and then dived into the sea. Hit it! The soldiers cheered. We repelled the deep-sea monster? Harvey, did you see that? Leslie's face was full of excitement. The deep-sea monster is not invincible. Before they were happy for a second, suddenly a bolt of lightning was launched from the sea and broke through the Wall of Freedom. In the offshore area, another crocodile-armored mosasaur appeared. Another one? Leslie widened his eyes. How could there be another one? No. There are 2 more. The observer shouted in horror. He found another crocodile-armored mosasaur. Leslie shouted, Quick! Keep attacking. At this distance, the hydrogen bomb will affect us. The commander next to him shouted. Don't worry about that. Don't let it get close to the city. Several more nuclear bombs were launched. This time, the crocodile-armored mosasaur was better protected. The 2 cooperated with each other, and countless flying Zerg formed a protective net. This time, no hydrogen bomb could hit them. The shock wave of the hydrogen bomb set off a tsunami, and the seawater hit the Wall of Freedom. A crocodile-armored mosasaur has landed. It sent a high-voltage current to the Wall of Freedom, and the soldiers inside were electrocuted into charred ash in an instant. And those weapons and bombs all exploded, and the Wall of Freedom collapsed. The second electric shock also fell quickly, The indestructible inner wall of the Wall of Freedom also failed to last for a second before this terrifying energy explosion, and collapsed instantly. As the Wall of Freedom collapsed, people's faith collapsed with it. The Wall of Freedom has fallen. Where is there a safe place? The giant beast has entered the city. Run for your life. The City of Freedom is going to be destroyed. It is impossible for humans to stop the Zerg. Destroy it. Destroy it all. This world is over. The people who were just shouting long live freedom are now shrouded in despair. It's over. This city can't be defended. The moment the Wall of Freedom collapsed, Leslie knew that this place was over. Even if the nuclear bombs killed these crocodile-armored mosasaurs next, the city would have been destroyed. It's our turn. In a secret experimental base of Sunbird Biotechnology Company, Barry smiled. The new superpower nuclear power plant in New York really attracted their attention. Thanks to the nuclear fuel we poured into the sea, the bug said excitedly. Quick! Go to their nest first. There must be giant beast embryos and eggs. If we kill 1 or 2 more with hydrogen bombs, we can get several giant beast biological samples. Roy, it's time to go. Barry shouted into the communicator. Yes. In the Atlantic, an aircraft carrier fleet began to head to the insect nest. They wanted to capture giant beast embryos or giant beast egg samples. This fleet was supposed to support the defense of New York. But the fleet's command was now under Barry's command. New York fell? When this news spread around the world, the survivors were extremely shocked. Many of them are still working hard to get to the free city. But now, this so-called last free city in the era of disaster has also fallen in the attack of the Zerg. And many survivors are desperate. Human civilization has not yet reached its demise. Shinjo is still safe. It is the last pure land of mankind. If the behemoth attacks Shinjo, can they hold it? The fall of New York means that the Zerg has completely landed on the land. The era of nuclear behemoth-level Zerg has arrived. Humanity is at the critical juncture from primitive civilization to first-level civilization. If they cannot break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology before the behemoth attacks, all their previous efforts will be in vain. The Artificial Sun Project has become the top priority. Recalibrate the laser. In the laboratory, Shinjo is adjusting the laser design plan with everyone. In order to make a single atom release a high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius, at least a nuclear fission reaction must occur. The laser cannot reach such a temperature, so it is necessary to use laser focusing to let hundreds of lasers converge at one point to generate ultra-high temperature and ignite nuclear fusion materials. In hundreds of attempts before, they all failed. Laser focusing is not that easy, and there are different requirements for the angle, power, direction, etc. of the laser. Through different calculations, they reset the values of hundreds of lasers and then fixed them in the corresponding positions of the tokamak device. After several days of hard work, everyone finally solved the problem of the laser. In this way, most of the structures of the spherical tokamak device have been completed. Unlike the previous ring-shaped tokamak device weighing tens of thousands of tons, and with a diameter of several hundred meters, this spherical tokamak device has a diameter of less than 30 meters. With such a diameter, if it can successfully control nuclear fusion, it will be able to be installed on large military weapons or engineering equipment. Finally, do another equipment verification. And in 3 days, we will be ready to ignite our artificial sun, Shinjo said. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, the team readjusted and inspected the spherical tokamak device and confirmed that there were no problems. Today, they will light up this artificial sun. This event has attracted nationwide attention. News media came to visit and report. Countless people are paying attention to the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Academician Shinjo led the team to break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Please lock in today's news to bring you the latest information. The artificial sun will be lit today. The most meaningful technology of human civilization will begin experimenting today. The internet is full of similar reports. But Shinjo did not start the live broadcast this time, because he could not guarantee that the controlled nuclear fusion technology would succeed at once. The theory of nuclear fusion was known to people in the last century, but it is difficult to truly control it. Even if all the processes are carried out according to the design, new problems may arise. In the control center, Shinjo, Kong Qing, Duan Bingzhen, and Shinjo's teachers, Zhang Boyan, Dong Chen, Tai Hao, and others are all here. There are hundreds of atomic energy and nuclear physics experts here alone. In addition, The number of people involved in this project exceeds 100,000. They are also waiting for the experimental results. Last inspection. Report on the device. He Xingzhou shouted. Report. The inspection is completed. And the device is intact. The inspector reported. Good. He Xingzhou said. The countdown will begin. In 3 minutes. Light the artificial sun. Everyone fell silent. And the only sound in the control center was the sound of people operating the quantum computer. The media outside the venue were also paying attention to and reporting the current situation. Countdown. 10 seconds. He Xingzhou began to count down. And his voice became solemn. Kong Qing straightened his back and stared at the holographic screen. 8. Zhang Boyan couldn't help but feel nervous. 7. Dongchen and Kai Hao held their breath, not even daring to breathe, as if they were afraid that this would affect the experimental process. 6. Duan Bingzhen and the researchers were so nervous. 5. The media workers outside the venue seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization. Motionless. 4. 3. 2. 1. Ignite. He Xingzhou's steady and loud voice sounded in the command center. The electronic sound of the AI system sounded. Start the laser emitter and start ignition. They couldn't see the situation in the device, but the computer could simulate the reaction seen through the data of the instrument. The center of the spherical tokamak device is the neutron reaction chamber. Hundreds of laser emitters were started at the same time, and high-energy lasers converged on the target in the center, where the deuterium and tritium nuclear fusion materials were placed. Particles collided and generated blazing high temperatures, in a time scale that humans cannot perceive. The temperature at this point on the target exceeded 100 million degrees Celsius. At this moment, the temperature here is comparable to the core of the sun. The temperature has exceeded 100 million degrees Celsius. The AI system reported the situation. Everyone became more and more nervous. And Duan Bingzhen whispered, "This is the time to test the high temperature and high pressure superconducting materials of our inner wall." In the previous experiment, the inner wall was melted, although they used magnetic confinement to control the reactor. The inner wall of the container did not directly contact the high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. But at such a close distance, the ultra-high temperature still put a severe test on the inner wall. At this time, the nuclear fusion reaction has begun. The nuclear material is heated into countless particles by ultra-high temperatures, and they impact on the isolation layer. The diverter diverts the charged particles of the outer shell layer of the discharge into a separate reaction chamber. The charged particles bombard the baffle and become neutral particles and are drawn away. At the same time, a large number of neutrons escape and hit the inner wall, testing the performance of the inner wall again. The cooling system has begun to work. It is constantly cooling the inner wall to prevent the inner wall from being melted through due to high temperature. High temperature plasma has appeared in the magnetic field. Through the thermoelectric conversion device, the energy of nuclear fusion is being output. The ammeter shows that the energy output has soared. The current energy gain value is 3.7. 4.6. The energy output display has been increasing. When it reaches 20, it means that this nuclear fusion reactor can almost meet the most basic requirements of commercial power generation. As time goes by, the energy output keeps increasing. Q value is 20. When the energy gain value reaches 20, everyone is already a little excited. 40! Dongchen shouted. Q value is over 50. Zhang Boyan looked overjoyed. The discharge duration has been 60 minutes, which is longer than any previous human nuclear fusion experiment. Duan Bingzhen clenched his fists. He has seen the dawn of victory. Outside, the media reporters are still asking, "Is it successful now?" "It can't be said to be successful yet," the researcher said. "We need to see if it can continue to discharge stably. If it can continue to be stable, it means we have succeeded. Controlled nuclear fusion has been stable for an hour, and we are likely to succeed." Some reporters could not help but publish the article, which attracted people's cheers and celebrations. Controlled nuclear fusion is about to succeed. Xuanwu executives also stopped what they were doing and watched. They had not had time to celebrate. But an accident happened at this time. The AI system reminded, warning, energy output is decreasing. What's going on? Everyone was shocked when they heard the warning. At this time, all the instruments showed abnormal data. High temperature plasma is decreasing rapidly. Nuclear fusion is about to stop. A few seconds later, Duan Bingzhen looked at the instrument with zero energy output, and his tone was extremely heavy. Nuclear fusion reaction has stopped. Everyone's heart sank. They thought this time would be more successful than any previous time. But the nuclear fusion reaction stopped. Everyone in the entire control center fell into a brief silence. They were just immersed in expectation and joy. But at this time, as the artificial sun went out, their hearts sank to the bottom. What's the problem? Kong Qing asked. The whole process. So all the instruments show normal. The AI system replied. The spherical Takamaka device has no abnormalities. And the instruments are normal. Hearing the words of the AI system, everyone's heart sank. Since there is no problem with the equipment, it means that there is a problem with their design? They would rather it be other problems. If it is a design problem, maybe one of their ideas is wrong. At least this time. We broke the previous discharge record. Zhang Boyan comforted. Recheck the plan, and we should be able to figure it out. Yes. After all, it is controlled nuclear fusion. The most important technology for human civilization to move towards a new era. Good things come hard. Dongchen also said. With such great progress this time, we will soon perfect the plan. Kai Hao said. No one else spoke. They certainly knew that this time the progress was great. But time waits for no one. The nuclear giant beasts are frequently active around them. And it is only a matter of time before they attack Xinzhou. Everyone looked at He Xingzhou. His expression was very calm. He Xingzhou said, this experiment is already an unprecedented breakthrough. I think there is nothing wrong with the device and design ideas. It should be that we overlooked a detail. As long as we find it, we can truly break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yes, Doctor, he is right. Let's keep working hard. Everyone responded. Cool down the reaction device now, and try to find the problem in the shortest time. Outside, the media also found something strange. The nuclear fusion reaction has stopped. It didn't work this time. They looked at each other, thinking that this would be a big news that would change human civilization. But they didn't expect it to fail. The researcher said, Dear media friends, although we failed to stably control the nuclear fusion reaction this time, we have surpassed any previous time. We believe that we will soon be able to overcome the final problem. The media can only report this way. But the news does not sound so good to the public. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment failed to stabilize. The discharge effect stopped in 1 hour. Did it fail? What a pity. I wish them success soon. At Planet Builder. Come on. Academician he. People are cheering them on. But everyone is a little uneasy. They have seen the horror of nuclear behemoths. And those guys may not be killed even with hydrogen bombs. If humans are stuck in the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, human civilization will not be far from destruction. He Xingzhou was also looking for the problem. He analyzed every piece of data and thought hard. Tianju. Ganges River Basin. A large shelter. This vast area with a large population. After the advent of the disaster era, it failed to resist the invasion of the Zerg. The Zerg landed from the ocean and invaded the continent, killing all living beings and creating a living hell on Earth. In the shelter, people struggled to survive. They had to face hunger, disease, and the invasion of thugs. Outside the shelter, Zerg attacked and gathered every day. In an area of the camp, a man stood in the middle of the street, blocking all vehicles in and out. The survivors quickly recognized him. Jaba, you murderer. How dare you show up again? Once when the Zerg invaded, this man took advantage of the chaos to kill and rob. And because of the chaos at that time, he escaped in the chaos. Everyone gathered around and shouted, catch him. Kill this murderer. Get out of my way. Jaba grabbed the small truck next to him with one hand. And he actually lifted the small truck with one hand. And then smashed a man who was close to him to death. Everyone then realized that what was under his sleeves was not a hand, but a claw like the Zerg. It's a Zerg man. He has become a Zerg man. Everyone retreated in fear. The so-called Zerg man is a monster after humans are infected with Zerg genes and mutated. Eating the flesh and blood of the Zerg can easily lead to this kind of situation. Xinzhou has sufficient food security. So naturally there is no such phenomenon. In all parts of the world, the appearance of Zerg people has become very frequent. Most of them have become mutated beasts, losing human emotions and reason. But there are very few who still retain their original memories and thinking. Jaba laughed loudly, rushed into the crowd, grabbed a noble by the neck, locked his throat tightly, and jumped onto the roof, shouting, "You are a bunch of hopelessly stupid guys. This guy, my brother was just too hungry and ate his bread. So he sent people to beat my brother to death. And I, just to avenge my brother and kill the bully who beat him to death, became a murderer. How ridiculous. Jia. Iba. Let me go. I'll give you food and money. The noble's trachea was pinched, and his face was already red. Food? Huh? Aren't you all food? Jaba opened his mouth. He had a mouth full of sharp teeth and a snake-like forked long tongue. As for money, money has long been useless in this world. You all deserve to die. I will punish your sins on behalf of the great Lord of Destruction. As he said, he bit the noble's neck and directly bit off his head. This cruel scene made people flee in fear. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and a guard shot at him. The bullets penetrated his clothes, but failed to penetrate his body. There was a thin layer of scales on his body that blocked the bullets. Request support. This is a high-level insect man. The guards fled in a hurry. Jaba rushed over. His speed and skills were more agile than a cheetah, and he quickly caught a guard. Don't kill me. The guard was scared and burst into tears. Poor guy. Jaba grabbed his neck and lifted him up in front of him. His scarlet tongue crossed his face. His tongue had barbs, which scratched the guard's face with a bloody mark. Go call your supreme commander. I want to negotiate with him, Jaba said. Tell him that I am the messenger of the Lord of Destruction, and I am here to convey the Lord of Destruction's orders. After saying that, he threw the guard out, and the guard quickly got up and went to report the news. Jaba did not move, waiting there. Soon, he was surrounded, and the muzzles of several armored vehicles locked on him. There were also hundreds of people aiming their guns at him. In the distance, Commander Singh shouted with a loudspeaker, Jaba. Surrender. Jaba was fearless and said, I am the messenger of the Lord of Destruction. If you dare to do it, the tens of millions of insect swarms outside will immediately flood here. Singh was skeptical and asked, Who is the Lord of Destruction? What are you going to do? The Lord of Destruction is the insect king you were talking about, Jaba proudly announced. The insect swarms outside are all its subordinates. And now I work for it. It told me to inform you that you have to find enough nuclear materials for it, and offer 1,000 people as its food every day. Then it won't attack you. Otherwise, everyone here will die. I suggest you learn to be smarter. Before you, I went to 5 shelters, 2 of which rejected us, and all the people were eaten. And the other 3 were lucky enough to become the Lord of Destruction's men. He is a lunatic. Kill him, someone shouted. Singer didn't dare to make a decision easily. There were indeed many bugs gathering outside, but offering nuclear materials was something he couldn't do at all. This shelter has no ability to refine nuclear materials. Bang! I don't know who opened fire without paying attention to the order. Then, other soldiers also opened fire. When the rain of bullets came, Jaba's body suddenly disappeared. After the bomb exploded, Singh found that there was a tunnel that had been dug on the ground. Wait for destruction. Jaba's voice sounded in the distance. He walked through the tunnel and came to the Ganges, shouting in the language of the Zerg, My lord. They refuse to accept your gift and are unwilling to provide you with nuclear materials and food. Then destroy it. A huge shadow appeared in the turbid river water. Then, countless Zergs gathered and began to attack the refuge camp. Quick! Emergency defense. Singer hurried back to the headquarters to command the defense. The unusual movement here was also captured by the Skynet satellite and notified to the executives by Xuanwu. In the Xuanwu conference hall, 6 Xuanwu executives were present. Only He Xingzhou was absent because he was studying controlled nuclear fusion technology. This matter is unusual. Dr. He is temporarily absent because of the research on controlled nuclear fusion. The 6 of us will discuss it. Qin Peng presided over the meeting. Okay. Everyone also knew that He Xingzhou had been looking for the problem of the previous controlled nuclear fusion reaction, and he had forgotten to eat and sleep. The place where the Zerg appeared this time is very close to our territory. If it spreads over, through land, they can reach our territory in a month. Xuanwu, turn on the holographic projection. Qin Peng ordered. Chapter 160 Artificial Sun. Xuanwu immediately turned on the holographic projection and introduced. The next display is the situation in the Tianzhu area and the Ganges River Basin. In the picture, a refuge camp near the Ganges River Basin appeared. At this time, they were fighting the Zerg. Various land Zerg swarms surrounded the refuge camp from all directions, and the firepower was continuously output. The corpses of the Zerg piled up into a mountain. So many land Zerg. Lu Mei said in horror. How long have these bugs evolved? The Zerg swarms have never been able to conquer the Great Wall of Steel, so there are no land Zergs near them. Who would have thought that so many advanced land Zergs have been born there? At least 5 years, Song Jinghong said. That is to say, when we started the Xuanwu plan, the mutants had already multiplied and evolved on land. Ah! Cui Weiman sighed. The refuge camp was in danger under the impact of the insect swarm. Satellite images showed that countless people knelt on the ground, praying for the rescue of the gods. God, please send down your miracles and bless us. I pray to you faithfully. Let me be born in the boundless paradise in my next life. The sins of mankind have caused the Lord of Destruction to punish the world. Everyone should accept the punishment. The more pain you endure, the happier you will be in your reincarnation. The refuge camp can no longer be defended. Let's run. Some people tried to flee by plane, but there were also Zergs waiting in the sky. And the planes that took off crashed one after another, because the refuge camp was close to the Ganges. Some people jumped directly into the river and tried to swim away, but countless Zergs appeared in the river and devoured them. If you die in the river, your soul will be purified. Some crazy people even jumped into the river themselves. At this time, the river began to roll violently, as if something was about to appear. The gods appeared. People hurriedly knelt down to the river. The gods have come to save us. They were ecstatic, their eyes fixed on that direction, hoping to see a miracle. Qin Peng and others also looked at the satellite images. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. With such a big noise, could it be a nuclear monster? In the river, a giant monster covered with black mud appeared. It looked like a giant maggot with many pairs of legs like a centipede, about 200 meters long. It crawled out of the river and rushed towards the refuge camp. It's a real giant worm. Seeing this scene, Singer was terrified. Their refuge camp could not resist the giant Zerg. The monster appeared. Attack! Hundreds of missiles fell on the multi-legged giant worm, blasting the mud on its body. These missiles did not work. Everyone was horrified to find that this could not kill it. The shell of the multi-legged giant worm was hard enough. Even if there were some injured places, the granulation was wriggling and recovering quickly. The blown-up areas were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Insect Man Jabba shouted, "You have angered the Lord of Destruction. It will devour all of you. Wait for death." The multi-legged giant worm continued to move forward, wherever it went. Whether it was alive or dead, plants or animals, all living things were eaten. Someone tried to attack it, and its tail sprayed a large amount of poisonous mist. Where the poisonous gas was pervasive, living things died instantly, and buildings and man-made objects were all corroded. This refuge camp has been completely destroyed. What a terrifying creature, He Hongwei said. It has a strong regenerative ability. I feel that even if it is hit by a hydrogen bomb, it can be reborn. It is very likely. Everyone thought so. In the refuge camp, Jabba appeared at the command center. I have warned you. Jabba grabbed Sing's neck, and the other shot at Jabba. Before they could hurt him, he was eaten by the bugs that rushed in together. After eating the people, these bugs lay next to Jabba and obeyed his command. What do you want to do? Sing said in horror. Don't be afraid. You are still useful. Jabba grinned. Now, connect me to the Blue Star Alliance. I want to talk to them. He knew that these refugee camps were connected to the Blue Star Alliance. Otherwise, they would have been captured by the Zerg long ago and would not have been able to hold on until now. Singer followed his instructions and contacted the Blue Star Alliance. Jabba's face appeared in the video communication of Qin Peng and others. Zerg? Qin Peng frowned slightly. You are the commander of Shinzhou. Right? Jabba grinned as he spoke, and his disgusting tongue kept moving. What do you want to do? Qin Peng asked. Jabba smiled and said, Let me introduce myself. I am the servant of the Lord of Destruction. Jabba, I believe you have seen the terror and power of the Lord of Destruction through satellites. It has enough strength and troops to destroy everything in human civilization. A bug dares to call itself the Lord of Destruction? He Hongwei snorted coldly. If it dares to come, let it taste the taste of nuclear bombs. Stupid. Arrogant. Jabba grinned and said, You want to deal with the Lord of Destruction with just a nuclear bomb? Tell you. I'm here to inform you. The next target of the Lord of Destruction is you. This continent is destined to be the territory of the Lord of Destruction. My Lord likes nuclear materials and human flesh. You prepare nuclear materials and human flesh. The Lord of Destruction will grant some people powerful abilities. Just like me. Break through the limits of human beings and become a higher life. If you agree, you still have a chance to live. If you refuse, you will die. There are 3 people who refused us now, and they have all been eliminated. Those who agreed with us have been saved. Jaba said. I hope you can be smarter, and don't let the Lord of Destruction waste too much energy. You tell that bug. Qin Peng said. Those who offend our Shinjo will be punished no matter how far away. Even if it is a nuclear behemoth. We can completely eliminate it. That's a refusal? Jaba bit off Sing's neck and grinned. This is your fate. Xuanwu. Teach them a lesson. After Qin Peng finished speaking, Xuanwu immediately launched a long-range missile. Dozens of long-range missiles were launched, targeting the position of the multi-legged giant insect. Boom! The long-range missiles accurately hit the nuclear giant beast. Its shell was blown up, and some unknown pus splashed out. But this could not kill it. This guy sprayed acid mist into the sky, filling the entire area. Some missiles that had not yet landed were dissolved by the acid mist. And there was no explosion. After being bombed, the multi-legged giant insect was angry. If there were not too few humans who could refine nuclear materials now, I would never give them a chance. The reason why the multi-legged giant insect kept people like Jaba to talk to humans was to enslave humans and let them help them refine nuclear materials. There is a nuclear giant in the Atlantic Ocean that did this, and it was very successful, which made it evolve faster than other insects. The multi-legged giant also wanted to learn from it. But now, it was bombed by humans. Jaba. Tell them. I will eat them all. Destroy their civilization and trample on everything they have. Jaba threatened the screen. Just wait. All of you will become food for the Lord of Destruction. Lower creatures. A missile fell. Exactly where Jaba was. And the communication was interrupted. Jaba's whole body was blown to pieces, leaving only a head. He was not dead yet. My lord. Save me. Jaba begged. At this time, a smaller insect came out from the ground, spit out mucus to wrap his head and repair his body. The multi-legged giant insect still destroyed this place. After eating and drinking, it returned to the river and moved upstream along the river. In the Xuanwu conference hall, Xuanwu analyzed. The movement trajectory of this nuclear giant beast is moving in our direction. There is more than 90% probability that it will attack us with a swarm of insects. Immediately mobilize the Xuanwu troops to defend. Qin Peng said. He said, we must not let this guy step into Shinjo. This may be the first nuclear giant we have to face head-on. It may have companions or summon more insect swarms. Everyone, get ready. The Xuanwu troops began to mobilize, ready to destroy the multi-legged giant insect and its land insect army at any time. At this time, He Xingzhou was still concentrating on finding the problem with the nuclear fusion device. Master, this is the analysis result of the residual material of nuclear fusion. Lumi handed an analysis report to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou read it carefully several times and found something wrong. Why is there so much helium ash? It shouldn't be. He frowned and said, Lumi, I need to modify a few parameters and resimulate the reaction. Okay, Master. Lumi immediately called up the design system, and He Xingzhou modified the parameters and resimulated. In the computer simulation, the controlled nuclear fusion reaction lasted for 10 hours. And after 10 hours, the reaction stopped again. But this time, He Xingzhou got excited. I know. It must be like this. He modified the plan again, and spent a whole night. The next day, He Xingzhou completed the design. Lumi, simulate with the new plan, He Xingzhou ordered. Simulating nuclear fusion reaction. The quantum computer resimulated, and He Xingzhou directly accelerated to 10 hours. And the reaction continued to proceed stably. 100 hours. The reaction is stable. He accelerated until all the nuclear fuel was burned. And the reaction was still stable. That's right. He Xingzhou knew that he had found the problem. Lumi, contact the other members of the research group. Let them come and gather, He Xingzhou said. Lumi, the controlled nuclear fusion research group has been notified. At this time, He Xingzhou had time to check the message, and the information in his inbox had exploded. Jiang Monrong, son, don't be too stressed. You will definitely succeed in breaking through controlled nuclear fusion. Your father and I will cheer you on. He Mengyao, brother, when you see this message from me, you must have completed it. Su Jilan, I'll finish my work soon. You have to remember to sleep. Jiang Chan Sr. Our team has made a breakthrough in a new technology. We are trying to make a brainwave transceiver. Qin Peng, we set a land combat mecha unit to intercept the giant beast. The multi-legged giant insect was injured by our explosion, and it is recovering. We found several nuclear giant beasts in other places, and they are approaching us. There are also many people who sent messages, most of which are encouraging He Xingzhou. There are countless fans leaving messages on his social media. At Planet Builder. Come on. You will succeed next time. Dr. He. I always believe in you. You can do it. 1 hour this time. 10 hours next time. 100 hours. Controlled nuclear fusion will definitely succeed. Come on. Old G. A warm current surged in He Xingzhou's heart, and he directly released a public message. Thank you for your concern. I have found the problem that controlled nuclear fusion cannot be sustained, and I will conduct a second experiment soon. As soon as his dynamic was released, tens of millions of people crowded around to watch. Dr. He finally spoke again. Does this mean that we are finally going to conquer controlled nuclear fusion? Please broadcast live. I know that no problem can bother Dr. He. Artificial Sun. Let's do it. Chief Engineer He has a solution? After receiving He Xingzhou's message, Duan Bingzhen and others hurried to the area where he was. Chief Engineer He, have you found the problem? Duan Bingzhen asked quickly. Yes. He Xingzhou looked at them and said, I have read the analysis of the waste after the nuclear fusion reaction. Is there something wrong? What's wrong? Kong Qing asked. Helium ash. He Xingzhou said. After the nuclear fusion reaction occurs, the temperature of the alpha particles in the plasma decreases, and helium ash is produced. It is normal to produce helium ash. A researcher said. You mean? Our nuclear raw materials are not pure enough? There are too many impurities, which affects the continuation of the reaction. No. He Xingzhou shook his head and said. It is normal to produce helium ash. But what is abnormal is our magnetic field. In order to constrain nuclear fusion in the magnetic field, we create a very strong magnetic field. The magnetic field strength is too high. It not only constrains the nuclear materials, but also constrains the residues produced by the nuclear reaction. After the nuclear fusion reaction, the helium ash produced should fall and leave the reaction space. But because the magnetic constraint is too strong, the helium ash cannot fall. So it interferes with the nuclear fusion reaction. When it accumulates to a certain extent, the nuclear fusion reaction stops. So our fusion reaction suddenly stops after an hour. When He Xingzhou finished explaining, everyone felt a flash of inspiration in their minds, as if everything was explained. So, as long as we change the magnetic confinement scheme and the strength of the magnetic field and adjust it to a suitable level, we can make the nuclear fusion reaction proceed normally? Duan Bingzhen thought of this and answered himself, Yes. Yes. Let's try it quickly. He Xingzhou smiled and said, I have adjusted the magnetic confinement scheme. Now we can modify the reaction device and test it again. Okay. Everyone saw the hope of controlled nuclear fusion technology again, and all took action to modify the spherical tokamak device according to the scheme modified by He Xingzhou. At this time, a large number of media rushed over again, wanting to find out the situation. They noticed He Xingzhou's dynamics on social media at the first time. Many people speculated that this controlled nuclear fusion might be successful. So the media came quickly. We have just corrected an experimental flaw and are retesting. Please wait patiently for the experimental results. The researcher said to them. The artificial small sun device. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment was restarted. He Xingzhou, Kong Qing, Duan Bingzhen and others gathered together again. The device inspection has been completed. No problem. The inspector reported. Okay. Ignite in 30 seconds. He Xingzhou looked at the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. Hundreds of lasers converged on the target, generating a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. Igniting the nuclear material. The fusion reaction started again, and the energy output meter showed that the energy output of nuclear fusion continued to increase. This time, everyone was much calmer. They waited patiently. The problem occurred an hour later last time, and they didn't know if they could survive this time. An hour later, the nuclear fusion reaction continued and did not stop. More than the last time. Someone whispered. He Xingzhou saw this and stood up and said, in this situation, the fuel can be burned out within 3 days. which almost proves that this technology can be used initially. In extraordinary times, we need extraordinary treatment. Generally speaking, it may take decades to verify the safety and stability of an energy technology, especially nuclear energy. Now people don't care about so much. If we wait for a few decades, all human beings will be extinct. I'm too sleepy. I'll go to sleep first, He Xingzhou said. Chief engineer, he has worked hard. Go to rest quickly. We will watch here, Duan Bingshan said. He Xingzhou went to the nearby lounge, laid down and fell asleep. Outside, a group of experts were still waiting patiently. He Xingzhou didn't know how long he slept. He only knew that when he woke up, he felt extremely hungry. Are you awake? A gentle voice sounded beside him. Su Jilan looked at him distressfully and said, You have slept for a whole day. When I came yesterday, they said you were sleeping. How is the reactor? He Xingzhou asked. Very stable. It has been a day and a half. Those academicians are still guarding there, and are unwilling to leave. Su Jilan brought a bowl of porridge and a bottle of milk and said, You must be hungry. Fill your stomach first. What else do you want to eat? Meat. He Xingzhou ate a hearty meal, washed up, and went to the control center again. He saw that Duan Bingshan and several expert academicians were actually guarding here while drinking glucose. He Xingzhou advised, Why don't you take a break first? No. How can we take a break now? Duan Bingshan and others flatly refused, saying, This is the most important moment in the history of human civilization. At most, we can take a nap here. We must witness the success of controlled nuclear fusion technology with our own eyes. He Xingzhou had no choice but to say, Then let's wait together. At this time, most of the fuel in the fuel rods had been burned, and the fusion reaction process was proceeding steadily. After about 5 hours, the AI system reminded, energy output continues to decrease. The fusion reaction is about to stop. Everyone came to their senses, and Kong Qing quickly asked, Is the nuclear fuel burned out? AI system, the fuel used in the second experiment has been completely consumed, and no fuel residue was found. When they heard the news, all the researchers stood up, which meant that the fusion reaction went smoothly this time, and there were no accidents. The energy output has been stable. We succeeded? Duan Bingshan looked at everyone, and he himself did not dare to believe it. Yes, we succeeded. Kong Qing laughed, and all the wrinkles on his face were stretched out. I witnessed another human energy revolution. Controlled nuclear fusion. We have mastered nuclear fusion. We have unlocked the code of infinite energy. Zhang Boyan couldn't help shouting. Humanity will enter a new era from now on. Dong Chen and Kai Hao hugged each other excitedly. We succeeded. We have mastered controlled nuclear fusion. All researchers cheered and celebrated together. This scene was known to the 100,000 workers involved in the work, and 100,000 people were celebrating. The media outside could hear the cheers and celebration throughout the institute without being notified. At this time, the reporters saw He Xingzhou walking out of the control center and hurried forward to ask, Academician He, was the experiment successful? He Xingzhou paused and said, The second experiment was very successful. We can basically announce that we have mastered the controlled nuclear fusion technology. From now on, human beings will officially become 1.0 level civilization from 0.7 level civilization. On this planet, we will have vast energy. Our lives and work will undergo earth-shaking changes, and technology will move to a higher level. Most importantly, if we break through this technology, we will have the possibility of completely eliminating the Zerg from the blue planet. The footage of He Xingzhou speaking was synchronously transmitted to TV and the internet, and tens of millions of people saw it at the same time. The whole network was boiling after hearing this news. Controlled nuclear fusion. 10 years ago, it was a technology that people could not reach. People even predicted that it would be impossible for humans to break through this technology in this century. But today, they did it. Dr. He is awesome. Controlled nuclear fusion. Human civilization is about to take a step forward. Energy will be very cheap in the future. Haha. Our current technology is the best in the world. With this technology, we will be able to create more powerful weapons and eliminate all the bugs. Dr. He and his team have made history, and we are witnessing history with our own eyes. The mecha troops sent a congratulatory message. The media on the entire network and the people across the country are celebrating. The scientific research team also held a simple celebration banquet, and many bigwigs and Xuanwu executives all attended. Everyone, He Xingzhou said at the celebration banquet, with controlled nuclear fusion technology. I believe that we will be able to create more powerful weapons soon. From now on, when fighting against the Zerg, we must change from being passive to being active, and from defense to offense. We must stand at the top of the ecological chain of Blue Star again and eliminate the Zerg from this planet. And we will have the opportunity to go to the sun and make human civilization a more advanced civilization. Long live Xingzhou. Long live mankind. Long live Xingzhou. Long live mankind. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted loudly. Congratulations. You have successfully promoted human civilization to level 1.0. The quantum optical brain, which had been silent all the time, also congratulated He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou was also filled with emotion. After so many years, they finally raised the civilization level by 0.3 levels. On this day, people relaxed a little. The Xuanwu executives had to stay awake to deal with any unexpected situation at any time, while the scientific researchers relaxed happily for a day. After a short period of joy, they immediately started the follow-up work. Immediately build more than 10 nuclear fusion power plants across the country. Immediately develop engines based on nuclear fusion technology. Immediately promote related scientific and technological projects based on nuclear fusion technology. The Zerg are still lying outside, especially the multi-legged giant worm, the so-called Lord of Destruction, which is approaching the territory of Xingzhou with its nearly 100 million Zerg army. I thought the first one we had to face was the three-headed dragon now entrenched in the cherry blossoms. After learning the news, He Xingzhou said, since this worm is not aware of the danger and wants to invade us, let's take it first, as our first shot to counterattack the Zerg. Yes, we must destroy it outside the territory. He Hongwei said. We have analyzed it. Song Jinghong has been studying the multi-legged giant worm for some time. He said, we believe that the strength of the multi-legged giant worm is no less than that of the deep-sea monster that destroyed the aircraft carrier fleet. First of all, it has shown a strong regeneration ability. According to the biological ability of the same Zerg, we judge that even if its body is blown up or even cut into multiple pieces, it can regenerate. It may also split into two or even more like an earthworm. So to kill it, you have to make it die, Qin Peng said. That's what I mean. Song Jinghong nodded. And he continued, secondly, this insect can spit out poisonous mist and acid mist from its tail and mouth. If we humans come into contact with it, we will almost certainly die. The corrosiveness is enough to dissolve our metals. Missiles will not work in acid mist. What about hydrogen bombs? Qin Peng asked. If the hydrogen bomb is corroded, there is a risk of failure, Song Jinghong said. It is possible that it has the ability to emit ultrasonic waves, infrasound waves, electromagnetic waves, brain waves and high-energy rays like other giant beasts. It can adapt to both land and underwater environments. After Song Jinghong finished speaking, everyone felt extremely troubled. The power of the nuclear behemoth was 2BT. A nuclear behemoth is a super biological weapon, based on what we saw in New York, Qin Peng said. There may be more than one multi-legged giant insect. They may send one to attract our attention, while the other insects dig holes or make detours for sneak attacks. Hydrogen bombs have limited effects on them. This requires a special force with strong mobility and combat power to deal with nuclear behemoths. Our land armored forces are enough to deal with ordinary insect swarms, He Hongwei said. It is this nuclear energy monster. Can the laser array and arc array kill it? No, He Xingzhou said affirmatively. The laser array and arc array only have a wider attack range, and there is no improvement in firepower. It must be nuclear energy grade rays. Nuclear energy grade rays? Everyone looked at him. He Xingzhou nodded and said, now we have controllable nuclear fusion technology and a higher source of energy output. If we use nuclear fusion energy and a strong magnetic field to control high-temperature plasma, we can make a plasma cannon. The plasma cannon is like the atomic rays of the deep-sea monster. It has a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius, which is enough to evaporate all matter on the Earth. The target attacked by the plasma cannon ray is equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion every moment. In addition to plasma cannons, there are also high-power nuclear fusion electromagnetic pulse cannons that can be developed. Is there enough time? Qin Peng asked. We estimate that it will only take a month for the multi-legged giant insect to approach our territory. He Xingzhou frowned and said, can it be delayed longer? Even if we already have the technology of magnetic confinement plasma, It will take time to make a suitable plasma cannon. Then use missile troops and land troops to continue bombing and intercepting. He Hongwei said. This should buy another month. Okay. Let's do it. He Xingzhou nodded. They immediately started to act. The missile troops fired missiles at the insect swarm day and night. The strike range of their missiles was enough to cover the entire Asian continent. And the Xuanwu troops were also urgently dispatched to the defense line. Although there is no steel Great Wall and super high-speed rail on the land, there are already built maglev roads. Supersonic maglev trucks and cars can also quickly send troops and equipment to the front line. He Xingzhou immediately unlocked the corresponding technology. Spend 3 million units of energy to unlock plasma cannon technology. Spend 3 million units of energy to unlock nuclear electromagnetic pulse technology. He Xingzhou originally intended to install these two weapons on aerospace motherships or giant mechas. But now such a tight time is obviously not enough to manufacture these two high-tech weapons that can fight freely on the surface of the planet. So He Xingzhou notified the manufacturing unit to manufacture large mechas and tanks that can carry nuclear fusion reactors. While He Xingzhou was making emergency preparations, the people of the country also learned that the multi-legged giant insects from Tianzhu were about to attack them. The nuclear giant beast is coming. How can so many insects be raised on land? This is too fast. I heard that there are hundreds of millions of them. Have you seen the news? Those insects have also bred a lot of insect people, which look so scary. Yes. Insect people can also use human weapons. There is an insect man named Jaba, who also said on the satellite channel that he wants to kill us all. Too arrogant. By the way, there is no steel wall defense over there. Can it be stopped? Last time, there was no steel wall in Ezhou, but it was also stopped. The situation is different. This time there are nuclear behemoths. Didn't you see Sakura and White Eagle? They couldn't be killed by hydrogen bombs. Are you going to be attacked by nuclear behemoths? In the Sentry Tower Research Institute, Dubai chatted with Jiang Chan for a rare time. It said regretfully, alas, the days of eating and drinking for free are coming to an end. You will disappear soon. I still have a little regret. Jiang Chan said unconvinced, even if it is a nuclear behemoth. We can stop it. Hee. Dubai laughed. Your technological progress is indeed the fastest on this planet. But if you want to deal with the Zerg at the level of nuclear behemoths, you are still too weak. When you are about to become extinct, please put me back to the ocean. Protecting white dolphins is everyone's responsibility. Thank you. I want to watch more drama. After speaking, Dubai fell asleep again.